Chapter 1102, Interlinked Stratagem. Halski, Chase. Zhao Lingdong gave a cold yell. A pair of wings actually grew out of the howling sky divine hound's two sides. Halski turned into a stream of flowing light and actually directly shook Zhao Lingdong off. Yi Yuan only left for 15 minutes first. This bit of time was not enough to shake Zhao Lingdong, this void mystic powerhouse, off. Zhao Lingdong's perception locked onto Yi Yuan from far away, not giving him the chance to escape. Halski's current speed was probably not much slower compared to merging into heaven and earth too. The distance between him and Yi Yuan was also currently shrinking with incredible speed. Zhao Lingdong's footsteps did not slow down, but he said hatefully, "Just how many trumps cards does this brat still have? That grand array earlier was actually able to kill Ertong. Just what in the world happened inside?" Mo Ertong clearly had the Spirithorn shattering mirror in his hands. But why did he not break the formation? Even if he did not break the formation, what kind of attack could kill Mo Ertong who possessed a divine artifact? Zhao Lingdong felt that it was bizarre to the extreme. Three figures, chasing each other in the fourth-level space, ran a million miles out very soon. Halski and Yi Yuan's speed became closer and closer. He was virtually able to see Yi Yuan's back view already. Halski's eyes suddenly became focused, his figure vanishing instantly. At this instant, his speed skyrocketed several times and arrived behind Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. Whoosh! In midair, a streak of cold light flashed past. Sharp fangs and claws passed right through the chest. However, Halski did not feel that pleasure of penetrating through flesh and blood. With a rumble, Yi Yuan turned into a mass of pale yellow flames and dissipated into nothing. All the fur on Halski's body stood up. A sense of danger assaulted his heart. In the void, an incomparably swift and fierce sword light pierced out, and directly slashed towards Halski's dog head. This slash was too close, the speed was simply swift to the extreme. "Be careful, Halski." When Zhao Lingdong, who had just rushed over, saw this scene, his eyes turned bloodshot. Right at the critical moment, Halski urged his speed to the limits and instantly vanished from where he stood. However, it was still half a beat too slow. The azure light slashed right onto the wings that Halski grew out, forcefully chopping off the wings on his right side. Halski gave off a miserable cry and arrived beside Zhao Lingdong with a flash. A figure slowly walked out from within the void and said with a sigh, "What a shame, just a little more, and I can chop off this dog head." Who was this figure, if not Yi Yuan? It was just that the Yi Yuan at this time already changed into a long azure robe and was no longer wearing the white garment previously. "Awoo, awoo, awoo." Halski gave off a series of tragic cries. It was also unknown whether was he wailing, or complaining about Yi Yuan's shameless conduct. Probably, only Zhao Lingdong could understand. That wing of Halski's was already utterly chopped off by Yi Yuan, blood cascading down without stopping. Although this sword did not claim Halski's life, it made him suffer a great loss in vitality too. Zhao Lingdong stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. If looks could kill, Yi Yuan would have already died God knows how many times right now. The feelings between him and Halski had long crossed the boundary of master and servant. They were like kin. Halski suffering such a big loss, how could he not be furious? Only now did he understand that this was completely an interlinked stratagem. Yi Yuan made that avatar body wore that white-colored long robes and pretend to escape, while he concealed himself within the void here, waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack. Actually, Yi Yuan's flying speed was far faster than they imagined. Separating from the grand array, Yi Yuan unleashed merging into heaven and earth to the limits, and threw down an avatar body on the way, feigning an appearance of essence energy being exhausted and fleeing. When Yi Yuan separated from the grand array, he had long calculated the time. That instant when the grand array fell apart, Yi Yuan immediately escaped into the void. The moment Zhao Lingdong and the howling sky divine hound came out, they discovered Yi Yuan's avatar body right away, and thought that that was Yi Yuan. But this first impression was deadly. Their perception locked onto the avatar body firmly and totally would not think that Yi Yuan was actually concealed within the void. Especially Halski, he did not rely on just perception to lock onto Yi Yuan. He even relied on smell. This avatar body wore Yi Yuan's clothes, wouldn't it be Yi Yuan's smell? When he erupted with his full strength and wanted to kill Yi Yuan, the move was already executed, and he was completely unable to perform a second reaction. All of it took time to say, but actually it was just a split second for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. This scene was too unexpected, resulting in Zhao Lingdong and Halsky both already suffering a huge loss without reacting to it. Except, Yi Yuan was still not too satisfied with this battle achievement. This sword, he had accumulated power for a long time and fully thought that he would be able to chop off Halsky's dog head. Did not think that it was still dodged by him. Ji Qingyan, you're courting death here. Zhao Lingdong gnashed his teeth hatefully and said. It was already uncertain how many years it had been since he had been so enraged before. He would rather he get injured than be willing to see Halsky get hurt. But facing Zhao Lingdong's wrath, Yi Yuan said very calmly, you said it like you'd let me leave. Since you guys came to kill me, then you'll have to be prepared to be killed. Not even having this bit of awareness, you can't kill me. Zhao Lingdong said furiously, is that so? Then I'll take a look at just how many tricks you have. Today, I must dice you up into 10,000 pieces. Zhao Lingdong let out a furious roar. Hideous fur suddenly grew out on his face and hands. His teeth grew sharp, protruding fangs, his nails also grew sharp claws. His body was in the air, looking just like a large dog. Yo, actually became a dog. Turns out that this is your most powerful state. Really deserving of the title of Spirit Hound Divine King. Big dog plus a small dog, truly an invincible combination. Yi Yuan said with an amused look. Zhao Lingdong had a dog's appearance, but he spoke in human language, I hope that you can still laugh in a while. Zhao Lingdong's figure suddenly disappeared. Yi Yuan only felt a chill at his neck. A dog claw already extended onto his neck. This skill was cut from the same cloth as Halsky. However, Yi Yuan's Heaven Man Unity Heart Realm was fully released, and he had long taken Zhao Lingdong's every movement and action into his sight. He did not panic in the slightest. The evil extermination sword left its scabbard instantly, and stabbed towards Zhao Lingdong's throat from an extremely odd angle. The evil extermination sword reached first despite making a move later, and it was even actually a slight faster than Zhao Lingdong. Zhao Lingdong's face fell, not expecting Yi Yuan to actually use such a mutual destruction fighting style. His claws swiping down, Yi Yuan would no doubt lose his life, but he absolutely could not survive too. Meeting on a narrow path, the brave wins. Zhao Lingdong finally still yielded. At the last second, his body leaned back slightly, narrowly avoiding Yi Yuan's stab. In just missing that tiny bit, his claws were unable to pierce through Yi Yuan's throat anymore. A drop of fresh blood remained at Yi Yuan's neck area. His throat still had a small cut sliced open in the end. It was just that Zhao Lingdong knew that this move, he still lost. Can't even bear to part with your life, you still dare to say how much you love your dog. Yi Yuan was completely oblivious to the pain on his neck and said with a scoff. Chapter 1103, Blue Flash Butterfly. Didn't you want to take revenge for him? Just now, sending yourself forward, and I'd be dead. Such a fine opportunity, you actually let it pass. Really feel not worth it for that dog of yours. Yi Yuan had a look of heartache, deeply piercing Zhao Lingdong. Awoo, awoo, the howling sky divine hound let out two howls right then, seemingly cheering Zhao Lingdong on. Zhao Lingdong's expression turned cold, and he said, Brat, don't pull that trick with me. The feelings between Halsky and me, you'll never understand. Killing you, there can be a myriad of ways. Yi Yuan said smilingly, is that so? You guys even brought out the mountain and river state painting. Didn't it fail to kill me too? Do you think that the Son of Heaven's mandate is that easy to kill? Wouldn't I know if I try? Fierce Wind Absolute Domain. The moment Zhao Lingdong's Divine King domain opened up, within a 1,500 feet radius, it turned into a sea of wind. That swift and fierce wind were akin to small blades, slicing up everything in the space. Exchanging a blow earlier, he discovered that Yi Yuan's reaction was seriously too quick. His advantage in speed could not be unleashed at all. Hence, he decided to directly use Cultivation Realm to overpower Yi Yuan. As long as he dragged until Datong and Santong came, with the combined power of everyone, could Ji Qingyan overturn the heavens still? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a light smile, then this young master will take a look at just how much capability you, this dog person, have. Yi Yuan took out the evil extermination sword and released his Divine King domain fully. He was actually going to clash with Zhao Lingdong head-on. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lingdong could not help being secretly delighted in his heart. After breaking through to the 4th level Dao Profound, Yi Yuan's Divine King domain already reached 150 feet. Through the evil extermination sword's boost, his Divine King domain reached as vast as 900 feet all at once and was already very close to 1,000 feet. But just this tiny bit of disparity, the gap between him and Zhao Lingdong was not just a little bit. If attacking with the Divine King domain, Yuan would be bound to suffer a loss. Haha, just the likes of you want to measure my strength too. So what even if you have a divine artifact? Zhao Lingdong let out a roaring laugh and suddenly urged his fierce wind absolute domain, crushing over towards Yuan. Yuan slowly shut his eyes. A terrifying sword intent surged to the skies. Yuan used divine essence without being the least bit stingy, making the limitless life-death sword's power rise to another level. Two terrifying attacks collided in midair. Yuan was still significantly worse in the end and directly had a large mouthful of blood blasted out by the violent energy. Blind reckless fool. Want to run, how can it be that easy? Borrowing this tremendous recoil force, Yuan's figure sped towards the depths like lightning, directly merging into heaven and earth. Zhao Lingdong's expression turned cold, and he chased after with incredible speed. Yuan had never thought about clashing head-on with Zhao Lingdong before. Zhao Lingdong, this kind of powerhouse, was still not what the present Yuan could forcefully contend with. Moreover, Yuan was able to sense that Mo Detong and Mo Santong were already chasing on the way. If he lingered, there was only a path that led to death. Even if Yuan was any more heaven-defying, it was also impossible to resist the besiegement of four great void mystic powerhouses. There were still divine artifacts in the other two persons' hands. Right from the beginning of this attack, he had his mind set on escaping. Yuan ignored the injuries on his body and urged his movement technique to the limits. At the same time, he swallowed a healing medicinal pill and essence energy recovering medicinal pill, so as to ensure his endurance kept up. Zhao Lingdong discovered to his dismay that although he was that little bit faster than Yuan, it was very limited. Halsky having a wing chopped off by Yuan, disregarding the great loss in vitality, his speed also dropped drastically. Without Halsky, he had no way of catching up to Yuan within a short time at all. Zhao Lingdong's teeth gnashed till it clattered. Only now did he discover that ever since Yuan discovered their ambush, the actions at every step all went through meticulous planning. From casting Moonlight Mirage and escaping, to using the 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation to kill Mo Tong, then to concealing within the void to sneak attack Halsky. This series of actions was actually just for the sake of one purpose, which was to escape. Eliminate all the factors that affected his escape. This carried on for 9 days and 9 nights. Finally, the transmission array that led to the 5th level appeared in front of Yuan. He did not have the slightest hesitation. Urging his movement technique to the limits, he dove headfirst into the transmission array. At this time, Zhao Lingdong also rushed over. After seeing Yuan enter the 5th level, a look of struggle surfaced on Zhao Lingdong's face. The 5th level was rather dangerous to him as well. Once provoked those powerful existences inside, even if it was him, he would be dead for sure too. Damn it, this brat has a large stock of tier 9 medicinal pills on him. He's not afraid of dragging it out with us at all. Zhao Lingdong gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yuan borrowed that recoil force and directly pulled far apart from Zhao Lingdong. Merging into heaven and earth again, he shook Zhao Lingdong off all at once. With that, he became a full beat slower. How could he still catch up to Yuan? The speed of merging into heaven and earth was very quick. Ordinary speed could not catch up at all. Want to knock Yuan out of the state of merging into heaven and earth, it needed to be done within a certain radius too. They were separated so far away all of a sudden, it was totally beyond Zhao Lingdong's ability. However, there was not much time for him to regret it at present. Carry on delaying, and Yuan would run out God knows how far. Zhao Lingdong gritted his teeth, brought Halsky along, and tunneled into the transmission array. Before long, Mo Detong and Mo Santong also arrived. Looks like they have already entered the 5th level. Big brother, what should we do? Mo Santong said in a solemn voice. Mo Detong gave a cold snort and said, old second's enmity, we must avenge. So what if it's the 5th level? Don't forget, we have divine artifacts in our hands. Ordinary desolate beasts aren't our match at all. Forget about the 5th level, even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, we have to go too. Fine, go. The two people did not have much hesitation and immediately followed inside too. After entering the 5th level, Yuan casually took out a small bottle. Inside the small bottle was a blue butterfly. Casually opening the small bottle, the blue butterfly directly flew out and vanished with a flash, inconceivably swift. Seeing the blue butterfly disappear, a hint of a smile appeared on Yi Yuan's face. This blue butterfly was called Blue Flash Butterfly. It liked to rest on the Flamesoul Vast Universe Lotus the most. This blue butterfly was already groomed for a long time by Yi Yuan with special means. If there were Flamesoul Vast Universe Lotuses nearby, it would bring Yi Yuan to find it. The Flamesoul Vast Universe Lotus was a core medicine of the Tao-defying pill. Apart from the immemorial medicine garden, the places that Yi Yuan knew, only this Bloodrain Wilderness had it. Yi Yuan had long guessed that the Flamesoul Vast Universe Lotus was at this 5th level. Looking at it now, it was indeed so. Walking not far away, there was another series of undulations from the transmission array in the distance. Zhao Lingdong's figure finally appeared at the 5th level, but when Yi Yuan saw this scene, he sneered coldly to no end. Indeed still came down. Later, this young master will prepare a feast for you all. You guys savor it well. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh, his figure immediately disappearing, merging into heaven and earth. Chapter 1104. Dog Gall cowardly like a mouse. Zhao Lingdong was currently in hot pursuit. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, and he stopped. Not moving anymore. Awoo, awoo. Halsky by the side also howled twice. Zhao Lingdong nodded his head and said, "This brat is crafty as a fox. Better not advance rashly. Wait for Mo Detong and Mo Santong to arrive, then we push on together. We just have to lock onto him and not let him escape." That will do. The current Zhao Lingdong was also somewhat jittery with imaginary fear already. Being scammed by Yi Yuan time and again, their side could be said to have suffered grievous losses. Zhao Lingdong still felt that waiting for the Devil Ridge 3 freaks to arrive and pushing on together was safer. Before long, Mo Detong and Mo Ertong finally caught up. Mo Detong could not help frowning when he saw Zhao Long standing still and not advancing. He said, "Why aren't you chasing anymore?" Zhao Lingdong gave him a glance and said, "He stopped. This punk is full of cunning tricks. It's safer for us to advance together." Mo Ertong's death made Mo Detong's entire person become much colder and gloomier. He shot Zhao Lingdong a glance coldly and said, "If you're scared, then you're scared." Making it sound nicer than it is. Zhao Lingdong could not help being stifled when he heard that and said angrily, "Mo Detong, watch your words." Currently, not just Mo Ertong died, even Halsky had a wing chopped off by that brat too. We've already suffered so many losses. Shouldn't we be a little more careful now? Mo Detong snorted coldly and said, "Merely just a dog, and you're comparing him to Ertong. Moreover, he only had a wing chopped off. If not for you being filled with misgivings, we'd have long killed him." Zhao Lingdong did not think that Mo Detong suddenly became so impervious to reason and was angered by his few words until smoke billowed from all 7 orifices. "Mo Detong, don't you forget Lord Divine Master's words. Whatever you're discontented with, wait until after we kill Ji Qingyan, then say it. Carry on with the internal strife, then the one who will be pleased with himself will be that brat." Zhao Lingdong knew that now was not the time to be quarreling. He could only forcefully rein in his temper. Hearing Zhao Lingdong's words, Mo Detong also snorted coldly and said, "Where's that brat? Let's go and exterminate him together. I want this brat to die a horrible death. There, inside the valley over there." Zhao Lingdong nudged with his mouth and said. Ahead was a stretch of extensive mountain valley. Looking from here, it was all shrouded by a cloud of fog, and completely could not see the situation inside clearly. It was also no wonder that Zhao Lingdong was cautious. Under such circumstances, nobody would dare to rashly enter. It was just that Mo Detong already lost his head due to anger and completely did not care about what Zhao Lingdong was thinking. He just blamed him for not tying Yi Yuan down. Mo Detong darted him a sidelong glance and said with a cold snort, "A cloud of mist scared you until like this? Santong, let's go." Finished talking, the two people leapt and entered inside the valley. Zhao Lingdong's brows furrowed, and he was rather unhappy in his heart. But helpless, he still followed after. The 4 people were bold, stemming from superb skills. They dispersed the fog and directly entered the valley. But Zhao Lingdong's brows knitted together, and he said solemnly, "Did you guys detect it? There are quite a number of powerful existences inside this valley. That brat definitely doesn't have any good intentions luring us in here." Mo Detong said totally unconcernedly, "Scared of him for what? With the mountain and river state painting bestowed by Lord Divine Master, could those guys overturn the heavens still? If they are sensible, better know their place. If not sensible, slaughter them together. Zhao Lingdong felt that this guy already could not be reasoned with. At this time, he wished that he could slaughter these two fellows, and take forcible possession of the divine artifacts. Of course, it was also just thinking about it. If he really made a move, it would definitely be him who would get the worst out of it. Before long, Zhao Lingdong suddenly said, "We are very close already. It seems like it's ahead." One sentence, and it roused Mo Detong and Mo Santong's spirits. The two people took out their divine artifacts and accumulated power, awaiting release. As long as they saw Yi Yuan, they would exterminate him with the force of a thunderbolt. Sure enough, they saw Yi Yuan not long after walking. Yi Yuan likewise saw them too and said with a smile, "Waited for you all very long already. Why did you only come now?" The moment Mo Detong saw Yi Yuan, his hair stood on its ends. "Boy, you actually dared to kill Ertong. Today, I'll hack your body into 1,000 pieces to offer as a sacrifice to Ertong's spirit in heaven." Mo Detong roared. Yi Yuan said with a light smile, still that same sentence, "Since you guys came to kill me, you'll have to be prepared to be killed." Mo Detong was furious to the extreme and said, "Good. Very good. Since that's the case, you can go and die already." Mo Detong was just about to make a move but was held back by Zhao Lingdong. "Don't go over. How can this brat allow himself to be captured without putting up any resistance? He definitely set up some kind of trap to let us jump into it. Don't fall for it anymore," Zhao Lingdong said with a cold yell. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he lifted his head to the sky and said with a loud laugh, "Zhao Lingdong, everyone says that a dog's gall is audacious to the extreme. Why is your dog gall even smaller than a mouse's gall? 4 great void mystic powerhouses, 2 divine artifacts, you don't even dare to attack." Hearing those words, Zhao Lingdong was not indignant, but his heart pounded. Yi Yuan's words were clearly to trigger Mo Detong. He was even more certain in his heart that Yi Yuan definitely had some ruse waiting for them. However, being teased by Yi Yuan like this, how could Mo Detong still endure it? He glared at Zhao Lingdong furiously and said, "Get lost. Wait until your father kills this punk, then I'll definitely go to Lord Divine Master to lodge a complaint." Done talking, that painting in his hand suddenly erupted with rays of brilliant light. The mountain and river state painting was already deployed by him. The mountain and river state painting was a very powerful divine artifact. Even if not drawing the other party inside, the power was extraordinary too. Mo Detong knew that Yi Yuan similarly had a divine artifact in possession, so he had no way of drawing him in at all. Hence, he directly activated the mountain and river state painting, wanting to kill Yi Yuan. "Old Third, attack," Mo Detong shouted. No need for him to say anything, Mo Detong's short blade was already in his hand. His divine king domain opened up fully. The power of this chop could virtually shatter mountains and rivers. 2 surges of terrifying divine artifacts might instantly spread throughout the entire valley. Inside the valley, an earth-shaking roar suddenly transmitted out. Over a dozen black silhouettes galloped over from all directions. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lingdong's expression changed drastically, and he said, "Damn it. The 2 of you idiots. Now, you startled the desolate beasts inside the valley. I see how you guys take care of it. Who cares? Kill for me." While talking, the mountain and river state painting and short blade released 2 dazzling lights, cleaving straight for Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan stood there firmly and did not move, as if those 2 attacks were not attacking him. Suddenly, over a dozen terrifying attacks converged from all directions, and directly intercepted the 2 great divine artifacts, joint attack. These dozen over attacks, each one had power on par with void mystic powerhouses. The whole process from beginning to end was incomparably daunting. Even though 2 great divine artifacts were frightening, they were no match for the desolate beast's numbers too. A surge of enormous energy exploded in the air, and immediately sent everyone flying, including Mo Detong and the rest. "Impossible. Why would these desolate beasts help this punk? This is not possible," Mo Detong roared. "You idiot. With this, I see how you clean up the mess." Zhao Lingdong snarled. Chapter 1105, Little Flame. Those dozen over desolate beasts seemed to have gone crazy, directly ignoring Yi Yuan and charging over towards Mo Detong and the others. Not just this, in this short while, several more black silhouettes dashed out again. Seeing this scene, even if he had a divine artifact in possession, Mo Detong felt his scalp tingle too. Only at this time did he know that what Zhao Lingdong said was right. This was obviously a trap. Quickly run. Zhao Lingdong shouted loudly and ran towards outside the valley like mad. How could Mo Detong still dare to stay there? Even if he had a divine artifact, facing close to 20 existences as powerful as him, he could not gain any advantages either. However, Mo Detong they all were surrounded. Several desolate beasts blocked right in front of them. The other desolate beasts caught up too, and immediately enclosed them in tightly. You two idiots, already said that there was a trap, but you just refused to listen. Zhao Lingdong stomped his foot in anger. Mo Detong regretted in his heart, but his mouth was unwilling to admit defeat as he said with a cold snort, who could have thought that this whole mountain's desolate beasts actually all seem like they want to protect that brat. Zhao Lingdong gave a cold snort and said, enough crap. Bring out all of your capabilities and carve an opening out. Make sure not to linger in battle. Otherwise, none of us can escape. These desolate beasts, the strength of every one of them was not inferior to Zhao Lingdong and the others. If not for having divine artifacts in their hands, they would all have to die here. Mo Detong saw that the desolate beasts were numerous. Resolving his heart, he was going to opening up the mountain and river state painting, wanting to take these desolate beasts in. The moment Zhao Lingdong saw, his expression could not help changing greatly as he hurriedly stopped him and said, are you crazy? With your strength, can you suppress these 20 over desolate beasts? Do you really think yourself to be invincible by freaking wielding a divine artifact? If they go crazy inside, the disturbance will shock you to death. Having a torrent of abuse hurled at by Zhao Lingdong, Mo Detong did not dare to rebuke. It was true that the mountain and river state painting was powerful, but it was not truly unbeatable. If it was a deity realm powerhouse using it, even if 10,000 desolate beasts were taken inside, they would be thoroughly dead too. But he was just a void mystic powerhouse. Furthermore, the desolate beasts being taken in were roughly the same strength as him. Over 20 at once they went crazy inside, with Mo Detong's strength, he could not suppress it at all. Then what do you think we should do? Mo Detong did not have any more temper this time. What to do? Break the encirclement. The two of you join forces and open up the path in front. We'll return to the 4th level. Zhao Lingdong said. Return to the 4th level. Mo Detong was stunned. Zhao Lingdong's face turned black, and he scolded right at Mo Detong's face, what else do you want? Now that it came to this, we can only seal off his exit. I refuse to believe that he can hide inside here for life. Mo Detong thought about it. It seemed like there was only this method. Now that it came to this, wanting to kill Yuan was already impossible. Little flame, the matter this time, thank you very much. Yuan said to a youth beside him gratefully. The youth waved his hand and said, no need. Fiery and I are members of the same clan. You're his big brother, which also means that you're my big brother. These are just a matter of lifting a finger. There's no big deal. This youth was precisely a 1,000,000-year-old Flamesoul Vast Universe Lotus. The Cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus and Flamesoul Vast Universe Lotus were both fire attribute lotus flowers, originating from the same source. Hence, that was why Little Flame said that they were members of the same clan. It was just that Yuan's original plan was to use Fiery to get close to the Flamesoul Vast Universe Lotus, to make the latter not launch attacks at him. Wait until Zhao Lingdong they all came, then lure them into making a move. This way, it would be able to draw the desolate beasts in the proximity to deal with them. But Yuan never thought that this Flamesoul Vast Universe Lotus actually gave birth to a primordial spirit, too, and was able to transform into human form. This way, communication became smoother. Little Flame was a 1,000,000-year-old medicine spirit. His essence energy nurtured the numerous desolate beasts in this perimeter. For Zhao Lingdong to want to touch Little Flame, those desolate beasts naturally would not agree. Little Flame, make those desolate beasts not get serious. Just chase those few fellows out will do. They have divine artifacts in their hands. If they really risk their lives for real, you guys will definitely have losses. Yuan exhorted. Little Flame nodded his head, his mouth emitting a series of bizarre syllables, transmitting into those desolate beasts' ears. Over there, Zhao Lingdong they all were already locked in a fierce struggle with the desolate beasts. No, accurately speaking, it was being badly thrashed by the desolate beasts. Over 20 void mystic desolate beasts, placed in the outside world, it was even more than the holy city. How could this terrifying power be what the 3 or 4 of them could resist? If not for having divine artifacts in their hands, they would have long been shredded into pieces by the desolate beasts. When those desolate beasts received Little Flame's order, they did not pester Zhao Lingdong the four people incessantly either. They showed a weak point and let the four people charge out. Of course, these four people were already in a wretched plight at this time. Each and every one of them was carrying considerable injuries on their bodies. Outside the valley, battle cries shook the heavens. The desolate beasts did not have the intention of letting it go yet, continuously chasing the four people in the direction of the fourth level. These four people finally managed to charge out of the heavy encirclement. How could they still dare to turn back? They fell back while fighting and slunk back to the fourth level. Seeing the four people's miserable appearances, the childlike Little Flame and Fiery both laughed loudly without ceasing. When the four people disappeared outside the valley, Little Flame said to Yi Yuan, "Big brother Yi Yuan, Fiery and I are as close as brothers. Why not you guys stay here for a few more days, alright?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, "Fiery has suffered considerable hardships following me these few years. Now that he's able to encounter a brother from the same clan, you guys naturally have to get closer." Fiery and Little Flame hit it off right from the beginning and naturally could not bear to part here and now. Yi Yuan agreeing made the two little ones involuntarily jump for joy. Chasing Zhao Lingdong and the others away, Yi Yuan finally let out a sigh in relief. This half a month's time, Yi Yuan's mental strength already reached the limits, hanging in there entirely based on a strand of willpower. The following few days, Yi Yuan stayed in the valley to recuperate. With the help of medicinal pills, Yi Yuan's recovery was very swift. Except, what gave him a headache was that he originally came to capture Little Flame. Did not expect that fate made a mockery out of men. Little Flame and Fiery actually became friends who kept no secrets from each other. Since the two were friends, Yi Yuan naturally had no reason to touch a friend. Furthermore, Little Flame even helped him to chase away Zhao Lingdong and the rest. Yi Yuan could not repay kindness with ingratitude even more. Thinking for a long time, Yi Yuan could only give up. Forget it, forget it. This Flamesoul vast universe lotus, better think of another way, Yi Yuan said helplessly. This stopover took half a month's time. Yi Yuan also had a rare period of peace and tranquility. This half a month, apart from treating his injuries, the majority of the time was on sorting out the gains in this period of time. After entering the Bloodrain wilderness, Yi Yuan virtually spent it in the midst of high-intensity battles constantly. Sitting down to sort it out carefully, Yi Yuan's gains were truly quite a bit. In concepts comprehension, Yi Yuan's Sword Dao concept gradually closed in on the Great Circle of Perfection. Slaughter and Scorching Heat, two supreme true intents, Yi Yuan also had significant improvements and was going to break through the bottleneck very soon. On this day, Yi Yuan was currently cultivating when Fiery suddenly brought Little Flame and dropped in. Chapter 1106, Flamesoul Crystal. Looking at that piece of pale yellow crystal in Little Flame's hands, Yi Yuan's eyes stared until they became wide circles. Little Flame, this, Yi Yuan said somewhat not daring to believe it. Little Flame passed that pale yellow crystal in front of Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Big brother Yi Yuan, this is for you." This pale yellow crystal was not an ordinary item, but it was the Flamesoul Vast Universe Lotus's origin crystal body called Flamesoul Crystal. It could only condense one every 50,000 years. It was the crystallization of Little Flame's cultivation, which was also to say that Little Flame, this million-year-old spirit medicinal plant, only had a mere 20 pieces too. It was extremely valuable. Most importantly, the goal of Yi Yuan finding the Flamesoul Vast Universe Lotus was precisely for it. Receiving Little Flame's help previously, Yi Yuan dismissed this thought, planning to go and search in the outside world again later on. In the time that he stayed here, Yi Yuan did not reveal this notion either. Because if he took away the Flamesoul Crystal, Little Flame's cultivation base would be greatly damaged. Did not think that Little Flame actually took the Flamesoul Crystal today and gifted it to him. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. Only after being shocked for a long time, did Yi Yuan resist the temptation and pushed the Flamesoul Crystal back, shook his head, and said, "Little Flame, I admit that I'm here for it. But, I can't ask for this." Yi Yuan had a sincere look, but an expression of unwillingness to part still hung on his face. This Flamesoul Crystal, Yi Yuan was indeed very moved. However, Little Flame was Fiery's brother. He could not do such a thing. Little Flame and Fiery exchanged a glance, and suddenly started laughing hard. Yi Yuan was baffled by these two people's laughter and could not help asking curiously, "What are you guys laughing at?" Fiery said to Little Flame, "You see, I didn't lie to you, right? As long as Big Brother sincerely treats you as a friend, he absolutely won't accept the Flame Soul Crystal." Little Flame also said with a smile, "I know that humans are mostly selfish people. Didn't expect that Big Brother Yi Yuan is actually so sincere. Truly hard to come by. Fiery, I'm really envious of you, to have such a nice big brother." Speaking of this, Fiery also had a proud look as he said, "You don't think about it a little either. If Big Brother isn't good to me, how can I, a tier 4 essence fire, have such accomplishments within a short 20 over years time?" Yi Yuan listened to the two people's conversation with a doubtful look and finally perceived a little something. My, this Little Flame was deliberately using the Flame Soul Crystal to feel me out. This made Yi Yuan rather surprised. He even thought that Little Flame's thoughts were simple and did not have any guard up against humans. Looking at it now, it was him who thought too much. Little Flame was also an old monster that lived for 1,000,000 years. He even ruled over so many desolate beasts. He would not be simple no matter what. But Yi Yuan also knew that Little Flame was still very pure. Feeling him out was purely stemmed from feeling worried about someone from another race. Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile, "The two of you are really..." Little Flame said with a smile, "Big Brother Yi Yuan, please don't take offense. I was the one who forced Fiery to come and feel you out together. Our Bloodrain Wilderness's Herb Clan and Beast Clan all dislike humans very much. Hence, humans who come down to the 5th level, we would always kill without mercy. Except, I never thought that Big Brother Yi Yuan is really different from other humans." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "It's also very normal for you to be on guard against me. If it were me, I might do it even more excessively than you. Therefore, Little Flame, you don't have to have any burden. You're Fiery's brother, which is also my, Yi Yuan's, brother." Seeing Yi Yuan not take offense, Little Flame was delighted too. If Yi Yuan really fell out because of this matter, he knew that it would put Fiery on the spot. Heaven and earth spiritual plants, being able to transform and become primordial spirits, and even originate from the same family, it was truly incomparably rare. Hence, Little Flame also cherished Fiery all the more. This point, Fiery was similarly like so. Therefore, that was why they would feel like old friends at the first meeting. Little Flame said happily, "Big Brother Yi Yuan is really magnanimous. However, although I had the intention of probing, this piece of Flame Soul Crystal is really to gift to Big Brother Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan looked at Little Flame with a doubtful look and appeared slightly angry as he said, "Stop joking around. Little Flame, if you really don't believe me, I'll bring Fiery along and leave right now. Men have principles to adhere to and baselines. This Flame Soul Crystal, I cannot take it." Little Flame could not help being anxious the moment he heard and said, "Big Brother Yi Yuan, I'm not joking with you. This Flame Soul Crystal is really giving to you." Seeing that the expression on Little Flame did not seem to be feigned, Yi Yuan was really astonished and opened his mouth to say, "Little Flame, this is your origin crystal body. Once it leaves your body, your strength will greatly diminish. This thing, even if you really gave it to me, I can't accept it either. If it was gifted by other people, Yi Yuan would accept it without the slightest hesitation. But since there was Fiery, this layer of relationship there, Yi Yuan would not accept it." At this time, Fiery laughed and said, "Big Brother, just accept it. With me around, Little Flame's cultivation won't get damaged." Little Flame also said, "Fiery and I exchanged a piece of leaf, making us both have a trace of the other party's strength. The ability of the cleansing sandal flame lotus is even stronger than my main body. Obtaining Fiery's strength, not only will my strength not decrease, it will even advance a step further. Therefore, Big Brother Yi Yuan doesn't need to have any misgivings." Yi Yuan could not help being stunned, and he said, "There's still such a thing? It's my first time hearing about it." Fiery said with a smile, "Little Flame and I have bodies of the same origin. After exchanging, both sides will have a great advancement in strength. It's just that this sort of situation where bodies of the same origin both give birth to primordial spirits is too rare. The chances of two primordial spirits meeting each other are extremely rare. Hence, it's also not strange that Big Brother doesn't know about this matter." Yi Yuan thought about it and felt that way too. Fiery and Little Flame's encounter was indeed something rare to the extreme. Speaking of which, for me and Little Flame to be able to meet, it's all because of Big Brother still. If not for Big Brother bringing me out of the endless world, it would also be impossible for me and him to meet. Perhaps, everything is foreordained by heaven, Fiery said with a smile. Little Flame grabbed Yi Yuan's hand, placed the Flame Soul Crystal onto Yi Yuan's hand, and said with a smile, hence, Big Brother Yi Yuan, just accept it. Today's matter, Yi Yuan himself was dumbfounded. He completely did not think that such a miraculous encounter would actually occur still, by bringing Fiery out of the endless world back then. Perhaps it was really as Fiery said, everything was foreordained by the heavens. Talking up to here, Yi Yuan naturally would not be courteous anymore and said to Little Flame, since that's the case, then I won't be courteous with you anymore. Little Flame, today's matter, Big Brother Yi Yuan will remember it. There will come a day where Big Brother Yi Yuan will bring you out of this Bloodrain wilderness. Yi Yuan knew that the entire Bloodrain wilderness was an enormous sealed land. The sealing power of this place was frighteningly powerful. Otherwise, with these desolate beasts' terrifying strength, how could they possibly wait here obediently, and become the holy city disciples, objects of trial? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, a glimmer flashed in Little Flame's eyes too, revealing an expression of yearning. Nobody was willing to be sealed in this damned place. Little Flame said smilingly, Big Brother Yi Yuan doesn't need to be courteous. I still have to thank Big Brother Yi Yuan for bringing Fiery to the Bloodrain wilderness. Chapter 1107, Three Great Kings. In the depths of the Bloodrain wilderness's 5th level, 3 figures were currently surrounding a medicine spirit. The strength of one of the figures was extremely powerful. Under his suppression, the battle portrayed a one-sided situation. Very soon, that medicine spirit was thoroughly subdued. These 3 figures were precisely Yi Yuan, Little Flame, as well as Fiery. And the one with extremely fearsome battle prowess earlier was precisely Little Flame. The moment the fight started, Yi Yuan was struck dumb with amazement by Little Flame's combat power. He also did not expect that Little Flame's strength was actually so formidable. Yi Yuan reckoned that Little Flame's strength was absolutely not inferior to the 10 great divine kings. Sure enough, after giving birth to a primordial spirit, these heaven and earth spiritual plants unlocked their intelligence, and their cultivation speed even advanced at a tremendous pace. Yi Yuan even felt that if not restricted by heavenly Tao, Little Flame would likely have broken through to deity realm already. Little Flame's strength was still just at the 5th level. Then just how powerful was the strength of those living beings at the 6th level? Little Flame, you really broadened my horizons. If there wasn't you, wanting to capture this unrefined gold earth spirit grass would really not be easy, Yi Yuan said joyfully. Little Flame smiled and said, Big Brother Yi Yuan, you came prepared. Even if there wasn't me around, it probably can't escape either. This unrefined gold earth spirit grass was also a core medicine of the Tao-defying pill. Yi Yuan came to capture this unrefined gold earth spirit grass, Little Flame tagged along too. But did not expect that he became a great helper. In these few days, Little Flame finally also knew Yi Yuan's means, and he could not help feeling lingering fear. Only later on did he know that if not for him giving birth to a primordial spirit and becoming friends with Fiery, he would probably also have become a stock of spirit medicine in Yi Yuan's storage ring already. At that time, he asked Yi Yuan what would he do if he launched attacks at him. Yi Yuan told him about his contingencies with a broad smile, frightening him badly. Only at this time did Little Flame knew that, turns out Yi Yuan had long known about him like the palm of hands. Although his strength was much greater than Yi Yuan's, Yi Yuan was truly scheming against the unwary. The result was really hard to say. After all, each person had their own weakness, especially since Yi Yuan had long researched extremely thoroughly into the Tao-defying pill's 9 core medicines already. Wanting to capture them was not something very hard. Yi Yuan said with a big laugh, although that's the case, without you, wanting to catch him would probably still have to expend considerable effort. Little Flame said smilingly, hoo-hoo, in this 5th level, things that are able to make me apprehensive are really not many. However, Big Brother Yi Yuan, do you really want to go to the 6th level? Those few fellows in the 6th level are not that easy to get along with. Yi Yuan said with a nod, since the 6th level has the 10 fragrance immortal tuber, I must make this trip. With Little Flame, such a fine guide, Yi Yuan naturally would not let it pass. How many of the 9 core medicines the Bloodrain wilderness had, Yi Yuan naturally had to inquire clearly. The unrefined gold earth spirit grass was one, the 10 fragrance immortal tuber was another. Except, the place where the 10 fragrance immortal tuber was at, was the even more dangerous 6th level. When Yuan obtained this news, he hesitated for a while, too, but still decided to make a trip in the end. The 9 core ingredients were too hard to come by. Once missed it, wanting to find it again would need God knows how long. This Bloodrain wilderness could be said to be the most flourishing place for the divine realm's spirit medicines. But it only had a mere 3 kinds as well. The rarity could be imagined. Little Flame asked Fiery, "Big brother Yuan wants to go, you're sure that you want to go too?" Fiery nodded and said, "Of course. Where Big brother goes to, I'm going there." Little Flame heaved a sigh and said, "All right then. Big brother Yuan, the 6th level, I can't go there. Otherwise, I'll be directly obliterated by the power of restrictions. Hold this lotus leaf well. Using it at a critical moment will be equivalent to my all-out attack. Perhaps it can let you escape a crisis." Yuan was not courteous either. Receiving the lotus leaf, he clasped his hands and said, "Thanks." Toward Little Flame naturally could not bear to part with him leaving. It was just that he knew that he and Fiery would have to be separated sooner or later. With Fiery opening up a path, naturally, no one dared to provoke Yuan in the 5th level anymore. Little Flame sent the 2 people to the entrance area leading to the 6th level and was still reluctant to part as he said, "Big brother Yuan, Fiery, you guys have to come back and visit me." Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, wait till I find the 10 fragrance immortal tuber, I'll definitely come back to see you." Seeing the 2 people off, vanishing inside the transmission array, Little Flame had a wistful look. Entering the 6th level, Yuan felt that even breathing became a little difficult. Faintly perceptible powerful auras transmitted over from far away, making people shudder without feeling cold. According to Little Flame, this 6th level had 3 great kings. They were respectively the single-horned Moyan beast, heaven-tunneling rat, as well as the heavenly thunder purple bamboo. The former 2 were desolate beasts, while the heavenly thunder purple bamboo was a powerful primordial spirit. But regardless of which one, they were all overwhelmingly powerful. "Big brother, those 3 great kings' strengths are so powerful. I just entered the 6th level and actually had a thought of prostrating in worship," Fiery said in alarm. Fiery was a heaven and earth spiritual plant too. Presently, his strength was not weak either. Before this, he had never had such a thought appear before. But now, this thought suddenly welled up in his heart. But Yuan shook his head when he heard that and said, Little Flame said, "Those 3 great kings are not deity realm powerhouses. Since they are not deity realm powerhouses, even if they are any stronger, it's impossible to make you give rise to such a thought either." Fiery could not help being stupefied when he heard and said, "Then, what's going on? If my conjectures are right, what made you produce to this kind of thought, is likely coming from the 7th level. It's just that this mysterious 7th level, no one has ever gone there before. What kind of existences are there, nobody knows. But without a doubt, the 7th level's existences are definitely terrifying to the extreme," Yuan said with a slightly grim look. Not just Fiery, Yuan himself naturally sensed it too. Upon entering the 6th level, Yuan sensed that there was a terrifying aura attempting to make him yield. But the strange thing was, the moment this aura touched him, the soul-suppressing pearl suddenly emitted a strange undulation, and directly repelled this aura back. Yuan seemed to sense that this aura seemed to have profaned the soul-suppressing pearl, making it angry. It was as if that terrifying aura had affronted it. This discovery made Yuan abnormally shocked. The soul-suppressing pearl was a really hard-to-fathom existence. But no matter what, that aura was unable to affect Yuan anymore. "I heard that Zhuge Qingshan entered the 6th level before. If my conjectures are right, he must have come aiming for the deity realm. Looking at it now, the 6th level shouldn't have secrets relating to the deity realm. Rather, that 7th level might really have secrets concerning deity realm. It's just, don't know if he went in or not. Fiery, you'd best enter the vast heaven pagoda," Yuan said. Fiery nodded his head and was directly taken in by Yuan. His condition was clearly not too suited to continue penetrating deep in. Little Flame said that the 10 fragrance immortal tuber is within a 10,000-mile radius of the transmission array. Better find it as soon as possible and leave, so as to prevent unnecessary complications from cropping up. Once we startled the 3 great kings, it wouldn't be good. Yi Yuan restrained his aura and started searching for the 10 fragrance immortal tuber. Chapter 1108, 5-colored ever-growing soil. Yi Yuan deployed Heaven-Man Unity Heart Realm to the limits, taking everything in the surrounding into his sight. Those powerful existences, Yi Yuan avoided them one by one. To martial artists, 10,000 miles was not too large of an area. It did not take much time for Yi Yuan to search. Finally, 3 days later, Yi Yuan found traces of the 10 fragrance immortal tuber. The 10 fragrance immortal tuber was an earth attribute spirit medicine, adept at escaping through the earth. The strength of the medicine spirit was also not to be trifled with. But these did not pose any difficulty to Yi Yuan. He did not act rashly and alert the enemy, but laid down several Tier 9 array formations in the vicinity, enclosing its surrounding area into a metal bucket. This way, the 10 fragrance immortal tuber would be hard-pressed to escape even if it had wings. However, just as Yi Yuan was planning on taking action to subdue the 10 fragrance immortal tuber, an abnormality suddenly occurred. The 10 fragrance immortal tuber suddenly went berserk, ramming against the grand array abruptly. What made Yi Yuan stare dumbfoundedly with his mouth agape was that the originally impregnable grand array actually collapsed with a loud bang under the 10 fragrance immortal tuber's one strike. The 10 fragrance immortal tuber breached the grand array and sped towards the depths of the 6th level with immense speed. Yi Yuan had no time to dwell on it. Immediately merging into heaven and earth, he chased after it. It was just that this 10 fragrance immortal tuber's fleeing speed was actually incomparably fast. Yi Yuan actually could not catch up within a short time. It looked like the 10 fragrance immortal tuber was about to run out of the 10,000-mile radius. Yi Yuan could not help feeling greatly anxious. Forget about startling the 3 great kings, even startling the kind of existences like Little Flame, he would be unable to bear the consequences of failure too. Yi Yuan was very confident in his own strength, but he was not yet confident to the extent of being wildly conceited. The 3 great kings, that kind of existence, he was absolutely not a match. Unknowingly, the 2, one chased, one ran, already far exceeded the range of 10,000-mile radius. Can't keep chasing like this anymore, going all out. Yi Yuan's face fell, and the evil extermination sword was suddenly unleashed. The speed of the evil extermination sword flooded with divine essence was inconceivable quick, directly pinning down the 10 fragrance immortal tuber in the midst of escaping. Yi Yuan could not help being overjoyed when he saw the situation and chased after with a flash. At present, it was also uncertain how far out he chased. Yi Yuan did not dare to stay and immediately sealed the 10 fragrance immortal tuber, planning on speeding over to the transmission array. But right at this time, an extremely powerful divine sense suddenly descended, locking Yi Yuan down firmly. Yi Yuan was akin to being struck by lightning, his entire person paralyzed there. This pressure, Yi Yuan had only sensed it before on Spirit Bristle, that kind of existence. Without a doubt, the owner of this divine sense was likely one of the 3 great kings. Yi Yuan sighed slightly in his heart. He did not expect that he would still alarm them in the end. A purple-shirt youth slowly walked out of the void. Staring at Yi Yuan with an unfriendly expression, he said coldly, "Ignorant human, you actually dared to act wildly in this king's boundary." Yi Yuan's scalp tingled. This purple-shirt youth, barring no accidents, was likely the heavenly thunder purple bamboo. The powerful undulations coming off his body, even Yi Yuan felt his heart palpitate too. This one is most likely senior heavenly thunder purple bamboo, right? Junior Yi Yuan having affronted senior is seriously against my will. This 10 fragrance immortal tuber is too important to this junior. If it disturbed senior's cultivation, Yi Yuan is willing to compensate with other things. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said. The heavenly thunder purple bamboo shot Yi Yuan a cold glance and said with a cold smile, laughable. Do you think that there's still something in this world that can move this king? Yi Yuan could not help feeling awkward when he heard. To the heavenly thunder purple bamboo, this level of existence, most likely what could move them, was only that fleeting and ephemeral deity realm. Or perhaps, bringing them out of this space. Except, Yi Yuan could say these words to Little Flame, but was unable to say them to the heavenly thunder purple bamboo. Because he would not believe it at all. Of course, Yi Yuan still had the vast heaven steel and soul-suppressing pearl, this sort of heaven-defying treasures. But it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to take them out. The heavenly thunder purple bamboo said coolly, "You, boy, your strength isn't strong. To actually be able to walk to the 6th level, it makes this king somewhat surprised. That aura earlier should be a divine artifact, right? Luckily, who you ran into was this king. If it were those two fellows, they probably wouldn't be as amiable. Yi Yuan's expression turned apprehensive, thinking to himself that this guy indeed took fancy on his divine artifact. But the evil extermination sword, he absolutely would not hand it over. Whatever request Senior have, feel free to say. What Yi Yuan can accomplish, I definitely won't decline. But this divine artifact, Yi Yuan said. The heavenly thunder purple bamboo said disdainfully, relax, divine artifacts are useless to me. But I'm rather interested in you. Stay behind and be my servant for 10,000 years. At that time, I'll naturally let you leave. Yi Yuan knew that this guy would not say anything nice. Disregarding other things, how could Yi Yuan be someone contented to bow down to others? This, Junior can't do it, Yi Yuan said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. He did not wish to get into a conflict with the heavenly thunder purple bamboo, but it did not mean that he was really scared of the heavenly thunder purple bamboo. The heavenly thunder purple bamboo seemed to have long expected it and said with a cold smile, "You brat, could it be that you're making a joke out of this king? Divine artifact can't, being a servant can't as well. Why don't you say what else you have that can make this king take fancy upon?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "I wonder if Senior is interested in 5-colored ever-growing soil." The heavenly thunder purple bamboo originally still had a never making a concession appearance. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, his expression immediately changed and he said, You actually have 5-colored ever-growing soil too. Quickly take it out." It was also no wonder that the heavenly thunder purple bamboo was astonished. The 5-colored ever-growing soil possessed lethal allure to any plant. Legends had it that the 5-colored ever-growing soil was an earth attribute supreme treasure, containing the power of the 5 elements source. The heavenly thunder purple bamboo, this kind of heaven and earth spiritual plant could glimpse into the source of the great Tao through the 5-colored ever-growing soil. Reaching the heavenly thunder purple bamboo's level of realm, there naturally was nothing that they would take fancy upon anymore. But that did not mean that they did not have the room for improvement. This 5-colored ever-growing soil was precisely one of the things that could let him advance further. So much so that if heavenly Tao laws was able to allow deity realm to appear once more, this 5-colored ever-growing soil was absolutely able to let him cross that heavenly chasm. The heavenly thunder purple bamboo totally thought that Yi Yuan had the 5-colored ever-growing soil on him. Who knew that Yi Yuan shook his head and said very scoundrelly, "Don't have." The heavenly thunder purple bamboo's agitation instantly turned into rage. A terrifying aura immediately enveloped Yi Yuan. "You dare to fool this king? Truly tired of living," the heavenly thunder purple bamboo said. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Senior, don't get worked up. It looks like Senior should have seen the 5-colored ever-growing soil before, right?" The heavenly thunder purple bamboo was not dumb either. He instantly understood Yi Yuan's meaning and said with a cold smile, "Your meaning is that you're planning on using that guy's stuff to bribe this king, to make this king let you go. Hey, brat, you really calculated really well. This kind of empty promise, do you really take this king to be a 3-year-old kid?" That guy that the heavenly thunder purple bamboo was talking about was precisely Zhuge Qingshan. According to what Yi Yuan knew, Zhuge Qingshan had precisely a chunk of 5-colored ever-growing soil in his hands. It was viewed by him as a forbidden slice of meat, and he absolutely did not permit others encroach on it. The heavenly thunder purple bamboo's current expression naturally illustrated that Zhuge Qingshan had indeed come to the 6th level before. Furthermore, he even made a deal with the heavenly thunder purple bamboo before. It was just that the heavenly thunder purple bamboo did not seem to have agreed to him. Chapter 1109. You tricked me. Clearly, the heavenly thunder purple bamboo had already reached the brink of eruption. Yi Yuan's insincere promise already made him lose the last of his patience. However, Yi Yuan did not care about his attitude and just said with a faint smile, "Senior, don't get angry first. Even if you kill me, there's no benefit to you either. But if you let me go, within 10 years, I'll definitely offer up the 5-colored ever-growing soil. This transaction, I wonder how Senior feels about it." The heavenly thunder purple bamboo said solemnly, "That brat's strength is evenly matched with me. Back then, the 3 of us also expended considerable strength before repelling him. Just the likes of you, a brat whose hair isn't even fully grown, also dared to say this sort of big talk. Aren't you afraid of your teeth falling out? Don't bully a young man for being poor, Senior. How would you know that after 10 years, I won't be Zhuge Qingshan's match 1. Yi Yuan had a calm look. What exuded was thick confidence. He admitted that Zhuge Qingshan was strong, very strong. He could even be said to be the divine realm's #1 person. But Yi Yuan had faith to catch up within 10 years, even surpass him. With the vast heaven stone steel and soul-suppressing pearl, if Yi Yuan could not even surpass Zhuge Qingshan, then he, this son of heaven's mandate, was also too useless. Seeing that composed look of Yi Yuan's, no idea why, the heavenly thunder purple bamboo actually believed Yi Yuan for that split second. Because the confidence that Yi Yuan showed was completely different from that sort of wild arrogance. That was the confidence belonging to a powerhouse. Every world-shocking powerhouse would have this kind of calm confidence. Humph, talk is cheap. I want to see what kind of means you have to dare say this sort of big talk. I'll use 50% power to unleash a move. If you can resist it, what's the harm in promising you? Said the heavenly thunder purple bamboo with a cold snort. Yi Yuan said self-assuredly, Senior, go ahead and make your move. Seeing Yi Yuan's relaxed appearance, the heavenly thunder purple bamboo could not help being suspicious. But he was a peerless powerhouse at any rate. He naturally would not show leniency because of this hint of suspicion. A powerhouse like him, even if it was just 50% power, it was also not what ordinary void mystic powerhouses could withstand. Using 50% strength was plenty to effortlessly cut down Zhao Lingdong, this class of powerhouse. In the heavenly thunder purple bamboo's view, even if Yi Yuan had a divine artifact, it was absolutely impossible to block this blow of his either. The heavenly thunder purple bamboo seriously could not figure out just where this confidence of Yi Yuan's originated from. Only to see the heavenly thunder purple bamboo slowly reach a finger out. All of a sudden, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, akin to the might of heavenly tribulation. Lightning of punishment. The heavenly thunder purple bamboo slowly spat these 3 words out of his mouth. Although it was just 50% power, the might of this bolt of lightning was 100 times as powerful as Yi Yuan's heavenly tribulation back then. When Yi Yuan saw that finger, his gaze contracted too. If 50% power had such might, then wouldn't 100% power have the ability to destroy the world? The fame of the heavenly thunder purple bamboo was indeed well deserving. Quick as thought, in a blink of an eye, this bolt of lightning descended from the sky, smiting right for Yi Yuan. But no idea when, Yi Yuan's hand actually had an additional wooden stick. The heavenly thunder purple bamboo was rather satisfied with this lightning of punishment move of his, just nice taking it easy, wanting to see how Yi Yuan would respond. But when he saw that wooden stick in Yi Yuan's hands, his expression could not help changing drastically. Origin magnetism spirit wood. This boy actually has origin magnetism spirit wood. The heavenly thunder purple bamboo exclaimed in shock. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, directly sticking the origin magnetism spirit wood in his hand into the dirt. That terrifying bolt of lightning landed straight for the top of Yi Yuan's head. But just as it was about to land on Yi Yuan, it actually deviated a tiny bit bizarrely, landing on the origin magnetism spirit wood. Buzz. No earth-shaking exploding sounds transmitted over, but the origin magnetism spirit wood erupted with rays of brilliant light, seemingly incomparably joyful. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Many thanks to Senior for bestowing lightning. My origin magnetism spirit would just happen to be on the verge of breaking through. With Senior's lightning, breaking through to middle stage tier 9 should be sufficient. The last time Yi Yuan transcended tribulation, the origin magnetism spirit would similarly absorbed large quantities of source power, successfully breaking through to tier 9. But just earlier, when the lightning of punishment was just about to smite Yi Yuan, the origin magnetism spirit would absorbed it over instantly, greedily absorbing the power of lightning. The heavenly thunder purple bamboo was a heaven and earth spiritual plant with an extremely powerful lightning attribute. His cultivation realm was far greater than the origin magnetism spirit would. Even though it was just a careless attack of the heavenly thunder purple bamboo, the energy undulations contained within was extremely powerful. The origin magnetism spirit would had long reached the boundary of breakthrough already. With this bolt of lightning, it broke through to middle stage tier 9 very quickly. Boy, you tricked me, the heavenly thunder purple bamboo said with a black face. He completely did not think that Yi Yuan actually still had such a trump card. If Yi Yuan had other treasures, the heavenly thunder purple bamboo had sufficient confidence to directly shatter it using that attack earlier. Even a divine artifact would not cut it either. But only the similarly heaven and earth spiritual plant, the origin magnetism spirit wood, could fully absorb his lightning powers. Because this bolt of lightning was not some heaven-defying attack to the origin magnetism spirit wood. It was the best nourishment. It was also precisely because of so that Yi Yuan dared to agree to accept the heavenly thunder purple bamboo's conditions. Yi Yuan said smilingly, I didn't say anything. It was Senior yourself who wanted to test Junior's strength. Moreover, Senior also didn't say that can't use origin magnetism spirit wood, right? The heavenly thunder purple bamboo could not help choking up and was actually at a loss for words. He felt that he had completely fallen into the trap that Yi Yuan set up. Looks like this brat had been setting up a trap for him from the very beginning. If he had long known that it would be like this, might as well directly smite him down. The moment he came up. Save the nonsense too. Although this attack earlier was absorbed by the origin magnetism spirit wood, it still did not mean that Yi Yuan was really immune to the heavenly thunder purple bamboo. Earlier, Yi Yuan was scheming against the unwary, only taking out the origin magnetism spirit wood at the last second, resulting in the heavenly thunder purple bamboo not having time to react at all. The heavenly thunder purple bamboo also had feelings of belittlement towards Yi Yuan. That was why he resulted in such an outcome. If he unleashed that blow earlier with full power, even with the origin magnetic field, Yi Yuan would have to suffer serious injuries too. Ha ha ha, purple bamboo, you can't even take care of a little baby, how disgraceful. At this time, a voice suddenly transmitted out from within the void, laughing wildly. A massive figure slowly walked out from within the void. This gigantic figure looked rather like a bull, but it only had one horn. Yi Yuan practically determined at the first moment that this should be the single-horned Moyan beast of the three great kings. When the heavenly thunder purple bamboo heard this laughter, his face turned black to the extreme. Yi Yuan lost all of his face with this. Squeak squeak, really making your grandpa rat die of laughter. An exalted king was actually tricked by a human child. Another voice sounded out. A giant rat scurried out from underground and laughed mockingly at the heavenly thunder purple bamboo. Yi Yuan could not help despairing in his heart. The sixth level's three great kings actually gathered together all at once. A heavenly thunder purple bamboo was already extremely hard to deal with. Three appearing all of a sudden, how could he escape? Yi Yuan's thoughts flashed like lightning, racking his brain hard for a strategy to escape. Chapter 11:10. The formidable strength of Peak Void Mystic. Brat, you caused me to make such a big fool of myself. You deserve death. These three great kings were mortal enemies in the sixth level. Neither one was acquiescent to the other. But Yi Yuan's scheme earlier was seen by the other two beasts. How could this not enrage the heavenly thunder purple bamboo? He was currently filled with killing intent towards Yi Yuan already. The heavenly thunder purple bamboo slowly reached a finger out. The oppression this time was even more terrifying compared to the previous time. This finger, the heavenly thunder purple bamboo used 70% power. That violent energy undulation made Yi Yuan's heart palpitate. Ha ha ha, human brat. Kneel down and beg this king. Perhaps this king will be happy and agree to take action to save you. The single-horned Moyan beast laughed wildly and said. Yi Yuan shot him a glance coldly and shouted, Scram. The single-horned Moyan beast, who was earlier laughing wildly incessantly, suddenly froze with a gaping huge mouth. He said solemnly, Brat, you're courting death here. The three of them were all unrivaled powerhouses, the absolute kings in the sixth level. Who dared to be so insolent in front of him? Yet, Yi Yuan sent him a scram word. But that heaven-tunneling rat rolled on the ground from laughter and said, Ha ha ha. Single-horned, I didn't think that you also ate a loss. This human brat is really quite interesting. Just as they were talking, another bolt of lightning landed. Seeing this attack, the heaven-tunneling rat squeaked with laughter and said, Ah. Purple bamboo, that guy is really furious this time. This brat is dead for sure this time. The single-horned Moyan beast had an incredibly grim look by the side. But he approved of the heaven-tunneling rat's words very much. This attack practically contained 70% of the heavenly thunder purple bamboo's power. Even if they were dealing with it, it would expend some effort too, let alone this human fourth-level Dao profound brat in front of them. The two of them retreated a distance away sensibly to avoid being implicated by accident. Purple bamboo's 70% lightning of punishment was not joking around. Especially when they knew that purple bamboo's offensive power was incomparably fearsome to begin with. Confronting it head-on, it would be sufficient for even them to choke on too. A power that cleaved the heavens and covered the earth crushed down towards Yuan. At this instant, Yuan felt like the entire firmament was almost collapsing. This purple bamboo's strength was in existence on par with Zhuge Qingshan. Such a powerhouse was too terrifying. This was still Yuan's first time witnessing such a terrifying attack face-on in 2 lifetimes. The previous life, it was completely impossible for those 10 great divine kings to make a move against him. This time, Yuan finally experienced what kind of existence true peak divine kings were. This attack was already unavoidable. Right now, Yuan could only have a frontal battle, even though he knew that the outcome of a frontal clash could only be death. But letting him submit without putting up resistance, he was unresigned to it. Yuan suddenly transformed and turned into an enormous azure dragon. Seeing this scene, the 3 kings' expressions all changed. They never thought that Yuan actually still had such a contingency move. Especially the single-horned Moyan beast and heaven-tunneling rat, the 2 of them were desolate beasts, having common ancestry with the demon race. That terrifying true dragon pressure actually made them have an impulse to prostrate in worship. Of course, their level of existence would not really prostrate in worship. It was just that kind of palpitation originating from the depths of the bloodline still made them endlessly shocked. This brat's true dragon bloodline was pure to the extreme. However, a scene that made them even more astonished occurred. In that instant he transformed, Yuan took out the vast heaven steel. Vast heaven steel, open. Yuan gave a fierce cry. The vast heaven steel instantly soared, smashing over towards the thunderbolt. Without any flashiness, just a ruthless smash, it was wrapped with the might of heaven and earth. The purple bamboo's thunderbolt brought the firmament along and suppressed down, while Yuan's vast heaven steel wanted to smash a hole out in the firmament. What the hell is this? Just a smash and it has such terrifying power. If this brat was able to use this stone plaque, the result would be hard to predict. The single-horned Moyan beast secretly exhaled. With his strength, he was naturally able to sense the mysterious aura coming off of the vast heaven steel. Although he did not recognize it, he knew that this stone plaque was definitely not an ordinary item. At this instant, the single-horned Moyan beast and heaven-tunneling rat both made up their minds. The moment Yuan died, they would immediately step forward to snatch this stone plaque. With this stone plaque, their strength would surely increase greatly. The thunderbolt and the vast heaven steel clashed directly, emitting a heaven-shaking boom. The single-horned Moyan beast and heaven-tunneling rat retreated once more as well, in order to avoid being affected by this attack. The tremendous backlash force that came from the vast heaven steel immediately shocked Yuan to severe injuries, spewing out a large mouthful of fresh blood. But the thunderbolt directly pressed on the vast heaven steel, crushing down towards Yuan. This attack of purple bamboos must thoroughly suppress Yuan. If he could not even suppress a measly little Yuan, then he could not lift his head up at all in front of the other 2 great kings in the future. Yuan disregarded the injuries on his body, bringing forth the strongest coiling dragon heaven devastating palm while having blood in his mouth. An azure dragon phantom soared to the sky, flying straight for the vast heaven steel. The vast heaven steel that received this blow that shot up to the sky actually slowly stopped crashing down. It gradually stabilized. However, purple bamboo's lightning of punishment had not utterly dissipated yet. At this time, Yuan's body slammed heavily onto the ground, directly smashing out a deep crater. Yuan immediately recovered to human form and brought out the evil extermination sword. Without the slightest hesitation, Yuan used his strongest attack again. Another tremendous backlash force shook Yuan until even his internal organs were displaced. Divine King Domain. How is this possible? This human brat is simply too monstrous. 4th level Dao profound, and he's actually able to comprehend concepts to such a profound level. The heaven-tunneling rat looked at Yuan and said in disbelief. Yuan practically exhausted all of his trump cards. This time, he finally utterly dispersed this bolt of lightning of punishment from purple bamboo. However, Yuan was drenched in blood all over currently, and he was completely unable to move a muscle anymore. Looks like the 10 great divine kings' appraisal indeed isn't groundless. This level of powerhouse is too terrifying. Yuan laid on the ground and said with a bitter smile. Purple bamboo's expression was incredibly ugly. He did not think that he used 70% power and was actually unable to immediately kill Yuan. However, his current thoughts were already no longer placed on Yuan. because Single Horn and Heaven Tunneling Rat were already speeding towards the vast Heaven Steel with exceptionally swift speed. Through this attack just now, he was already perfectly clear that this vast Heaven Steel was absolutely not an ordinary item. Three figures sped towards the vast Heaven Steel with incredible speed. Seeing this scene, Yuan was helpless to the extreme too. The present him already did not have a trace of strength to stop these three great kings. The three people's strengths were about on par, practically reaching the vast Heaven Steel at the same time. Looking at the three of them were about to touch the vast Heaven Steel, an abnormality occurred once again. The area where the vast Heaven Steel was at, a surge of strange energy suddenly appeared, and directly exploded. Chapter 11:11. Mysterious Powerhouse from the 7th level. A blinding white light flashed past. The area where the vast Heaven Stone Steel was at exploded with a loud bang. Powerful as the three kings were, they were actually sent flying by the power of this explosion. When the seriously injured Yuan saw this scene, he stared dumbfounded with his jaws slack too. That explosion just now was too terrifying. Yuan was seriously unable to imagine just what kind of existence could unleash such a move. One had to know that the three great kings were already existences at the summit of the divine realm. Who else could be even stronger than the three of them? Yuan could not help being alarmed, his gaze abruptly turning towards the depths of the 6th level. Who else in the divine realm could defeat the three great kings so effortlessly? There was only that mysterious existence in the Bloodrain Wilderness's 7th level. An intangible divine sense suddenly descended. The feeling that this divine sense gave Yuan was akin to a vast ocean, unfathomable. The three great kings hastily crawled with their feet and lay down in prostration in the direction of the 7th level, not daring to move a muscle. Suddenly, the vast Heaven Stone Steel actually directly flew away, flying towards the 7th level's depths. Seeing this scene, Yuan's eyes stared until they became wide circles. The vast Heaven Steel acknowledged him as its master. What was the meaning of flying away now? But in the next second, something that made Yuan even more dumbfounded happened. His evil extermination sword actually broke free, similarly flying away out of control. What on earth is going on? Yuan's astonishment could not be any greater. Right at this time, a deep voice that had experienced many vicissitudes of life descended from the sky. Divine items such as these are not what the likes of you all can take a share in. The three people's entire body trembled, and they hurriedly said, "Yes, Your Excellency. It was us, who overestimated our ability. Bring him to see me." That mysterious voice sounded out once more. Yuan was alarmed inwardly when he heard that. Him, was clearly referring to him. But Yuan was even more curious. He was very curious whether or not this 7th level's existence was really a deity realm powerhouse. Could it be that there were really still deity realm powerhouses in this world? Yuan was unable to move at this time. He could only allow the three great kings to bring him away as they pleased. But riding on the single-horned Moyun beast's body, that feeling was still pretty good. The three great kings were all incessantly flustered currently. They did not know what relations Yuan had with the 7th level's lord. They were sealed in the 6th level for God knows how many years, but had never seen His Excellency actually take the initiative to request to meet someone. This was an unprecedented event. If Yuan really had some relation with His Excellency, that joke earlier would have been really bad. Especially the Heavenly Thunder Purple Bamboo. He beat Yuan until like this was simply dreadful. The three of them being in the 6th level for so many years, they were too clear how formidable His Excellency's strength was. Claiming their lives was merely a matter of waving a hand. Along the way, the Heavenly Thunder Purple Bamboo's emotions were incomparably complicated. He wanted to go and apologize to Yuan but was also afraid that His Excellency was just curious about Yuan and was still going to kill him in the end. Not apologizing, he was also afraid that Yuan was really related to His Excellency. It troubled him to death. The three people's speed was rather swift. They only used half a day's effort and arrived at the 7th level's entrance area. Half a day's time, Yuan consumed medicinal pills, and his injuries were also much better, and he was already able to get down and walk around. Arriving here, the 7th level's undulation appeared all the more powerful. The feeling that the three great kings gave people was already powerful to the extreme. But compared to the undulations coming from the 7th level, they were on completely different levels. "Come on in, Junior." A mysterious voice could be heard. Yuan knew that there was no leeway for him to refuse either. Straight away, he directly entered the transmission array without much hesitation. Suddenly, it was pitch black in front of Yuan. The 7th level's appearance was extremely far from what his imagination. This place seemed to be a different space. No bloodrain, no desolate beasts, no spirit medicines as well. What there was just a pair of incomparably profound eyes. Yes, the area where Yuan's gaze reached, there was only a pair of eyes, no other objects apart from that. This pair of eyes were buried in the darkness but was so conspicuous, akin to 2 lighthouses shining. But Yuan could sense that ahead was a powerful restrictive force. As long as he advanced a little more, he would immediately be annihilated by this restrictive force. Yuan attempted to communicate with the vast heaven steel and evil extermination sword, but he discovered that these 2 divine artifacts were akin to rocks that had sunk into the ocean. They were not giving him any bit of response at all. With this, Yuan's heart hit rock bottom. Junior, stop wasting your strength. These 2 divine items landing in your hands is simply a wanton waste of God's good gifts. That mysterious voice opened his mouth to speak again. Yuan's face turned black, and he said, "That's my own business. Don't need to trouble your esteemed self to worry." A terrifying aura instantly enveloped Yuan. Yuan felt like someone was clutching his throat, practically making him asphyxiated. Just a burst of aura that escaped made Yuan powerless to revolt. This mysterious powerhouse's strength was truly terrifying to the extreme. "You, this junior, are so wildly arrogant. Aren't you afraid that this lord will kill you in a rage?" The mysterious powerhouse said with sullen anger. At this time, the soul-suppressing pearl finally showed its power. A surge of faint red glow spread out, easily repelling that burst of aura back. Yuan instantly felt the pressure on his body lighten, and he was finally able to breathe. While at this time, the mysterious powerhouse's aura clearly had a trace of disturbance. Soul-suppressing pearl. It's indeed the soul-suppressing pearl. Didn't expect it. The soul-suppressing pearl really saw the light of day anew. "Junior, your destiny is truly heaven-defying," the mysterious powerhouse said excitedly. Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said, "This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right?" The mysterious powerhouse could not help choking up and said crossly, "I say, you, this junior, why are you so impulsive when speaking? Can't you have a talk properly?" Yuan said coolly, "Return the vast heaven steel and evil extermination sword. I can naturally have a proper talk then." Yuan could sense that this mysterious powerhouse did not seem to have any ill intentions toward him. Using his aura to suppress him earlier was merely in order to punish the latter slightly. That was all. It was just that the vast heaven steel and evil extermination sword landing in other people's hands, Yuan kept feeling anxious. This mysterious powerhouses clearly had words to say to him. Hence, if he was a little impudent, the other party should not really make a move to kill. If he really wanted to kill, he would have long killed too. If Yuan's conjectures were right, this mysterious powerhouse should have some history with the vast heaven steel and evil extermination sword. Otherwise, he could not snatch them from his hands so easily. "You, this junior, are so petty." This lord just had not met with old friends for many years and was somewhat agitated for a moment, that's all. "Rest assured, since the vast heaven steel was obtained by you, it shows that you're this generation's son of heaven's mandate. This lord won't snatch your divine artifact. If the vast heaven steel is yours, it's yours. Nobody can snatch it away," the mysterious powerhouse said. Done talking, 2 streams of flowing light shot out from within the darkness and suspended in front of Yuan. They were precisely the vast heaven steel and evil extermination sword. "However, it is not that this lord is looking down on you, but your way of using the vast heaven steel. It is truly a bright pearl covered by sand in your hands." The mysterious powerhouse suddenly followed up saying his words. Chapter 11-12. Ancient Heaven 1 Sect. The vast heaven steel and evil extermination sword arrived in front of Yuan. That feeling of blood being thicker than water instantly recovered again. Only at this time did Yuan finally set his mind at ease. But towards the mysterious powerhouse's words, Yuan became interested too. The vast heaven steel could be said to be Yuan's greatest trump card currently. It was even more powerful than the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm and limitless life-death sword. But the vast heaven steel's method of usage was pouring in emperor chi, then smashing it toward the opponent. Although simple, the power was incomparably powerful. The vast heaven steel contained extremely profound power of laws. Even if it was just a toss, it was extraordinary too. But right now, Hearing the mysterious powerhouse's meaning, the vast heaven steel clearly still had other methods of usage. Furthermore, the power was clearly much stronger than smashing towards the opponent. I beseech Senior to condescend to teach. Yuan clasped his hands and said, finally can have a proper talk. Since you're this generation's son of heaven's mandate, then do you know the origins of this vast heaven steel? The mysterious powerhouse said. Yuan shook his head blankly and said, I'm unaware. He only knew that this vast heaven steel's previous owner was Fang Tian. As for the rest, he really did not know. Over 100,000 years ago, heaven and earth had a cataclysmic change, forming a discontinuity in legacies. Many things were submerged in the long river of history along with divine Tao. But very clearly, this vast heaven steel's history was definitely far more long-standing than 100,000 years. That Heaven One sect's one name, have you heard before? The mysterious powerhouse asked again. Yuan still shook his head blankly. Seeing the situation, the mysterious powerhouse sighed and said, looks like time has already extinguished everything. Yuan asked curiously, was this Heaven One sect very powerful? The mysterious powerhouse said laughingly, hey, they were naturally strong. The ancient Heaven One sect was one of the divine realm's three great leader sects, in full flourish for a time. Especially around 1 million years ago, that generation's sect master Taoist absolute heaven came soaring into existence, virtually sweeping across the divine realm. The other two leader sects also had no choice but to temporarily hide their fangs, and treated the Heaven One sect as the head. The mysterious powerhouse's tone was also filled with admiration when mentioning Taoist absolute heaven. However, towards absolute heaven this name, it was rather familiar to Yuan's ears. He thought about it and finally recalled that he had once heard it before from Jia Lan. It seemed like the one who sealed Jia Lan was precisely Taoist absolute heaven. Looking at it this way, this Taoist absolute heaven was most likely a truly terrifying existence. Moreover, Yuan knew that Jia Lan was merely a small fry. What was truly powerful was still that Holy Mother Devil Flower. Holy Mother Devil Flower was similarly sealed by Taoist absolute heaven. It could be seen from this that this person was really powerful to the extreme. Presumably, Taoist absolute heaven was that generation's son of heaven's mandate, right? Yuan was suddenly somewhat clear. That's right, 1 million years ago, the fiend race suddenly appeared. Under the leadership of the two great heavenly fiend gods, the Holy Mother Devil Flower and Kanuo, they swept across the entire divine realm very quickly. Absolute heaven commanded the divine realm and led the Heaven One sect and various great sects to forcefully resist the fiend race, finally sealing all of them. It was just that after sealing Kanuo, absolute heaven was already an expiring lamp, and he finally left this world. The mysterious powerhouse's words were filled with melancholy and regret. Although the mysterious powerhouse said it simply, Yuan knew that that great paramount battle 1 million years ago was surely incomparably tragic. And hearing that the Holy Mother Devil Flower was actually in existence on the same level as absolute heaven, Yuan's brows could not help knitting together tightly. This was not good news. Yuan also did not think that what was sealed inside the immemorial medicine garden was actually one of the two great fiends, the Holy Mother Devil Flower. Also, Kanuo, although Yuan had not heard of this name before, the title of Heavenly Fiend God, he had heard of it to some extent. That great battle 50,000 years ago, Fang Tian's opponent was precisely a self-proclaimed Heavenly Fiend God. If this Heavenly Fiend God was Kanuo, then wouldn't it mean that two great fiends actually all came into being? The mysterious powerhouse detected Yuan's oddness and opened his mouth to ask, since you obtained the vast heaven steel, the fiend race should have come into being once more, right? Could it be that you've already come into contact with them? Yuan did not hide it, briefly recounting the events of the immemorial medicine garden and 50,000 years ago. A terrifying undulation spread out, causing the entire 7th level space to shake incessantly. Not just the 7th level, the desolate beasts and medicine spirits in the 6th and 5th level were all quivering unceasingly. Fools. Truly a bunch of fools. Death isn't regrettable. Back then, how great a price did absolute heaven pay in order to seal the Holy Mother Devil Flower? This bunch of fools actually let them out just like that. Even if they die, it serves them right too. Under the mysterious powerhouse's wrath, Yuan felt like the entire space was going to collapse. This guy in front of him was definitely a deity realm powerhouse. Void mystic powerhouses absolutely did not reach this sort of degree. Senior, just how powerful is this Holy Mother Devil Flower and Kanuo? Yi Yuan asked curiously. That pair of eyes glanced at Yi Yuan and said solemnly, very strong. With your cultivation realm, you're completely unable to imagine it. Back then, absolute heaven already reached the peak of origin deity realm. But he was still unable to kill the Holy Mother Devil Flower and Kanuo. If not for him possessing the vast heaven steel, this kind of marvelous foreign treasure, there would simply be no way of defeating them. Finally, he exhausted his physical and mental efforts and merely sealed them too. But I didn't expect that 1 million years later, they were released by a bunch of fools. Truly preposterous. Hearing these words, Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. This was his first time hearing a description of the deity realm. He had long known that among deities likewise had the distinction of superiority and inferiority. And this origin deity realm should be a peak existence among deity realms. 1 million years ago, absolute heaven should be a figure standing at the very summit of the entire divine realm. Then his cultivation realm was naturally also the highest realm. Yi Yuan looked at that pair of eyes with a fervent gaze. He had never felt so close to deity realm before. Senior, the origin deity realm that you said, what kind of realm is it? Yi Yuan guided along skillfully. Seemingly sensing Yi Yuan's enthusiasm, that mysterious powerhouse suddenly fell silent. Yi Yuan held his breath, patiently waiting for the other party's response. After a long silence, the mysterious powerhouse suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Did a massive change happen to the divine realms heaven and earth 100,000 years ago?" Yi Yuan was stunned and immediately nodded his head and said, "That's right. Around 100,000 years ago, all of the deity realm powerhouses vanished overnight, even bringing along many deity realm inheritances and disappearing along with them too. At present, beneath this stretch of heaven and earth, there are already no more deity realm powerhouses. No wonder. Oh, no wonder," the mysterious powerhouse murmured under his breath. Yi Yuan was anxious in his heart, but asked verbally, "Senior, what on earth happened 100,000 years ago?" The mysterious powerhouse heaved a sigh and said, "I was sealed here, how was I able to know what is happening in the outside world? It's just that 100,000 years ago, my body had a portion of the power of laws being taken away out of the blue. Ever since then, I've been unable to use deity realm strength anymore." Hearing the mysterious powerhouse's words, Yi Yuan was rather disappointed. But he also obtained many information from it. One of it was that this powerhouse before his eyes was really a deity realm powerhouse. Another information concerned the present divine realm. If there were deity realm powerhouses who lingered here, their power of laws would likewise be siphoned off, and their cultivation would regress back to the divine king realm. Chapter 11:13. Divine Tao 3 Realms. If it was this reason, then did those deity realm powerhouses leave the divine realm because of this? But where did they go to? Could it be that there was still another expanse outside of this divine realm? Countless questions hovered in Yi Yuan's mind, unable to dispel them. The queries left behind by the disappearance of deity realm powerhouses were truly too many. The more one investigated, the greater the enigma discovered. I had once heard people say before that at present, the divine realm's heavenly Tao is deficient. Senior, I wonder if there is any method that can resolve this predicament. Yi Yuan asked. Deity realms aren't gods. Deity realm is just a form of address. Even if they are origin deity realm powerhouses, it's impossible to truly take control of heavenly Tao as well. One can only say that they are able to borrow even higher level power of laws, that's all. Since divine Tao laws are already gone, nobody is capable of changing this outcome. Unless you can find the missing heavenly Tao, the mysterious powerhouse said. Yi Yuan's gaze flickered. He fell into rumination himself. If finding back the missing heavenly Tao was the only method to break through to the deity realm, then his Tao-defying pill was probably unable to let him break through to the deity realm either. But if he admitted defeat like this, Yi Yuan was unwilling. Hey, Junior, don't have wishful thinking. As long as there is a trace of means, those deity realm powerhouses would not possibly all disappear in the divine realm too. Since they disappeared, that means that they were helpless to do anything and could only choose to leave. The mysterious powerhouse naturally perceived Yi Yuan's unwillingness. But how was Yi Yuan the only one who could not accept it? The others felt the same way too. Something that even deity realm powerhouses were unable to solve, how could a measly little Tao profound realm martial artist possibly accomplish it? Yi Yuan did not refute the mysterious powerhouse's words. He then asked, Senior, can you tell me about matters of the deity realm? Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, the mysterious powerhouse knew that he did not give up hope. However, he did not refuse Yi Yuan and opened his mouth to say, Divine Tao. 3 realms can be categorized into Grotto Profound Deity Realm, Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm, and Origin Deity Realm. Essence, energy, and spirit, fusing all into one, mystic chi flooding the body, gaining insight into Great Tao, that is Grotto Profound Deity Realm. Great Tao connecting to the heavens, inferring some aspect from a peak, glimpsing a corner of Heavenly Tao, that is Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm. The end point of Tao, myriad life returning to their origins, drawing transcendent Heavenly Tao for their own use, that is Origin Deity Realm. Divine Tao. 3 realms, each realm's span is tremendous. The vast majority of people can only stop at Grotto Profound. In the ancient era, the fiend race rose up. Countless human geniuses corroborated their Tao and became deities. But those capable of reaching Origin Deity Realm were only 3 people. Yi Yuan listened by the side, his thoughts surging like the tide. Such a secret, the people who knew about it in the divine realm were probably already scanty few. Only at this time did he know that above Deity Realm, there were still 3 major realms. Deity Realm was also just another beginning. The mysterious powerhouse spoke rather detailedly and talked about his understanding towards Deity Realm for Yi Yuan to listen. Deity Realm powerhouses had already glimpsed the source of Great Tao. Every movement and action secretly encompassed laws. If Tao Profound powerhouses only had a fuzzy perception toward the power of laws, then Deity Realm powerhouses were able to draw powers of law for their own use. The disparity in between this could not be measured with distance. Even the lowest ranked Grotto Profound Deity Realm was also capable of borrowing Divine Tao laws to easily eliminate Divine King Realm powerhouses. These Divine Tao laws were even able to be inscribed by Deity Realm powerhouses, creating divine inscriptions. Many thanks for Senior's teachings. This Yi has gleaned considerable gains. It's just until now, Yi Yuan still doesn't know who Senior is, and what relation Senior has with the ancient Heaven One sect. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and asked. The mysterious powerhouse said, I am a black tortoise divine beast under Taoist Absolute Heaven's command, Skedistant, also the ancient Heaven One sect protecting divine beast. Black tortoise divine beast. Yi Yuan's shock was by no means insignificant. He did not think that this Bloodrain Wilderness's 7th level actually sealed a genuine divine beast. For 100,000 years, true divine beasts had already become legends. At present, the bloodlines of those so-called divine beasts in the divine realm actually became increasingly thin. Even as powerful as the Azure Dragon clan could not escape this fate either. But now, Yi Yuan actually met with a living divine beast. How could he not be astonished? Since Senior is Heaven One sect protecting divine beast, why would you be sealed in this place? Yi Yuan asked. When Skedistant heard Yi Yuan's words, a wave of foul air suddenly erupted, and he said with a cold snort, it was all that insidious Zuo Zong truly deserved to die. Mentioning this Zuo Zong, Skedistant truly gnashed his teeth in hatred. Clearly, he hated him to the extreme. Turned out that this Zuo Zong was also one of the 3 great origin powerhouses back then. It was just that his strength was much weaker compared to Absolute Heaven. The human and fiend, 2 races, war, the Yu-Soul sect that Zuo Zong was in showed up for work but did not exert themselves, causing the human race to fall into passivity at one time. If not for Absolute Heaven and the other human race leader fighting the fiend race to the death, the human race would have long become extinct. Later on, the war subsided, and the human race had a Pyrrhic victory. Absolute Heaven and the other human race leader passed away one after another. This Zuo Zong became the number 1 person in the world. Therefore, Zuo Zong led the sect's disciples and charged up to the Heaven One sect together. This Bloodrain Wilderness was originally Heaven One sect's medicine garden but was directly connected to the Yu-Soul sect by Zuo Zong with great magical ability. Zuo Zong, at that time, was truly incomparably mighty. He divided the space where the Bloodrain Wilderness was at into 7 layers, and he sealed it layer by layer. He then suppressed Skedistant at the bottommost section. The Heaven One sect at that time actually still had some deity realm powerhouses. But compared to Zuo Zong, they were far too lacking. The strength of an origin powerhouse was completely not what ordinary people could estimate. Heh, Absolute Heaven only turned a blind eye to Zuo Zong's actions for the human race's overall situation at that time. But Zuo Zong probably never dreamed that Absolute Heaven had long left behind a big meal for him, just waiting for him to attack the Heaven One sect. Talking up to here, Skidistant was truly incomparably delighted. He knew that Zuo Zong was severely wounded by the contingency plan that Absolute Heaven left behind. Not long after, he perished too. Hearing these stories from way back, he felt his mind rattled too. He endlessly admired Absolute Heaven's actions. Humans were like that. Normally when together, they would engage in petty intrigue and try to get the better of each other. But whenever a crisis happened, there would always be righteous people coming forward. Absolute Heaven was like that, and Fang Tian was similarly like so. But what made Yi Yuan surprised was that the present holy city was actually the descendant of the Yu Soul sect 1 million years ago. Indeed descended from the same lineage. Even the filthy manner was passed down perfectly. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. Oh, right, Senior said previously that the vast heaven steel and evil extermination sword had another way of using. I wonder if you can impart the method to me. Yi Yuan said. He currently desired strength and hoped to become stronger. Regardless of whether it was in order to kill Ji Candlin or suppress the fiend race, his current strength was far from enough. Just as Skidistant said, if these two kinds of divine objects were unable to unleash the strength that they should have, then it was truly a wanton waste of God's good gifts in his hands. Skidistant said, of course. As you said, the burden on your body is likely even heavier compared to Absolute Heaven. The Holy Mother Devil Flower and Kanuo coming into being at the same time, even if Heavenly Tao is deficient, they are still able to use Divine Tao laws under Deity Realm. This way, their advantage is even greater instead. Seems like there is a differentiation between Great Tao and Heavenly Tao. Because of that, they will be capitalized. Great Tao, Heavenly Tao, including Divine Tao, starting from this chapter. This includes Sword Tao, Alchemy Tao, and so on, but not Sword Path or Path of the Sword. Son of Heaven's mandate will also be capitalized. Chapter 11:14. Tranquility results in distance. Divine Tao laws were not laws that only deity realm powerhouses used. One should say that Divine Tao laws were power of laws that only deity realm powerhouses could comprehend. Tao profound powerhouses, their life had not made a transition yet and were completely unable to touch the true source power. But, ever since deity realm powerhouses created divine inscriptions and recorded down power of laws in the form of the golden characters, all of this became a possibility. Although divine inscriptions were unable to truly depict source power, it used a shallow method to express the fleeting and ephemeral source of great Tao. And this gave Tao profound martial artists the chance to comprehend the source of great Tao. Even though the comprehension of divine inscriptions was very difficult too, compared to genuine great Tao source, it was much simpler. Of course, powerhouses like Skidistant and Holy Mother Devil Flower, they all were originally deity realm powerhouses and comprehended the source of great Tao in the first place. Using divine Tao laws was naturally nothing difficult. Furthermore, their comprehension toward the heavenly Tao was bound to be much deeper compared to a Tao profound martial artist like Yi Yuan. For Skidistant to be able to send the three great kings flying in one move, this in itself illustrated many things. The reason why divine artifacts are powerful is naturally because they are deployed with the powers of divine Tao. Each divine artifact is inscribed with extremely profound power of laws. Only by stimulating the power of laws can one unleash a divine artifact's greatest might, Skidistant said. When Yi Yuan heard, he felt deeply ashamed too. All along, his way of using divine artifacts was like a nouveau riche. Although pouring in divine essence could unleash a portion of a divine essence's ability, without corresponding powers of law to unleash it, the power was still very limited. Yi Yuan unwittingly recalled the White Tiger clan's heaven-imprisoning spirit-locking flask back then. That power compared to when he used it was simply a disparity of heaven and earth. Thinking about it now, it should be this reason. Senior, then how should one trigger the powers of law inside the evil extermination divine sword? Yi Yuan asked. Divine artifacts have a spirit. Grasp hold of the evil extermination divine sword. When you produce a resonance with it, you'll naturally understand, Skidistant said. Yi Yuan froze and blurted out, just that simple. Simple, heh. Although the evil extermination divine sword acknowledged you as its master, with your cultivation realm, wanting to reach the level of resonating with it is difficult. It will likely be hard to even enter the rudiments without 10 or 8 years of effort, Skidistant said mockingly. One was a divine artifact, while the other was a mortal. For the two to want to reach the extent of resonating, how could it be that easy? When Skidistant was ridiculing, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and grabbed the evil extermination divine sword. To Yi Yuan, the evil extermination divine sword was merely a sharp weapon, used to storm and break enemy lines. Ever since acquiring it, Yi Yuan had never really thought before that the divine sword still had so many secrets. He also did not even try to examine the evil extermination divine sword. Under Heaven Man Unity Heart Realm, Yi Yuan's state of mind became incomparably tranquil. But when Skedistant saw this scene, he smiled and said, "This brat. Does he really think that divine artifacts are so easy to grasp?" To Tao Profound Realm martial artists, wanting to reach a resonance with divine artifacts is even harder than ascending to the heavens. Yi Yuan held the sword hilt with one hand, the other supporting the sword body from below, and sat with crossed legs, entering an empty state. Unknowingly, a mysterious power of law started winding around Yi Yuan. Skedistant said in alarm, This is divine Tao law. This brat actually already comprehended a divine Tao law. Furthermore, it's even the extremely profound divine soul law. Truly inconceivable. Yi Yuan sunk his entire mind into the evil extermination divine sword, attempting to find a trace of resonance. But he discovered to his dismay that this was really not that easy of a thing. Yi Yuan felt like he had arrived inside a vast expanse of the universe by himself. It was easier said than done than wanting to search for that trace of resonance inside this universe. No wonder Skedistant said that without 10 or 8 years of work, even entering the door was hard. From Yi Yuan's view, Skedistant's way of saying was likely still somewhat conservative. Losing oneself inside this universe, one might even be unable to find that trace of resonance for all their lives. What in the world is this resonance? How can one arouse the evil extermination divine sword's resonance? Yi Yuan discovered that he really thought things too simple. He thought that since the evil extermination divine sword took the initiative to acknowledge him as master, finding the resonance should be something easily accomplished. But now, Yi Yuan sunk his mind inside it and discovered that he completely could not obtain a trace of the divine sword's response. Seemed like it acknowledging him as its master was merely just because he was the son of heaven's mandate. Or perhaps, it was merely because he possessed the vast heaven steel. Wanting to obtain the divine sword's acknowledgement was completely not such an easy thing, let alone producing a resonance with it. One had to know that the divine sword's previous owner was a peerless powerhouse, the likes of absolute heaven. Its view was naturally incomparably critical. Wanting to obtain its recognition was indeed not an easy matter. If one did not have any extraordinary aspect, they could probably forget about ever producing a resonance with it. Seems like I have to do a little something before I can obtain the divine sword's recognition. Yi Yuan thought to himself. Thinking this through, Yi Yuan's state of mind calmed down instead. In this word, there was no baseless love, and also no groundless hatred. Since the divine sword had a spirit, it naturally would not acknowledge a stranger without rhyme or reason, and it produced a resonance with him. During this period of time, Yi Yuan had indeed neglected the divine sword's feelings, merely treating it as a sharp tool. Even he himself did not acknowledge the divine sword. On what basis should the divine sword acknowledge him? Therefore, that was how Skedistant was able to call it away so easily. Because, to the divine sword, the relationship between Skedistant and it was even a little more cordial compared to Yi Yuan, its owner. Perhaps it was because of his profession, Yi Yuan's attitude towards weapons was far from comparable to medicinal cauldrons. With this communication, it was 5 days and nights. In the 5 days, Yi Yuan did not move a muscle. He was attempting to understanding evil extermination bit by bit, getting evil extermination's recognition. However, evil extermination still did not have any stirring. Yi Yuan was still seemingly situated inside the universe, all alone by himself. Skedistant did not interrupt Yi Yuan. He just watched him quietly like this. Skedistant knew that Yi Yuan would ultimately still end in failure. Heh, although this brat's soul force is very strong, it should also pretty much reach the limits already, right? Communicating with a divine artifact, being able to do it to this extent, it is already very impressive, Skedistant said coolly. The deity realm was another level. Even if it was a divine artifact, it was extremely taxing on the mind for Tao Profound Realm martial artists to communicate with it too. For ordinary martial artists, being able to communicate with evil extermination for a day and night like this was most likely somewhat biting off more than they could chew. For Yi Yuan to be able to communicate for 5 days and nights in one go, it was already several times that of an average person. Skedistant could sense that Yi Yuan's soul force consumption was already right about there too. But right at this time, Skidistan's pair of eyes suddenly constricted, as if he saw something inconceivable. How is this possible? Skidistant exclaimed in shock. Yuan slowly opened both eyes, his state of mind like an old well without ripples as he said indifferently, a simple life shows high goals in life, tranquility leads to distance, I understand. Chapter 11:15, Enlightenment. You actually reached the perfection of Heart Realm. Skidistant was greatly shocked. Just earlier, Yuan's Heaven-Man unity finally reached the realm of Great Circle of Perfection. To the average martial artist, the Great Circle of Perfection Heart Realm was the hardest step. But Yuan was just 4th level Dao Profound, and he did it. Heart Realm Perfection was a requisite condition for breaking through to the Deity Realm. Without this step, wanting to break through to the Deity Realm was as hard as ascending to heaven. Skidistant was all too clear that even in the Divine Dao era, the powerhouses being blocked outside the Great Door of Deity Realm by Heart Realm could easily be found too. However, Yuan accomplished it just like that. Yuan lightly caressed the evil extermination divine sword and said with a calm look, the more one pursues, the more one cannot obtain it. Only with indifference to fame and wealth, serenity, and an enlightened mind, can it be achieved when the conditions are ripe. Evil extermination, do you think that what I said is correct? Seemingly replying to Yuan's words, the evil extermination divine sword emitted a light sword humming sound. Yuan nodded his head and said, evil extermination, thank you. Another wave of acoustic resonance. Although Skidistant's expression could not be seen, he must be very amazed right now. You actually obtained evil extermination's recognition. It actually only took 5 days' time. Skidistant's astonishment could not be any greater. Evil extermination divine sword's recognition was the first step to producing resonance, and also the most crucial step. 5 days ago, he still said that without 8 to 10 years' time, it would be hard for Yuan to even learn the rudiments. But now, Yuan only used 5 days' time and already obtained the evil extermination divine sword's recognition. However, Skidistant understood what was going on. Yuan's talent was too monstrous. In a mere 5 days, Yuan gave rise to enlightenment. His heart realm was cultivated to the level of Great Circle of Perfection. This was simply not what an ordinary person could achieve. The Son of Heaven's mandate, this term of address, Yuan was fully deserving of it. Since Yuan exhibited his strength that surpassed the rest, winning the evil extermination divine sword's recognition was naturally not something difficult. Yuan was currently communicating with the evil extermination divine sword when all of a sudden, countless images poured into his mind. Yuan's body suddenly trembled, feeling like his head was going to explode. Skidistant was startled again and said, evil extermination, you actually took the initiative to want to produce a resonance with this brat. Truly inconceivable. Looks like in your eyes, this brat completely has the ability to replace absolute heaven's position. Wanting to reach resonance, one must first obtain the evil extermination divine sword's recognition, and could only produce a resonance at the next step. But now, the evil extermination divine sword actually took the initiative to throw out an olive branch, and help Yuan produce a resonance. Skidistant was shocked by evil extermination's action. Another series of light humming, seemingly replying to Skidistant's astonishment. Skidistant sighed slightly and said, what you said is right. Currently, it's already not the Heaven One sect's era and also not Absolute Heaven's era anymore. Wallowing in the past splendor doesn't help the situation. Holy Mother and Kanuo coming into being at the same time, the perils of this age is probably even greater than in the past. This brat's talent is truly terrifying. In the future, his accomplishments might not be worse than Absolute Heaven's. You following him, perhaps you'll be able to climb to the apex once again in the future. Being assaulted by countless images, Yuan's mind felt like it was about to explode. These were all the evil extermination divine sword's memory fragments. Only by spending an entire day's time did Yuan finish sorting out this massive amount of information. One image after another flashed inside Yuan's mind. Those were all scenes together with Absolute Heaven. The evil extermination sword and Absolute Heaven experienced a great battle after another together, and finally reached the summit of the divine realm. Later on, it was they who battled the fiend race together, and experienced hardships and dangers, before Absolute Heaven finally sealed the Holy Mother Devil Flower in the Immemorial Medicine Garden. But this time, Absolute Heaven left it in the Immemorial Medicine Garden. Yuan even found himself at the last of the images. That was the scene of him in a bloody battle with the Holy Mother Devil Flower as well as Jia Lan. Turned out that all of these, the evil extermination divine sword took it into its sight. For it to choose to acknowledge as master, his life and death battle with the fiend race was likely a very important reason too, right? If he was a guy who did not undertake the responsibility, even if he had the vast heaven steel, evil extermination would probably not acknowledge him as master either. Sword intent soaring to the sky, evil can never prevail over good. The heart of a gentleman is broad-minded, the path of sword Tao connecting to the heavens. Evil extermination, rest assured, even if I perish in the end, my Tao disappearing, I'll also utterly eradicate the fiend race. From henceforth, you and I will join hands and exterminate the evils of this world fully. Yi Yuan said heroically, as if sensing Yi Yuan's valiantness, the evil extermination divine sword started vibrating intensely in Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan grasped the sword hilt. Suddenly, a series of golden characters converged into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Divine inscriptions. A hint of enlightenment was produced in Yi Yuan's heart. These divine inscriptions were the crux of wielding the evil extermination divine sword. Feeling the sense of intimacy coming off of the evil extermination sword, Yi Yuan felt that they were like old friends who had not met for many years. While the deep aura of having experienced the many vicissitudes of life made Yi Yuan sense the extensive and profoundness of sword Tao. The azure dipper floating zero. Supreme true intent that he comprehended was weak as a little child that was learning how to walk in front of this aura. This was the aura of the source of great Tao. This was the aura of divine Tao laws. Same as when he saw the medicine god's soul cannon for the first time back then, Yi Yuan had a feeling of being petrified. Being assaulted by this grand aura, Yi Yuan's heart instantly gave rise to enlightenment. His sword Tao supreme true intent actually suddenly saw the light just like that, and reached the great circle of perfection. So that's how it is. Supreme true intents are merely a prerequisite for unlocking the source of great Tao. Only by cultivating a supreme true intent to the realm of perfection, can one use it as a guide to comprehend the source of great Tao. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and sighed with admiration. Skedistant looked at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost and exclaimed in shock, "You, brat, are simply a freak." Comprehending divine Tao laws, the hardest is crossing the threshold. Even by cultivating supreme true intent to the realm of perfection, wanting to comprehend divine Tao laws got to look at lucky chances too. I didn't think that you actually directly crossed the threshold after obtaining divine inscriptions. The shock that Yi Yuan brought to Skedistant was seriously overly intense. What divine inscriptions represented were exceedingly profound power of source laws. What Tao profound realm martial artists comprehended was merely some branch of the source power. Wanting to comprehend the source through this subfield, this required a tremendous opportunity. This turning point, the vast majority of the people could not obtain it for all their lives. But Yi Yuan actually gained enlightenment just like that under the impact of the divine inscriptions earlier. Even though what Yi Yuan comprehended was still very shallow, once he opened up this gate, the road at the back would be much easier to walk. This was Yi Yuan's second time comprehending divine inscriptions. He acquired the medicine god soul cannon's divine inscriptions for a very long time but kept failing to cross the threshold. All the way until he broke through to the Tao profound realm. It was when refining a tier 9 medicinal pill did he comprehend it, stepping into the gates of divine Tao laws. But this time, Yi Yuan even directly comprehended the evil extermination divine sword Tao source power. Chapter 11:16. Black Tortoise Treasure Body Divine Art. Divine Tao laws are indeed extensive and profound. I thought that my comprehension in sword Tao was already very high. But only now did I know that I haven't even learned the rudiments. Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan's talent in sword Tao was exceptionally strong. This point, even the extreme sword divine king was ashamed of his own inferiority too. After reviving, Yi Yuan's path in sword Tao was smooth sailing and virtually did not encounter any obstacles. In a short 20 over years' time, Yi Yuan already comprehended the supreme true intent to rank 9. It could not be said to not be strong. But just now, only when he sensed the sword Tao power of laws inscribed in the divine inscription did he know how superficial he was. The path of divine Tao was the true great Tao. That is, of course, absolute heaven was a sword Tao great master. His sword Tao attainments reached the acme of perfection. The divine inscriptions that you sensed are called evil extermination sword formula. It's merely the spell that he used to activate the evil extermination sword, Skedistant said. When Yi Yuan heard that, his heart could not help yearning for it too. Absolute heaven was truly a staggering great talent. Then, I wonder, if Senior Absolute Heaven's Sword Tao comprehensions still exist in this world? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Skedistant chuckled when he heard that and said, "Brat, you're sitting on a treasure mountain but are unaware of it." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said, "Senior is talking about the vast heaven steel." "That's right, with your current realm, you can only barely manage to activate the vast heaven steel. When you step into the deity realm, you'll discover what kind of existence the vast heaven steel is," Skedistant said. Yi Yuan's heart stirred, and he asked, "Senior, just what kind of an existence is this vast heaven steel?" When Skedistant heard, he could not help falling silent for a bit, before saying, "The vast heaven steel is a marvelous foreign treasure. Just what kind of existence it is, even absolute heaven couldn't explain it either. But comprehending great Tao source laws through the vast heaven steel yields twice the results with half the effort. Back then, absolute heaven was only able to overpower the other two sects and achieve supremacy in the divine realm because of its help. It's just a pity that he was still ruined at the hands of the fiend race in the end." Hearing Skedistant's words, Yi Yuan was endlessly alarmed. This was Skedistant's second time mentioning marvelous foreign treasure. Hearing the meaning in these words, the vast heaven steel did not seem to be an object of the divine realm. Furthermore, the vast heaven steel's power seemed to be even more greater than the evil extermination divine sword. "Junior, the vast heaven steel can not only help martial artists comprehend divine Tao laws, but it's also a strong offensive weapon. I have a set of controlling magic arts called Vast Heaven Chaos Spell. Take it and study it well. The power can naturally multiply. It's just that this spell, I only know the first half. The other half was brought into the coffin by absolute heaven. However, if you can break through to deity realm, you can naturally study the second half portion." Because he comprehended it from within the vast heaven steel too, Skedistant continued explaining, as Yi Yuan was in shock. A series of golden characters flowed out from within the darkness and entered Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. These divine inscriptions were not long, but Yi Yuan also felt the extensiveness and profoundness. "Many thanks, Senior." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said. Skedistant said, "Heavenly Tao is already gone. Just based on you comprehending on your own, there's completely no way of controlling the vast heaven steel. Facing the Holy Mother and Kanuo, you have no chances of victory at all. Since you're this era's son of heaven's mandate, I can naturally help you out. I still have a cultivation method here. If cultivated to the limits, myriad laws are unable to infringe." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he was immediately very interested. Skedistant was born from the Black Tortoise clan among the four great divine beasts, while the Black Tortoise clan was precisely world-renowned for having extremely strong defense. Even though the Black Tortoise clan had already declined, it was an extremely powerful clan in the Divine Tao era. Legend said that in the Divine Tao era, the Black Tortoise clan had a divine Tao cultivation method called Black Tortoise Treasure Body Divine Art. It could train the fleshy body to a realm where myriad laws could not taint it, extremely terrifying. It was just that this cultivation method was already lost for goodness knows how many tens of thousands of years. Could it be that what Skedistant was going to impart him was this cultivation method? Could the cultivation method that Senior be talking about be the Black Tortoise Treasure Body Divine Art? Yi Yuan asked with some agitation. This cultivation method was an exceedingly powerful divine art and also the first true martial Tao divine art that Yi Yuan cultivated. As for the medicine god's soul canon, it was just an alchemy Tao divine art. Its assistance towards the martial Tao was not very great, while the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art was also only the first half, and it did not have the divine inscriptions portion. Although strong, the potential was very limited. Even though spirit bristle that fellow's relationship with him was pretty good, divine inscriptions were of vital importance. He might not be willing to give to him. If it was the Black Tortoise Treasure Body divine art, then Yi Yuan really picked up a treasure. Skedistant said, "That's right. It's precisely the Black Tortoise Treasure Body divine art. This cultivation method was created by ancestor Black Tortoise, its might is boundless. Cultivating to the limits, one can use the power of the fleshy body to shatter the firmament with force. Back then, even though Zuo Zong was powerful, he could not breach this lord's defenses at all. Hence, that's why he would suppress this lord here. It's a pity that this lord didn't break through the 7th level of the Black Tortoise Treasure Body divine art back then. Otherwise, how could it come to Zuo Zong, that punk, to destroy the Heaven One sect?" Skedistant's words made Yi Yuan's pupils constrict. 7th level only cultivated to the 7th level boundary of the Black Tortoise Treasure Body Divine Art, and an Origin Deity Realm powerhouse actually could not break his defenses. Such defensive ability could simply be rated as perverse. Along with the understanding of Deity Realm, Yuan already knew the terror of Origin Deity Realms. After Absolute Heaven, Zuo Zong could be said to be the Divine Tao's #1 person. Even so, he could not breach Skidistan's defense too. The prowess of this cultivation method could be seen at a glance. A stream of flowing light flew out from within the darkness. Yuan reached his hand out and grabbed, clutching that stream of flowing light in his hand. Focusing his eyes to look, it turned out that it was a tiny little tortoise shell. This little tortoise shell appeared as a dark green color. An undulation that made people's hearts palpitate faintly transmitted from it, extremely profound. I'll impart you the Black Tortoise Treasure Body Divine Art's Human Path Cultivation Method first. You have a primeval dragon bone in your body, and your fleshy body is already very powerful. Cultivating this Black Tortoise Treasure Body Divine Art will yield twice the results with half the effort. When you cultivate the Human Path Cultivation Method to the Great Circle of Perfection, you can study the Mystic Art Holy Tortoise Shell. The Black Tortoise Treasure Body Divine Art is on this Mystic Art Holy Tortoise Shell. Skidistant said. Done talking, a set of cultivation method was imprinted in Yuan's mind. It was precisely the Black Tortoise Treasure Body Divine Art's Human Path section. Yuan roughly skimmed through this Black Tortoise Treasure Body Divine Art's Human Path section, and discovered that it was actually much more profound than the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. It seemed like the grade of this cultivation method was likely even far above the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. These 4 great divine beasts' founding ancestors were truly incomparably formidable figures. The cultivation methods that passed down, even their descendants could not cultivate them to the highest realm. It could be seen that these 4 great founding ancestors were figures that rocked the heavens and shook the earth. But this cultivation method primarily cultivated the fleshy body. It did not clash with the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. Yuan's mind stirred, and he put the Mystic Art Holy Tortoise Shell away. Clasping his hands at Skidistant, he said, Senior's great kindness, Yuan will forget it. I wonder if there's a way to let Senior out. Hey, you have the heart. However, unless you can cultivate to Origin Deity Realm, otherwise, there's no way of breaking apart the restrictions that Zuo Zong laid down, Skidistant said. Chapter 11:17. Battling Zhao Lingdong. At the 4th level, the entrance area that led to the 5th level. 3 figures were currently sitting with crossed legs, plus a dog. These 3 people were naturally the Mo Datong and Mo Santong of the Devil Ridge 3 Freaks, as well as Zhao Lingdong. The 3 of them had already guarded here for over a month, but Yuan kept failing to show up. Currently, Mo Datong was very agitated. He could not resist standing up and pacing around back and forth, looking over to the exit from time to time. Half a year's time is going to be up soon. Could it be that this brat really wants to die inside? Mo Datong said in a cold voice. Each time the Bloodrain Wilderness's passageway opened was only half a year's time. Once half a year was up, the passageway would automatically close. The restrictions would activate, eliminating all of the outsiders that did not belong to the Bloodrain Wilderness. Seeing as half a year's time was reaching bit by bit, Mo Datong was burning with anxiety. Although he very much hoped for Yuan to die right inside, not seeing Yuan's corpse, he still could not set his mind at ease in the end. But Zhao Lingdong was much calmer than him and said indifferently, Yuan not coming out, you should be happy instead. Rushing from here to the 1st level, even if he spared no effort to press on with the journey, he'd need around 10 days too. As long as we wait until the last 10 days, he'll be hard-pressed to escape even if he grew wings. But Mo Datong was not happy at all. Instead, he stomped his foot angrily and said, not being able to personally kill that brat, I'm truly not reconciled to it. Mo Santong also gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, this brat killed second brother. Not being able to take revenge for second brother personally, it's not satisfactory. Zhao Lingdong's expression turned cold, and he said, Humph. You guys don't forget, what's the objective of coming here? You guys are here to kill the Son of Heaven's mandate, not to take revenge for Mo Tong. Compared to you guys, I believe in this Bloodrain Wilderness's restriction power more. It's much more reliable for this restriction power to kill him compared to us taking action. Zhao Lingdong had laid undercover in the Holy City for many years and was all too clear about the Bloodrain Wilderness's restriction power. Even Zhuge Qingshan that level of existence, if he did not come out in half a year, he would still immediately be annihilated, let alone a measly little Ji Qingyan. There was still the last 3 days from the 10 days cutoff. As long as 3 more days passed, even if Yi Yuan had the ability to connect to the heavens, it would be impossible to escape too. Mo Detong's face fell, and he was just about to refute when suddenly, a terrifying energy undulation came from the depths of the Bloodrain wilderness. All of a sudden, 2 light beams came out from within the void. Mo Detong and Mo Santong had yet to figure out what was happening and were directly blasted to residue. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lingdong's eyes became wide saucers, not daring to believe everything that happened before his eyes at all. This unforeseen event was too sudden, resulting in Zhao Lingdong's brain to somewhat short-circuit, completely not understanding what happened. He was certain that those 2 light beams earlier were absolutely not the Bloodrain wilderness's restriction power. However, if it was not the restriction power, who had the divine might to be able to instantly one-shot Mo Detong and Mo Santong, these 2 great void mystic powerhouses? Zhao Lingdong could not refrain from swallowing a mouthful of saliva, feeling like his scalp was about to explode. He could clearly sense that if those 2 light beams hit him, his outcome would be exactly the same as the Mo brothers. Swoosh, swoosh, the 2 divine artifacts that lost their owners escaped through the void just like that. Zhao Lingdong could not resist taking 2 steps back. He wanted to flee, but fleeing just like that. There were still 3 days to go. Perhaps Yi Yuan would show up at this time. As if it was affirming exactly what he thought, there was a ripple in the void. A figure appeared. This person was currently looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Zhao Lingdong's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Yi Yuan did not come out from the transmission array, but directly shuttled through the void and arrived. Without the Spirathorn shattering mirror, how did Yi Yuan do it? What, are you very surprised to see me? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Zhao Lingdong's state of mind was already utterly messed up. He suddenly thought of a legend regarding the Bloodrain wilderness in the Holy City. Legends had it that under the Bloodrain wilderness's 7th level, suppressed a terrifying existence. That terrifying existence was the true sovereign of the Bloodrain wilderness. Back then, Zhuge Qingshan charged into the Bloodrain wilderness's 6th level because he wished to meet with that legendary existence, wanting to seek that trace of lucky chance to become a deity. However, he returned in defeat at the 6th level. Could it be that Yi Yuan actually went down to the 7th level? Zhao Lingdong was taken aback with fright by his idea. This was simply something impossible. But apart from that existence in the 7th level, who else had the capability to let Yi Yuan directly shuttle through the void and arrive? Zhao Lingdong forcefully resisted the impulse to escape and asked with a rather guilty conscience, "You? How did you accomplish shuttling through the void?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Want to know? Have a battle with me. Beat me, and I'll tell you." Zhao Lingdong's face fell, uncertain where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. If it were in the past, he would definitely scoff in contempt towards Yi Yuan's action. Although Yi Yuan's strength was decent, facing him and Halski's teaming up, there was no chance of victory at all. But seeing Mo Detong and Mo Santong's bizarre death, as well as Yi Yuan's strange appearance, Zhao Lingdong became somewhat uncertain. "If I don't fight with you." When he uttered this sentence, Zhao Lingdong was aggrieved to the max. But he kept feeling that Yi Yuan had some reliance. Not that he felt that Yi Yuan's strength was very powerful, but those 2 light beams earlier made him endlessly fearful. Hearing that, Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "You can give it a try. Sparing you from death is only to use you for testing my sword." Zhao Lingdong's heart thumped, thinking to himself that it was indeed so. Those 2 light beams definitely had the ability to exterminate him. However, they only killed the Mo Detong and Mo Santong, who possessed divine artifacts. Leaving him behind really just seemed to be in order to let Yi Yuan try his sword. Thinking up to here, Zhao Lingdong no longer had any thought of getting lucky in his heart. Those 2 formidable light beams were not fake. If he wanted to escape, it would definitely be a one-way ticket to hell. But thinking up to here, Zhao Lingdong laughed coldly and looked at Yi Yuan as he said, "Do you think that by breaking through a minor realm, you can overturn the heavens? Just based on your current strength, could it be that you wish to fight 1-on-2, dealing with Halski and me, 2 people, at the same time?" The current Yi Yuan already broke through a minor realm, breaking through from 4th level Dao Profound to 5th level Dao Profound. Although Howling Sky Divine Hound had a wing chopped off by Yi Yuan, its strength was still there. It was just that its speed was greatly diminished. If it really wanted to fight a positional warfare, the influence of speed was negligible. With its tacit cooperation with Halsky, wouldn't dealing with a 5th-level Dao profound martial artist be effortless? Zhao Lingdong made a name for himself for 1,000 years and had yet to be looked down upon by someone like this before. Could it be that this brat already forgot the experience of being hunted down previously? A short 1 month plus time, could this brat still have some heaven-defying improvement? He, Zhao Lingdong, truly did not believe in this heresy. But Yi Yuan pulled out the evil extermination divine sword calmly and said with a light smile, "That's right. What's the harm in fighting 1 versus 2? Chapter 11:18. Clearing the weeds and preserving the essence. What, you're already formidable to the extent that you can defeat me without using Divine King Domain." Currently, although Yi Yuan took out the evil extermination divine sword, he did not use his Divine King Domain. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lingdong mocked even more incessantly. If it was just aiming at Yi Yuan, Zhao Lingdong had enough assurance in striking him dead. But now, Yi Yuan actually pretended to be mysterious in front of him. Simply laughable to the max. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Killing you, this is sufficient." The moment Zhao Lingdong heard this, he could not quite dare to believe his ears and let out a wild laugh. He said, "Gee brat, I know that you have some reliance behind you, but if you think that you can kill me by holding a divine artifact, I can only say, conceited and ignorant." Yi Yuan said with a calm look, "Use your strongest attack. Otherwise, you won't have the chance." Zhao Lingdong laughed mockingly and said, "You're teasing me, right? With just the likes of you. Fine, since you want to take a look at my strongest attack, then I'll let you take a look." Halsky. While talking, Zhao Lingdong directly turned into a large dog. Immediately after, his Divine King Domain opened up fully. However, what was different from the past was that the Howling Sky Divine Hound directly tunneled into Zhao Lingdong's Divine King Domain and laid prone on his back. This scene was remarkably like colluding in doing evil one. In virtually an instant, Zhao Lingdong's Divine King Domain increased sharply close to 1,000 feet. This one human and one dog's Divine King Domain were actually able to superimpose. With this superimposition, Zhao Lingdong's Divine King Domain expanded to 2,500 over feet all at once. Its power increased greatly. To void mystic powerhouses, the Divine King Domain skyrocketing 1,000 feet in one go, the strength could be said to soar by leaps and bounds. "Gee brat, prepare to die." Fierce Wind Absolute Domain. Zhao Lingdong had a savage expression, seemingly incarnating to become a sea of wind between this heaven and earth. Countless wind blades were akin to little blades, virtually slicing the space into countless fragments. The might of a void mystic powerhouse was displayed in its entirety at this moment. Yi Yuan, on the other hand, stood while grasping his sword. He actually slowly shut his eyes, as if paying no heed to the powerful Zhao Lingdong. In a blink, Zhao Lingdong's fierce wind absolute domain enveloped Yi Yuan inside. Seeing Yi Yuan enter his Divine King Domain without the slightest resistance, a hint of a mocking expression flickered across the corners of Zhao Lingdong's mouth. Yi Yuan's evil extermination sword, Zhao Lingdong had long had a taste of it. Although it was able to have an augmenting effect on Yi Yuan's Divine King Domain, using it to deal with him was still too tender. Especially when right now was still him and Halsky's Divine King Domain superimposing. The two of their minds becoming one was not just 1 + 1 = 2 that simple. Yi Yuan's actions were undoubtedly courting death. But very soon, Zhao Lingdong's mocking expression froze on his face. Because he could not find Yi Yuan's traces within his Divine King Domain at all. Yi Yuan completely did not use Divine King Domain to contend with him. "Are you looking for me?" Yi Yuan's voice slowly sounded out behind Zhao Lingdong, but it made his scalp tingle. He was alarmed in his heart and hurriedly turned his head over, and could not help turning pale with fright. Merging into heaven and earth? Impossible. Even if you merged into heaven and earth, it's impossible for me to not find you. Could it be that you broke through again? Zhao Lingdong looked at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost, with a look of disbelief. The breakthrough of Heart Realm was far too difficult. But why did Yi Yuan break through like eating and drinking? Yi Yuan said with a smile, "That's right, my heaven-man unity has already reached the realm of perfection. In addition, I had some comprehensions in sword intent. This sword, you receive it well. Evil extermination sword formula, 1st level, sword intent connecting to divinity." While talking, Yi Yuan turned his hand over. The evil extermination divine sword suddenly made a great show of invincible might. At this instant, the evil extermination divine sword seemed to have come to life, having quite the air of when it just came into being at the immemorial medicine garden back then. Clearly a sword, but it was akin to a divinity descending. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lingdong's expression changed greatly. In Yi Yuan's hands was clearly still that evil extermination sword, but why did it seem to have cast off its old self and underwent a complete transformation with a few days of not seeing? In the past, although the evil extermination sword was powerful, it was merely a slightly sharper fine tool. But now, this sword seemed to have become a peerless expert. It was just the incarnation of sword intent. At this instant, Yi Yuan seemingly combined into one with evil extermination. A sword stabbed right onto the fierce wind absolute domain. The originally appropriately shaped fierce wind absolute domain became oval-shaped in this instant, directly being crushed out of shape by the immense force. Force penetrating the back of the paper one. The violent sword intent passed right through the divine king domain and wreaked havoc in the entire space. It was as if Zhao Lingdong was struck by the tremendous force, directly spewing out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Evil extermination divine sword intent penetrated right through the divine king domain and struck right onto Zhao Lingdong's body. This move of Yi Yuan's dealt with a greater force by using a weaker force. Evil extermination divine sword intent was already inscribed inside. Yi Yuan directly unleashed the sword intent belonging to divine Tao by employing the evil extermination sword formula. The truly formidable aspect of divine artifact lay precisely here. The current Yi Yuan was seemingly a sword deity descending upon the world, standing in the air. That aura truly showed disdain on all under the heavens. Clearing the weeds and preserving the essence, Senior Skidistant didn't deceive me. A bird in the hand is worth more than 10 birds in the forest. Looks like the previous me went astray, Yi Yuan said rather emotionally. Zhao Lingdong and Halsky rolled in midair for as far as 10,000 feet before barely managing to stabilize their figures. He looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief with a look of incredulity. The divine Tao sword intent that Yi Yuan unleashed already severely wounded his organs. Zhao Lingdong was completely unable to understand. Yi Yuan did not even utilize divine king domain at all and already utterly trounced him. What the hell did you comprehend in this period of time? Zhao Lingdong said with the unwillingness to yield. Yi Yuan's memes completely subverted the understanding of normal void mystic powerhouses. In the present divine realm, what was able to deal with divine king domains were only divine king domains. But Yi Yuan did not unleash his divine king domain. Yi Yuan shot him a pitying glance and said coolly, "The great Tao of sword, what it pays particular attention to is pureness and innocence. Although the power of domain is strong, under this present heaven and earth, it's an aberrant existence. Forget it, you're not worthy of debating on Tao with me. Send you on your way first." Yi Yuan's expression turned intent. That multiple bursts of terrifying divine Tao laws were unleashed once more. Zhao Lingdong's gaze turned sharp, wanting to wage a last-ditch struggle. However, all of it was futile. The sword intent belonging to divine Tao directly crushed over. A sword that swept all obstacles away. Zhao Lingdong, who was a spent force, was completely unable to resist. But what made Yi Yuan rather surprised was that who this sword pierced through was not Zhao Lingdong but his spirit beast, the Howling Sky Divine Hound. At the critical moment, the Howling Sky Divine Hound's figure moved, and it blocked right in front of Zhao Lingdong. This sword passed through it without any accidents. A forlorn and bitter yelp transmitted over. The violent sword intent directly destroyed all of Halsky's vitality. The evil extermination divine sword intent had yet to be depleted. Like sugar-coated haws on a stick, it pierced through Zhao Lingdong's chest. Chapter 11:19. Preliminary glimpse at the door. Divine Tao laws. Zhao Lingdong's gaze looked towards Yi Yuan, still not daring to believe this conclusion. The might of this sword was actually horrifyingly powerful. A majority of the force was blocked by Halsky. Zhao Lingdong's vital signs did not extinguish right away. However, the evil extermination sword's tyrannical sword energy was currently wreaking havoc inside his body. The name, evil extermination, was not called in vain. Dealing with Zhao Lingdong, this fiend, evil extermination's awe-inspiring sword energy was the most useful. This was also the reason why absolute heaven hid it inside the immemorial medicine garden back then. Zhao Lingdong's body toppled heavily onto the ground, while his hands were still hugging the Howling Sky Divine Hound tightly, his eyes filled with a look of tender love. This pair was also considered affectionate and faithful. It was just that Yuan did not have any intention of taking pity on them. If not for the fiend race being consumed by ambition, you guys also wouldn't have the current outcome. Therefore, want to blame that divine master behind you all. Yuan said coldly. Zhao Lingdong looked at Yuan and said with an icy cold gaze, for the sake of this lifetime, Lord Divine Master has already prepared for 10,000 years. Even if you kill me, your human race has no chance at all too. Ha ha ha. Talking till the end, Zhao Lingdong let out a wild laugh. Yuan's expression darkened, and he directly killed Zhao Lingdong. These few days' comprehension, Yuan was finally considered to have learned the rudiments in the evil extermination sword formula. He was able to utilize 5% of the evil extermination divine sword's power. But just this 5% power was already incredibly staggering. The might of deity realm powerhouses was truly unimaginable. Recalling the days when he used the evil extermination sword and sacred dragon token, it was truly weak to the max. Divine Dao laws were the correct way to use divine artifacts. These few days, under Skidistant's guidance, Yuan's sword Dao comprehension also obtained significant improvement. Skidistant told him that his divine king domain was too motley. Although it could let strength increase greatly within a short period, and was even able to leap realms to battle, in the long run, the losses outweighed the gains. Divine Dao powerhouses basically all specialized in one path, comprehending the source of great Dao, comprehending the power of laws. Motley concepts mixing together would affect the comprehension of the source. Hence, Yuan relied on great willpower and shattered his divine king domain, specializing in sword Dao. After specializing in sword Dao, Yuan discovered that his speed of comprehending the evil extermination sword formula indeed increased considerably. The first level of the evil extermination sword formula, sword intent connecting to divinity, Yuan finally fumbled out the way to do it. Activating the power of the evil extermination divine sword, its might was truly unparalleled. Even the veteran void mystic powerhouse, Zhao Lingdong, died under his sword too. Furthermore, it was even under the circumstances of superimposing divine king domains with the howling sky divine hound. The slaughter concept and concept of fire really delayed his speed of comprehension from a certain degree. By relying on the power of the evil extermination divine sword, Yuan's strength currently was even one up stronger than those void mystic powerhouses. At the entrance area of the Bloodrain Wilderness at the Heavenly Saint Tower, Cloudsky brought along several people and was currently staring at the transmission array with a complicated expression. Lord Cloudsky, there's still one last day. Do you think? Ji Qingyan died inside. Guo Shu's mood was still rather complicated. He naturally hoped for Yuan to die in the Bloodrain Wilderness, but also felt that once Yuan died, he would have one less opponent, very boring. But in the end, he still hoped for Yuan to die inside more. Because the humiliation that Yuan brought to him was too much. From past life to this life, Yuan had always been a great mountain crushing on top of him. Cloudsky's expression was complicated. Thinking it over, he still said, logically speaking, Ji Brat won't die inside. But, Guo Shu also frowned and said, there's still Lord Spirit Hound. He wouldn't accompany Ji Qingyan to mess around inside too, right? Cloudsky also shook his head and said, no way. Zhao Lingdong's strength, I'm still very clear. If he doesn't let Ji Brat enter the 5th level, it's absolutely impossible for Ji Brat to go in. Could it be that some unforeseen event really happened to them inside? Thinking it over and over, Cloudsky could not figure out the reason why as well. There was only the greater half a day's time from the closing of the passageway. If Yuan wanted to come out, he should have come out long ago. But up until now, Yuan did not even show up. It involuntarily made him somewhat hesitant. He knew that Yuan was the son of heaven's mandate. It should not be possible to die in the Bloodrain Wilderness, this sort of place. But why had he still not showed up until now? The two people were currently talking when a series of ripples came from the transmission array. Very soon, Yuan's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing Yuan appear, a look of disappointment in Guo Shu's eyes flickered past. But Guo Shu's gaze passed through Yuan and looked towards the transmission array. After a long time, the transmission array still did not have activities. With this, Cloudsky's brows knitted together, and he questioned, Ji Qingyan, where's Elder Spirit Hound? Thud, a dull sound echoed out. Yuan did not talk rubbish either, directly throwing out Zhao Lingdong and Halsky's corpses. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The atmosphere immediately became strange. Gee brat, what's the meaning of this? This lord let you, an outsider, enter the Bloodrain wilderness unprecedentedly. You actually repaid kindness with ingratitude and killed our elder. Cloudsky's expression changed, interrogating. The wounds on Zhao Lingdong's body were clearly caused by a sharp instrument. In the entire Bloodrain wilderness, there was only Yi Yuan and Zhao Lingdong left. Who killed if it was not Yi Yuan who killed? It was just that the astonishment in Cloudsky's heart surpassed even his fury. How Zhao Lingdong's strength was like, he was all too clear. In addition to Halsky, ordinary void mystic powerhouses were not a match at all. However, he and Halsky actually died under Yi Yuan's sword at the same time. What did this indicate? It showed that Yi Yuan's strength already surpassed these two people. Summing up. Merely half a year's time from start to end, how could Yi Yuan's strength possibly have such a great increment? What in the world happened during this Bloodrain wilderness trip? Ji Qingyan, Elder Spirit Hound escorted you into the 4th level, and you actually killed him. Lord Cloudsky, still talking what nonsense with him? Directly kill and be done with it. Seeing Zhao Lingdong's corpse, Guo Shu was beside himself with rage. Yi Yuan could not even be bothered to glance at Guo Shu and said to Cloudsky coolly, no meaning, just helping you all clean your household. This dog person is a spy of the fiend race. Finished talking, Yi Yuan casually fired out a spell and got rid of the restriction on Zhao Lingdong's body. A cloud of fiendish energy billowed to the sky. When Cloudsky saw this scene, his expression changed once more. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ji Qingyan, it must be you playing tricks. Elder Spirit Hound has already been in my holy city for 1,000 years. How can he possibly be a spy of the fiend race? Guo Shu shouted. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, impossible. If not for the accident 20 years ago, who could have known that Ji Candlin is a member of the fiend race? The fiend race has clearly plotted for a long time, and was long already able to completely camouflage themselves as humans. It's still unknown how many of such spies the 8 great super holy lands have. Chapter 11:20. You dare to trick me? Cloudsky gradually recovered from the shocked state and recovered to that appearance of the holy cities. King, Ji Qingyan, don't you beguile the minds of people here. Although you and Ji Candlin have an enmity, you shouldn't slander him like that. You keep harping on and on that he is of the fiend race. I wonder if you have any proof. However, you killing the holy city's elder spirit hound is an ironclad truth. My holy city is the leader of the divine realm. How can we allow you to be so insolent? Cloudsky's eyes narrowed slightly as he called to account with a stern voice and countenance. Yi Yuan also did not expect for Cloudsky to actually tell bald-faced lies. But those present were all the holy city's upper echelons. Just the void mystic powers numbered quite a few. Even if he was lying through his teeth, Yi Yuan could not do anything to him either. Yi Yuan was naturally aware of Cloudsky's plans. He did not want the matter of the fiend race to leak out and also did not wish to take part in anything that had to do with the fiend race. Therefore, even if he knew that Zhao Lingdong was a member of the fiend race, he would not acknowledge it at all. As long as he contained the matter to within the heavenly Saint Tower, everything could be discussed. Looking at Cloudsky, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, leading the divine realm, the likes of you are worthy too. Your Yu-Soul sect has been shameless for close to 1,000,000 years. It's also truly a wonder of the divine realm. Before meeting Skidistant, Yi Yuan had that tiny trace of hope towards the holy city. But now, Yi Yuan was disinclined to have even a hint of a favorable opinion. This sect was simply the disgrace of the human race. And this disgrace actually lasted for close to 1,000,000 years. However, the expression on Cloudsky's face when he heard the name Yu-Soul sect was fascinating to the max. Other people did not feel anything when they heard it, but in Cloudsky's ears, it was another scenery altogether. The name Yu-Soul sect, it was already unknown how long it had been since anyone mentioned it before. The current holy region was gradually developed from precisely the Yu-Soul sect back then. One could say that the current holy region was one of the sects with the most complete inheritances in the entire divine realm. Even though they had also experienced several catastrophes before in between, for 1,000,000 years, they had always pulled through. And it was precisely because the Yu-Soul sect back then was already notorious, that the future generations abandoned this name. However, this name was passed down among the holy region's upper echelons. Cloudsky was naturally aware. It was just that he did not know how in the world Yi Yuan knew, Yu-Soul sect, this name. Could it be? Cloudsky thought of a possibility, and his entire body involuntarily shuddered. The thing that Zhuge Qingshan was unable to accomplish, could it be that Yi Yuan did it? Cloudsky stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, his gaze glimmering with a cold light, and he said coldly, "Gee brat, what the hell did you experience inside the Bloodrain wilderness?" Yi Yuan looked at Cloudsky with a broad smile and said, "Haven't you already guessed it?" The surrounding atmosphere started to become weird. These people were all aware that the secret of becoming a deity might be hidden inside the Bloodrain wilderness. Yi Yuan's meaning was all too clear. He went down to the 7th level. For a moment, everyone's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became burning hot. "Gee brat, say out the secrets that you obtained. Today's matter, this lord can sweep it under the rug," Cloudsky said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "It's not impossible to say it out. But old man Cloudsky, you aren't thinking that the secret to become a deity is only worth a jiao." Lingdong, right. The moment Cloudsky heard that there was hope, his expression could not help turning intent, and his breathing also became ragged. What was able to move him was only the secret of becoming a deity. Although the holy city's inheritances were very complete, that unforeseen event 100,000 years ago, they similarly did not avoid it. Overnight, all things related to deity realm vanished without a trace. Hence, the holy city's 3 titans were the same as the other void mystic powerhouses, filled with yearnings toward the deity realm. If not for so, how could Zhuge Qingshan possibly take the risk to enter the depths of the Bloodrain wilderness? "What do you still want?" Cloudsky said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan suddenly said with a stern countenance, "I want your holy city to step forward and resist the fiend race." Cloudsky's face fell, and he said, "As long as the things you speak of are worth it, what's the harm in resisting the fiend race?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "How about this, you show a bit of sincerity first. Send people to destroy the Medicine King Hall first. I'll naturally tell the secrets I know." Cloudsky's expression involuntarily changed when he heard that and said grimly, "Hey, you said it lightly. You entered the Bloodrain wilderness for half a year already and are probably still unaware. This period of time, the Heavenly Sword sect mustered up the power of the entire sect to attack the Medicine King Hall. In the end, they suffered grievous losses and were virtually completely wiped out. Jian Feiyong is seriously injured and dying, nearly losing his life. At present, these 8 great super holy lands already lost one. You're also aware, Jian Feiyong's sword Dao cultivation is not beneath this lord. Even he couldn't get any results, it will be of no help at all even if this lord goes too. Even if really making a move, need to wait for Qingshan to come back first, then talk." Yi Yuan's expression turned intent, his brows involuntarily knitting together. He urged Sword 13 not to act rashly without careful thought back then. He did not think that the Heavenly Sword sect still acted arbitrarily. In the end, they ended up in such a state. Hearing that, Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Since that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about." The moment Cloudsky heard, he hurriedly said, "How about this? This lord will issue a heavenly saint order first, summoning the entire divine realm, and joining hands to deal with the Medicine King Hall. What do you think?" Yi Yuan's expression eased up, and he said, "That's more like it. Ji Qingyan, our sincerity is already brought out. I wonder where is your good faith? At the very least, you also have to let this lord take a look at whether or not it's worth it for the holy city to do so, right?" Cloudsky said. What he used was a delaying tactic, planning on coaxing out some secrets of becoming a deity from Yi Yuan's mouth. As for dealing with the Medicine King Hall, forget it. The holy city absolutely would not meddle in the affairs of the fiend race. Yi Yuan's face suddenly revealed a smile and said, "You really want to know?" Cloudsky immediately said, "Of course." Yi Yuan slowly nodded his head and said, "Okay, then I'll tell you. The secret to becoming a deity is actually..." Yi Yuan deliberately dragged his tone out, keeping people in suspense. Including Cloudsky, everyone craned their necks, wanting to hear this startling secret from Yi Yuan's mouth. But right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Yi Yuan's figure instantly vanished from where he was. When he appeared again, Yi Yuan already arrived not far from Guo Shu. Yi Yuan and Guo Shu were not far in the first place. This merging into heaven and earth was something that happened in virtually a blink of an eye. Everyone did not react to it. Guo Shu was currently paying close attention, listening attentively to what kind of secret Yi Yuan was going to say, but did not expect such a sudden turn of events to occur. Guo Shu's scalp tingled at this instant. A feeling of extreme danger welled up in his heart. Guo Shu's reaction could not be said to not be quick. He opened up his own divine king domain at the first moment. But it was all futile. A terrifying streak of sword energy easily broke apart his divine king domain. He had yet to come around to his sense what was going on when the evil extermination divine sword was already propped against his neck. All of this was completed in virtually a blink of an eye. When Cloudsky reacted to it, he was incredibly alarmed and furious. Using a gaze that could kill people to look at Yi Yuan, he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Gee brat, you dare to trick me." Chapter 11:21, 9 Heavens Rumbling Thunder. So what if I tricked you? Yi Yuan looked at Cloudsky and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Old punk Cloudsky, your U-Soul sect's shamelessness has been verified over 1,000,000 years. Do you think that I'd be deceived by your little trick?" Cloudsky was incomparably remorseful and angry. He actually made such a low-level mistake just now. It was not that he, Cloudsky, was foolish, but hearing the U-Soul sect and the secret of deity realm, these two things that Yi Yuan threw out were too shocking, resulting in him having that instant of lowering his guard. And Yi Yuan took advantage of precisely this instant and succeeded in sneak attacking. Sensing the traces of cold intent coming from his neck, Guo Shu's heart went utterly cold. Yi Yuan making a trip into the Bloodrain wilderness, his current strength already flung him beyond the 9 heavens. Just now, his divine king domain was simply as weak as a piece of blank paper in front of Yi Yuan's evil extermination sword. "Ji Qingyan, you despicable man. This place is the holy city. Do you think that by holding me hostage, you can escape? Dream on." Guo Shu clenched his teeth and said. Yi Yuan made a move like lightning, directly sealing Guo Shu's essence energy. Yi Yuan then lightly patted his shoulder and said smilingly, "You'd best worry about yourself. My matters don't need you to be concerned. If I die here, you'd definitely die before me." Guo Shu's face was ashen pale. He was really meat on somebody's chopping board right now. "Ji Qingyan, what do you want?" Cloudsky asked in a solemn voice. Guo Shu's status in the holy city naturally went without saying. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan chose him to be the hostage. Yi Yuan said coolly, "2 conditions. First, immediately attack the Medicine King Hall. Second, hand over the holy city's divine inscriptions. Don't look at me with that kind of look. There's no room for discussion. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. Once the time is up, Guo Shu will die. You're dreaming, Ji Qingyan. Divine inscriptions are my holy city's non-transmissible secret. Even ordinary elders can't cultivate either. Why should we give you?" Cloudsky said fiercely, but Yi Yuan ignored him and started counting backward very calmly. 10 breaths, 9 breaths, 8 breaths, 7 breaths, 3 breaths. Cloudsky's expression was incredibly grim as he said with a cold smile, "Gee brat, you want to use this kind of method to scare this lord? You're too naive. If you really kill Guo Shu, you'll also die beyond all doubt today." Along with Yi Yuan's countdown, Guo Shu's breathing also became ragged. The sweat on his body already soaked his clothing. However, Cloudsky still did not have the intention of agreeing to Yi Yuan. Cloudsky looked at Yi Yuan with a cold sneer just like that. He did not believe that Yi Yuan really dared to make a move. This place was the holy city. If he killed Guo Shu, Yi Yuan definitely could not escape. "Guo Shu, you set your mind at ease. I assure you with my head that G Brat absolutely won't dare to kill you." Cloudsky said to Guo Shu. "Time's up." Right at this time, 10 breaths' time was up. Cloudsky laughed loudly and said, "G Brat, why don't you kill? Just now, weren't you still threatening this lord?" The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and a hint of a mocking smile flashed past. The evil extermination sword pressed forward lightly. Slash! Guo Shu's head flew high up, turning into a headless corpse in a blink of an eye. The evil extermination sword's edge ground Guo Shu's divine soul into pieces along with it too. Only all the way until the head hit the ground, did they abruptly startle awake. The holy city's successor was actually killed so easily. Yi Yuan really killed Guo Shu. Yi Yuan actually really dared to kill Guo Shu. Was this guy mad? You really dared to kill him? Cloudsky said angrily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If killed, then killed, what's to dare or not dare about? You wouldn't think that I was joking with you earlier, right? Oh, right, you even guaranteed it with your head just now. Now, can you take it down?" Cloudsky's divine king domain suddenly erupted, sweeping over towards Yi Yuan instantly. "Gee brat, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Cloudsky roared as he rushed over. Cloudsky was one of the Holy City's 3 great titans. His strength connected to the heavens and penetrated the earth. His strength was not what ordinary void mystic powerhouses were able to compare to. One could say that Cloudsky was the divine realm's true apex existence. Below the 10 great divine kings, he reigned supreme. The moment the divine king domain opened up, it enveloped Yuan inside instantly. However, Yuan was long prepared and completely did not give Cloudsky any chance at all. The instant that Cloudsky's divine king domain opened up, Yuan's figure already merged into heaven and earth, escaping outside the heavenly Saint Tower with a flash. How could Cloudsky allow Yuan to flee? He immediately chased outside, passed down the order, sealed the city gates. I want to see if this brat really can't be killed. Outside the heavenly Saint Tower, Cloudsky and Yuan faced each other across a great distance. He was already beyond furious and completely did not care about the matter that Yuan was the son of heaven's mandate. He only knew that he had to kill Yuan today. However, Yuan did not seem to have the intention of running away. He still stood there in a collected manner. Looking at Cloudsky from a distance, Yuan said with a calm smile, "Old punk Cloudsky, you don't have to be like this. This young master hasn't played enough yet. How would I leave readily? Come, 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 I've long heard that the Holy City's 3 titan strengths are exceedingly formidable. This G wants to experience it today, whether or not it's really as powerful as in the rumors." Cloudsky snorted coldly and said, "Fine. Since you're not running, then this lord will let you witness what's true might." Cloudsky's divine king domain opened fully. The entire holy city was shaken. The radius that his divine king domain covered was too large. The horrifying aura that came from inside virtually made people asphyxiated. A hint of a cold sneer flashed across the corners of Yuan's mouth. His figure became erratic all of a sudden. When Cloudsky saw this scene, his gaze involuntarily turned intent. With his strength, he was actually unable to lock onto Yuan. This brat's heart realm actually already reached the realm of perfection. Heaven-man unity, heaven-man unity, damn it, how on earth did this punk do it? Since I'm unable to use aura to lock on, then I'll directly annihilate you. 9 heavens rumbling thunder, Cloudsky said indignantly. Above the sky, turned into a sea of lightning, enveloping the 10,000-foot radius that Yuan was in inside entirely. Cloudsky's divine king domain actually reached a terrifying 10,000 feet. This terrifying undulation shocked the entire holy city. Only at this moment did people know that Wu Yuanchao, who was known as the Thundercry Divine King, was simply not worth mentioning in front of Cloudsky. This was a true peak powerhouse. That violent lightning ocean could simply obliterate everything. Back then, the Spirit Bristle Divine King exterminating 100 Divine King powerhouses with the power of flames, was also nothing more than this. So strong. How did Lord Qingyan Z provoke Lord Cloudsky? This time, it's really dying without even leaving dregs behind. Truly didn't think that Lord Cloudsky's strength is already terrifying to such an extent. Looking at the power of this Divine King domain, his strength is probably already not beneath the 10 great Divine Kings, right? 9 heavens rumbling thunder. This is the divine realm's most powerful domain of lightning power. The holy city's 3 titans are indeed all not ordinary people. Such tremendous undulations naturally incurred large numbers of powerhouses to surround and watch. Everyone was unbelievably shocked towards Cloudsky's 9 heavens rumbling thunder. Such a grand occasion, how many years had it not appeared already? Chapter 11:22, Greater Teleportation. Quite a few people were very sympathetic towards Yuan. The consequences of angering Lord Cloudsky was not that fun. The price was death, but right at this time, Cloudsky's expression suddenly changed drastically. Behind Cloudsky, inside the void, a peerless sword light tore through the air, akin to a falling star, falling fiercely to the ground. Ji Qingyan, you dare. Cloudsky's eyes turned bloodshot, but looking at that sword light in the distance, he felt powerless. Yuan was able to hear his roar, but the sword light could not hear it. With a boom, a tiled building was directly ruined by the sword light, kicking up clouds of dust. No way, right, what happened just now? Wasn't Ji Qingyan trapped by Lord Cloudsky inside the 9 heavens rumbling thunder? How did he run over there? That sword light of Ji Qingyan's was so strong. Isn't he just 5th level Dao profound? How could he release such a powerful attack? No, wait, that direction seems to be the purple gold hall. This is severing the lineage. Ji Qingyan, what ruthless means. The holy city's powerhouses spoke at great lengths unceasingly. Only now did they discover that the direction Yuan attacked was actually the Purple Gold Hall. What kind of place was the Purple Gold Hall? That was the holy city's future. Each disciple inside were all peerless geniuses that the holy city spent countless resources to groom. This baffling sword of Yuan's was actually going to eliminate those Purple Gold Hall's disciples. He already killed Guo Shu. Annihilating the Purple Gold Hall's powerhouses, the blow to the holy city was tremendous. Although this move was rather vicious, Yuan did not have much sympathy in his heart. The price of this sin was death. Ever since becoming aware of the Yu-Soul sect's actions and conduct, as well as the holy city's attitude, Yuan had the idea of destroying the holy city. This kind of sect existing in the world, even continuing the shameless behavior for 1,000,000 years, was simply the divine realm's nightmare. Cloudsky, they all still had this sort of attitude toward the fiend race. It indicated that the holy city's style was already penetrated deep into the bones and was simply hard to change anymore. Since there was no way of changing, then let him destroy it. Currently, Yuan was not the three titans' match yet, but it did not impede him from claiming a bit of interest first. At this time, wailing cries echoed out inside the Purple Gold Hall. Second senior brother. Third senior brother. You guys, why have you guys departed? Senior apprentice brother. Seems like our divine king realm senior brothers all died. Who in the world did this? Yuan did not annihilate them completely. Under the great circle of perfection heaven-man unity, he was able to clearly sense the situation of those disciples in the Purple Gold Hall. This streak of sword light, he was targeting those divine king realm disciples. Ji Qingyan, you'll die a horrible death. Such an inhuman and brutal thing, you're actually capable of it. Cloudsky pointed at Yuan and let loose a torrent of abuse. Yuan looked at him and said with a calm look, your Yu-Soul sect has powerhouses being born every generation. Zhuge Qingshan is even hailed as the divine realm's #1 divine king. But you all watch on with folded arms regarding the matter of the fiend race's invasion. Think about it, how many people are plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering because of you. Several tragic wars, you all stayed aloof from the matter. Comparing cruelty, comparing shamelessness, this G is truly far off. Yuan's words were akin to rolling thunder, resounding throughout all major streets and small alleys in the holy city. Although everyone had not heard before the great name of the Yu-Soul sect, Yuan's meaning was already very clear. For a moment, there was another wave of commotion. Cloudsky's face was livid with rage, hating Yuan to the bones. Of course, he was more regretful now. If he did not allow Yuan to enter the Bloodrain wilderness back then and chased him away with forceful measures, perhaps there would not be so much trouble. Now, the consequence caused by a wrong decision made in a moment of weakness was too severe. Nangong Zifeng, what are you still waiting for? All void mystic martial artists obey my command, everybody attack together and eradicate Ji Qingyan. Cloudsky said solemnly. There was a series of ripples in the void. 6 to 7 figures surrounded Yuan in the middle at the same time, cutting off all of his escape routes. A purple-robed powerhouse stepped out slowly and looked at Yuan with a frown as he said, this boy's hard realm broke through to the realm of perfection and already comprehended the art of greater teleportation. Unless Qingshan is here, no one can make him stay. This purple-robed powerhouse was precisely one of the three titans, Nangong Zifeng. Nangong Zifeng's words stirred up massive waves in the crowd. Art of greater teleportation. It's actually the art of greater teleportation. No wonder Lord Cloudsky's 9 heavens rumbling thunder couldn't do anything to Yuan either. Art of greater teleportation is an extremely profound spatial secret art. Rumors have it that this is a magical ability that only deity realm powerhouses can comprehend. This Ji Qingyan is simply too monstrous. It's fine if his alchemy Dao talent is strong, didn't think that resurrecting again, even his martial path talent became so terrifying as well. The holy city's 2 great titans moved out at the same time and actually can't do anything to him either, and even had their lineage severed by Ji Qingyan. If this were to spread out, the holy city's face would be utterly lost. The art of greater teleportation was actually the upgraded version of merging into heaven and earth. When heaven-man unity reached the great circle of perfection, one's comprehension of heaven and earth would reach a higher level. Within a certain radius, the martial artist could reach another spatial node as they pleased, making people incapable of grasping. Even Cloudsky and Nangong Zifeng, This kind of void mystic powerhouses whose divine king domains reached 10,000 feet, were also unable to lock onto Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan's current cultivation realm was on the low side. At most, he could only teleport roughly at 10,000 feet distance. It was just that these 10,000 feet were already sufficient. The art of greater teleportation was not an exclusive right of deity realm powerhouses. It was just that those able to use the art of greater teleportation in the legends were all deity realm powerhouses. Hence, that was why these martial artists would have this kind of mistaken cognition. Casting the art of greater teleportation, one's heart realm must reach heaven-man unity's great circle of perfection. This was an extremely difficult thing to accomplish, even during the Divine Tao era. Even if the Divine Tao era powerhouses cultivated essence, energy, and spirit to the great circle of perfection, they might not be able to cultivate heart realm to perfection either. Hence, Divine King powerhouses who used the art of greater teleportation were virtually non-existent. Cloudsky looked at Yi Yuan from far away, his face livid with rage. How could he not know that he could not make Yi Yuan stay? But this current sort of situation, what else could he do? Ji Qingyan, your cultivation increasing greatly is also all thanks to the holy city. Why not we each take a step back? You leave the holy city, and we'll let today's incident pass, just treat it like nothing happened, how's that? Nangong Zifeng suddenly opened his mouth and said, PFF'd. These words actually made Yi Yuan laugh. What are you laughing at, Ji Qingyan? Cloudsky said in a deep voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm laughing at your shamelessness. This Bloodrain wilderness is the medicine garden of the ancient Heaven One sect. You guys took forcible possession of it. Now, using it to treat it as a favor, isn't it funny? Cloudsky could not help being rendered speechless. But his inner heart was endlessly shocked. Looks like Yi Yuan really entered the 7th level. Otherwise, how could he know so many ancient secrets? Chapter 11:23. Easier to call up an evil spirit than to allay it. Ji Qingyan, you comprehended greater teleportation. But those subordinates of yours didn't comprehend it. Do you think that they can escape the holy city? Nangong Zifeng suddenly opened his mouth and said. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and finally knew why Nangong Zifeng did not show up all along. It looked like this guy had been preparing a contingency plan the whole time. It was naturally impossible for a sly old fox like Cloudsky to give Yi Yuan opportunities on the heavenly Tao oath. His oath was merely just up until Yi Yuan exited the Bloodrain wilderness. Now that Yi Yuan came out, the oath naturally ended here too. The holy city could not touch Yi Yuan, but they naturally could turn the blades onto Ao Qian they all. If you dare to touch them once, I'll kill a void mystic powerhouse. I'm not the two of your match, but the others, you can give it a try. Yi Yuan said with a frosty expression. Ao Qian they all followed him and braved through fire and water. Yi Yuan had long viewed them as bosom friends already. Nangong Zifeng using them to threaten him really made Yi Yuan genuinely give rise to killing intent. Ji Qingyan, don't be cocky. If you have the capabilities, bring it on. You really think yourself to be invincible after comprehending greater teleportation? A void mystic powerhouse said furiously. This person was called Shirin Hui, a holy city elder and a veteran void mystic powerhouse. His strength was even a bit stronger compared to the Zhao Lingdong after fusing bodies. Toward Yi Yuan's arrogant speech, he naturally could not carry on listening. In his view, for Yi Yuan to still be able to stand here, it was merely because of the art of greater teleportation. Yi Yuan grinned widely and said, is that so? Old man Shi, I'm coming. You have to get ready. Shirin Hui only felt a blur before his eyes, and he already lost track of Yi Yuan. In virtually an instant, his hair stood on its ends. A feeling of immense danger welled up in his heart. Yi Yuan wielded the evil extermination divine sword and actually already arrived behind Shirin Hui. Another ray of sword light. This sword was like a death-hastening talisman. How many years had it already been since Shirin Hui felt that he was so close to death? Without the slightest hesitation, he opened up his divine king domain. Nangong Zifeng also did not expect Yi Yuan to attack when he said so. Expression changing, his divine king domain instantly expanded out. His distance away from Shirin Hui was exactly what the divine king domain was able to reach. But the power was already very weak. Divine king domain, the closer to oneself, the more powerful. The more towards the borders, the weaker. Facing Nangong Zifeng's divine king domain, Yi Yuan did not have the slightest hesitation, pressing forward with an indomitable slash. Like crushing dead branches and leaves, the sword intent connecting to divinity state evil extermination sword scattered Nangong Zifeng's divine king domain. The sword light's remnant force did not abate, directly slamming onto Shirenhui's divine king domain. Shirenhui vomited a mouthful of fresh blood violently, his body akin to sustaining a heavy blow, flying out backward. Everyone looked at this scene with wooden stares and slack jaws, deeply astonished by Yi Yuan. If talking about that sword of Yi Yuan's prior to this, it only killed some divine king powerhouses and was not breathtaking enough yet. Then this sword really shocked them. How could it be so strong? Ji Qingyan didn't even use divine king domain, and he beat Elder Shi to serious injuries. If not for Lord Nangong making a move, Elder Shi would most likely be dead already. Too inconceivable. Could it be that this is the true power of divine artifacts? A 5th level Dao profound severely wounding Elder Shi in one blow. This battle achievement is simply outrageous. This sword of Yi Yuan's utterly subverted their understanding toward divine king domains. The way these martial artists saw it, divine king domain was the zenith of martial Dao. Those able to defeat void mystic powerhouses were only void mystic powerhouses. But Yi Yuan only used one slash and almost eliminated a veteran void mystic powerhouse. This scene was seriously too inconceivable. Cloudsky and Nangong Zifeng both looked at the evil extermination sword in Yi Yuan's hands with heated eyes. Those ordinary martial artists could not tell, but how could they not perceive it? Yi Yuan triggered the divine Dao laws inside the divine artifact, that was how it unleashed such a terrifying sword intent. Yi Yuan comprehended. Divine Dao laws. Nobody was clearer than the two of them why the 10 great divine kings were so powerful. The reason was that they all comprehended divine Dao laws. But now, Yi Yuan comprehended divine Dao laws when he was at the 5th level Dao profound. What was even more damnable was that Yi Yuan actually still had a divine sword in his hands. A divine artifact that activated divine Dao might. That was very frightening. This point, to the holy city with a long-standing lineage, they were all too clear. Nangong Zifeng forcefully pressed down the astonishment in his heart and drew a deep breath as he said, Ji Qingyan, I admit that you have this strength. Fine, your subordinates, I'll bring them over wholly intact. Now, can you leave? Yi Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, okay. You let people bring them to outside the gates. I'll go there and rendezvous with them. I urge you to best not have any devious thoughts. Otherwise, the holy city will definitely shed blood like water today. Easier to call up an evil spirit than to allay it. Hearing Yi Yuan agree to leave, all of the holy city's powerhouses all heaved a sigh in relief. They had never thought that a super alchemy emperor would actually have a day where his martial Dao strength would reach such a level. Finally sent this god of plague away. You already proved your strength. Rest assured, we absolutely won't find trouble with you again. However, you also have to swear a heavenly Dao oath, to never go on a killing spree again under no circumstances. Nangong Zifeng said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, as long as you all don't provoke me anymore, I won't attack again. Following that, Yi Yuan swore a heavenly Dao oath before Nangong Zifeng ordered people to bring out Qian they all over. Seeing Yi Yuan leave, a hint of a wicked plan succeeding smile flashed past the corners of Nangong Zifeng's mouth. Roughly the time it took to brew a pot of tea, out Qian they all were brought outside the city gates. Seeing Yi Yuan return safe and sound, Ao Qian and the rest were all overjoyed. Haha, my lord, you finally came back. Holy city, this bunch of fellows are truly despicable. To actually drug our food, then capture all of us, said Zhang Taking. The moment Zhang Taking saw Yi Yuan, he immediately complained. This place was where the Alchemist Association's headquarters was located. Drugging the few of them was all too effortless. Moreover, with the heavenly Dao oath previously there, the holy city was very courteous to them this half a year. They did not have suspicions either, resulting in being directly put down. Seeing that everyone was fine, Yi Yuan finally set his mind at ease and said with a smile, with me around, they don't dare to do anything to you guys. Entering the Bloodrain wilderness this time, my harvests are considerable. Later, I'll help you all refine medicinal pills and help you advance a step further. Old Ao, especially you. I'm very much looking forward to your bearing when you recover to your peak strength. Ao Qian's entire body trembled when he heard that and immediately revealed a look of wild elation. Yi Yuan saying it like this, he definitely found the last spirit medicine inside the Bloodrain wilderness. This way, he would be able to recover to his peak strength. With Ski Distant around, it was naturally nothing difficult for Yuan to find a few stocks of spirit medicines. Just as the few people were preparing to leave, a terrifying aura came from above the skies all of a sudden. Ha ha ha, Ji Qingyan, this lord wants to see if you're really unkillable. Even if Qingshan isn't around, this divine Tao Grand Array is likewise able to exterminate you. Cloudsky laughed wildly as he said, Chapter 11:24, Don't come and provoke me again. Above the sky, streams of light spilled over. A horrifying pressure made everyone's countenance change. That was the power of laws belonging to divine Tao. Haha, Ji brat, do you really think that my holy city's million-year-old inheritance is to be trifled with? Enjoy the terror of divine Tao laws to your heart's content. To be able to die under a divine rank Grand Array, you can be sufficiently proud. Cloudsky was incomparably exhilarated in his heart. Ever since Yuan came to the holy city, he was constantly being led by the nose. Don't mention how aggrieved he felt in his heart. But today, Yuan even killed Guo Shu in the Purple Gold Hall's Divine King powerhouses, destroying the holy city's several hundred years of painstaking effort in a single day. This enmity was formed huge. Just allowing Yuan to leave unchecked, how could the two of them be reconciled to it? The reason why Nangong Zifeng let out Qian they all out was in order to drag the time. Activating the divine rank Grand Array, the price expended was too great. The time needed was also somewhat long. Nangong Zifeng knew that ordinary level attacks were totally useless to Yuan. It could not even touch him. But under the pressure of divine Tao, Yuan's art of greater teleportation was useless too. Hey, Ji brat, you're too conceited. If we let you walk out of the holy city today, where will we put our old faces still? Nangong Zifeng said with a cold laugh. The divine Tao Grand Array has already not been activated before for no idea how many years. This time, making an exception for you. Enjoy this despair well. Cloudsky followed up. The divine Tao pressure in the sky became more and more intense. The feeling that it gave people was like the sky was falling down. When Ao Qian and the rest saw this scene, each and every one of them involuntarily swallowed their saliva. They still did not understand up till now what on earth His Excellency did to actually incite the holy city to activate the divine rank Grand Array. My God, it's really the divine rank Grand Array activating. Looks like Ji Qingyan really offended the two titans badly. Ji Qingyan's lineage-ending sword virtually ruined the holy city's future. How could they not be furious? Divine rank Grand Array activating. This time, Ji Qingyan would be hard-pressed to escape even if he grew wings. Tisk tisk, this power. To be able to sense divine Tao laws in this lifetime, there are no regrets in death too. It was the holy city's martial artists' first time witnessing the might of the divine Tao Grand Array. Each and every one of them was incomparably excited. Yuan's composure exceeded Cloudsky and Nangong Zifeng's expectations on the other hand. In their view, Yuan should have given up all hope currently. But why was he still so calm? Could it be that this punk thought that his art of greater teleportation was able to avoid the divine rank Grand Array? You all don't need to have this going to die expression. All enter the vast heaven pagoda. Leave this divine rank Grand Array to me, Yuan said with Ao Qian and the rest with a smile. Ao Qian's eyes became wide circles as he said in disbelief, My lord, this is a divine rank Grand Array. Could it be that you have ways to deal with it too? Enough nonsense, quickly go in. Yuan scolded with a smile. When Nangong Zifeng saw this scene, he said with a cold sneer, Hey, death is nigh. Still feigning arrogance here. Right at this time, the divine rank Grand Array that accumulated power to await release seemed to have finally finished storing up power. Everyone knew that horrifying power was already lurking above the 9 heavens. Once it landed, it would surely strike with the force and momentum of a thunderbolt. Quickly retreat. Don't get dragged in by the divine rank Grand Array's attack. At this time, Yuan was like a god of plague. Everyone avoided him like the plague. Once this attack landed, nobody knew what would happen either. As for the holy city's people, they had naturally maintained a safe distance from Yuan long ago. After all, Yuan's greater teleportation was no joke. What if he lured the attack over to their side? They would turn to ashes. Several dozen multicolored flowing light landed from above the sky, looking just like a sunset, beautiful to the extreme. But everyone knew that behind that beauty, there were extremely terrifying divine Tao laws. The divine rank Grand Array finally activated. These multicolored flowing lights were extremely swift. In virtually a blink of an eye, they landed on top of Yuan's head. His figure immediately vanished from where he stood, disappearing without a trace. However, those multicolored flowing lights flew towards the city gates with even greater speed. Seeing this scene, Cloudsky and Nangong Zifeng's expression changed drastically. They did not think that Yi Yuan wanted to do something to disgust them even on his deathbed. He actually wanted to borrow the power of this grand array to destroy the holy city's gates. Those dozen over multicolored flowing lights landed on the city gates, directly blasting the impregnable city gates to smithereens. For a moment, debris flew everywhere. The holy city's walls were all made using special stone materials. It would be hard for void mystic powerhouses to even damage it in the slightest. But this time, it was destroyed by the divine rank grand array. Ji Qingyan, this brat, truly deserves death. His death is at hand, and he doesn't even let people be carefree. Cloudsky said crossly. Forget it. Either way, this brat is dead too. He has 2 divine artifacts in his hands. It should also be sufficient to match up to the city gate's losses, Nangong Zifeng consoled him. Upon hearing this, Cloudsky's eyes lit up, and he immediately showed great interest. The unhappy feelings earlier immediately vanished without a trace. The dust settled, and the divine Tao pressure above the sky gradually faded away. Everything returned to how it was. Everyone was stupefied by the powerful might of these divine Tao laws. This was the foundation of the holy city. Presently in the divine realm, sects that possessed a complete divine Tao grand array was only the holy city. Seeing everyone's reaction, Cloudsky and Nangong Zifeng exchanged a glance and smiled, clearly very satisfied. Although they were forced to use the divine rank grand array this time, it also awed all of the martial artists in the holy city. This was their foundation. The negative impact brought by Yi Yuan would be dispelled very soon. Come, go over and take a look. The sacred dragon token and the divine sword are both not ordinary items. Cloudsky said. Nangong Zifeng nodded his head and followed after as well. Those void mystic powerhouses hiding in the dark also all showed themselves at this time. Ha ha ha, Ji Qingyan, this brat, finally died. Shiren Hui laughed loudly and walked out. The power of divine Tao earlier was too powerful. Shiren Hui felt his heart palpitate even when hiding so far away. There were absolutely no chances of survival for Yi Yuan under such an attack. However, just as he approached the city gates, a sudden change occurred. An unparalleled sword light suddenly came out from within the dust, cleaving straight for Shiren Hui. He completely did not have any guard up at this time. In his carelessness, he actually did not even open up his divine king domain. The sword light tore right through the air, splitting Shiren Hui into 2 halves. A void mystic powerhouse of his generation was actually gone just like that. This unexpected change was what everyone did not anticipate from start to end. When Cloudsky and Nangong Zifeng saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly. This swift and sharp sword, who else could release it apart from Yi Yuan? He actually didn't die. Everybody, be careful. Cloudsky felt like his scalp was going to explode. I had said it before, don't come and provoke me again. It was you all who broke the agreement first. Don't blame this young master for not being polite. Amidst the dust, Yi Yuan's voice transmitted out, as if coming from the netherworld, making everyone's hearts turn cold. Chapter 1125, Killing Spree. Yi Yuan's words made those void mystic powerhouses all break out in goosebumps, everyone feeling endangered. The dust gradually dispersed. An enormous turtle shell was displayed in front of everyone. Seeing the mystic art holy tortoise shell, Cloudsky and Nangong Zifeng's expressions both turned intent. Although they did not recognize the mystic art holy tortoise shell, the extraordinariness of this turtle shell, they perceived it with one glance. On it faintly revealed extremely profound power of laws. Shockingly, it was precisely divine Tao laws. Yi Yuan was actually perfectly unscathed under the protection of this turtle shell. Yi Yuan put away the mystic art holy tortoise shell, killing intent revealing in his gaze fully. The holy city's provocation utterly stirred up his wrath. If not for Skidistant drawing out the divine Tao might of the mystic art holy tortoise shell, Yi Yuan would be dead for sure this time. But with Skidistant's present state, he could at most only make the mystic art holy tortoise shell resist deity realm attacks 3 times. Yi Yuan also did not expect that just exiting the Bloodrain wilderness, he would already use up 1. Today, this young master is going on a killing spree. His voice had yet to fade, and Yi Yuan's figure instantly vanished from where he stood. A divine king guard directly had his head severed from his body. While only at this time, did Yi Yuan's words spread out far away like rolling thunder, making everyone's hearts turn cold. Yi Yuan's figure disappeared. Those divine king powerhouses could not capture Yi Yuan's silhouette at all. Each and every one of their scalps tingled, uncertain who Yi Yuan's next target was. Yi Yuan's art of greater teleportation was elusive as a ghost. With their strength, they could not detect Yi Yuan's attacking direction at all. Another divine king powerhouse had a sword pierced through the heart by Yi Yuan from behind, his life force instantly extinguishing. Cloudski's eyes turned bloodshot, and he cried out, "Ji Qingyan, stay your hand. Don't you forget, my holy city still has a heaven-stabilizing divine king. If you dare to kill any more people, when Zhuge Qingshan returns, you'll die even if you escape to the ends of the world." What replied him was a ray of terrifying sword light. This ray of sword light naturally was not aiming for Cloudski, but targeting several of the holy city's divine king powerhouses. Without the least bit of suspense, these few divine kings were directly slashed into minced meat by the sword light. In front of the current Yi Yuan, ordinary divine king powerhouse completely did not have the slightest strength to counterattack. Places that he passed through, there was a series of wails. "Everybody, quickly disperse apart. Flee. The further you flee, the better." Cloudski shouted loudly. He knew that it really poked the hornet's nest this time. Yi Yuan was already utterly enraged. They had to pay a terrible price for their actions. Right now, under this sort of circumstances, he could only make everyone split up and run. Yi Yuan was just alone with a sword. It was impossible to kill everyone. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan already killed over a dozen divine king powerhouses. Currently, apart from Cloudski and Nangong Zifeng who were safe, the rest all became Yi Yuan's prey. "Cloudski, we can't look on with folded arms. Take action. My divine king domain and yours can cover as wide as 20,000 feet. As long as the cooperation is arranged properly, we might not be incapable of taking care of him." Nangong Zifeng said solemnly. Cloudski nodded and said, "Fine. If I don't kill this punk today, I, Cloudski, am lesser than human." Done talking, Cloudski's nine heavens rumbling thunder instantly opened up. The terrifying lightning sea appeared once again. And Nangong Zifeng's divine king domain was an extremely rare purple evil domain, wounding people using wicked energy. Places that it passed through was akin to death descending upon the mortal realm. The process from beginning to end was incomparably terrifying. Seeing such horrifying power, those innocent people in the holy city hurriedly retreated far away once more. Two great titans joining hands to deal with the enemy, such a spectacle was truly too grand. As long as they touched a little, they would be dead without chances of survival too. A fifth-level divine realm actually forced the holy city's two great titans to team up and fight the enemy. Today's event is bound to shake the entire divine realm. This is also something that can't be helped. Comprehending the art of greater teleportation, Yi Yuan is virtually established in an invincible position already. As long as he doesn't lose his mind and forcefully clash with the two great titans, the two of them likely can't do anything to him at all. Although saying that the holy city is the leader of the divine realm is somewhat reputation falling short of reality, the might of the holy city is indisputable. Even the 10 great divine kings don't dare to be impudent in the holy city too. But today, Ji Qingyan actually wants to turn the holy city upside down. Nangong Zifeng and Cloudski crushed over towards Yi Yuan in a carpet-bombing style. However, they were completely unable to lock onto Yi Yuan's position. Yi Yuan had long abandoned his divine king domain already. Just one person and one sword, doing as he pleased. In comparison, Nangong Zifeng and Cloudski, the two people's divine king domains were like two big dumb elephants, empty power, but inadequate mobility. The two of them could only forever eat the dust behind Yi Yuan. The evil extermination sword was just like the scythe of the death god, willfully reaping the lives of the holy city's powerhouses. Under Yi Yuan's perfected heart realm, those martial artists were laid completely bare. Those powerhouses discovered to their dismay that no matter how they hid, how they ran, they could not escape Yi Yuan's sword. Yi Yuan was just like devil, no idea when he would appear behind them, and then he would end their lives with a slash. "Qi Daoming, next is you." Hearing Yi Yuan's voice, Qi Daoming's gaze turned intent. An aura of death pounced from head on. Finally, Yi Yuan turned his gaze on void mystic powerhouses. Qi Daoming was precisely another void mystic elder of the holy city. Qi Daoming was currently sprinting like mad, but under Yi Yuan's greater teleportation, his speed was too slow. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. Cloudski. Nangong Zifeng shouted fiercely. Cloudski immediately understood. Two great divine king domains opened up, instantly protecting Qi Daoming with all their power. Hoo, you guys are still really naive. In the void, a mocking voice came over. But Yi Yuan's figure already appeared 10,000 feet away. The next instant, Yi Yuan's figure vanished once more. Cloudski and Nangong Zifeng's expressions changed drastically at the same time as they exclaimed in shock, "Damn it! His target is Su Qian." That direction Yi Yuan went in was precisely another void mystic elder, Su Qian. He deliberately baited Cloudski and Nangong Zifeng, the two people, to Qi Daoming. However, he was actually making a feint, thoroughly shaking off the two people. He was rushing towards Su Qian. Su Qian's strength was even a notch weaker compared to Zhao Lingdong's. He was completely not Yi Yuan's match. Yi Yuan merged into heaven and earth, how could he not know that Yi Yuan was chasing after? "Ah, Ji Qingyan, this old man will fight it out with you." Su Qian also knew that he could not run. Giving a frenzied shout, he directly opened up his divine king domain and charged over toward Yi Yuan, who merged into heaven and earth. However, the Yi Yuan that he originally locked onto actually vanished into thin air. It was as if he had never appeared before. "Ah, Ji Qingyan, I want you dead." Su Qian went utterly insane. He was like a madman, randomly unleashing terrifying martial techniques in all directions. He completely did not know which direction Yi Yuan would come from and could only use this sort of method to reduce his terror. A streak of sword light tore through the air and reached its target, directly tearing through Su Qian's divine king domain, puncturing his chest and grinding his innards into pieces. Chapter 1126, Heaven Stabilizing Divine King. Su Qian, Nangong Zifeng's and Cloudski's eyes turned bloodshot, virtually going crazy, helplessly watching a void mystic elder die before their eyes, but incapable of action. This sort of feeling made their chest almost explode. The two of them had roamed the divine realm unobstructed for several thousand years. There had yet once where they were so helpless like today. Counting in Zhao Lingdong and Halski, in a short 1 day's time, the holy city actually had 5 void mystic powerhouses perish. This kind of loss was an unbearable weight to any sect. Not just so, Yi Yuan even killed the Purple Gold Hall's divine king disciples. Today's 1 day of loss was likely able to compare to the holy city's 1,000 years of losses. Except, as the holy city's 2 great titans, they could not even touch Yi Yuan's hair. "Ji Qingyan, don't kill anymore. Don't kill anymore. We admit defeat. As long as you're willing to leave the holy city, we can agree to any terms." In Cloudski's shout virtually carried tears. He really did not expect that things would develop to this sort of situation today. Cloudski's intestines were green with regret right now. What he regretted was not about not letting Yi Yuan enter the Bloodrain wilderness, but that he should not have provoked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan wanted to leave, then let him leave nicely. Why was there a need to stir up so many things? Truly blinded by obsession, in between this, he had a number of opportunities to let Yi Yuan leave safe and sound. But he did not. In fact, he did not believe in the outcome of going against destiny. He insisted on challenging the prestige of the Son of Heaven's mandate. In the end, he suffered a crushing defeat. Yi Yuan looked at Cloudski and said with a cold smile, "If people don't offend me, I don't offend people. If people offend me, I'll definitely repay it 100-fold. Do you know regret now? It's too late. Today, I'll carry out justice on heaven's behalf and eradicate your shameless Yu Soul sect's Tao teachings. Let the two of you become generals without an army." Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure moved, and another dozen over holy city powerhouses died under his sword. Yi Yuan was truly enraged today as well. He was extremely annoyed with the holy city in the first place and was provoked time and again by Cloudski and Nangong Zifeng, even nearly dying under the divine rank Grand Array. Since the grudge was already sowed, then make it irreconcilable then. Even if he did not go on a killing spree today, could it be that Cloudski and Nangong Zifeng could let him off? Cloudski's chest was like puffing bellows at this time. Finally, he could not hold back and spewed out a mouthful of blood. In this short while, Yi Yuan already killed several dozens of divine king powerhouses. Even chopping vegetables was not so fast. The might of a divine artifact was completely not what ordinary divine king martial artists could resist. Yi Yuan was currently massacring wantonly when suddenly, alarm bells went off. Sudden impulse was triggered once more. An ominous feeling welled up in his head, making Yi Yuan's actions suddenly pause. He put away the sword and stood there, looking at Cloudsky and Nangong Zifeng as he said, "Consider yourselves lucky today. The next time this Ji comes to the holy city again, it will be your Yu Soul sect's Dao teachings, Day of Doom." Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, his figure swayed, and he disappeared. After several breaths, someone came to report that Yi Yuan exited the city through the wrecked city gates. Hearing this news, Cloudsky and Nangong Zifeng, the two people, both heaved a long sigh in relief. This killing god finally left. Quick, seal the city. Absolutely can't let that punk take a step into the holy city again. Cloudsky immediately instructed. He was cowed by Yi Yuan's killing. Today could be said to have suffered grievous losses. This killing god leaving, his first reaction was not never let this brat enter the city again. As long as they cut Yi Yuan off outside, with the divine Dao Grand Array defending, he definitely could not come in either. The Grand Array activating, Cloudsky's heart finally landed too. "Cloudsky, why do you think Ji Qingyan suddenly pulled back?" Nangong Zifeng was a little calmer than Cloudsky and kept feeling that Yi Yuan left oddly. Except, he was the same as Cloudsky, both terrified by Yi Yuan's killing. Hence, that was why he did not recover to his sense for a moment. Thinking about it at this time, the more he thought, the more amiss it felt. With him questioning, Cloudsky also immediately felt something amiss and said with furrowed brows, "This. He either has urgent matters to attend to, or, the holy city has an existence that he's apprehensive of." But, the two people exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock from the other party's eyes. Very clearly, they thought of a possibility. Except, this kind of possibility, how could Yi Yuan know in advance? Cloudsky's pupils suddenly constricted, and he said with a face full with remorse, "Damn it, how could I forget this?" This brat even comprehended the art of greater teleportation. He definitely comprehended sudden impulse too. Him leaving at this time, apart from fearing Qingshan, who else could he dread? Nangong Zifeng also came back to his senses and said with a look of astonishment, "Could it be that Qingshan is already on the way back?" Nangong Zifeng's words had yet to finish speaking when there was a ripple in the void. An azure-robed man slowly walked out. The azure-robed man wore a head ornament, his face frosty. With every movement and action, it gave people a feeling of profoundness and inscrutability. Seeing the wrecked holy city, the azure-robed man's brows knitted together. He shot a glance at the Cloudsky duo in the distance and actually slowly shut his eyes. After several breaths, his eyes suddenly snapped open, his figure abruptly vanishing on the spot. Cloudsky and Nangong Zifeng exchanged a glance and said in shock, "Qingshan seems to have had some gains entering the Godsfall mountain range this time." Nangong Zifeng deeply felt that way too and said with a nod, "I discovered that I can't see through him more and more. Perhaps Qingshan might really be able to be the first powerhouse to step foot into deity realm in these 100,000 years." Cloudsky suddenly smiled coldly and said in delight, "Hey, it's still too early to talk about this. I want to take a look instead, at whether or not Ji Brat can escape Qingshan's pursuit. Zifeng, you make arrangements for the aftermath. I'll follow after to take a look. That brat practically brought to us an apocalyptic disaster today. Not seeing his head separate from his body personally, this lord isn't reconciled to it. In my view, Qingshan's destiny isn't weaker than his. I want to see just what kind of a conclusion the clash of two great living unparalleled geniuses will be." Yi Yuan executed greater teleportation to the limits, 10,000 miles in a single breath. The current Zhuge Qingshan was not what he was capable of contending with. The moment sudden impulse gave an early warning, Yi Yuan knew that it was definitely Zhuge Qingshan returning. Regarding this, he could only secretly curse his misfortune. "I didn't think that Zhuge Qingshan actually returned at this time. So unlucky. Yu Soul sect has been adept at being opportunistic these last few years. It looks like they accumulated considerable destiny and isn't fated to die." Yi Yuan secretly sighed. The destiny accumulated for 1,000,000 years was not so easy to extinguish. In this 1,000,000 years, no idea how much the Yu Soul sect profited from wars. Accumulating year in and year out, that was how there was the holy city today. Although divine Dao dwindled to zero, the situation of the holy city leading the divine realm was an irrefutable fact. This point, Yi Yuan was unable to deny it too. If not for so, Yi Yuan would not come and seek help from Cloudsky either. It was just that, did not expect that it would be such a conclusion in the end. While currently flying, alarm bells suddenly went off. Yi Yuan's countenance changed, and he forcefully stopped his moving momentum in the air. Ahead, an azure-robed man stood with his hands behind his back, his hand fanning a paper fan. Who could it be if not Zhuge Qingshan? Chapter 1127, Unexpected Turn of Events. Younger brother Ji, long time no see. Why are you in such a hurry? The heaven-stabilizing divine king fanned his paper fan, with the appearance of an elegant young master. Looked too frail to stand up to a gust of wind, but in reality, he was the most dangerous man in the entire divine realm. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together. Not seeing him for many years, Zhuge Qingshan's strength became increasingly unfathomable. This was not a good sign. The last time he met with Zhuge Qingshan was more than 100 years ago. At that time, the oppressive feeling that Zhuge Qingshan gave Yi Yuan was far from as powerful as right now. Looks like over these 20 years, the one who improved was not just him, Yi Yuan, alone. Zhuge Qingshan, put away that act of yours. You're saying it like this young master is very familiar with you, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Since he could not run, then there was only a fight. If it was a frontal clash, Yi Yuan was not even Cloudsky and Nangong Zifeng's match, let alone Zhuge Qingshan, who was known as the Divine Realm's #1. Yi Yuan also did not think that Zhuge Qingshan's speed was actually so fast. He only used an hour and blocked him. One had to know that with his current speed, even Nangong Zifeng might not be able to catch up. For Zhuge Qingshan to be able to catch up was not strange. But this speed was truly a bit too freakish. Zhuge Qingshan's brows raised up, and he said coolly, "Fine then. Since that's the case, how should the matter of you slaughtering the holy city today be resolved?" The heaven-stabilizing divine king was calm and collected and did not have much sullen anger mixed inside. But his words radiated awe without being furious. "Hey, don't be so hypocritical, all right? If you covet the divine inscriptions, just say it straight. Those people are merely ant-like existences to you. Don't tell me that you only chased after because you have compassion for them." Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. The corners of Zhuge Qingshan's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a faint smile, "Hoo-hoo, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Hand over the divine inscriptions, and I'll make it painless for you." The moment the word, painless, came out of his mouth, a faintly discernible source power instantly spread out. Yi Yuan instantly felt the entire world crushing down toward him. A faint divine Tao power of laws spilling over warded this pressure off outside. Seeing this scene, the heaven-stabilizing divine king's gaze sharpened slightly, and actually revealed some delight. "Looks like your extent of shamelessness as the Yu-Soul sect's #1 person in this age is the greatest in the world," Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Zhuge Qingshan did not get too annoyed and said coolly, "Since you know, it seems like there's no need for this seat to waste my breath. Are you handing it over yourself, or do you want this seat to personally take action?" In Zhuge Qingshan's eyes, those divine king powerhouses, even void mystic powerhouses, were also merely ant-like existences. Perhaps Cloudsky and Nangong Zifeng, they all would still take to heart their secular status, and care about the life and death of the holy city's powerhouses. But Zhuge Qingshan would not care at all. What was truly able to move him was only deity realm. Yi Yuan also smiled lightly and said, "If you have the capabilities, come and take it yourself." Zhuge Qingshan folded his fan and put it away, and still had a collected look as he said, "Looks like you're refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit." Zhuge Qingshan's fan pointing out, the entire world collapsed because of it. Yi Yuan's eyes turned intent. An oppressive force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas instantly restrained his entire person. The art of greater teleportation actually utterly lost effectiveness at this instant. Bystanders completely had no way of imagining how such a sloppy and ordinary attack actually encompassed the might of heaven and earth. "Your divine Tao laws are too simple and plain." Zhuge Qingshan had a look of disdain. In this world, powerhouses able to obtain divine inscriptions could be counted on one's fingers. But powerhouses able to comprehend divine inscriptions were in the minority. But if discussing whose comprehension in divine realm laws ranked at the top of the list in the divine realm, it was none other than the heaven-stabilizing divine king, Zhuge Qingshan. Previous life, Yi Yuan had interactions with Zhuge Qingshan before. It was just that at that time, Zhuge Qingshan did not display his true strength before it all. But today, Yi Yuan finally experienced why Zhuge Qingshan was able to be respectfully titled the heaven-stabilizing divine king. This fan, Yi Yuan actually had a feeling of being powerless to resolve it. Yi Yuan sensed that his surrounding space was collapsing due to it. Along with it, his body also had a feeling of being torn apart by space. Currently, Yi Yuan was able to feel that the divine Tao laws which Zhuge Qingshan comprehended were much stronger than his. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Yi Yuan's powerful fleshy body actually cracked apart inch by inch under the heavy pressure, fresh blood spraying wildly. Yi Yuan clenched his jaws tightly, feeling like the entire world was crumbling. This was the true power of divine Tao laws. Yi Yuan's sword Tao had merely just crossed the threshold. Facing Zhuge Qingshan, he was too weak. Hoo-hoo, when the tiger isn't in the mountains, the monkey proclaims itself as king. Do you really think that my holy city is a soft persimmon that anybody can knead? Zhuge Qingshan had plenty of strength to spare and was filled with scorn towards Yi Yuan. The blood vessels in Yi Yuan's arms and legs ruptured inch by inch, fresh blood pouring out like a fountain. He finally knew why the 10 great divine kings were hailed as invincible. The divine realm's number 1 was too strong. Yi Yuan's greatest reliance was greater teleportation. It was also precisely because he had this secret art that he dared to dance around with a powerhouse like Cloudski. But now, his greater teleportation could not be displayed. Right at this time, Cloudski finally rushed over. He was just in time to see the scene of Yi Yuan's death throes and could not help letting out a wild laugh. This entire day, he was in a state of extreme breakdown. Seeing Yi Yuan about to be eradicated, all of Cloudski's dejection was released at this moment. Gee brat, aren't you very arrogant? Didn't you want to wipe out my holy city's Tao teachings? Why don't you wipe it out? Cloudski said with a wild laugh. Toward Cloudski's mocking, Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to it. He did not have time to care about Cloudski's ridiculing at all. The current Yi Yuan already entered a mysterious state. Zhuge Qingshan's pressure made his fleshy body sustain tremendous pressure. But the vast heaven steel in his body actually had a reaction at this time. Skidistant imparted Yi Yuan the vast heaven chaos spell. But this kind of profound divine Tao laws, Yi Yuan had not learned the rudiments yet. But now, Yi Yuan felt like his head was exploding. Those divine inscriptions just like a bunch of bandits, forcefully barging into his sea of consciousness. After obtaining the vast heaven chaos spell, Yi Yuan had once taken the initiative to attempt to comprehend it but gleaned nothing. The hardest thing about divine inscriptions was crossing the threshold. The vast heaven chaos spell, Yi Yuan could not even cross the threshold. Currently, it was as if those divine inscriptions had life. Yi Yuan clearly did not go and comprehend them, but they took the initiative to integrate into Yi Yuan's mind. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. A pale yellow light thoroughly enveloped him. The squashing of space originally was actually blocked outside by this pale yellow light. Zhuge Qingshan's smile immediately froze on his face. His divine Tao law's power was actually unable to advance an inch further. He could not help increasing his force more, but that yellow light did not budge an inch, wrapping Yi Yuan up and protecting. Chapter 1128, Peak Confrontation. Vast Heaven Steel. A change in countenance appeared for the first time on Zhuge Qingshan's face. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, directly disintegrating Zhuge Qingshan's restrictive force. Accurately speaking, it was the vast heaven steel who scattered it. The vast heaven steel suspended above Yi Yuan's palm quietly. A pale yellow light halo intertwined around it akin to wandering dragons, exuding waves of mysterious aura. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuge Qingshan and said with a cold smile, "Looks like the vast heaven inheritance hates the Yu Soul sect's inheritances very much." Thanks, Zhuge Qingshan. Cloudski's laughter abruptly ceased. He was still waiting for Yi Yuan to be crushed into minced meat earlier. In a blink of an eye, such a sudden turn of events actually occurred. Could it be that this brat is really unkillable? Cloudski was angered until his expression was livid. Fortunately, nobody was around here. Otherwise, this old face would really not have places to put today. After the shock, Zhuge Qingshan composed himself very quickly and said coolly, "Although the vast heaven steel is strong, your strength is still too weak. Even if you're able to control the vast heaven steel, it's hard to escape death today as well." Zhuge Qingshan opened up the folded fan and fanned towards Yi Yuan without another word. His action did not have much pompousness, just a simple fanning. But it gave people a feeling of profoundness and inscrutability. A terrifying essence energy light beam shot straight at Yi Yuan's face. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, instantly feeling a mountain-like pressure. This fan was way stronger compared to that one just now. Yi Yuan hurriedly revolved the vast heaven chaos spell he just comprehended and cried out loudly, "Go!" The vast heaven steel was like a cannonball, welcoming Zhuge Qingshan's essence energy light beam. The essence energy light beam smashed onto the vast heaven steel, giving off a dazzling light. The vast heaven steel that had always succeeded was actually directly smashed, flying backward. Yi Yuan spewed out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs already suffered serious injuries. Zhuge Qingshan was too strong. The vast heaven steel is merely thus, Zhuge Qingshan said indifferently. Although his words were very calm, it exuded a thick mocking intent. When Cloudsky saw the situation, he was similarly overjoyed. He had to admit that that attack Yi Yuan controlled the vast heaven steel to perform earlier was very impressive. Even he would likely need to expend quite a bit of effort to deal with it as well. Ha ha ha, son of heaven's mandate, this old man wants to see if you're really unkillable. Zhuge Qingshan's might let Cloudsky find confidence once more, giving Yi Yuan hell. Yi Yuan's face was deathly pale. That attack of Zhuge Qingshan's earlier was truly incomparably profound. Yi Yuan comprehended quite a few divine inscriptions presently and already had a shallow understanding of divine Tao laws. The divine Tao laws contained in that fan of Zhuge Qingshan's was extremely profound. One had to know that Zhuge Qingshan only unleashed the attack with essence energy and not divine essence. Facing such an attack, if Yi Yuan did not take the mystic art holy tortoise shell out, he could not block it at all. Yet, even if he took out the mystic art holy tortoise shell, once the power was exhausted, he was likewise a cooked goose one. At the moment, he seemed to have walked into a blind alley. Zhuge Qingshan looked at Yi Yuan and said indifferently, "Son of heaven's mandate, is it? I want to take a look at whether or not I can contest for this heaven's mandate with you." While talking, Zhuge Qingshan's body actually gradually became illusionary. At this instant, he seemed to have merged into one with this heaven and earth. It was as if he was the world, and the world was Zhuge Qingshan. When Cloudsky saw this scene, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, "Ha ha ha, what a terrific Qingshan. Your Brahma Heart Sutra actually broke through once again. When you kill Ji Qingyan and snatch his vast heaven steel, you might not be incapable of breaking this heaven and earth's fetters, and step foot into deity realm." Carefree empty intent. Zhuge Qingshan's wrist shook. A surge of terrifying divine Tao laws crept out. For a moment, the winds blew and the clouds rolled. The power of laws roused a terrifying essence energy undulation, gradually forming an essence energy dragon. Yi Yuan's eyes turned intent. This move was too strong. He knew that he was completely unable to match it. Just as he was planning on taking out the mystic art holy tortoise shell, an abnormality suddenly occurred. In the sky, flames suddenly surged. That terrifying temperature was seemingly going to incinerate this world entirely. Likewise, a terrifying divine Tao law, a fire attribute divine Tao law. This unexpected sudden turn of events did not make Zhuge Qingshan have any change in countenance. But his brows knitted together tightly. Two surges of immensely powerful source power collided together. That impetus directly shattered the firmament. That kind of power truly shook heaven and earth, and made gods weep. The unceasing air billows lasted for 15 minutes before it gradually dissipated. Zhuge Qingshan's carefree empty intent was actually neutralized just like that. In this world, there was actually still someone capable of rivaling the head of the 10 great divine kings, the heaven-stabilizing divine king. Tang Yun, could it be that you want to set yourself against this seat? Zhuge Qingshan said with furrowed brows. Inside that boundless flames, a yellowed-clothed man slowly walked out. It was clearly the Tang Yun from Zhuge Qingshan's mouth. "I'm here to bring Ji Qingyan again. If you dare to bar the way, what's the harm in making an enemy out of you?" Tang Yun's nonchalant words had a manner of not placing the heaven-stabilizing divine king, this divine realm's number one, in his eyes at all. The people that this seat wants to kill, there has never been anyone who's able to bring them away before. Zhuge Qingshan said. Tang Yun said coolly, "People that this seat wants to bring away, nobody can kill either. Even if you're hailed as the number one divine king. Tang Yun, you and I will eventually have a battle. Picking a date is not as good as a chance encounter. Since we met today, battle it out then. I want to take a look if you, this spirit bristle divine king, are really as formidable as in the legends." Zhuge Qingshan said. It turned out that this Tang Yun was actually the legendary spirit bristle divine king ranked second among the 10 great divine kings. Who else in this world that could be Zhuge Qingshan's match? It was none other than the spirit bristle divine king. Looking at Tang Yun's back view, Yi Yuan felt a multitude of feelings surge up too. He never thought that at the final moment, it was actually Tang Yun who came to save him. It seemed like only Tang Yun had the ability to save him. Looking at it now, between the heaven-stabilizing Divine King and Spirit-bristle Divine King, there ultimately needed to be a battle. Among the 10 great Divine Kings, they had never battled in front of outsiders before. Their relative superiority or inferiority in strength, nobody ever knew as well. But today, could it be that a victor was going to be decided between the 10 great Divine Kings number 1 and number 2? Tang Yun said coolly, "If you want to fight, then fight." The heaven-stabilizing Divine King's Brahma Heart Sutra, this Tang has long wanted to have a taste of it as well. Ji Qingyan, you leave first. I'll follow soon after. Tang Yun turned around and said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan revealed a complicated look, but finally still nodded his head and said solemnly to Tang Yun, "Take care." Done talking, Yi Yuan directly cast the art of greater teleportation, and he appeared 10,000 feet away. Want to run? Where are you going? How could Cloudsky passively watch Yi Yuan leave? He instantly gave chase, but he had yet to chase out very far when a ball of terrifying flames came from head-on. Cloudsky was greatly astonished and hurriedly mustered up his Divine King domain. Cloudsky's body floated down to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 1129, It's All Fate. Yi Yuan's fleeing speed was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, he went several tens of thousands of miles away. But his injuries were extremely severe, and he was completely unable to exhibit his movement technique anymore. So he simply found a secluded place and recuperated his injuries. Consuming Tier 9 healing medicinal pills, after a day, Yi Yuan's injuries finally obtained preliminary control. The title of the 10 great Divine Kings are indeed well deserving of their reputation. Reaching their kind of boundary, even void mystic powerhouses are ant-like existences too. Recalling that scene previously, Yi Yuan felt considerable vicissitude of emotions too. Someone as powerful as Cloudsky also could not last more than one exchange in front of Tang Yun. When Yi Yuan escaped, even separated by a distance of 10,000 miles, he could also feel that terrifying undulation at the back. This kind of confrontation between experts, using rocking the heavens and shaking the earth to describe it, was not over the top in the slightest. Just as Yi Yuan was feeling emotional, a trace of ripple surfaced in the space. Tang Yun's figure appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Tang Yun and said with a frown, "You got injured?" Tang Yun said with a smile, "Minor injuries. He isn't much better off than me either." "Who won or lost?" Yi Yuan said curiously. "Considered a draw," Tang Yun said. When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help saying rather surprisedly, "Looks like this Divine Realm's number 1 is somewhat undeserved reputation." "No, he's stronger than me. I can sense that he still has trump cards yet to use. If we really have a life and death struggle, I most likely wouldn't be his match," Tang Yun said. Yi Yuan was endlessly shocked when he heard. Reaching Tang Yun's level of realm, everyone cherished life greatly. Especially Zhuge Qingshan. His cultivation realm was extremely high and could be said to be the person with the greatest potential of breaking through to the deity realm. If it ruined the chance to break through to the deity realm because of a battle, it was not worth it. Even if Zhuge Qingshan was able to kill Tang Yun, he was certain to have to pay a terrible price. He naturally would not do this kind of meaningless thing. Although killing Yi Yuan was very important to Zhuge Qingshan, compared to breaking through to deity realm, it was not considered a big deal. The two people battled for a day and night and finally still wound up the matter with a draw. But to be able to fight to a draw with Zhuge Qingshan, this outcome still greatly exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. After all, Zhuge Qingshan's awe-inspiring reputation was too overwhelming. The title of Divine Realm's number 1 was no joke. He even personally experienced it before previously. When Yi Yuan left, he was still very worried about Tang Yun. First and second sounded about the same, but just how far apart, nobody knew without fighting at all. Looking at it now, the spirit bristle Divine Kings' strength was even stronger than what the average person imagined. This number 2, lived up to his reputation. Yi Yuan fished out a medicinal pill and threw it to Tang Yun and said, "Eat it. Your injuries are not severe and should be able to heal very quickly." Tang Yun received the medicinal pill. A burst of exotic fragrance hit his nose, and his expression could not help turning intent as he said, "Arcane Insight rank. What a fine Ji Qingyan. Looks like you finally comprehended the medicine god's soul canon." But hearing these words, Yi Yuan heightened vigilance in his heart and said, "You know that my father had the medicine god's soul canon." He heard his father mentioned it before that there was barely anyone knew about the medicine god's soul canon. Although the relationship between the spirit bristle divine king and the medicine king Hall was pretty good, it was not good to that degree. Seeing Yi Yuan's vigilant look, Tang Yun smiled and said, "You don't have to be like this. This seat isn't your enemy. When Ji Zhengyang obtained the medicine god's soul canon, I was right beside him." Yi Yuan was incomparably stunned when he heard that. If it was really this case, then Ji Zhengyang and Tang Yun's relationship was not as simple as on the surface. It was just that Yi Yuan was no longer an ignorant person long ago. How could he easily believe these words? Seeing Yi Yuan's look of disbelief, Tang Yun continued, "Do you know why I impart you this spirit bristle 9 yang divine art?" Yi Yuan was stunned and thought to himself, although this spirit bristle 9 yang divine art only had the first half, without a doubt, it is one of the divine realm's pinnacle most cultivation method. If so, then why would Tang Yun impart it to him? Back then, he only naively thought that the medicinal pill he refined was too valuable. That was why Tang Yun would reluctantly part with what he treasured. Thinking about it carefully now, this logic seemed to be somewhat flawed. It was just that in his previous life, Yi Yuan did not pay attention to these things before. While in this life, Yi Yuan was constantly embraced by hatred and never thought of this problem at all. Actually, the ones who calculated that this era's son of heaven's mandate is you weren't merely just the fiend race. Our human race also have a major power who divined that you're the son of heaven's mandate. Imparting you the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art was in order to let you cultivate well and protect yourself. But who knew that, man proposes, while God disposes. I was still a step slow in the end. Talking until here, Tang Yun also heaved a slight sigh. He was not a member of the Medicine King Hall after all, and he had many matters himself too. It was impossible to keep on staying at the Medicine King Hall. Except, he did not expect that the fiend race's scheme was a stroke higher, resulting in the entire Medicine King Hall to be destroyed. Hearing up to here, Yi Yuan was unbelievably shocked in his heart. It turned out that in the past several hundred years, the two races, major powers have already been secretly contending in the dark already. And the focal point of contention was on him. It was just that in the end, it seemed like it was the fiend race's major power who was ultimately a notch higher. Back then, when the spirit bristle divine king was informed of the Medicine King Hall's accident, he planned to charge up to the Medicine King Hall but was stopped by the human race's major power in the end. Yi Yuan was perplexed as he said, "Since you know that I'm the son of heaven's mandate, why not tell me bluntly?" Yi Yuan felt that if Tang Yun had told him earlier, perhaps his father would have been able to take precautions early. Maybe there would not be so many things afterward. Tang Yun shook his head and said, "Heaven's secrets cannot be divulged. Moreover, identifying that you're the son of heaven's mandate was only a conjecture. The major power could only calculate an approximate location. As for the specifics of who it was, there was no way of determining. I believe that the fiend race's major power is likely the same as well. Honestly speaking, the former you was still lacking the qualifications to be called the son of heaven's mandate." It was not that Tang Yun looked down on Yi Yuan, but the previous life's Yi Yuan pursued alchemy Dao wholeheartedly and completely had no time to attend to the martial path. Although alchemy Dao was powerful, it was unable to overturn the raging tides. What could truly lead the human race to rise up was still a martial Dao supreme overlord. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled that the spirit bristle divine king had once consciously or unconsciously urged Yi Yuan to cultivate the martial path back then but was directly ignored by him. Thinking about it now, turned out that Tang Yun had expended much thought and care back then. It was just that, it seemed like his performance in his past life made him somewhat disappointed. The son of heaven's mandate was already dead. Then what did you do in those few years? Yi Yuan said. Tang Yun looked at him and said smilingly, "Being informed of the news of the Medicine King Hall's destruction and you guys, father and son's death, I felt like the sky had fallen down at that time. Who knew that later on, the major power summoned me over and said that there's still a turning point for the matter and made me dive into cultivation and quietly wait for the appearance of the turning point. Now, I finally know what this turning point is." Talking up to here, he let out a sigh and said, "Looking at it now, heaven's will is hard to infer. Regardless of whether it was the human race's major power or the fiend race's, it seems like it was all making a wedding gown for your appearance. They schemed against heavenly Tao, but never would have thought that they themselves were actually schemed against by heavenly Tao." Chapter 1130. Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Arts Origins. The information obtained out of the spirit bristle divine king's mouth made Yi Yuan feel an upsurge of emotion too. He never thought before that he actually became the center of the whirlpool of the human and fiend, two races veiled strife. He also never thought that there was actually someone truly capable of prying into heavenly Tao and calculating everything. The major power that you speak of, just what kind of person is he? With your strength, could it be that you still have to bow down to him? Yi Yuan said with a frown. From Teng Yun's words, Yi Yuan could sense that he was very respectful towards that so-called major power. Yi Yuan examined himself and thought that he was already very familiar with the divine realm. But he had never heard before that the human race actually still had such an existence. According to what the people knew, the 10 great divine kings was already the apex of what humans were capable of reaching. Who else could make the spirit bristle divine king, this kind of powerhouse, be so respectful? Teng Yun shook his head and said, he said before, we'll naturally meet if fated. It's just that right now, the time isn't right. As for how formidable his strength is, I can't say for sure either. But, for me to be able to have today's fortunes, it was all thanks to him. Teng Yun's words made Yi Yuan endlessly shocked. To be able to foster the spirit bristle divine king, this kind of powerhouse, single-handedly, then how powerful should his strength be? Yi Yuan frowned and said, if he really has this kind of strength, why doesn't he step forward himself? Teng Yun said, he naturally has difficulties in disclosing. His strength might not be very great, but his prophetic ability is unmatched by all. It was him who told me the news of the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art coming into existence. He made me take action to seize it. If not for his guidance, how could I, this martial artist who was only first level Dao profound back then, be able to obtain such a heaven-defying cultivation method? This was truly a mysterious existence. He seemed to be an invisible hand, manipulating the entire divine realm's direction. Even the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art, this kind of heaven-defying cultivation method, he was actually able to accurately predict too. Yi Yuan could not help sighing emotionally after hearing it. This was really a terrifying existence. It was just that fiend race existence did not seem to be some nice person either. Under his schemes, Fian God Jia Lan and the Holy Mother Devil Flower came into being one after another. On this point, it seemed like this human race major power fell into a disadvantageous position again. Looking at the current divine realm's direction, it was clearly the fiend race who took the massive upper hand. Thinking about it like this, that fiend race existence seemed to be even more fearsome. Then you coming to save me this time was already divined by that person? Yi Yuan said curiously. Teng Yun did not deny it and said with a nod, that's right. A month ago, I suddenly received his news, making me come to the vicinity of the holy city. I didn't think that you were actually being hunted down by Zhuge Qingshan. Yi Yuan also heaved a long sigh when he heard that and said, originally, I planned on exterminating the Yu Soul sect's Tao teachings. But I didn't expect Zhuge Qingshan to actually come back at this time. However, although I didn't succeed this time, they suffered a great loss in vitality too. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, with Teng Yun's composure, he drew a cold breath too. Exterminating the holy city's Tao teachings, this kind of thing, even he did not dare to think about it. To think that this brat did it. When he heard Yi Yuan say that he killed 5 of the holy city's void mystic powerhouses and eliminated the purple gold hall's divine king powerhouses, he could not help staring aghast with his jaws slack. With his cultivation realm, it was already very hard for something to be able to make him visibly moved. But Yi Yuan's actions were undoubtedly a heavyweight bomb, making him incredibly alarmed. Only after a long time did Teng Yun said emotionally, you, this brat, are truly a freak. But this matter was beautifully done. The two people exchanged a glance, both roaring with a hearty laugh. Although Yi Yuan's actions were incapable of wrecking the holy city's foundations, it was absolutely able to make it hard for them to bear. Divine King powerhouses were not considered much. But void mystic powerhouses, each one was extremely valuable. Yi Yuan's indiscriminate killing could be said to have severed half of the holy city's foundation. Since you already know about the Yu Soul sect, then you should also know about the ancient Heaven One sect, right? Teng Yun asked. Yi Yuan nodded his head, expressing that he was aware. Then do you know where the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art originated from? Teng Yun asked again. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that. Could it be that this spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art still had a great background? Recalling it a bit, seemed like it really was so. If not for a great background, what right did Tang Yun have to be evenly matched with Zhuge Qingshan? Yi Yuan suddenly recalled Skedistant mentioned before. There had once been 3 great origin deity realm powerhouses a million years ago. The strongest was Absolute Heaven, next was Zuo Zong. While the other person, Skedistant did not say. But he was clearly an exceptionally terrifying existence too. Could it be that this Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art was actually his legacy? Could it be that the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art is the legacy cultivation method of the ancient Nine Sons true sect? Yi Yuan said in amazement. Tang Yun smiled and said, that's right. The sects from a million years ago, the information left behind currently are already extremely few. But this Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art and the Yu Soul sect's Brahma Heart Sutra were known as the 3 great unparalleled cultivation methods at that time, along with the Heaven One sect's vast Heaven Sword art. 1 million years ago, the Nine Sons true sect master, Zhang Chen, cultivated it to the 8th level, his cultivation reaching the heavens. Yi Yuan was amazed as he said, I didn't think that the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art actually still had such an origin. Senior Zhang Cheng assisted Senior Absolute Heaven and defeated the fiend race with the utmost effort, but he was willing to stay behind the scenes. Truly respectable. Rather, that Zuo Zong left behind a Tao teaching that brought harm for a million years. Simply the disgrace of the human race. Tang Yun deeply felt that way too as he said, I cultivate the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art. The person that I respect most in this life is Senior Zhang Chen. Ji Qingyan, you entered Tao with the sword, but you never seemed to have cultivated the vast Heaven Sword art. This Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art's second half, I'll impart it to you. If you can have some comprehensions, you can similarly carve out a great Tao. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent and he said, you can really bear to part with it. Tang Yun said with a smile, what's there to be reluctant about? As long as we can repel the fiend race, forget about a cultivation method, even if it wants this Tang's life, why not? Toward Tang Yun, Yi Yuan could not help feeling great respect. Deity realm cultivation methods were incomparably precious, let alone the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art, this sort of cultivation method that could cultivate to the origin deity realm. Tang Yun actually took it out without even batting an eyelid. It could be seen that he did not just obtain the Nine Sons true sect's legacy, even the character was passed down too. It looked like when this cultivation method chose the successor back then, not anybody could obtain it. Everything was foreordained by heaven. Divine inscriptions slowly flowed into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. The Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art within Yi Yuan's body started to automatically revolve. Everything was achieved without effort. Yi Yuan's Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art's first half had not been cultivated fully yet. His comprehensions toward these divine inscriptions were not deep. But some of the originally obscure aspects became clear now. Under this surge of divine Tao laws putting into motion, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm actually showed some improving. Seeing that Yi Yuan's comprehension ability was so high, Tang Yun was greatly shocked too. Back then, he went into closed seclusion for 500 years before cultivating the first half of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art to the perfection of the 9th level. But Yi Yuan only cultivated this cultivation method for over 20 years and was actually almost reaching the great circle of perfection. Realm already. Chapter 1131, Meeting an Old Acquaintance in a Foreign Land. Indeed worthy of being the son of heaven's mandate. Your talent is truly heaven-defying. With such excellent talent, your previous life was truly wasted. Watching Yi Yuan, who broke through to the 6th level Tao profound, Spirit Bristle Divine King had a look of shock. Under this contrast, the disparity emerged. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Brother Tang is too modest. Who doesn't know your talent in the divine realm? To be able to comprehend the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art to such an extent, a second one can't be found in this divine realm. It was not that Yi Yuan was flattering him. Divine inscriptions were not what anybody could comprehend. Like Cloudsky and Nangong Zifeng, they were likewise the Brahma Heart Sutra's successors. But regarding comprehension towards divine inscriptions, they could not even see Zhuge Qingshan's back. Also, the Dragon Clan similarly had divine inscriptions. But Ao Duo's comprehension was likewise limited. Hence, to be able to comprehend divine inscriptions to such a level, Tang Yun was absolutely a talented prodigy. Tang Yun scolded with a peal of laughter, aren't you this second person? I'm only several thousand years older than you. Your accomplishments along this path in the future will surely not be beneath mine. No, wait, with your comprehension ability, you'll definitely surpass your predecessors. Oh, right, Brother Tang, I wonder which level your spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art is comprehended to. Yi Yuan suddenly asked curiously. Apart from the medicine god soul canon, Yi Yuan's comprehension of divine Tao laws were still very superficial. Towards the ranking of divine Tao laws, Yi Yuan was still very fuzzy. But Tang Yun was unable to stifle laughter when he heard that and said, what level can there be? Without deity realm cultivation, how can comprehending divine Tao laws be so easy? To be able to comprehend the first level to the great circle of perfection realm is already very fortunate. Just this first level, this Tang has already comprehended for over 1,000 years, and also just barely managed to reach the late stage of the first level. Yi Yuan was unbelievably surprised when he heard that too. Tang Yun, this kind of peerless genius who cultivated along this path for over 1,000 years, actually did not even reach the perfection of the first level. It could be seen how difficult the comprehension of divine Tao laws was. Except, Yi Yuan also knew that this was primarily still limited to cultivation realm. If he was able to break through to the deity realm, Tang Yun's accomplishments definitely would not stop here. Right then, Tang Yun took out a piece of jade pendant and passed it to Yi Yuan as he said, this jade pendant contains a trace of my divine sense imprint. If you need my help, crush it. I'll naturally rush over. At present, the fiend race is itching to take action. I still have other matters to attend to and won't accompany you on your journey. Yi Yuan nodded and said, thank you very much for this trip, Brother Tang. After separating from Tang Yun, Yi Yuan also behaved in a low-profile manner and hastened along the way. This place was still within the holy region's boundary. Yi Yuan was unable to enter into the city and transfer away. Probably the moment he entered the city, the holy city's side would know. With Zhuge Qingshan's strength, if he chased after again, it would likely not make it for Tang Yun to want to rush back. Hence, Yi Yuan exercised caution along the way and only left the holy region after traveling for more than a month. Tranquil Sun City was a rank 2 Holy Land's main city. This Tranquil Sun Holy Land was also a vassal holy land of the holy region, but this place was already very far from the holy city. The holy region's control was already comparatively weaker. As long as Yi Yuan was a little more careful, there was naturally no harm. After entering the city, Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that he seemed to not have much heaven essence crystals on him anymore. Inside the Bloodrain wilderness, in order to set up the 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation, Yi Yuan virtually exhausted all of the heaven essence crystals on him. Currently, he was practically without a penny in his pocket. Riding the transmission array and leaving naturally required a considerable sum of heaven essence crystals. Looks like I got to sell off some things, Yi Yuan said with a sigh. Apart from that period when he just ascended, Yi Yuan never seemed to have worried about essence crystals before. He did not think that at this time, a single cent stumped a hero. Fortunately, Yi Yuan had numerous spirit medicines on him. The medicinal pills that he refined were also not in small numbers. There was no harm in selling off some. Since it was selling off, Yi Yuan naturally had to find a trustworthy merchant. Yi Yuan stopped a martial artist and asked, this brother, is there a meteor trading company in Tranquil Sun City? The moment that person heard the name Meteor Trading Company, he could not help looking at Yi Yuan with an odd expression and said, hey, there is still today, but tomorrow, reckon that there won't be any more. This little brother, if you want to buy stuff, it is best to go to the Pola Trading Company. After today, the Meteor Trading Company is going to be thoroughly incorporated into the Pola Trading Company. The Pola Trading Company out of the martial artist's mouth, Yi Yuan was naturally aware it. The Divine Realm had a total of 9 great trading companies. 8 great trading companies among them were all rank 1 forces. Only this Pola Trading Company was a quasi-super holy land. There was naturally some competition between the 9 great trading companies, but it also formed a delicate balance. For so many years, the 9 great trading companies mostly competed financially. This time, it seemed to be somewhat unusual. Yi Yuan could not help being very surprised when he heard and asked again curiously, what does this mean? That martial artist looked at Yi Yuan with a look of disdain and said, such a major event happened to the 9 great trading companies, and you're actually unaware. Yi Yuan flushed red and said, this younger brother stayed for the greater part of a year inside a mystic realm. What happened to these 9 great trading companies? I'm really unaware. The martial artist had a look of realization and explained, so that's how it is. Around half a year ago, the Pola Trading Company suddenly launched an attack, sweeping across the other 8 great trading companies with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder, which left no time for covering ears. At present, those of the 8 great trading companies who died are dead, and those injured are down. They are already long in tattered wrecks. Only this meteor trading company escaped a calamity instead, because the main boss is missing, and the daughter, Miss Qian has been searching for her father all along. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence too, that Miss Qian just happened to come to this Tranquil Sun City 2 days ago, but was directly confronted in Tranquil Sun City by the Pola Trading Company's powerhouses. At present, the 2 great trading companies are duking it out. Even City Lord, His Excellency, don't dare to intervene either. I reckon that after tonight, the Meteor Trading Company won't be able to hold on anymore. Hearing these words, monstrous waves surged in Yi Yuan's heart. The 9 great trading companies had always been living harmoniously in peace in these 1,000 years. He did not think that such a sudden turn of events actually occurred. Yi Yuan knew that the Pola Trading Company was stronger than the other trading companies, but to say annihilate the other 8 houses overnight, they definitely did not have that strength. Could it be that it was the fiend race causing trouble in between this again? The fiend race could even plant informants in the holy city. It was still unknown how many contingency plans they set up. Them secretly controlling the Pola Trading Company did not have any strange areas at all. This big brother, thank you very much. I wonder where this Meteor Trading Company is at in the Tranquil Sun City. Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Pass 2 streets, make a right turn, and you'll reach it. Young lad, although your strength is decent, I urge that you'd best not tread into the muddy waters. Otherwise, it will be hard to even fend for yourself. This martial artist was warm-hearted and warned him. Yi Yuan clasped his hands with a smile as he said, many thanks to this big brother. This younger brother got it. The moment that martial artist left, Yi Yuan's expression turned grim. Even if this matter was not done by the fiend race, Yi Yuan had to stick a hand in as well. Matters of the world were hard to predict. Yi Yuan also did not expect that it was so coincidental. Qian was actually in this Tranquil Sun City. Back then, Yi Yuan had just ascended not long and was considered to have gotten along merrily with her. He did not think that this farewell, over a decade had gone by. Since Qian was here, Yi Yuan had to intervene in it no matter what. Chapter 1132, Trading Worlds Change. Meteor Trading Company's Tranquil Sun branch, at this time, it was surrounded by a group of experts until it was impermeable. Those powerhouses were wearing the Pola Trading Company's attires. Each and every one of them was actually all Divine King Realm experts. To a trading company, Divine King Realm experts were not often seen. Dispatching out so many at once was truly rather exaggerated. The Meteor Trading Company's side also had some Divine King experts, but each and every one of them was having injuries on them. By the side, even laid quite a number of dead bodies. These Divine Kings guarded a dainty and exquisite girl in the center, who had the appearance of looking at death calmly in the face. Heh, little girl, Zhao Qian, hand over the meteor star token obediently. Maybe this old man can still take you in as a concubine and give you a way out. If you put up a stubborn resistance, once Lord Qin Chuan arrives, it'll likely not be that easy even if you want to die. Said a Pola Trading Company's middle-aged Divine King with a licentious smile. This person's strength already reached peak Divine King, bringing along 7 to 8 of the Pola Trading Company's Divine King powerhouses, and surrounding the Meteor Trading Company. The Meteor Trading Company's powerhouses fought desperately to resist. At present, there were only 4 or 5 Divine King powerhouses left. They were already an arrow at the end of its flight, a spent force. These few people protected Zhao Qian in the middle. There was already no path to retreat. But that fair and ethereal face of Zhao Qian's was filled with despair at this time. The Pola Trading Company swept across the 8 great trading companies in an overpowering manner. At present, only the Meteor Trading Company survived. The Meteor Star token was the Meteor Trading Company's cardinal token. One could use it to deploy all of the Meteor Trading Company's resources. Once seized, the Meteor Trading Company would be thoroughly finished. Zhao Qian knew that the other 7 great trading companies' cardinal tokens already landed in the Pola Trading Company's hands. This piece in her hand was the final piece. Zhao Qian let out a sigh and said to the elderly person beside her, Elder Tan, you guys leave. I'll ask Li Zhang to let you guys leave with the Meteor Star token as the price. There's already not much meaning in continuing to defend. This Elder Tan was the Meteor Trading Company's head elder. His strength also reached peak Divine King. It was also precisely because of him being around that the Meteor Trading Company could last until now. It was just that the Pola Trading Company's Void Mystic Powerhouse was already on his way. As long as the Qin Chuan arrived, these people would be all out of luck. Elder Tan's face fell, and he said, Qian this old man's old bones are Meteor Star's man in life and Meteor Star's ghost in death. You let me leave, where can I go to? This old man will carve out a bloody path right here. The few of you, escort Qian away. As long as the Meteor Star token exists, our Meteor Trading Company isn't lost. Zhao Qian forcefully held back tears. But she knew that this was merely putting up a last-ditch struggle. She held onto Elder Tan and said, no. The Pola Trading Company concealed too deeply. We can't escape at all. Elder Tan, you contributed to Meteor Star all your life. I can't let you lose your integrity in old age. Done talking, Zhao Qian leapt and jumped out of all the guards. Facing Li Zhang, she said coldly, Li Zhang, I'll give you the Meteor Star token. Let Elder Tan they all leave. If not, I'll destroy the Meteor Star token and let you guys get nothing. The Meteor Star token was refined with special materials. It was extremely hard to destroy. But as the current Meteor Trading Company's leader, Zhao Qian had the method to destroy it. Li Zong's expression changed when he heard that and said with a nod, fine. There are merely clowns jumping around. What's the harm in letting them leave? He waved a hand, and the subordinates opened up a path. He was actually really going to let Elder Tan and the others leave. These people remaining were all die-hard devotees of the Meteor Trading Company. Elder Tan's expression changed, and he said, Qian Zhao Qian turned around. Her expression was cold, and she pressed the short sword in her hand on her neck and said sternly, Elder Tan, if you all don't go, Qian will die in front of you guys. Zhao Qian did not notice that right at this time, a hint of a hideous grin flashed across the corners of Li Zong's mouth. His figure suddenly erupted, heading straight for Zhao Qian. Seeing this scene, Elder Tan's expression changed drastically, and he howled, be careful, Qian But it was already too late. Li Zhang was a peak Divine King. How swift was his movement technique? In just a blink of an eye, he arrived beside Zhao Qian and grabbed towards her arm. As long as he restrained Zhao Qian, she would not have any chance to destroy the Meteor Star token anymore. This sudden turn of events came too quickly. Everyone could not react in time at all. Zhao Qian's turned pale with fright and was instinctively going to destroy the Meteor Star token. Just as Li Zong's hand had just touched Zhao Qian's arm, a streak of sword light shot out diagonally, its speed swift to the extreme. Li Zong's hand was severed at the wrist. The crowd was flabbergasted. Only Li Zong's shrill, miserable cries reverberated. Zhao Qian's hand froze there, and she actually forgot to destroy the Meteor Star token for a moment. The Pola Trading Company's powerhouses were all akin to facing a great enemy. They completely did not see clearly where this sword light came out from. They looked all around and could not find the enemy at all. Who dares to ambush this seat? Get out here for this seat. Li Zhang bared his teeth and yelled fiercely. Li Zong's voice had yet to face when he was directly smacked onto the ground by someone with a slap. The Pola Trading Company's Divine King powerhouses were all as if they had seen a ghost. This slap, they totally did not see clearly who struck it. Mouth is so stinky, deserves to be hit. A young profile suddenly appeared at the scene, causing everyone to give a sidelong glance. When Zhao Qian saw this figure, her gaze was filled with a look of pleasant surprise. No, Ji. Zhao Qian was just about to call Yi Yuan's name when she suddenly recalled his other identity and hurriedly correctly herself. With the Meteor Trading Company's information channels, how could they possibly not know the intel of Ji Qingyan returning to the Divine Realm? Back then, when Zhao Qian obtained this information, she was stunned for a long time before calming down. It was just that she never thought that after a time interval of many years, Lord Qingyan Zi actually made a move and saved her. Yi Yuan turned around and said with Zhao Qian with a smile, no worries. You'd best call me Yi Yuan. Zhao Qian's face became joyful, and she said with a nod, Lord Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shook his head helplessly and turned around towards the Pola Trading Company's powerhouses. He asked, who will come and tell me who's controlling the Pola Trading Company right now? Those Divine King powerhouse exchanged glances, their faces revealing blank looks. Yi Yuan saw their expression and knew that these guys did not know anything at all, and could not help being greatly disappointed. Yuan was just about to make a move to annihilate these divine kings when a powerful aura suddenly locked him down. Where did this brat come from? To actually dare meddle in my Pola Trading Company's affairs? A figure descended from the sky, his aura imposing. Seeing this person, everyone's expressions changed drastically. It's actually a void mystic powerhouse. I didn't think that the Pola Trading Company's strength was actually so great, sending out a void mystic powerhouse randomly. Earlier, I still thought that the Meteor Trading Company escaped a calamity. Looking at it now, a disaster is imminent. That young man's strength seems to be very formidable. But he's only 6th level Dao Profound. Dealing with Divine King powerhouses is still passable, but once void mystic powerhouses arrive, it will most likely be fraught with grim possibilities. The moment Zhao Qian saw the arrival, her expression could not help changing greatly as she hurriedly shouted to Yuan, "Yuan, quickly go. This Qin Chuan is the current Pola Trading Company's protector. He's a veteran void mystic powerhouse. You're not a match one." Chapter 1133, Hero. Ha ha ha, leave. With this seat here, none of you can leave today. Hand over the meteor star token obediently, and I can leave you with an intact corpse. Qin Chuang glared fiercely, with an awe-inspiring appearance. Those people surrounding and watching were silent like cicadas in winter. A void mystic powerhouse, the martial artists of rank 2 Holy Lands never saw before in their lifetimes too. This kind of power, when they saw it, was akin to a god-like existence. This tranquil Sun Holy Land's Holy Lord had long hidden himself to God knows where. The two great Chamber of Commerce's violent clash, he was an innocent bystander who was implicated. Zhao Qian blocked in front of Yuan and said, "Yuan, your good intentions, Zhao Qian got it. We'll help you block for a while, quickly go. The Meteor Trading Company is already hopeless. I don't want to drag you in anymore. Ha ha ha, what a fine pair of intimate lovers. However, do you take this seat to be joking? Today, none of you can leave." Qin Chuang laughed loudly and said. Qin Chuang's words made Zhao Qian's face turn red, but she still stubbornly blocked in front of Yuan. Yuan smiled lightly, but pulled Zhao Qian aside and said to Qin Chuan, "You're called Qin Chuan, right? According to what I know, there's no void mystic powerhouse called Qin Chuang in the Pola Trading Company. Where did you pop out from?" Qin Chuan's expression changed when he heard that and said, "Where this seat come from? Could it be that I still have to report to you, this little brat? Want to know? Go down and ask the King of Hell." Qin Chuan gave a savage laugh, his Divine King domain was suddenly unleashed, and he charged over towards Yuan. Yuan's expression turned cold. The evil extermination sword formula was abruptly released. Yuan did not move a muscle, while Qin Chuan directly flew out backward. He already sustained severe injuries. The air billows stirred up by the sword intent directly toppled the martial artists in the distance over. Everyone looked at Yuan with endless astonishment, casting towards him with looks of incredulity. Is that young man really 6th level Dao Profound? He sent a void mystic powerhouse flying with one sword. Could it be that my eyesight is failing? Didn't people say that what's capable of dealing with Divine King domains were only Divine King domains? That young man seemed to have only released one slash. Really saw a ghost. Just now, seeing a void mystic powerhouse made me excited for a long time. I didn't think that he was so frail. These people would not understand the terror of Yuan's sword intent at all. But this did not hinder them from sighing with admiration towards this sword. Because Yuan's opponent was an invincible existence, a void mystic powerhouse. This Qin Chuan's strength was far from Zhao Lingdong's. His Divine King domain was at most also just 1,000 feet in range. Yuan's exterminating him was merely a matter of a flick of his fingers. Just now, when the Divine King domain attacked, Zhao Qian thought that she was dead for sure, but did not think that the situation changed so quickly. In a blink of an eye, Qin Chuan, this void mystic powerhouse, was defeated. Lost at the hands of Yuan, who was only 6th level Dao Profound. Zhao Qian's beautiful eyes looked at Yuan, with a look of disbelief. Over 10 years of not seeing him, Yuan's strength was actually downright horrifying already. Yuan came before Qin Chuan and said coolly, "You still have one last chance. Right now, is the Pola Trading Company already controlled by the Fiend race or not?" "What? Fiend race? Could this Qin Chuan be of the Fiend race? It's impossible, right? What he used was clearly human race cultivation method. Who is that young man? Why would he know that this Qin Chuan is of the fiend race? Yi Yuan's words caused a commotion in the crowd. Fiend race, this name made everyone's countenance change from talking about it. Qin Chuan's expression changed when he heard that, his eyes revealing a panicky look as he hurriedly shook his head and said, I don't understand what you're saying. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said smilingly, don't understand, is it? Reveal your true face. Otherwise, you don't have the chance anymore. Yi Yuan pressed forward step by step. Qin Chuan crawled on the ground and retreated step by step. Yi Yuan slowly raised his sword. A powerful aura finally made Qin Chuan unable to endure it. Fiendish energy billowed to the sky. Powerful black qi instantly enveloped Qin Chuan inside. Qin Chuan's aura actually became much stronger compared to before. Damn human, this seat will tear you into 1,000 pieces today. Qin Chuan said ferociously. Everyone was stupefied by this sudden turn of events. Although that surging fiendish energy was unfamiliar, this state that was vastly different from humans instantly made everyone understand that this person was of the fiend race. The fiend race actually appeared once more. For a moment, this information was akin to a plague, spreading out in the crowd. Quickly run. Legends have it that the fiend race eats people. Quickly run. This fiend became much stronger all of a sudden. I reckon that he's even stronger than void mystic powerhouses. Quickly run. The divine realm's sky is going to change. Legends have it that when the fiend race descends, it's a calamity of the world. Havoc erupted in the crowd. Those martial artists all lost their wits in fear and panic, fighting to escape. The feeling that Qin Chuan gave them was too dangerous. Although Yi Yuan exhibited powerful strength, under the impact of this aura, it was still incapable of making them feel reassured. Ha ha ha. All go to hell for this seat, despicable humans. Qin Chuan's fiendish energy surged towards those martial artists wantonly. Clearly, he was going to go on a massacre. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his expression could not help turning grim, and he said with a cold snort, a mere fiend emperor, this young master has already slaughtered God knows how many. To actually dare be insolent in front of me. Sword intent connecting to divinity. One sword unleashing, a peerlessly tyrannical sword energy instantly extinguished that fiendish energy. Evil extermination was the jinx of fiendish energy. This sword, Yi Yuan used divine essence. It was like directly crushing dead leaves and branches, utterly eradicating Qin Chuan. Although this fiend emperor was strong, he was also not stronger than the Devil Ridge Free Freaks. To the current Yi Yuan, it was not considered much. The reason why he dawdled until now was only in order to bait some things out of his mouth. He did not think that this guy immediately went berserk. Those martial artists were currently fleeing helter-skelter when they suddenly discovered that that powerful fiend energy vanished without a trace. Looking again, that Qin Chuan with a shocking aura was already left with less than dregs at this time. That crisscrossing sword energy was currently slowly dissipating. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan like they had seen a ghost. This 6th level Dao profound young man directly exterminated a fiend emperor. Well done, Your Excellency. You're our hero. In the midst of shock, no idea who shouted either, the others immediately came to their senses. At once, clamoring shouting echoed. If not for Yi Yuan, tranquil Sun City was bound to be plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering. These people took Yi Yuan to be their hero from the bottom of their hearts. By the side, Zhao Qian's eyes swiveled around, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at Yi Yuan. That young man back then already matured into a great hero. No, it should be that he was a hero in the first place. This man was a man who had once stood at the summit of alchemy Dao. But seeing this sight, Yi Yuan sighed slightly in his heart. These people were lucky. They were completely unaware just how powerful the fiend race force was. The one who was killed just now was merely a trivial little fiend emperor, that was all. What was truly terrifying were fiend gods like Jia Lan. One Jia Lan was already sufficiently terrifying. But behind the fiend race, there was even a more terrifying Holy Mother Devil Flower and Kanuo. Perhaps before long, that scene earlier would spread throughout the entire divine realm, right? Chapter 1134, 9 Phoenix Island. Zhao Qian did a curtsy towards Yi Yuan and said gratefully, "Many thanks for young Master Yi's life-saving grace." This lowly girl is endlessly grateful. Elder Tan and the group of elders also bowed and saluted Yi Yuan, saying, "Today, if not for young Master Ji, our old bones would have to be buried here." Elder Tan and Zhao Xingchen were sworn brothers. He had naturally seen Yi Yuan before as well. Hence, he was still used to calling Yi Yuan young Master Ji. Yi Yuan waved his hand with a smile and said, all are old friends already. Everyone, there's no need to be courteous. Rather, Miss Qian, why would you show up in Tranquil Sun City? Zhao Qian's expression dimmed and said, these few years, Qian has constantly been searching for father's whereabouts. A few days back, Tranquil Sun City's side here sent over news, finally confirming that the place father last disappeared was in the vicinity of Tranquil Sun City. Hence, Qian brought along several elders and rushed over through the night. Didn't think that, we actually evaded a besiegement. Yi Yuan frowned and said, this Tranquil Sun City is merely a rank 2 holy land. What did Brother Zhao come here for? At this time, Elder Tan suddenly interjected, Qian doesn't know about this. But this old man knows a little about it. Back then, the head boss said that he obtained news of the Silvermoon Heavenly Tea, then he left the Meteor Star Trading Company, his whereabouts unknown ever since. It's just that, I wonder why he viewed this Silvermoon Heavenly Tea as so important. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled when he heard that, his heart twitching violently. Elder Tan did not know, but Yi Yuan knew why. Previous life, a few years before Yi Yuan perished, he had once requested Zhao Xingqian to make him pay attention to the whereabouts of the Tao-defying pill's 9 great core medicines. After he told finish, Yi Yuan did not pay extra attention to the Meteor Star Trading Company's affairs. After all, these 9 major core medicines could be chanced upon, but not by searching for it. This Silvermoon Heavenly Tea was precisely one of the 9 major core medicines. Could it be that Zhao Xingqian actually went missing because of helping him find spirit medicines? It seemed like there was only this possibility too. Previous life, although Yi Yuan and Zhao Xingqian were not considered to be on intimate terms, their relationship was also considered pretty good. It was just that Yi Yuan did not think that Zhao Xingqian actually took to heart his matters. Perhaps Zhao Xingqian had some intention of currying favor with those in power, but no matter what, he had indeed risked his life. Until now, his life or death was still unknown. What's wrong, young Master Yi? Zhao Qian asked carefully. Seeing Yi Yuan's great display of divine might today, Zhao Quan knew that this man had already ascended to the summit once more. He and she were already people of 2 different worlds. She quietly put away that romantic thought. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, I'm fine. I was on close terms with Brother Zhao. Since I encountered it, there's no logic of not rescuing. Tell me about what information you guys found. The moment Zhao Qian heard, she could not help being overjoyed. Yi Yuan's strength, she had witnessed it today. That Qin Chuan's strength was fearsome, but he could not even last past one move. Under Yi Yuan's hands, the might of Yi Yuan's strength could be seen at a glance. With him around, the hope of rescuing father clearly increased greatly. Zhao Qian did not hesitate at once, spilling out the information that the Meteor Star Trading Company found. There was an enormous stretch of sea region north of Tranquil Sun City, called Garnersky Sea Region. This stretch of sea region was as vast as hundreds of millions of miles, spanning over a dozen major regions. It was the Divine Realm's number 2 major sea region. Over 20 years ago, Zhao Xingqian set off for the Garnersky Sea region from Tranquil Sun City. In the end, he never came back. But the Meteor Star Trading Company inquired for a long time in Tranquil Sun City and finally inquired an intel. It was that Zhao Xingqian seemed to have gone to the Garnersky Sea region's 9 Phoenix Island back then. Zhao Qian's group coming to Tranquil Sun City this time was in preparations of setting off for 9 Phoenix Island. But did not think that such an unforeseen accident actually happened. Hearing Zhao Qian's description, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together, and he muttered to himself, 9 Phoenix Island. It is said that this 9 Phoenix Island is a death trap. Even if void mystic powerhouses enter, they might not be able to come out either. Brother Zhao actually went to the 9 Phoenix Island along by himself. But when Zhao Qian heard, she nodded and said, legends have it that the 9 Phoenix Island is the place where a phoenix met with its death. The power of flames is extremely staggering. Even if void mystic powerhouses enter inside, a single misstep and they would also be burned to death by the fire spirit. Furthermore, obstacles inside are extremely numerous. One must acquire the Clear Eye token to be able to enter inside. It's just that what kind of item this Clear Eye token is, nobody has ever seen before. Yi Yuan's expression could not help turning slightly grim when he heard it. Entering the 9 Phoenix Island for over 20 years and never came out, Zhao Xingqian was likely fraught with grim possibilities. But now that it came to this, Yi Yuan naturally had to make a trip. Alright then, You guys wait for my news in tranquil Sun City. I still have a matter to attend to. After a few days, I'll make a trip to the Nine Phoenix Island and search for Brother Zhao's traces, Yuan said. But Zhao Qian said obstinately, no way. Young Master Yi, I know that you have good intentions, but I finally managed to find Father's news. I must go and take a look. Even if I see his corpse, I'll have no more illusions about the matter as well. Elder Tan also urged, young Master Ji, Qian is showing her filial piety. These past few years, she has practically been running around to search for the main boss's whereabouts. Now that it's already right in front of her, how is there the logic of not going in? Furthermore, staying in tranquil Sun City might not be safer than Nine Phoenix Island. The Pula trading company overwhelming at present. They have probably long been infiltrated too deeply by the fiend race already. They don't have just Qi Chuan, one void mystic powerhouse. Qin Chuan being eliminated by young Master Ji, they definitely won't take things lying down. What Elder Tan said made sense too. It was indeed not very safe for their party to remain here. But Yi Yuan did not wish to bring them along. Even Elder Tan was a burden to Yi Yuan too. Rather than bringing them along, he might as well enter himself. It was just that Zhao Qian's stubborn appearance, Yi Yuan also knew that saying any more was futile. He could only nod his head and say, fine then. Since that's the case, go together then. But I'll say the nasty stuff first. When the time comes, heed my command for everything. Otherwise, once there are any accidents, don't blame this Yi for not acknowledging relations. Yi Yuan's face fell, having the air of a powerhouse naturally. Even Elder Tan did not dare to defy as well and hurriedly said, rest assured, young Master Ji. We'll definitely heed your instructions. Yi Yuan did not move out right away because he wanted to help out Qian refine the 9-melody origin vitalizing pill. He pulled together the remaining spirit medicines in the Bloodrain wilderness. Coupled with the ethereal blood ginseng that he acquired at the chaotic Devil Sea, he could just nice refine the 9-melody origin vitalizing pill. The 9-melody origin vitalizing pill was already the pinnacle most origin consolidating and bolstering among mystic-grade medicinal pills. If not for Yi Yuan comprehending the medicine god's soul canon, in his current state, he absolutely could not refine it. But along with his divine soul's strength increasing with each passing day, the transformation of the gold-colored divine soul also made significant headway. With his 6th-level Dao profound essence energy coupled with the gold-colored divine soul, refining this 9-melody origin vitalizing pill was naturally nothing difficult. 3 days later, the 9-melody origin vitalizing pill was formed. Holding this medicinal pill in his hand, tears coursed down Ao Qian's old face. I really didn't think that this old man would actually still have a day where I could recover my strength. My lord, old Ao's old bones will be sold to you in the future. Ao Qian said, shedding tears of gratitude. Ao Qian was speaking from the bottom of his heart here. He really did not think that there was still such consummate alchemy skill in this world, to actually let him come back from the dead, recovering his strength. Yi Yuan scolded with a smile, all right, quickly consume it, already so advanced in age and you're still so melodramatic. Not ashamed either. Chapter 1135, Sea Race. Above the Garnersky Sea region, several figures were flying. Along the way, Zhao Qian and Elder Tan were incredibly shocked. Elder Tan, young Master Yi was clearly still only by himself a few days ago. Where did he find so many peak Divine King experts in these few days? Zhao Qian transmitted her voice. These few people are not merely peak Divine King experts. If I didn't see wrongly, these few people are probably all void mystic powerhouses. Especially that curly-bearded burly man. He gives this old man an even more unfathomable feeling. In Elder Tan's voice transmission, exuded thick astonishment. The curly-bearded burly man out of Elder Tan's mouth was precisely the Ao Qian who consumed the 9-melody origin vitalizing pill. Currently, Ao Qian already thoroughly recovered his strength. The aura exuding from his body was naturally different from the rest. It was just that they all did not release their pressure. Hence, Elder Tan also could not say for sure just how powerful Ao Qian's strength was. All void mystic powerhouses. Zhao Qian's opened her eyes wide and drew a deep breath. When were void mystic powerhouses plentiful to the extent of being everywhere? That gray-robed middle-aged man, if I didn't see wrongly, he should be the extreme sword divine king who has already disappeared for a long time. As for the other two, this old man had never seen them before. If my conjectures are right, there must be a high-grade spatial holy artifact on young Master Ji. These few people have always been hiding inside his spatial holy artifact. Elder Tan was experienced and knowledgeable, guessing close to the mark. But it was precisely because so that the shock in their hearts was even less capable of increasing further. Because these few mighty void mystic powerhouse actually viewed Yi Yuan as the boss. The two people exchanged a glance, both sucking in a breath deeply. They all knew that just based on this force before their eyes, it was sufficient to let Yi Yuan establish a super holy land anew. While flying, Yi Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed slightly, and he stopped. "What is it, my lord?" Ao Qian asked. "It seems like there are several auras that are not weak drawing closer to us," Yi Yuan said. Ao Qian was stunned and said, "My lord, are you mistaken? I didn't detect anything amiss." Ao Qian looked at Kuang Tianming and Zhang Taking. The two people also shook their heads with blank looks. Clearly, they did not perceive anything too. "Go ahead first. That bunch of people seems to be heading in the direction of the 9 Phoenix Island too." Done talking, Yi Yuan took the lead and flew off, making Ao Qian and the rest have vacant looks. Before long, Ao Qian's expression turned cold. Sure enough, he detected several powerful auras heading over to this side. He could not help looking towards Yi Yuan in amazement and said, "My lord, your perception radius is truly too wide." He already completely recovered his strength currently. His perception also increased substantially. Taking a broad view across the entire divine realm, not many people whose perception range was wider than his could be found too. But Yi Yuan was only 6th level Dao profound. His perception range was actually several times greater than his. How could this not make him shocked? While at this time, in the seawaters far away, several silhouettes broke through the waves and arrived, their speed incomparably strange. Initially, their direction was heading towards the 9 Phoenix Island. But seeing Yi Yuan's party, they turned directions and came over here. Kuang Tianming, Zhang Taking, and the rest also looked towards Yi Yuan with incredible shock. "Younger brother, this perception of yours is also truly too frightening. 15 minutes before, you actually discovered them already," Kuang Tianming said with a marveling sigh. With everyone's speed, traveling several tens of thousands of miles with 15 minutes of foot strength was still achievable. It was also to say that Yi Yuan's perception range was actually a scope of several tens of thousands of miles further than them. This disparity was also truly too great. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Wait till you guys comprehend heaven-man unity. You'll naturally be able to do it too." Yi Yuan's words involuntarily made everyone choke up. Each and every one of them looked at him and could not resist rolling their eyes. How could heaven-man unity be so easy to achieve? It was also just Yi Yuan, this freak, who cultivated Heart Realm to the realm of perfection when at the 6th level Dao Profound. It's the sea race. It seems like their arrival don't have good intentions. Ao Qian suddenly frowned and said. Around 10 figures drew a long trail on the surface of the water. The group of people bore down menacingly. Clearly, they were not easy to deal with people. Tens of figures shot out of the water surface, directly surrounding Yi Yuan and the others. It was just that these people's looks were very ugly. Most had fish heads and human bodies, looking very unnatural. Haha, despicable humans, offer up the essence crystals and treasures on you, and we'll spare your lives," said a merman with a large head and big ears. This merman's strength was extremely astonishing. It had clearly already reached the degree of human void mystic powerhouses. His heaven and earth comprehension was really not weak. Not just him, among his clansmen, there were actually 4 people who were all void mystic powerhouses. Seeing this kind of power, Zhao Qian and Elder Tan's faces instantly turned deathly pale. The few sea races did not conceal their auras. That one in the front was even more than a grade stronger compared to that Qin Chuan. Furthermore, the moment they emerged, it was 5 void mystic powerhouses. This made the 2 of them exceedingly worried. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help saying in surprise, "I didn't think that the sea race's strength is actually so powerful." Randomly bumped into a group and they are void mystic powerhouses. The sea race and human race stayed out of the others' affairs. Both parties' contacts were very few. For martial artists whose strengths were slightly weaker, once they stepped foot into the Garnersky Sea region, it was basically little chance of coming out alive. Under this calm sea surface, concealed enormous danger. How many powerhouses were among the sea race, the human race did not know either. Ao Qian nodded and said, "The sea race is numerous in numbers, even many times more than the demon race." Producing some void mystic powerhouses is naturally nothing difficult. Yi Yuan nodded his head, expressing his acknowledgement and continued, it's just that, although the cultivation realm is high, it seems like their brains aren't too lucid. The moment Ao Qian and the rest heard, they all raised their heads and started laughing hard. These two people chorused in unison, not putting this group of sea folks in their eyes at all. The big-headed and large-eared merman very under what Yi Yuan they all were talking about very quickly and could not help saying furiously, damn humans, to actually dare besmirch the noble sea race. You guys are dead for sure. Shark 1, Shark 3, Shark 4, Shark 5, everybody attack. Tear them apart. Peef. Could it be that the sea race all have this intellect? Don't even know how to name. Yi Yuan could not refrain from laughing when he heard that. He shrugged his shoulders and said to Ao Qian, Old Ao, you should be itching, right? These few guys, leave it to you to loosen up your bones and ligaments. Ao Qian had an excited look and said, hee hee, all right. Milord, wait for a bit and watch the fun by the side. Yi Yuan nodded his head and brought everyone and retreated to one side. The group of sea folks was still chasing them when all of a sudden, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped them. After a time interval of 20,000 years, Ao Qian's Divine King domain was released at its full power for the first time. Because Ao Qian's Divine King domain was actually 10,000 feet wide. Within a 10,000 feet radius, it was all Ao Qian's domain of water. Especially Elder Tan and Zhao Qian, the two people, their eyes were almost popping out. Such a strong Divine King domain, it was still seldom seen in their lifetime. Old Ao's strength seems to be slightly stronger compared to Cloudsky they all. It looks like he comprehended some divine Dao laws. It's just a little too shallow, Yi Yuan appraised Ao Qian by the side. Chapter 1136, Another World. Essence energy overflowed in the sky. Ao Qian had a grand display of invincible might. Although those few sea folks were strong, they could not withstand Ao Qian's iron fists either. Before long, 5 great void mystic powerhouses were thoroughly beaten into submission by Ao Qian. Seeing Ao Qian's strength, Zhao Qian and Elder Tan were utterly stunned. 10,000 feet radius Divine King domain. This lord his strength can likely already rival the 8 great super holy lands holy lords. Elder Tan said with a sigh of admiration. Along the way, he called young Master Yi with, Milord. Such a powerhouse is actually young Master Yi's servant. Zhao Qian looked towards Yi Yuan with an anxious and doubtful look. Meeting Yi Yuan once again, she suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan was just like the sun high above, dazzling until it made people unable to stare right at it. This kind of disparity made Zhao Qian feel deeply inferior. Not fair, despicable humans, fighting on land, were at a disadvantage. If you have the capabilities, go into the water with me to battle. Shark 1 barked. Shark 1's voice had yet to fade when a streak of terrifying sword light brushed past his ear. Whoa, scared me to death. Shark 1 was taken aback with fright by this sword and cried out weirdly. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly, and he stepped forward, all shut your mouths for this young master. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone off. Those sea folks were shocked by this sword of Yi Yuan's, all becoming silent like cicadas in winter. Even the Shark 1 who was talkative also sensibly did not talk at this time. The deterrent power of that sword just now was even more terrifying than Ao Qian's Divine King domain. Because they all knew that if Yi Yuan really wanted to kill people, Shark 1 would already have died just now. Now, I ask, you answer. If I discover that you're lying, kill without mercy. Yi Yuan said with a very grim expression. That fish face of Shark 1 was currently flickering erratically with alarm and fear. He finally knew that he kicked a metal plate today. These few sea folks were also used to running amok. Normally, when they ran into humans in the sea region, they basically had the policy of, burn all, kill all, loot all, and would not even give humans a way out at all. In the course of time, they felt that humans were easy to bully. Therefore, the moment they saw that there was a group of people over here, especially that the group's strength was weak, they directly pounced over. Who could have thought that these few people's strengths were actually so formidable? Yes, yes, yes. Your Excellency, go ahead and ask. Shark 1 definitely won't dare to tell lies. Shake 1 hurriedly said. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and said coolly, are you guys headed for 9 Phoenix Island? Shark 1 was cowed by Yi Yuan's aura and did not dare to lie, hurriedly saying, yes, Your Excellency. We were going to 9 Phoenix Island. You guys frequently go to 9 Phoenix Island. Yi Yuan asked with a frown. Yes, every 3 months, 9 Phoenix Island will have a large-scale trade fair. Our sea folks are scarce in resources. Hence, we'll frequently come here to take part in the trade fair. Shark One said. This news took everyone aback. The 9 Phoenix Island that was a death trap in the legends actually had a large-scale trade fair. People all thought that the 9 Phoenix Island was an uninhabited island. No one expected that this place has people. In fact, it seemed like it was not just a few of them. Who organized this trade fair? Yi Yuan asked with a frown. But Shark One shook his head and said, not too sure about this. I only heard that he's called Heavenspan Island Master. I don't know anything else about the rest. Heavenspan Island Master, have you all heard of this name before? Yi Yuan had never heard of this name before and could not help asking the others. The others also had blank looks. Clearly, they all had not heard before. But it was very apparent that this Heavenspan Island Master was a very powerful guy. Otherwise, with the sea folks stubborn and unruliness, organizing this kind of trade fair, wouldn't all hell break loose? Tell me in detail about what you know of the trade fair's situation. Yi Yuan said, solemnly. Shark One did not dare to dawdle, telling about the trade fair's situation without omitting any details. Turns out that this trade fair was actually conducted for 1,000 years already. Those coming to take part in this trade fair must hold a clear eye token. Otherwise, they will be lost in the fog barrier outside the island. Not only was there deadly poison in this fog barrier, but there were also even extremely powerful fire spirits. Once encountered, even void mystic powerhouses would be burned to ashes too. And those taking part in this trade fair was not just the sea folks, there were even quite a few humans, even demon race powerhouses. It was just that those coming to participate in the trade fair were mostly all some itinerant powerhouses. The experts from sects were extremely few. Moreover, people possessing the clear eye token were also a fixed group. Therefore, those who came to take part in the trade fair in these 1,000 years were mostly fixed. There were only some minor changes. Listening up to here, Yi Yuan came to a realization why the outside world knew so little about the 9 Phoenix Island. This was a relatively sealed exchange circle. It was basically very hard for outsiders to come in. To enter the 9 Phoenix Island, one must have an insider's recommendation and obtain the clear eye token. Furthermore, those able to enter the 9 Phoenix Island, the lowest had to be divine king realm powerhouses too. Ordinary people would most likely be killed by the sea folk before even reaching this area of the sea region. One had to admit that this 9 Phoenix Island concealed itself very deeply. And that Heavenspan Island Master was a mysterious and hard to fathom individual. Over 20 years ago, there was a human powerhouse called Zhao Xingqian who looked somewhat similar to her, who had once entered the 9 Phoenix Island before. Do you have an impression? Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Zhao Xingqian's and Zhao Qian's looks had some similarities. If Shark One saw before, he should have some impression. Hearing Yi Yuan's question, Zhao Qian also turned towards Shark One with a nervous look, hoping to obtain some useful information out of his mouth. It was just that, Shark One would clearly disappoint her. Only to see Shark One shake his head and say, the human divine king powerhouses that I've seen before these few years are at least 1,000 too. How can Shark One remember? Yi Yuan thought about it and asked again, then, roughly 20 years ago, did someone inquire about the Silvermoon Heavenly Tea before on the 9 Phoenix Island? Shark One thought about it and said, Silvermoon Heavenly Tea, 20 years ago, it really appeared before. It's just that this kind of treasure, the people vying for it at that time were too many. In the end, it was acquired by a mysterious human powerhouse. When Yi Yuan heard this, his eyes could not help lighting up. He asked again, what did that human powerhouse look like? But Shark One shook his head again and said, that person covered himself up entirely. I completely could not see through. Yi Yuan could not help being slightly disappointed. It was very likely that that human powerhouse was Zhao Xingqian. But where did he go in the end? Alright, lead the way in front, to 9 Phoenix Island. Yi Yuan said. What should be asked had been asked entirely. Yi Yuan naturally would not stop to ponder too long. He also did not think that the 9 Phoenix Island, where few people tread, actually had another world. With Shark One blazing a trail, the party traveled incomparably smoothly. 5 days later, this party finally bid the boundless sea farewell and saw a stretch of fog. Ahead, Your Excellency, ahead is the 9 Phoenix Island. Shark One said weakly. Yi Yuan looked over. Ahead was a stretch of chalky whiteness. One completely could not see clearly what was inside. It was just that there were occasionally some yellow flames spurting out, erupting with a horrifying aura, striking terror in the hearts of people. Why, Your Excellency, we only have 2 clear-eye tokens. Shark 1 said rather fearfully. Chapter 1137, what you said makes a lot of sense. Seeing Shark 1's comical expression, Yuan was tickled. Shark 1 was very clever. He saw that Yuan was completely ignorant about the 9 Phoenix Islands matters and knew that Yuan definitely did not have clear-eye tokens on him. Reaching the 9 Phoenix Island, he was very scared of Yuan snatching their tokens. 1 token could only let 1 person go in. The remainder would have to wait outside the island. If Yuan snatched away their 2 tokens, Shark 1's trip would be considered in vain. When have I said that I'm going to snatch your tokens? Yuan could not help laughing in spite of himself. With this, everyone was stunned. "Milord, not snatching their tokens, how do we go in? Those fire spirits seem to be very powerful. Furthermore, this fog barrier seems to secretly encompass array formations. It's not easy to cross." Qian said. "Yeah, young Master Ji." Shark 1 already said, "For so many years, there has never been anyone who entered without relying on the tokens before," Elder Tan also said. Zhao Qian's pretty eyes swirled around, but she did not speak. But the puzzled look in her eyes was similarly considerable. Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "They only have 2 tokens. Even if we snatch it over, only 2 of us can go in. Who's entering then?" Yuan's words stumped everyone. However, Shark 1 was wildly elated and said, "Why, Your Excellency, you're really not going to snatch our tokens?" Yuan directly gave him a kick and said huffily, "Scram inside. Keep being long-winded and your tokens will belong to this young master." Shark 1 jumped in fright and hurriedly rolled and crawled together with Shark 2, entering inside the mist barrier. "Milord, this?" Qian asked in bewilderment. Yuan said coolly, "You all just follow me will do. How can a mere fog barrier block this young master?" Done talking, a hint of brightness flooded Yuan's eyes. That mist barrier instantly became open and clear. The sun-moon heavenly pupil could see through myriad things in the world. A mere fog barrier naturally could not stump Yuan. The moment the sun-moon heavenly pupil opened, it came into plain view. Yuan shuttled back and forth inside the fog barrier, akin to strolling idly in a courtyard. Suddenly, a terrifying fire spirit suddenly dashed out, pouncing straight at everyone. The party's expression changed drastically, feeling like their entire person was going to be melted. Yuan yelled out coldly, "Fiery!" A figure whirled away, pouncing straight for that fire spirit. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Fiery actually extended both hands, directly hugging the fire spirit in his arms. Then, a scene that made people even more astonished occurred. Fiery directly lowered his head, picked the fire spirit up, and started chomping down. This is a primordial spirit," Elder Tan said with an astonished look. Even if he was a primordial spirit, to be able to resist such a terrifying fire spirit, he was also a remarkable existence. Yuan said with a smile, "Fiery was incarnated from a cleansing sandal flame lotus and can devour myriad flames of the world. These fire spirits are a great tonic to Fiery. See cleansing sandal, flame lotus." Elder Tan could not refrain from swallowing hard, his eyes filled with a look of shock. A primordial spirit transformed by a cleansing sandal flame lotus, it was hard to come across even once in 100,000 years. He looked at Yuan, endlessly shocked in his heart. Disappearing for 20 years, what the hell did Ji Qingyan go through? This guy was simply ridiculously monstrous. Along the way, Fiery swallowed quite a number of fire spirits. But his aura became stronger and stronger, making everyone jumpy with fear. This guy even burped and said with a bashful look, "So full." Everyone broke down. After half a day, it suddenly became bright and clear before everyone's eyes. They finally arrived at a stretch of land. The place ahead was actually like a town, streams of people busily coming and going, flowing in an endless stream. To be able to set up a trade fair on this stretch of sea region, the strength of this place's master can't be underestimated. Qian said, "Why, Your Excellency, you really entered. This. How is this possible?" Suddenly, a strange cry sounded out. The voice was filled with shock. Who could it be if not Shark 1? Not needing the clear-eye token and being able to enter the 9 Phoenix Island, it has never happened before in these over 1,000 years. In Shark 2's voice was similarly filled with alarm. Making a big fuss over nothing. There are plenty of things that you haven't seen before. How can my lord be what small fish like you can gauge? Then have you seen before a 6th level Dao profound capable of killing you? Zhang Taking said with a gloating look. Shark One was stunned and actually really pondered it seriously. Only after a while did he suddenly come to a realization. He said, what you said makes a lot of sense. His Excellency is indeed not an ordinary person. Shark One is impressed. The sea race similarly revered the strong. Yi Yuan's strength already completely convinced Shark One. Furthermore, after Yi Yuan defeated them, he did not make things difficult for them and even did not snatch the clear eye tokens. The Shark One, who had simple thoughts, was truly grateful toward Yi Yuan. But the commotion over this side still startled quite a few people in the town. Each and every one of them surrounded over, like they discovered priceless treasures, sizing up Yi Yuan and the others. No way, right, they don't have clear eye tokens and are actually able to barge into the Nine Phoenix Island. Truly inconceivable. Yeah, Nine Phoenix Island has already operated for over 1,000 years. I've never heard before of anyone capable of directly forcing entrance inside. There's probably some precious treasure on these few people, right? Otherwise, the fire spirits on the island are sufficient to annihilate them. The moment, precious treasure, 2 words were uttered, quite a number of people's gazes revealed a look of greed. To be able to enter the Nine Phoenix Island, most were not weak. Among them, there were no lack of some extremely confident void mystic powerhouses. A precious treasure capable of avoiding the fog barrier and fire spirits, how could they not be moved? Shark One's pair of fish eyes blinked, and he secretly chuckled to himself. These guys did not know how terrifying this lord in front of them was. Sure enough, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Old Ao." Ao Qian received the order and opened his mouth to give a crazed howl. Violent essence energy instantly spread throughout the entire island. Everyone's expression changed drastically, all becoming hesitant and fretful. It's a dragon cry. They are members of the dragon race. This dragon has such formidable strength. Better don't poke our noses into what isn't our business. There will naturally be the island masters they all to handle. We'd better go. These few people witnessing Ao Qian's strength, how could they still have covetous eyes? All of them backed up and started to trade by themselves. Hey, a bunch of things who overestimate their own ability. To actually dare have wicked designs on His Excellency, said Shark One. He was trying to suck up and curry favor, ingratiating himself. Yi Yuan shot him a glance and discovered that this guy also did not seem to be as pure as imagined. It seemed like he was just a little simple-minded. Shark One, it's our first time coming to this Nine Phoenix Island. Bring us to tour around, Yi Yuan said. Shark One hurriedly said, "Okie dokie. To be able to bring your excellency to tour the Nine Phoenix Island as Shark One's honor. But, we'd better hold off for a bit." Yi Yuan was stunned and said, "Why? Your excellency entered the Nine Phoenix Island without using the clear eye token. The few island masters definitely won't sit by idly and remain indifferent. If I didn't guess wrongly, they are already on their way." Shark One said. Sure enough, Shark One's voice had yet to fade when 3 figures slowly walked over. The middle-aged man walking in the middle came close, gave a salute to Ao Qian and said, "This dragon race brother, I wonder what business you have for coming to my Nine Phoenix Alliance." Chapter 1138, Hey Meng. That roar of Ao Qian's earlier had astonishing power. These few people naturally detected it too. Otherwise, they absolutely would not be so polite. It was just that they mistakenly thought that Ao Qian was the leader of this company. "Milord, what are we here for?" Ao Qian had a blank look and asked Yi Yuan. "Milord," the person in the middle sized Yi Yuan up oddly. But no matter how he looked, Yi Yuan was also just an ordinary 6th level Dao Profound. Yi Yuan did not think anything of it either and said coolly, "I'm Yi Yuan. These few are my followers. I heard that the Nine Phoenix Island has good stuff that the outside world doesn't. But we don't have clear eye tokens either, so we could only arbitrarily intrude inside. If there are inconvenient areas, please be magnanimous enough to forgive." At this time, Shark One scooted to Yi Yuan's side and said, "The one in the middle is the 2nd island master, Hey Meng. The one on the right is the 3rd island master, Duan Lingfeng. The one on the left is 4th island master, Hong Dao." Hey Meng naturally knew Shark One. When he saw Shark One's attitude toward Yi Yuan, he could not help being exceedingly shocked in his heart. Shark One was a regular customer of the trade fair. His character and strength, Hey Meng was still very clear about it. But this proud Shark One was actually so respectful towards Yi Yuan. Straight away, He Meng did not dare to look down on Yi Yuan anymore either and said with cupped fists, "Haha, so that's how it is. R9 Phoenix Island is the most hospitable. Since younger brother Yi wants to take a look, just tour around on the island then. Shark One, you're a regular customer of the 9 Phoenix Island. I'll have to trouble you to bring younger brother Yi around to sightsee more. But, the rules on the island, you're aware too. Places that you should not go, you must be sure not to go." Talking to the back, the gaze He Meng looked at Shark One with carried a warning intent. Of course, these words were actually said for Yi Yuan to hear. Even though He Meng did not offend Yi Yuan and his group, it seemed like He Meng did not fear them as well. The 3 island masters took their leave and left. Qian said unhappily, "Those 3 fellows are so cocky. Milord, talk so much. Crap with them for what? Just directly capture and interrogate." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said, "Don't look down on those few people. That He Meng's strength might not be beneath yours. His original body is of the sea race's black shark. I didn't expect that the sea race actually still had such a powerhouse." Qian's expression could not help turning somber, and he said, "No way, right? That guy was so powerful. Could it be that 20,000 years passed, this world has changed?" Actually, Qian's sense of defeat was still very strong during this period of time. He was that era's dragon race's strongest. But put in the present, a large group of people could come out and pummel him. This second island master that popped out from no idea where, his strength was actually not beneath his. This sort of contrast between expectations and reality seriously made him unable to accept it. But Yi Yuan's words, he was still very convinced of it. He absolutely would not ramble nonsense to demoralize him. I sense a faint power of divine Dao laws from him. Even if it's just a wee bit, it already surpasses ordinary void mystic powerhouses. Furthermore, behind them even have a mysterious and hard-to-fathom heavenspan island master. Hence, we'd best be more low-profile, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan's heart realm reached the great circle of perfection. He was very sensitive towards the surrounding everything. The aura coming off of this He Meng body was indeed the aura of divine Dao laws. With this, Qian had no more rage. "Milord, then what should we do now?" Qian asked. "Take a look around first," Yi Yuan said. "Second brother, could it be that we're letting that brat go just like that? He could avoid the fog barrier and fire spirits. He definitely has precious treasures on him," said the first island master, Duan Lingfang. "Yeah, second brother. The few of them, only that dragon race fellow has some power. But second brother, you dealing with him should be enough. The remainder, third brother and I are enough to them take down. Since they intruded into the 9 Phoenix Island, even if we kill them, nobody would dare to take behind our backs too," said the fourth island master, Hong Dao. These 3 island masters were actually eyeing those imaginary precious treasure on Yi Yuan covetously, discussing about killing Yi Yuan's party. He Meng mused for a moment, shook his head, and said, "That young man is not simple." Duan Lingfeng said without a care, "Isn't he just a 6th level Dao Profound? What's not simple about it? Could it be that a 6th level Dao Profound can still overturn the heavens?" He Meng said, "Didn't you notice Shark One's attitude towards Yi Yuan? Shark One's strength is almost on par with you. But Shark One was very fearful of that young man. They entered one after another. In my view, Shark One definitely already exchanged blows with that group of people outside. So what if exchange blows? They have a peak void mystic powerhouses. Isn't it very normal to lose?" Hong Dao said disdainfully. "Hey, if that were the case, what would I have to dread? Shark One is very simple-minded, but he isn't dumb. His attitude toward Yi Yuan is completely from the bottom of his heart. If that dragon subdued him, he absolutely would not be like so toward Yi Yuan. Therefore, he might very likely be that young man's vanquished foe." He Meng analyzed. Duan Lingfeng and Hong Dao drew a cold breath at the same time, their eyes filled with shock. A 6th level Dao Profound defeating a void mystic powerhouse. This isn't possible, right? Duan Lingfeng said in disbelief. "Although I don't believe it either, Shark One's disposition absolutely can't hide from my eyes. This young man is absolutely not simple," He Meng said. Duan Lingfeng and Hong Dao were both extremely shocked. But they both knew that not only was He Meng's martial strength super strong, his mind was sharp. He absolutely would not see wrongly. It was just that this outcome made them both unable to accept. Second brother, could it be that we are dropping this matter just like that? Duan Lingfeng said unwillingly. He Meng said with a smile, the spirit medicines that Big Brother requires, this time, it can finally be gathered together. As long as he can break through, even if this punk is any stronger, it's of no avail too. Hence, as long as this punk doesn't stir up trouble, have him wait first. In my view, they definitely have other objectives for coming onto the island. They won't leave in a short time too. Only after hearing these words did the two people's brows finally eased up. Hey, it's still second brother, you, who calculated every conceivable possibility. That Chu Yushu, to actually be able to find the purple Lingzi, that grade of spirit medicine, it's really heaven's blessing. Duan Lingfeng said with a big laugh. Even if it was Yi Yuan, he was also struck dumb with amazement by the dazzling array of treasures on the island. This Nine Phoenix Alliance was simply a paradise for martial artists. There were many spirit medicines here and many treasures, all of which could not be seen in the outside world. He did not think that this place had everything under the sun. There were even many treasures that even Yi Yuan had not seen before. But the prerequisite was that you got to have things that satisfied the other party. This place is where one could only exchange a commodity for another. They did not accept essence crystals. Even if you were any richer, you could not buy the things you wanted to. Tisk tisk, this trade fair is really remarkable. Also, I don't know who this Heavenspan Island master is, to actually be able to put up such a grand trade fair. Yi Yuan said with a vicissitude of emotions. Shark One said by the side, yeah, Lord Yi Yuan. If not for the goods here being a dazzling array of beautiful exhibits, how can it possibly attract so many powerhouses over? Right now, among these people, there are quite a number who broke through their bottlenecks because of this trade fair one. Chapter 1139, Pearl Have Tears. In the outside world, wanting to find these grades of spirit medicines and treasures was really not easy. But here, everyone had good stuff in their hands, each taking what they needed, swapping out what they did not want for what they needed. This was impressive. Shark One, did you bring any good stuff here this time around? Shark One had a proud look as he said, of course. Our Merman clan's pearl have tears as the most welcome exchange goods in the trade fair. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that and said, vast sea, bright moon, pearl have tears. One drop of pearl have tears can match 100 years of bitter cultivation. What age of pearl have tears do you have? This pearl have tears was precisely one of the 9 major core medicines. Yi Yuan had always been searching for pearl have tears whereabouts. He did not think that it was actually in this Merman clan's hands. Seeing Yi Yuan's heated gaze, Shark One said, the best that I brought is only 500,000 year old. Furthermore, there's only one drop. Hearing this, Yi Yuan could not help revealing a disappointed expression and said, 1 million-year-old pearl have tears, you all should have it, right? I wonder what kind of thing your Merman clan wants to exchange for. 500,000 year old, one of that age was already worth several cities and extremely rare. But, 1 million-year-old pearl have tears, that was an extraordinary rare treasure. Even when placed in the Merman clan, it was likely an extremely valuable existence too. Ordinary things were likely unable to move them. As expected, Shark One's expression changed, and he said, this isn't what Shark One can make a decision about. 1 million-year-old pearl have tears, that's something that only the patriarch has the qualifications to make use of. Yi Yuan said with a smile, everything has a price. Although the pearl have tears is precious, your Merman clan has got to be lacking something. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to this trade fair either. Shark One revealed a ruminating look and opened his mouth to say, actually, I'm here this time on Patriarch's orders, to exchange for several kinds of 500,000-year-old spirit medicines. It's just that, even if exchanged for it, it's very hard for our sea folks alchemists to refine out a complete medicinal pill too. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled. Refining pills, this sort of thing, wasn't it precisely his forte? What kind of medicinal pill do you want to refine? Seeing Yi Yuan's interested look, Shark One said in surprise, Your Excellency, you even know alchemy. What a joke. If Milord doesn't know alchemy, then nobody in this divine realm knows. The Zhang taking by the side said mockingly. Shark One did not pay attention Zhang taking's ridicule, but he sized Yi Yuan up carefully once more. Clearly, he did not quite believe it. Yi Yuan's martial Dao talent was so high. To be able to have such accomplishments at a young age, even if he was any more prodigious, he needed to cultivate painstakingly too. How could such a genius martial artist possibly be an alchemist? Your Excellency, this medicinal pill is to be refined for our young patriarch. But it's a demonic pill. Furthermore, it is a mystic-grade demonic pill. Shark One said carefully. Yi Yuan smiled and said, about this, you don't have to care. I'm only asking you, if I have the spirit medicines and help you all refine the medicinal pill, can it match one drop of 1 million-year-old pearl have tears or not? This, if your Excellency can really refine it, I believe that Patriarch should agree. Shark One thought it over for a while and said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, all right. Send someone back to the clan right now and ask instructions from your Patriarch. The matter of the medicinal pill, leave it to me. Shark One was stunned and said, but you haven't asked what kind of medicinal pill it is yet. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, whatever medicinal pill is all the same to me. Shark One staggered and almost stumbled to the ground. Seen before arrogant, but never saw before so arrogant. This kind of big talk, somebody actually dared to boast about it too. If not for that sort of Yi Yuan's previously stunning Shark One, he would definitely have gone for a bite right now. But the matter concerned young Patriarch's survival. Shark One did not dare to be careless and still sent someone back to request instructions from Patriarch. Shark One narrated the spirit medicines required once. Yi Yuan was rather surprised after hearing it and said, so, it's the purple void vitality spirit pill. This demonic pill isn't easy to refine. Even for the demon race's peak alchemy emperors, those able to refine it are extremely, extremely few too. Looks like your young Patriarch had his inner core shattered by someone, his demon essence collapsed and dissipated. One sentence made Shark One's fish eyes become wide saucers. Why your Excellency actually know about the purple void vitality spirit pill? It was not up to Shark One to not be shocked. This purple void vitality spirit pill was an ancient pill formula. In the entire sea race, there were also no more than a few tribes that had the pill formula. And the Merman clan was precisely one of them. However, having the pill formula was one thing. Whether or not they could refine was another matter. The sea race's resources were scarce to begin with. Alchemy skills were not developed in the first place. Wanting to refine it was as hard as ascending to the heavens. Shark One's trip here to exchange for spirit medicines was also just harboring the mentality of making a last attempt to remedy a hopeless situation, and returning to find the sea race's alchemists to give it a shot. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually hit the nail on the head. However, Yi Yuan's next sentence directly made him had a breakdown. Knowing is one thing, but this young master only saw it before in books and records. However, there was no specific pill formula. This young master also never refined it before. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said. On that ancient record, there was only the introduction of this demon pill. But as for the specifics of how to refine, it did not go in detail. If it was in his previous life, Yi Yuan would really not dare to make this guarantee, saying that he was definitely able to refine it. But now, Yi Yuan's understanding toward the medicine god's soul canon grew deeper with each passing day. His alchemy Tao strength already could not be mentioned in the same breath as his previous life. Coupled with Yi Yuan's extremely solid medicinal theory standards, Yi Yuan had absolute confidence in being able to refine it. Seeing that bitter fish-faced of Shark One, Yi Yuan smiled and said, rest assured, this young master taking action is absolutely stronger than your sea race's alchemists. I think medicinal pills will be in very high demand at this trade fair. In a while, you just follow me will do. Only after Yi Yuan walked by him did Shark One notice that the others were looking at him with eyes like they were looking at an idiot. Zhang Taking walked by him, patted his fish head, and said with a sigh, blockhead, not just anybody can call on my lord to refine pills. Aoqian also walked past him and scolded, simpleton, to actually doubt my lord's strength. Elder Tan gave him a glance and said sympathetically, young brother, your eyesight is too poor. Zhao Qian was much better than the rest. She said with a broad smile, relax, there are no medicinal pills that young Master Yi can't refine in this world. Shark One had a flabbergasted look. But he also realized that Lord Yi Yuan's alchemy standards seemed to really be very high. High until he was unable to imagine it. Circling one round, Yi Yuan stopped at a stall. A small section of tree roots aroused his attention. At the stall, two people were currently quarreling endlessly. Old Xie, this is you in the wrong. We agreed the last time, astral heavenly soul pill in exchange for coiling dragon spirit root. Now, you're not exchanging. What's the meaning of this? Shouted a martial artist the top of his voice. The stall owner, old Xie, said expressionlessly, the preciousness of the coiling dragon spirit root, I believe that you're aware of it too. I told you the last time, the lowest is middle grade astral heavenly soul pill. But what you brought is low grade. How do you want me to exchange it with you? Old Xie, the astral heavenly soul pill is a mystic grade medicinal pill. How can it be that easy to refine? Isn't it making things difficult for people to want middle grade? Said the martial artist with his face reddened to the ears. Chapter 1140. Return to the furnace and reforging. Old Xie gave that person a glance and said coldly, not exchanging. Means not exchanging. Could it be that you still want to force a transaction? Yuan, don't you forget 9 Phoenix Islands rules. Mentioning the rules, Yuan immediately shriveled up. The rules on this 9 Phoenix Island were not to force a transaction, and not to kill a person and seize his goods. Upon discovering, immediately sentenced to death. Although the powerhouses here were many, there were completely none capable of reaching He Meng's level of strength. Peak Void Mystic was not what anybody was capable of achieving. Yi Yuan watched by the side for a long time. At this time, he spoke up to that old Xie, your coiling dragon spirit root, as long as it's a middle-grade astral heavenly soul pill, it will do. Old Xie looked at Yi Yuan and rolled his eyes. He said, as long as. Could it be that you can take it out? If you can take it out, so what if giving it to you? The Yuan by the side looked at Yi Yuan with a vigilant look. Clearly, he was really afraid of Yi Yuan taking out an astral heavenly soul pill. Yi Yuan smiled, but paid old Xie no heed, and said to Yuan, this older brother, what do you think about this? I'll return your astral heavenly soul pill back to the furnace to reforge and refine it a bit. This coiling dragon spirit root, we each get half. The coiling dragon spirit root was greatly beneficial to body cultivators. Yi Yuan noticed that this Yuan was precisely a body cultivator. His strength had already reached peak divine king. Actually, when body cultivators reached an extremely high realm, they were even more terrifying than essence energy martial artists. Their body's defense could be rated as perverse. If carried on to cultivate an extremely formidable martial technique, it was virtually sweeping away those in the same rank. This coiling dragon spirit root was very important to Yuan. Hence, after he saw it the last time, he practically wiped out all of his savings, inviting the Alchemist Association's Alchemy Emperor powerhouse to refine the astral heavenly soul pill. But regretfully, the other party only refined out a low-grade astral heavenly soul pill. This almost made him go crazy. It was too bad that although Yuan's strength was not bad, he did not dare to offend the Alchemist Association's big shot. Moreover, inviting alchemists to refine pills was taking responsibility for the grade to begin with. Even if he found trouble with him, it was not reasonable either. Feeling helpless, he still came to the 9 Phoenix Island, wanting to find old Xie to exchange for the coiling dragon spirit root. But old Xie did not go for it at all. Hearing Yi Yuan's suggestion, Yuan had an astounded look. Once the medicinal pill was refined, it was basically fixed and unchangeable already. There were those capable of purifying a medicinal pill to raise its grade. But those were all existences who had reached the acme of perfection in alchemy Dao. Could this young man before their eyes accomplish it? Furthermore, the refining difficulty of the astral heavenly soul pill was immensely high. The difficulty of purification was even more unimaginable. Wanting to raise the grade, this was virtually an impossible to complete task. Young man, don't joke around. I know you guys are very strong, but pill refinement can't be spoken irresponsibly. Purifying the astral heavenly soul pill, even the Alchemist Association's Lord Quangxingzi probably can't accomplish it. You, better forget it. Yuan shook his head helplessly and said, even if it was a low-grade astral heavenly soul pill, taking it out to sell could sell for quite a bit of money too. If he let Yi Yuan ruin it, that was not getting any benefits at all. Old Xie observed, coldly from the sidelines and did not speak. But the eyes he looked at Yi Yuan with was filled with scorn. Purifying a peak tier 9 medicinal pill, wasn't it talking nonsense? At this time, quite a few people were drawn over by the commotion over here, and all scoffed their contempt toward Yi Yuan. Although Ao Qian displayed extremely powerful strength, pill refinement was not something that could be accomplished in one stroke. The difficulty of purifying medicinal pills is several times greater than refining medicinal pills. This Brad really dared to say it. This kind of irresponsible remarks, he really dared to boast. This brat is probably some reclusive super faction's young master, learned a few days of alchemy and really thinks himself to be extraordinary. Purifying a peak tier 9 medicinal pill, even Chairman Jing Fengxian won't dare to make this boast either, right? You look at that expression of his. One would even think that purifying medicinal pills is stir-frying vegetables. Medicinal pills was a very sensitive matter in this trade fair. Among these people surrounding and watching, there was no lack of some varying ranks of alchemists. They all knew that purifying peak tier 9 medicinal pills was even harder than refining some mystic grade medicinal pills. This kind of thing was not easy to brag. Yi Yuan's age was too young. How could such an age possibly do it? Toward these people's ridicule, Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to it, but he said to Zhou Yun, "How about this? This medicinal pill of yours is already useless either way, so why not sell it to me? How's that? But after selling it to me, this coiling dragon spirit root, you won't have your share anymore." Zhou Yun's expression changed, and a look of struggle involuntarily surfaced on his face. He really did not know where Yi Yuan's confidence came from, but the expression on Yi Yuan's face was very calm, as if he had everything planned out. A low-grade spirit medicine, even if it was a tier 9 spirit medicine, the price was definitely already far beyond the capital he put in. Finally, Zhou Yun gritted his teeth, seemingly making up his mind. Handing the medicinal pill to Yi Yuan, he said, "This old man is going all out today. Refine it. If it's ruined, just take it as this old man working in vain for these few decades." His decision gave everyone a huge shock. Following that, was floodwaters like taunting. "Old Joe, this gamble of yours is a bit big. Even if it's a low-grade astral heavenly soul pill, it's at least worth 50 million high-grade heaven essence crystals too. If it's ruined, there won't be a single cent anymore. Yeah, this boy's hair isn't even fully grown. Whether or not he knows alchemy is a question. You really dare to gamble. Ha ha ha, old Joe, if you don't want this medicinal pill, why not directly gift it to me?" Zhou Yun glared and said to everyone, "This old man's medicinal pill, this old man is happy about it. What do you all care?" But Yi Yuan chuckled when he heard that. Receiving the medicinal pill from Zhou Yun's hands, he said, "A smart decision. Relax, I won't disappoint you." A thunderous loud bang. A 30,000 catty medicinal cauldron appeared in front of everyone. Dragon Sovereign Cauldron. Following Yi Yuan's dragon blood grade becoming higher and higher, the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron's power also became greater and greater. This Dragon Sovereign Cauldron was an existence that was only lacking one step to be able to step into divine artifact back then. The power was immeasurable. When everyone recognized the power of this Dragon Sovereign Cauldron, they instantly could not laugh anymore. Yi Yuan did not say a word. In front of everybody, he deployed the cleansing sandal, sacred flame, and started purifying the astral heavenly soul pill. Very soon, the mockery on those people's faces became astonishment. Yi Yuan's refining method was extremely profound. Even if they did not know alchemy, they actually became lost in wonder from watching too. Those people who knew alchemy were even more shocked to the core. Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao level was more than 100 times stronger than them. This was the style of a great master. Similarly, among alchemy emperors who were watching, they discovered to their dismay that they could not understand Yi Yuan's refinement at all. The disparity in between this was too great. A master of his generation. This young man was absolutely an alchemy Dao master of his generation. At this moment, they were incomparably certain in their hearts. After roughly 2 hours, Yi Yuan collected the essence fire. Medicinal pill formed. When Zhou Yun saw the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hands, he was excited until his face turned red. Gambled correctly. Ha ha ha, this old man gambled correctly. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yun was unbelievably agitated as he raised his head to the skies and laughed hard. Chapter 1141, Clues. High grade, but smaller in size. Although the medicinal effect can't be compared to an actual high-grade pill, it should be more than adequate compared to middle grade. How is it? Yi Yuan passed the high-grade astral heavenly soul pill that was a size smaller in front of old Xie. Because during the first refinement, many components were already lost. Yi Yuan was also unable to make it appear out of thin air. But through Yi Yuan's return to the furnace and reforging, the purity of the medicinal pill was more than a grade high, and it already reached high grade. It was just that the medicinal effect was definitely quite a bit worse compared to a genuine high grade. Old Xie trembled all over. Only now did he awaken, looking toward Yi Yuan with a stunned look. Until now, he still did not quite dare to believe it. Oh, of course, old Xie said rather slowly. Then this coiling dragon spirit root, this young master is taking it away. Yi Yuan casually threw the medicinal pill to old Xie. Reaching his hand out and grabbing, he threw the coiling dragon spirit root into the air. He casually pointed. A streak of sword energy shot towards that coiling dragon spirit root, directly dividing it into two. Old Zhou, this is yours. Yi Yuan threw half of the coiling dragon spirit root to Zhou Yun, while he put away the other half. This coiling dragon spirit root was similarly very important to Yi Yuan. His fleshly body power was stuck at the bottleneck of middle stage tier 9 to late stage. Following his fleshly body realm getting higher and higher, the remnant of the primeval dragon bone's power was already becoming lacking. This primeval dragon bone had, after all, experienced more than 1,000,000 years. The power had long waned a lot already. To be able to support Yi Yuan's cultivation all the way until now was already the limit. Right now, for Yi Yuan to want to have a breakthrough in fleshly body, there was only by relying on outside power. But this was not a major problem for Yi Yuan. He had quite a few pill formulas in his hand, all for body cultivators' usage. With this half-section coiling dragon spirit root, Yi Yuan was very confident in him breaking through to late-stage tier 9. Zhou Yun received the coiling dragon spirit root and was incomparably thrilled. This feeling of recovering what one previously lost was truly too wonderful. Although it was only half a section, if without this young man in front of him, not only would he not even get half a section, he would even suffer a major loss. Toward Yi Yuan, he only had gratitude remaining. Master, this Zhou had eyes but couldn't see previously and rebutted Master. Master, please don't take offense. Zhou Yun gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Hu, snatched half of your coiling dragon spirit root, I should be hoping that you don't take offense. Really talking about it, Yi Yuan was considered to have gained something without risking anything of his own this time. Except, without his refinement, none of the three of them could get any benefits. But now, it was a win-win-win situation. Zhou Yun hurriedly waved his hand and said, Master is too kind. Zhou Yun wouldn't dare. It's just that, talking to the back, Zhou Yun suddenly became bashful. How could Yi Yuan not see through his thoughts? He said with a smile, I can help you refine the Crimson Firmament tyrannical body pill. But you'll have to prepare the spirit medicines yourself. Body refinement reaching late stage tier 9, it was not that there was no way of advancing anymore. Corresponding to the void mystic of essence energy realm, body refinement likewise still had room for improvement. Except, wanting to reach the body refinement's great circle of refinement realm, was as hard as ascending to the heavens. Hence, that was why Zhou Yun viewed this half-section of coiling dragon spirit root incomparably importantly. If not for fear of the island's rules, he even had the thought of snatching. But now, Zhou Yun was wildly elated when he heard Yi Yuan's words. With the Crimson Firmament tyrannical body pill, his fleshly body would be able to advance a step further. His strength would absolutely be able to rival initial stage void mystic powerhouses. This to him was undoubtedly ascending to the heavens in one bound. For body cultivators, the hardest step to take was this step. That is, of course. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Zhou Yun was overjoyed and directly knelt down towards Yi Yuan with a thud. After this bout, everyone's gazes when looking at Yi Yuan became different. This young man was simply a freak. It was fine that his martial Dao cultivated to the 6th level Dao profound at a young age, his strength in alchemy was actually so terrifying. Master, I have a 200,000 years old cloud mist Xingluo. Do you want to come over and take a look? Master, I have an extreme desire mystic dew. Come and take a look. Master, I have a heavenly evil true fruit, do you require it or not? All of a sudden, Yi Yuan became a high-in-demand figure in this trade fair. Each time he came before a stall, he would be welcomed by people with smiles. The people in this trade fair, many would look at the treasures first, then exit the 9 Phoenix Island, and would then invite some alchemists to refine medicinal pills before carrying out the transaction. Now, Yi Yuan's appearance utterly smashed the status quo. He became a scalding hot figure on the island all at once. In a pavilion on the island, Duan Lingfeng's face was very grim. I truly didn't think that not only is this brat's martial Dao strength shocking, but he also has such terrifying strength in alchemy too. Duan Lingfeng said. He Meng was clearly very surprised too. But he smiled and said, "Old third, we have accumulated staggering wealth in this 1,000 years. Could it be that you still take fancy on this bit of share? As long as Big Brother breaks through, what is there we want that can't be obtained?" However, I also did not think that this brat's alchemy Dao strength was actually so terrifying. Second brother, now, I also feel that this brat is rather peculiar. Why not, we'd better kill him off. Duan Lingfeng said. He Meng said in a solemn voice, "Wait a while more and see. As long as he doesn't stir up trouble, ignore him for the time being. Our objective is still the purple Lingzi. When Big Brother moves out in time, disposing of them while he's at it isn't too late either." Duan Lingfeng heaved a sigh and said, "All right then." Yi Yuan strolled for a long time, but he did not encounter things that moved him anymore. Of course, his primary objective was not to exchange goods with others, but to search for traces of Zhao Xingcheng. This trade fair had 1,000 people. Moreover, there were all sorts of races. The matter had passed for over 20 years too. Wanting to find clues was exceedingly difficult. In one day, Yi Yuan only merely sauntered half a street. This 9 Phoenix Island prepared residences for all of the guests. Although Yi Yuan's party came unexpectedly, there were still rooms available. In the evening, Zhou Yun dropped in, and he actually brought over the spirit medicines for refining the Crimson Firmament tyrannical body pill. It seemed like this guy already prepared a long time ago for this. Yi Yuan did not refuse either, directly accepting the spirit medicines, and agreeing to refine for him. But the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan himself wanted to refine was a grade lower than the Crimson Firmament tyrannical body pill, called refined steel bone tempering pill. But this medicinal pill similarly required the coiling dragon spirit root. As for the other spirit medicines, Yi Yuan was not lacking of them. The second day, Yi Yuan did not show up in everyone's line of sight. This involuntarily made those stall owners somewhat disappointed. However, Ao Qian brought Zhao Qian along and continued searching for clues on the island. The third day morning, Yi Yuan walked out of his room and saw Zhao Qian currently pacing around in front of his door, appearing very anxious. The moment she saw Yi Yuan come out, she immediately came forward. "Looking at your appearance, is it possible that there's some discovery?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. Zhao Qian nodded and said, "Young Master Yi, I discovered that a person actually has my father's treasure on him. Perhaps he's the person who exchanged the Silvermoon Heavenly Tea with my father." Chapter 1142. You just say yes or no. The person Zhao Qian was talking about was called Chu Yushu. In this trade fair, he was a figure who was all the buzz too. This is because virtually every time he came over, he would bring some things that made people felt greatly moved. It was just that his things were too good. There were not many people capable of exchanging for them. This person's strength was very formidable too. Yi Yuan reckoned that he was at the very least not weaker than Zhao Lingdong. For an itinerant cultivator to be able to cultivate this kind of boundary, it was still very rare. "This brother, can you let you take a look at that copper coin on you?" Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said. On that Chu Yucho's body, hung a copper coin. Don't look at how this copper coin was unassuming. It was a transcendent grade holy artifact, capable of killing people imperceptibly. Yi Yuan had seen before this copper coin, so he recognized it at a glance. But Chu Yushu did not even lift his eyelids. He did not make a sound, taking no notice as he basked in the sun, a look of pride. Ever since after that day, when Yi Yuan purified the medicinal pill, this was still the first person who had such an attitude towards him. Ao Qian was just about to fly off the handle when he saw the situation but was stopped by Yi Yuan. He smiled and pointed at the purple-colored Ganoderma on the booth and asked, "This purple Lingzi of yours, how to exchange with it?" At this time, Chu Yushu finally lifted his eyelids and stretched lazily as he said, "High-grade 100-flower heavenly fate pill. Provide the spirit medicines and pill formula on your own. If there isn't, go to one side and play." When the Ao Qian by the side heard these words, his temper flared up at once. "You're courting death. Just a lousy Ganoderma, to actually dare boast so shamelessly." Ao Qian roared. Ao Qian's roar immediately drew everyone's attention. Yi Yuan's company became everyone's focal point once again. Master Yi actually provoked Chu Yushu. I say, will they come to blows or not? Chu Yushu is famous for being a stone in the latrine, stinky and hard. This guy relied on the fact that he's able to find some natural treasures and has always been arrogant without limit. I didn't think that he also dared to be so arrogant toward Master Yi. Everyone talked at once. Clearly, this Chu Yushu was famed for being condescending. However, Yi Yuan understood from Shark 1 there that this Chu Yushu really had some capability. The things he found were virtually the best in this place, and that Silvermoon Heavenly Tea was precisely obtained from Chu Yucho's hands 20 years ago. Chu Yushu gave a cold laugh and said, "The lousy Ganoderma, it is this price. Either exchange or don't." Yi Yuan gestured at Ao Qian, stopping his outburst, and said coolly, "Transcendent Grade 100 Flower Heavenly Fate Pill. I want the purple Lingzi, the copper coin on you, plus some intel." Chu Yushu choked up and finally sat upright, sizing Yi Yuan up seriously. "This is for real." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You just say yes or no." Chu Yushu said somberly, "If you're really able to refine a transcendent grade 100 flower heavenly fate pill, of course it is yes. But, if you wreck it, don't blame me for taking action against you." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Before the medicinal pill is refined, it has nothing to do with you. 100 flower heavenly fate pill, as its name suggested, was refined with over 100 types of spirit flowers, with the power to artfully seize fate. To a powerhouse like Chu Yushu, the most important was naturally comprehension toward heavenly Tao. If Yi Yuan really refined a transcendent grade 100 flower heavenly fate pill, it was sufficient to let his divine king domain expand as much as 200 feet. Don't look down on this 200 feet. This increase in its impact on his strength were not just a tiny bit. This radius of 200 feet, if he comprehended himself, it would likely need several hundred years. Yi Yuan helped him to save several hundred years of time all at once. How could he not be moved? While a high-grade 100 flower heavenly fate pill, at the very most, could only help him to expand a distance of 50 feet. The difference in this, Chu Yushu was all too clear. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said to everybody in the surroundings, "I need a 500,000 years old mystic citrus flower, a 200,000 years old." Yi Yuan reported over 30 types of flower names in one go, causing those stall owners to all check their inventories, to see if there were the corresponding flowers or not. These over 100 types of spirit flowers, Yi Yuan had over 60 types on him. Apart from several types of 500,000-year-old core medicines being harder to come across, the rest was not too big of an issue. This trade fair had 1,000 powerhouses. Gathering these 100 types of spirit flowers was not difficult either. For Yi Yuan to want to obtain these spirit flowers, it naturally meant helping them refine pills. Over 30 types of spirit flowers, these required over 30 types of medicinal pills. Furthermore, these medicinal pills were all tier 9 medicinal pills. If it were other people, they would be exhausted to death. Yi Yuan directly planted the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron over there and started refining in full swing. Some ordinary tier 9 medicinal pills were too easy to the current Yi Yuan. As long as he did not pursue quality, he could practically finish in an hour. Of course, even so, the lousiest that came out were high-grade medicinal pills too. Those people were dumbstruck with amazement by Yi Yuan's pill refining efficiency and the quality of the produced pills. They had never seen before which alchemist could refine pills like this. After a day and night, all of the medicinal pills were finished refining. Just where did a freak like Master Yi come from? This alchemy skill is too heaven-defying. Yeah, Alchemist Association's chairman, Jing Fengxian, is also inferior than him, right? Ha ha ha, mine is a transcendent grade medicinal pill. Profit, big profit. Those stall owners without spirit flowers could only blankly watch others return fully loaded, with a look of envy. Such high-intensity refinement, and he could actually still refine such a high-quality pill. This alchemy skill was simply heaven-defying. Even the Chu Yushu, whose eyes were at the top of his head, was also staring dumbfounded with his mouth gaping at this time too. Disregarding other things, just the 100 types of spirit flowers that this 100-flower heavenly fate pill required, was tremendously hard to gather. He himself searched for over 10 years, and also merely gathered 30 to 40 types. But Yi Yuan only used a day's time and gathered over 30 types of spirit flowers. If he was able to gather the spirit medicine himself, he also would not utter making Yi Yuan provide the spirit medicines himself, this sort of words. This really made people at a loss for words. You only wanted over 30 types of spirit flowers. Could it be? Chu Yushu went forward and asked rather hesitatingly. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "That's right. The other spirit flowers, I have them all." Everyone drew a cold breath. This sort of words simply made people hard to believe it. Over 100 types of spirit medicines. Disregarding that each kind was extremely rare, there at least had to be some that were not easy to find, right? Yuan wanted over 30 types. Did that not mean that the remaining 60+ types, he had them all? If it were before, they would definitely turn their noses up at Yuan's words. But now, it was not up to them to not believe. This Yuan simply subverted their understanding. I'll rest for a day. Tomorrow morning, I'll help you refine the 100-flower heavenly fate pill. Finished talking, Yuan strutted off, leaving behind everyone staring in bewilderment. Continuously refining for a day and night, Yuan's expenditure was tremendous too. Refining mystic-grade medicinal pills were completely different from refining Tier 9 medicinal pills. Yuan naturally had to adjust his condition well. Looking at Yuan's back view, Chu Yucho's gaze shone. This Yuan's performance made him have a bit more confidence out of the blue. Perhaps, he could really refine a transcendent-grade 100-flower heavenly fate pill. Chapter 1143, 9 Phoenix Islands Problem. On the 9 Phoenix Island, a vast majority of the stall owners stopped their businesses and came to watch Yuan refine pills. A 6th-level Dao Profound refining mystic-grade medicinal pills. This was absolutely a major news. Master Yi is really incredible, simply reaching the acme of pill refining heights. But can this mystic-grade medicinal pill be refined while skipping ranks? I really never heard of this before. If it were before, I'd definitely think that Master Yi was bragging. But now, I'm looking very forward to it. Tisk tisk, if Master Yi is really able to refine a mystic-grade medicinal pill, doesn't that mean that the Divine Realm gained another peak alchemy emperor? Isn't that so? Chu Yuxiu, that old thing, likes to posture day in and day out. This time, he's finally going to get his face slapped, right? Chu Yucho's relation with people was clearly not very good, resulting in many people all wanting to see the sight of him being face-slapped by Yuan, utterly subduing him. The moment the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron activated, the skies turned dark. 9 stars formation diagram blotted out the sky and obscured the sun akin to Mount Tai bearing down. Immediately, cries of exclamations sounded out all around. 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art. This is the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art. Master Yi actually already grasped the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art at a young age. No wonder he dared to talk so big. Never ate before pork, but there were still quite a few people who had seen pigs run before. The moment the 9 stars formation diagram opened up, somebody immediately cried out in shock. People who were able to activate the 9 stars formation diagram and use the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art could absolutely be counted on one's fingers in the Divine Realm. How could this Master Yi's alchemy Dao strength still allow them to call into question? Along with the 9 dim stars in the sky being lit up one by one, everyone's hearts leapt to their throats. Yuan's refinement was very casual, not as taxing as everyone imagined. After 2 days, the medicinal pill was done. Without any surprises, transcendent grade. Even in his previous life, Yuan could already refine mystic-grade medicinal pills with the greatest of ease. Now, his divine soul was gradually converted into a golden divine soul. His soul force was God knows how much stronger than his previous life. Controlling it did not expend much effort. How is it? Can we exchange now? Yuan took out the medicinal pills and came before Chu Yuxiu, looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Chu Yucho's entire person was still in a state of shock. Being told by Yuan like this, only then did he come back to his senses. He carefully received the medicinal pills in Yuan's hands and put it away solemnly before passing the purple lingzi to Yuan. Although the purple lingzi was good, Yuan did not care at all. What he minded even more was the copper coin and information. Chu Yucho's brain was constantly in the midst of short-circuiting these 2 days. Only when he saw Yuan still staring at him did he quickly awaken, taking off the copper coin at his waist and passing it to Yuan. Yuan received the copper coin and casually passed it to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian received the copper coin tremblingly and nodded her head to Yuan, extremely agitated. Yuan understood and said to Chu Yuxiu, "This older brother, can we walk and talk?" Chu Yuxiu was long utterly cowed into submission by Yuan already. How could he not agree at this time? At once, he nodded his head and followed Yuan along. Upon entering Yuan's residence, Chu Yucho's heart suddenly thumped. A terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped his entire body. He knew that he had fallen into a certain kill grand array. Yuan set up a miniature 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation around this house. Once Chu Yushu entered inside, Yi Yuan immediately activated the array formation. For Chu Yushu to dare to come in, one reason was that he was bold, stemming from his superb skills. The other was that there were several island masters holding down the fort. However, he did not think that Yi Yuan actually laid down a certain kill grand array here. His expression darkened, and the joyous mood of obtaining the medicinal pill instantly disappeared in a flash. What's the meaning of this? Chu Yushu said solemnly. Yi Yuan's expression also darkened, and he said coldly, I'm only asking you a few questions. If I'm not very satisfied, then I'm sorry. Only then did Chu Yushu discover that this seemingly only 6th level Dao profound young man was not as simple as he looked on the surface. No, wait, he was never simple before at all. Merely asking a few questions. Is there a need to pull out such a great lineup? Just directly ask and wouldn't it do? Said Chu Yushu, pretending to be calm. But Yi Yuan's killing intent did not diminish in the slightest as he said coldly, around 20 years ago, was there a mysterious martial artist who bought Silvermoon Heavenly Tea off from your hands? Actually, Chu Yushu already had some guesses in his heart long ago and knew that Yi Yuan was aiming for that copper coin's owner. He nodded his head at once and said, there was indeed such a matter. Then, after he exchanged for the Silvermoon Heavenly Tea from your hands, where did he go? Yi Yuan asked somberly. Ever since seeing that copper coin, Yi Yuan suspected whether or not Chu Yushu sneak attacked Zhao Xingcheng afterward, keeping the Silvermoon Heavenly Tea for himself again. Who knew that Chu Yushu just said coolly, that person was secretive and mysterious. He wasn't willing to reveal his identity either. After we finished transacting, he left the 9 Phoenix Island. How would I know where he went to? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he asked, you're sure that he left? Chu Yushu said with an unhappy look, that person was secretive and mysterious, but his opening move was bold and forthright. The things that he exhibited at the market were much more valuable than the Silvermoon Heavenly Tea. Plus, that copper coin, I earned more for sure and not lose anything. If you don't believe me, let's just fight. What's with so much crap? This Chu Yucho's personality was very unsociable and eccentric. Many people on the island did not like him. If not for his strength being powerful, and he had the capability of searching for treasures, he would have long been squeezed away from people. When Yi Yuan heard that, his expression eased up, and he suddenly said, then do you know whether the people on this island frequently go missing or not? Actually, Yi Yuan's suspicion toward Chu Yushu was not very big. His solitary personality was disdainful to do this sort of thing. Rather, these few island masters, Yi Yuan harbored suspicions in his heart. Such a trade fair seemed very fair. It was just providing a trading venue for everyone. But thinking deeper, wasn't this kind of place precisely a venue provided for themselves to screen treasures? That He Meng's strength was so formidable. If he had any devious thoughts, it was too easy. Except, it seemed like although there were quite a few newcomers who joined this place, those old faces were still here. Everyone had long lowered their guards against these few island masters already. In fact, they might even be grateful toward these island masters instead. After all, people who obtained the treasures they wanted from here, and thereby broke through, were many. Hey, I know what you mean. That's right, people come and go on this island. Each time, there are different people coming and different people leaving. But, talking up to here, Chu Yushu deliberately paused for a bit, looking at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile, seemingly waiting for him to carry on talking. Yi Yuan frowned and said, but each time, the change is insignificant. Hence, other people didn't detect it at all. After all, being delayed by matters in the outside world, or being unwilling to come, are all a possibility. Chu Yushu smiled lightly and said, smart. Heh. Those fools who think themselves infallible and even thought that those few island masters are some good people. They also didn't think much about it. How is there a meat pie falling from the sky, such a good thing? Chu Yushu said these words. He had actually become aware of this island's problem long ago. Chapter 1144, Night Interrogation. It was nighttime. A light noise suddenly came from outside the window. But Hong Dao, who was currently cultivating, furrowed his brows and dashed out. A black silhouette was currently speeding in the direction of the back mountain. Why does that profile look like Yi Yuan, that brat? Not good. That brat wants to infiltrate the back mountain. Hong Dao did not even think about it and sped over towards that figure. In a blink of an eye, the two people traveled several dozen miles. That figure's speed in front clearly could not compare to Hong Dao. It looked like Hong Dao was going to catch up to that black silhouette. A hint of a disdainful smile flashed past the corners of his mouth, and he yelled, "Halt!" That figure ahead stopped and could not help turning around. Hong Dao focused his eyes and looked. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? But right at this time, Hong Dao suddenly discovered to his surprise that Yi Yuan's eyes were currently looking at him. Hong Dao only felt his head go dizzy, then he did not know anything anymore. Two dark figures dashed out from inside the forest right beside and arrived beside Yi Yuan. It was precisely Ao Qian and Chu Yecho. Seeing Hong Dao's transfixed appearance, Chu Yecho could not help darting Yi Yuan a fearful glance and marveled, young brother Yi's methods truly emerge in never-ending streams. This Hong Dao is, at any rate, a void mystic powerhouse too. He actually did not have the least bit of strength to retaliate under your divine soul attack. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Trifling tricks. Made a fool of myself." The corners of Chu Yecho twitched a bit but did not say anything else. This kind of means was not what trifling tricks, these two words, could accomplish. Just earlier, Yi Yuan used a divine soul attack in the sun-moon heavenly pupil at the same time, instantly subduing Hong Dao. Dealing with Hong Dao was Chu Yecho's suggestion. He said that this Hong Dao was the most foolhardy among the three island masters. His strength was the weakest too. If he wanted to inquire about something, dealing with him was the easiest. But Chu Yecho never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan subdued Hong Dao so effortlessly. He was currently making a comparison, whether or not he could retreat completely unscathed if he was suddenly ambushed by Yi Yuan like this. The answer was, completely no confidence. Yi Yuan came in front of Hong Dao and opened his mouth and said, "I'll ask you, over 20 years ago, there was a mysterious person who exchanged for the Silvermoon Heavenly Tea on the 9 Phoenix Island. Do you know where he went or not?" With Yi Yuan's present soul force, unleashing a divine soul attack when caught completely unawares, Hong Dao's divine soul immediately suffered serious injuries. Then coupled with the Sun-Moon Heavenly Eye's illusionary art, controlling Hong Dao was easily accomplished. Of course, this was also because Hong Dao did not take He Meng's words to heart at all, and underestimated Yi Yuan too much. If it were Duan Lingfeng, it definitely would not be like so. Hong Dao was already thoroughly controlled by Yi Yuan and answered woodenly, "No. He exchanged for the Silvermoon Heavenly Tea, and then, he wanted to immediately return to Tranquil Sun City, and, he was killed by me on the way, snatching the Silvermoon Heavenly Tea." Hearing these words, Yi Yuan's heart twitched violently. A kind of emotion called sorrow instantly filled his chest. Although he had long known that Zhao Xingcheng should be fraught with grim possibilities, in the depths of his heart, he still hung on to a trace of hope. Perhaps Zhao Xingcheng was only locked up. Maybe. However, there was no more maybe. When Hong Dao, this murderer, personally said it, even though Yi Yuan was mentally prepared long ago, his heart still ached inexplicably. My deepest sympathies, my lord," Ao Qian consoled. Ever since he followed Yi Yuan, it was still his first time seeing Yi Yuan so mournful. Currently, Yi Yuan was trembling all over. Clearly, he was enraged to the extreme. The chestful of sorrow already turned a chestful of hatred at this time. He wished to ground this Hong Dao to dust. Only after a while did Yi Yuan calm down a little. He asked with a grim look, "What did you guys snatch the Silvermoon Heavenly Tea for?" The Hong Dao, who fell for the illusionary art, was completely oblivious towards Yi Yuan's fury. He still answered Yi Yuan's question woodenly. Big brother unexpectedly obtained an ancient pill formula, are requiring many 1,000,000-year-old spirit medicines. Therefore, Big Brother thought of this plan, to set up a trade fair on the 9 Phoenix Island, drawing everybody over to trade. This way, we'll be able to accrue those spirit medicines. The current Yi Yuan was already beside himself with anger. These few fellows were simply unscrupulous and perverse, to actually use this sort of method to collect spirit medicines. They did not delay their cultivation. Either way, there were others going to find spirit medicines on their behalf. When they finished exchanging and went out, these few guys would rely on their strength being powerful and secretly kill these dealers. I'll ask you again, just how many people have you guys killed in this 1,000 years? Yi Yuan practically squeezed these few words from the gaps of his teeth. D didn't count before. G got 1,000 people, I guess. Hong Dao was oblivious and spilled everything out. Ao Qian and Chu Yecho exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in the other party's eyes. Unknowingly, Over this 1,000 years, 1,000 people had actually already died imperceptibly. Chu Yecho had also participated in this trade fair for 100 years already. Even he also did not detect that so many people would actually have died at this trade fair. Looks like these few island masters had hauled God knows how much benefits in secret. To think that the itinerant cultivators on this island all still felt boundless gratitude towards them. Then, the trade fair this time, do you guys have a target? Yuan asked again. Have. Purple Lingzi. Hong Dao's words made Chu Yecho's expression change. If he did not exchange this purple Lingzi out at the transaction this time, then wouldn't their target be him? Thinking up to here, Chu Yecho involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. Under Yuan's random stumbling about, it actually saved his life. At this time, Chu Yecho's gaze when looking at Yuan became somewhat different. He had always come and went freely his entire life and had never felt gratitude towards anyone before. But this time, it was not up to him to not be grateful. If not for Yuan, his several thousand years of cultivation would probably be ruined in one day. Alright, I'll ask you one last question. Your big brother, Heavenspan Island Master. Who on earth is he? Yuan asked. Hong Dao opened his mouth and was just about to speak when a terrifying aura surged to the skies. Who is it? To actually dare be rampant on my 9 Phoenix Island. This voice was precisely He Meng. It seemed like that monstrous fury of Yuan's previously had alerted He Meng. However, it already did not matter. This battle was unavoidable. A neat and tidy slash. Hong Dao's head separated from his body. It was also considered to have taken revenge for Zhao Xingqian, this old friend of his. However, even though he killed Hong Dao, the fury in Yuan's heart did not diminish the least bit. This Hong Dao was merely a machine to kill. The true culprit was still the Heavenspan Island Master. He was going to take a look today at just what kind of person this Heavenspan Island Master was. Fourth brother. A fearsome roar transmitted over. He Meng just happened to see the scene of Hong Dao's head separating from his body. Yuan, our 9 Phoenix Island have no grudge nor enmity with you. You actually dared to kill my fourth brother. You're seeking death here. He Meng howled. Yuan looked at He Meng with a smile that was not a smile and said, no grudge, and no enmity, is it? Chapter 1145, Heavenspan Island Master. Ah, Yuan, I'm going to kill you. He Meng opened his Divine King domain fully. A streak of terrifying water sword stabbed straight for Yuan. It was that, how could Qian give him the opportunity? Dragon prancing the 4 seas caught this streak of water sword, clashing together with He Meng. At this time, Duan Lingfeng rushed over too. Brat, you dared to kill my fourth brother, I'll exterminate you. Duan Lingfeng said with a furious roar. But Yuan was disinclined to even glance at him, saying to Chu Yecho, this guy will be left to you. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Chu Yecho froze and said with a nod, no problem. This place, apart from the Heavenspan Island Master and He Meng, there isn't a person who can make me dread yet. Yuan said with a nod, that's good then. Done talking, Yuan immediately lifted his feet and headed over toward the back mountain. Duan Lingfeng was stopped by Chu Yecho. But seeing this scene, the corners of his mouth revealed a look of ridicule, and he said, Hunk, you really take our 9 Phoenix Island to be easy to knead. 5 silhouettes suddenly appeared, directly enclosing Yuan in tightly. These 5 people were actually all Void Mystic Realm powerhouses. Yuan had seen before these 5 people. They were all people at the trade fair. Very clearly, these were the chess pieces they concealed among those people. Seeing this scene, Chu Yecho's expression changed drastically. But Qian did not even turn his head around. Seeing that composed appearance of Qian's, He Meng's heart involuntarily thumped, thinking to himself that it was not good. 5 great void mystic powerhouses instantly opened up their Divine King domains and charged over towards Yuan. However, 5 rays of terrifying sword light flashed and faded. The 5 people's voices abruptly cut off. Duan Lingfeng, who was in the heat of fierce battle, almost got hit by Chu Yecho's move. He was struck dumb with amazement by this scene. Instant kill. A 6th level Dao Profound actually instant killed 5 void mystic powerhouses. Although these 5 people's strength was only at the beginnings of Void Mystic was Void Mystic. They were not what Dao Profound Realm martial artists were capable of dealing with. Actually, the shock in Chu Yecho's heart was not much lesser compared to Duan Lingfeng in the slightest. If not for being overly shocked, that blow, earlier would have already succeeded. He truly did not think that Yi Yuan's martial Dao strength was actually so formidable. Also, that sword just now. It was absolutely a divine artifact. Apart from Ao Qian, monstrous waves that dashed to the skies were stirred up in everyone's hearts. These people had more or less heard about the divine realm's matters when walking about outside. The news of Ji Qingyan seizing possession and reviving, possessing a divine artifact, and charging back to the divine realm, they had heard to some extent. Then the identity of this young man before their eyes was almost certain. Chu Yuxiu was incredibly shocked. Only now did he know why Yi Yuan's alchemy skills were so heaven-defying. Yi Yuan killed 5 people, his figure speeding rapidly, heading towards the back mountain. Along the way, Yi Yuan passed through many powerful restrictions. But these restrictions were as easy as blowing off dust to him. Before long, Yi Yuan arrived at a cave. A figure walked out from inside the cave with slow steps. But a hideous mask was worn on his face. This person was definitely that legendary Heavenspan Island master. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. This person gave him a very dangerous feeling. Very clearly, he was even more powerful than He Meng. Yi Yuan was bold, stemming from superb skills, relying on the fact that he had the art of greater teleportation. He directly barged inside. When the person who just arrived saw Yi Yuan, he actually unwittingly heaved a sigh and said, "Why is there a need? You take the open road, and I'll walk my single log bridge. You and I stay in our own lanes and mind our own business, but you insist on provoking me." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even tighter, and he opened his mouth to say, "You know me." Hearing the meaning in the other party's words, it seemed like he was quite familiar with him, involuntarily giving Yi Yuan a shock. "Hoo-hoo, so what if no, so what if don't know? Leave behind the purple Lingzi and immediately leave the 9 Phoenix Island. I can give you a way out," the mysterious person said. But Yi Yuan smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "Hey, then do you feel that I'll do as you say or not? Don't do it, and you'll die," the Heavenspan Island master said indifferently, his words revealing thick confidence. Of course, he had this strength to be confident too. But Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said, "You planned this trade fair, making so many martial artists ended up as tools to collect treasures for you. Originally, this has nothing to do with me. But you never should have killed Zhao Xingqian." What made Yi Yuan surprised was that the Heavenspan Island master fell silent for a moment, and suddenly said, "According to what I know, your relationship with Zhao Xingqian doesn't seem to have reached this extent, right?" The other party's words made Yi Yuan even more certain that this person was definitely someone that he knew. Furthermore, even though this person hid in closed seclusion in this back mountain, he knew about the outside world's matters like the palm of his hand. The other party clearly knew his identity as Ji Qingyan. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "That's my business. Since you instigated Hong Dao to kill Zhao Xingqian, pay it with your life then. Otherwise, how can I answer to his spirit in heaven?" The Heavenspan Island master let out a sigh and said, "This 9 Phoenix Islands trade fair, the reason why I only roped in some itinerant cultivators was in order to not startle the various major factions. That Zhao Xingqian deliberately concealed his identity. I only knew his identity when I killed him and obtained the things inside his storage ring too. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have made a move either." Hearing the meaning in his words, it actually had some attitude of remorse. "Enough nonsense, and show your true abilities. Your crimes are inexpiable. It's also time to pay your debts." Yi Yuan gave a cold snort. The evil extermination sword came out of its sheath. But when the Heavenspan Island master saw it, he praised, "Hey, the ancient evil extermination sword, indeed, it lives up to its reputation. Looks like you've already obtained the divine sword's recognition." The Heavenspan Island master's words made Yi Yuan's expression change. This person seemed to know many secrets that other people were unaware of. This made Yi Yuan dread towards him rise another level. This Heavenspan Island master was not easy to deal with. Right then, the Heavenspan Island master slowly took out a long sword. This sword was thin and elegant, forming an extremely distinct contrast with the evil extermination divine sword's boldness and unrestrainedness. When Yi Yuan saw the sword in the Heavenspan Island master's hand, his pupils involuntarily constricted. The sword in the Heavenspan Island master's hand was similarly a divine sword. The long sword in the Heavenspan Island master's hand actually emitted a light ringing sound. It seemed like it was actually brimming with fighting intent. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He and the evil extermination divine sword were connected in heart and soul. He actually discovered that the evil extermination sword also had a baffling kind of restlessness. Hoo-hoo, in this world, people who possess divine artifacts are not just you alone. Feel it, my Zia wants to battle once more with the evil extermination sword, said the Heavenspan Island master. Yi Yuan had a puzzled look, not quite understanding the situation. When the Heavenspan Island master saw the situation, he smiled and said, "A million years ago, before Taoist Absolute Heaven rose up, he once had an opponent called Su Wo. Su Wo was a sword fanatic. His lifelong goal was to defeat Absolute Heaven. But sadly, the disparity between him and Absolute Heaven pulled greater and greater apart instead. In the end, he died because hatred consumed him. In this life, I obtained Su Wo's inheritance. This Zia encountering the evil extermination sword once again, do you think it can stay indifferent and not be agitated?" Chapter 1146, Casting a Bright Pearl into Darkness. Yi Yuan was incredibly shocked. The rise of a powerhouse of his generation was bound to step on the corpses of countless geniuses. Very clearly, this Su Wo was a stepping stone on the road on Absolute Heaven ascension to the summit. It was just that, although Su Wo died, his divine sword did not die. A million years later, Divine Sword Zia and Divine Sword Evil Extermination met once more. This was the encounter of fate. Sensing the battle intent coming from Evil Extermination, Yi Yuan had an understanding in his heart. Hoo-hoo, since I obtained your recognition, how can I lose face for Senior Absolute Heaven? If Su Wo wants to battle, then we'll grant his wish. Let him know that even after a million years, he's still trash. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. The Heavenspan Island master smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "Stop dreaming." Absolute Heaven being able to firmly suppress Su Wo was because his cultivation realm was evenly matched with Su Wo. But you're merely 6th level Dao Profound right now. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "So what if 6th level Dao Profound? Dealing with you, it's sufficient." The Heavenspan Island master raised his head to the sky and laughed hard as he said, "Fine. Then I'll take a look at whether you truly have this capability or not." The Heavenspan Island master released an offhanded streak of sword light. This sword was incomparably dazzling. It was indeed the might of a divine artifact. Yi Yuan's expression turned somber. Evil Extermination suddenly made a move. Two rays of sword energy that displayed their edge to the fullest extent collided together, directly sending Yi Yuan flying out. The Heavenspan Island master was peak Divine King Essence Energy Realm and also wielded the Divine Sword Zia. Overpowering Yi Yuan was all too normal. However, the Heavenspan Island master emitted a soft sound of surprise and said, "Your fleshly body already reached late stage tier 9. Truly remarkable, your divine soul is likely almost reaching the great circle of perfection realm already, right? Tisk tisk, when your essence energy realm rises up, essence, energy, and spirit unifying into one, you'll have a chance to assault that transcendent deity realm. Oh, almost forgot, your heart realm already reached heaven-man unity too. Truly an unrivaled genius. No wonder the evil extermination divine sword would choose you. That sword move earlier, if it were an ordinary 6th level Dao Profound, even if he had Yi Yuan's strength, he would sustain serious injuries under the tremendous impact too. But Yi Yuan relied on his powerful fleshly body and tyrannical tyrant dragon regeneration art as well as the extremely strong defense black tortoise treasure body divine art. Yi Yuan actually only felt his blood and chi in turmoil for a moment. This scene, it was not up to the Heavenspan Island master to not be amazed. However, Yi Yuan was likewise incomparably surprised in his heart. This Heavenspan Island master seemed to know him fairly well. He actually even know about his Heaven-Man Unity Heart realm. This made Yi Yuan even more curious about the Heavenspan Island master's identity. "Who on earth are you?" Yi Yuan said solemnly. "Hoo-hoo, when you defeat me, this trash, you'll naturally know. But you definitely won't have the chance. Watch closely. This is Zia's ultimate move, Sword Shadow accompanying." His voice had yet to fade when the Heavenspan Island master's figure suddenly disappeared from sight. The next instant, a sword already arrived at Yi Yuan's throat area. This sword was inconceivable swift. One would completely unable to use eyes to watch it. The name Sword Shadow accompanying lived up to its name. However, with a clank, evil extermination stabbed diagonally upwards, colliding right against Zia without any deviation. An overwhelming force transmitted over. The Heavenspan Island master only felt the webbing between the thumb and index finger tremble. The divine sword nearly slipped off his hand. Having consumed the refined steel bone tempering pill, Yi Yuan's fleshly body already successfully broke through to late-stage Tier 9. His immense strength, coupled with the evil extermination sword formula's power of divine Tao laws, even ordinary void mystic powerhouses would be unable to withstand it. This shock was by no means insignificant. Different from Yi Yuan, the Heavenspan Island Master did not produce a resonance with the Xia divine sword. This step, not anybody could achieve it. However, the Heavenspan Island Master obtained Su Wo's divine art. Practicing his divine inscriptions, he already had a preliminary understanding to some extent. This was also the reason why he could overpoweringly suppress He Meng and become the head island master. In terms of strength, the Heavenspan Island Master was already very close to the 10 great divine kings. It was just a pity that who he ran into was Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's heart realm already reached the great circle of perfection realm. Even if his sword was any faster, it was also not undetectable. Moreover, Yi Yuan possessed the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil's ocular powers. Capturing the figure of the Heavenspan Island Master was truly accomplished with ease. Even if the Heavenspan Island Master was any faster, he was only a void mystic powerhouse too. He still did not reach the level of deity realm. Yi Yuan coped with unexpected events by sticking to a fundamental principle. No matter how fast his sword was, he did not withdraw either. Impossible. How can he possibly capture my sword? This is the quicksword released with the power of divine Tao laws. It was the first time the Heavenspan Island Master was alarmed. The Heavenspan Island Master unleashed his sword once again. Sword shadows that filled the skies were akin to shadows following, rushing over towards Yi Yuan. This was not cast by some divine ability but by the Heavenspan Island Master's true body. It was just that his figure was unimaginably swift, that was why it left behind countless afterimages in the entire sky. Waves of clear and crisp metal clashing sounds transmitted over. Sparks flew everywhere. The more he fought, the more alarmed Heavenspan Island Master got. From start to end, Yi Yuan stood there and did not move. He just unleashed his sword again and again non-stop. But he was just unable to sneak attack Yi Yuan, not even once. His every movement and action were completely within Yi Yuan's grasp. When a quicksword was not quick, it was equivalent to having both hands tied up by people. How to continue fight? Borrowing the recoil force, the Heavenspan Island Master retreated, looking at Yi Yuan with a solemn look. The sword is a fine sword. It's too bad that you can't unleash its strength. Sigh, casting a bright pearl into darkness. With Yi Yuan's sigh, the Heavenspan Island Master's face turned green. His sword emitted a light humming noise once more, clearly very unresigned to it. The encounter a million years later, it actually still had to lose to evil extermination once again. How could it feel reconciled with it? All right, you already attacked. My turn now. Yi Yuan's words made the Heavenspan Island Master's expression turn somber. He had yet to react when Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished. The Heavenspan Island Master's pupils constricted, and he cried out in alarm, "Greater teleportation." However, there was not much time for him to be astonished. A feeling of immense danger welled up in his heart. However, the Heavenspan Island Master had comprehended some divine Tao laws. He still caught Yi Yuan's traces in the end. Sword intent connecting to divinity. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly appeared from within the void, stabbing straight for the Heavenspan Island Master's left ribs. The ribs were extremely hard to defend area. This move of Yi Yuan's was to strike him and leave him unable to save himself. This move, Yi Yuan poured in divine essence, his killing intent not held back in the slightest. He did not have the intention of being soft-hearted and irresolute. No matter who the other party was, he had to die. But the Heavenspan Island Master's strength was even stronger than Cloudski's. Clearly, he was not so easy to be killed. Yi Yuan's evil extermination sword was actually blocked. The Heavenspan Island Master was pushed back 1,000 feet away, spraying out a mouthful of blood. He already suffered a huge loss. This sword failing did not exceed Yi Yuan's expectations. The Heavenspan Island Master, this level of existence, was not that easy to kill. Right at this time, the Heavenspan Island Master's hideous mask actually split at the center, revealing a face that Yi Yuan was very familiar with. Seeing this face, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. He said, "So, it's you." Chapter 1147. Terrifying Divine King Domain. Under the mask was a sage-like appearance. He looked like he was just an old man with a benevolent countenance. Even Yi Yuan was also cheated by this old man. This person was actually Han Qingzi, who presided over Yi Yuan's alchemy battle in Cloudmarsh City. Honestly speaking, when he saw this face, Yuan was shocked too. In the divine realm, Han Qingzi could be said to be a rare clear stream and would never take part in any conflicts. His reputation was very good. Yuan never would have dreamed that this guy was actually such a slaughterer who posed as a person of high morals. Yuan suddenly recalled that when the immemorial medicine garden opened back then, he never saw Han Qingzi's traces all along. Since he went to Cloudmarsh City, it was impossible to not enter the immemorial medicine garden to take a look. Yuan did not pay any attention at that time. Looking at it now, this guy had definitely hidden in an obscure corner all along, waiting for the right moment. And it was precisely because of his cautiousness that he avoided the calamity that time. The depth of this person's cunningness was seriously too terrifying. He also did not expect that Han Qingzi's martial Dao strength was actually so formidable. Looks like I was overly persistent. Dealing with you, why is there a need for the divine sword? Han Qingzi did not care about Yuan's astonishment and had an appearance of sudden enlightenment. Very clearly, the time of Han Qingzi obtaining Su Wo's inheritances was not very long. Yuan reckoned that it was also just the likes of over 1,000 years. It was also precisely from that time that he set up such a trade fair, developing it in secret, only awaiting to soar to the skies in one bound. Over 1,000 years, Han Qingzi did not walk very far out along the true great Tao of the sword. He was at best equally matched in strength with Yuan right now. However, the divine sword Zia was ultimately not evil extermination's opponent. This was already a fact that was verified before 1,000,000 years ago. Yuan looked at him and said contemptuously, "You don't even trust your own sword, how can you win me? Killing you, just divine king domain is sufficient." Han Qingzi gave a cold laugh. His divine king domain suddenly activated. A violent sword intent instantly filled the entire stretch of space. His divine king domain was even broader than He Meng's. It actually reached 20,000 feet. What Han Qingzi said was right. Him using divine art to battle Yuan was met with counter-attacks each time. Although the power of the divine king domain was inferior to the divine sword, with the divine sword's augmentation, not only was the power of his divine king domain stronger, the area covered was even wider. But this sword domain was very heterogeneous. The divine sword Zia still emitted light quivering sounds. Clearly, it was quite opposed to this. Divine swords had spirits. It was expressing its displeasure toward Han Qingzi's way of doing things. Within 20,000 feet radius, Yuan could not even execute greater teleportation and was directly shrouded by the divine king domain. For a moment, he seemingly sunk into a sea of swords. Yuan's divine king domain was directly shattered by himself. Currently, it was unable to condense at all. At this time, he could only rely on the evil extermination sword in his hand to forcefully resist these sword intents. Reaching the realm of the 10 great divine kings, they were already disdainful to use divine king domains anymore. Like the heaven-stabilizing divine king, when he was dealing with Yuan, he directly overpowered. With divine Dao laws, in front of divine Dao laws, any divine king domain was trash. However, Han Qingzi's current strength was at the stage between void mystic powerhouses, closing in on the 10 great divine kings. His divine Dao comprehensions were also just that tiny bit stronger than Yuan's. He was completely unable to crush Yuan, but the sword intent in his divine king domain carried divine Dao laws. It was much stronger compared to ordinary divine king domains. Even if Yuan brandished the evil extermination sword until not even a drop of water could trickle through, it was hard to ward off the all-pervasive sword intent too. This was the terrifying aspect of a divine king domain. The ever-present sword intent stabbed at every opportunity, slicing onto Yuan's body every now and then. Before long, Yuan's body had a series of additional injuries. The injuries became deeper and deeper, while the blood flowed more and more, looking gruesomely horrific. Ha ha ha, truly what a shame. A genius like you is indeed absolute heaven's one and only successor. It's just a pity that geniuses are all short-lived ghosts. Absolute heaven was like this, you are similarly like so. Han Qingzi's essence energy was thick, pushing the divine king domain to the limits, not giving Yuan the slightest opportunity to catch his breath at all. At this time, the Nine Phoenix Island was long already in a chaotic mess. Han Qingzi was an alchemy path master. He had operated on this island for over 1,000 years and naturally would not have just this bit of manpower. Apart from He Meng and Duan Lingfeng, a void mystic powerhouse clashed together with Zhang Taking. As for Kuang Tianming, Yi Yuan left Elder Tan and Zhao Qian to him for safety. When those stall owners saw this battle array, how could they still dare to stay? Each and every one ran away from the island. What made Chu Yushu rather surprised was that at this time, Shark One actually joined the group battle, dealing with Duan Lingfeng together with him. With him joining in, Duan Lingfeng's pressure skyrocketed. Meanwhile, He Meng and Ao Qian were locked in a fierce struggle. Within a short time, there was no way of determining the victor. The commotion of a 20,000 feet Divine King domain was extremely great. When the Ao Qian and Chu Yushu, who were currently in the heat of fierce fighting at the front mountain, detected this power, their expressions changed drastically. Ao Qian examined himself and thought that under such a powerful Divine King domain, he would lose for sure beyond all doubt. Furthermore, he knew that His Excellency's art of greater teleportation only had a distance of 10,000 feet. Ha ha ha, you're going to lose if your mind is wandering. But don't you worry, when elder brother takes care of that punk, he'll come and send you guys down below to accompany him. When He Meng saw this Divine King domain, he was wildly exhilarated. Han Qingzi's strength, he was all too clear. Although that brat's strength was not bad, encountering his elder brother, that was absolutely certain death without chances of survival. Ao Qian's expression darkened, and he involuntarily increased essence energy some more, wanting to end the battle fast. But He Meng clearly detected his intentions and was not in a hurry at this time anymore. Instead, he fought a seesaw battle with him. Ao Qian's strength was a slight notch above He Meng's, but wanting to take He Meng down was not something that could be done in a short time. This way, his heart burned with even greater anxiety. Big brother Kuang, do you think young Master Yi will be fine or not? Over here, when Zhao Qian saw that Divine King domain, her face was nervous until it became deathly pale. Kuang Tianming's complexion was not good either. But he still consoled, relax, Yi Yuan won't be defeated so easily. These words even sounded rather uncertain to himself. The expression of Elder Tan by the side changed again and again but did not say anything. Clearly, he was not optimistic about Yi Yuan too. Over 20,000 radius Divine King domain, this was too terrifying. According to what he knew, the 8 great super holy lands holy lords, strengths were also merely 10,000 over feet. Yi Yuan wielded the sword and guarded his vital areas. But the ever-encroaching sword intent still made the injuries on his body become more and more severe. Although his black tortoise treasure body divine art progressed at a remarkable pace, facing sword intent that contained divine Tao laws, it was still not quite adequate to look at. Unless he could cultivate the human path chapter to the great circle of perfection realm, then he could disregard these sword intents. But sadly, he could not do it. Haha, Ji Qingyan, I gave you the chance, but you insist on wanting to deliver yourself to death. Now, I'll see what you have to take revenge. Han Qingzi was currently being pleased with himself when all of a sudden, his expression changed drastically. Chapter 1148, Domain of Sword. In order to conserve essence energy, Yi Yuan's defensive circle was very small to begin with. Under the Divine King domain, the originally very small defensive circle was still full of flaws. But Han Qingzi discovered to his surprise that Yi Yuan's weak points were becoming lesser and lesser. Under the 20,000 feet sword domain, Yi Yuan was as though a small rowboat in the ocean, swaying in the midst of a raging storm, possible to capsize at any time. However, Yi Yuan's defensive circle actually became more and more rounded out. At first, Han Qingzi did not take notice. But, along with the passing of time, interference of him breaking through Yi Yuan's defenses became greater and greater. He finally noticed something amiss. Domain of Sword, this is impossible. You haven't broken through to deity realm, how can you possibly grasp the domain of sword? Han Qingzi said in aghast. Han Qingzi saw everything as clearly as a blazing fire inside the Divine King domain. The 20,000-foot Divine King domain actually had a small area that was slowly breaking away from his control. One had to know that inside the Divine King domain, he was a god. But now, he was currently sensing that this small chunk of area was currently being slowly hollowed out. A pure to the extreme domain of sword was currently slowly forming. Just as Skidistant said, this Divine King domain was only an abnormal product under the present heavenly Tao. Fusing concepts and comprehending Divine King domain were a road that must be taken for present peak Divine Kings. In terms of power, it was naturally much stronger compared to ordinary Divine King powerhouses. But the true power of domain was not this kind of fused deformed product. Han Qingzi obtained Su Wo's inheritance and knew that only genuine deity realm powerhouses could grasp the power of domains. In the ancient era, deity realm powerhouses would not divert their attention to other things and comprehend many kinds of supreme true intents. All of them comprehended one type of concept to the great circle of perfection, then comprehended divine Tao laws, breaking through to deity realm. Finally, forming a divine Tao domain belonging to themselves. Han Qingzi had infiltrated the immemorial medicine garden before and knew that Yi Yuan had long comprehended a divine king domain already. But he was very curious why Yi Yuan did not put it to good use all along. He did not know that Yi Yuan had long stopped using his divine king domain and focused wholeheartedly on sword Tao. However, Han Qingzi never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan actually comprehended a true domain of sword in battle. A pure domain of sword, similarly a domain, but a genuine domain of sword was way stronger compared to a divine king domain. This was the true great Tao source power. It was the domain power condensed from divine Tao laws. Inside this area of domain, Yi Yuan was the absolute divinity. No way, take the chance that he hasn't completed it yet, I got to kill him. Han Qingzi's expression turned cold, killing intent revealing in its entirety. Ji Qingyan, you forced me. Xuan Wind one character sword, kill. Han Qingzi raised the divine sword Zia, his entire person giving off an imposing momentum that penetrated everything. This sword was Han Qingzi's stronger martial technique. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually able to force him to use this move. Following the word, kill, leaving his mouth, Han Qingzi's figure abruptly vanished. All of the sword intent condensed into one line, tearing through the sky. This required exceedingly high control towards sword intent. It could be said that Han Qingzi's sword intent already reached the acme of perfection among void mystic powerhouses. The might of this sword, even Ao Qian's dragon prancing the four seas might not be able to block it too. A terrifying power spread out, making the hearts of the people who were currently concerned about Yi Yuan palpitate. Even when separated from so far away, they sensed the threatening sword energy too. A clear clashing sound. Han Qingzi's eyes turned intent, his gaze revealing a dumbstruck look. Yi Yuan actually blocked his sword of his, using the sword's tip. Two great divine artifacts colliding, sword energy overflowed. The berserk sword intent suffused everywhere, slicing the rocks, trees, into pieces. Everyone was extremely shocked. They did not understand what on earth happened at the back mountain, to actually cause such a great commotion. Sensing that sword intent, which overflowed out, He Meng's expression changed greatly. This was two sword intents, one was his big brother's. The other, no need to think, it was definitely Yi Yuan's. He was truly unable to understand how a measly little 6th level Tao profound could actually accomplish to this sort of extent. Could it be that a 6th level divine king was actually able to rival the big brother who was comparable to the 10 great divine kings? This was also a bit too preposterous, right? A bolt of lightning landed, slamming right on top of the island. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically once more. Young Master Yi broke through. He's fine, Zhao Qian said in pleasant surprise. Elder Tan watched that roiling tribulation cloud, incomparably shocked in his heart. Just what kind of freak was this Ji Qingyan? To actually be able to fight with that Heavenspan Island master to this extent. Even if he broke through right now, he was also merely just 7th level Tao profound. Ji Qingyan, who returned anew completely, could not be judged with common sense. Do you hear Zia's unwillingness? It can lose, but it's unwilling to be defeated like this. Although you obtained Su Wo's inheritance, you didn't comprehend the quintessence of his sword intent. You took a heretical path instead. A person like you isn't fit to use a sword. That instance when evil extermination and Zia clashed together, Yi Yuan's domain of sword was finally completed. After shattering his divine king domain, he finally condensed the power of domain anew once more. In this time, it was a genuine power of domain. Perhaps, in the present divine realm, it was one of a kind existence. Even though it was only 20 square feet, within this 20 feet radius, Yi Yuan was the absolute hegemon. Even a void mystic powerhouse's divine king domain would not cut it too. And right now, Han Qingzi was precisely within the radius of this 20 feet. A terrifying sword intent instantly broke his divine king domain, completely destroying the divine king domain within the 20 feet radius. Sword intent that carried divine Tao laws virtually breached Han Qingzi's protective essence energy instantly, severely wounding him. A bolt of heavenly tribulation landed. But when it reached the 20 feet radius of Yi Yuan, it was like it bumped into an invisible barrier, directly dissipating into nothing. The might of heavenly tribulation actually could not breach his domain of sword. Han Qingzi collapsed weakly onto the ground, his body already riddled with 1,000 gaping wounds. Yi Yuan's domain of sword was just like a meat grinder, utterly pulverizing him. Impossible. All the way until now, Han Qingzi still did not dare to believe everything before his eyes. How could a 6th-level Tao profound martial artist possibly beat him? Furthermore, it was even under the circumstances of him possessing a divine artifact. Looking at the Han Qingzi on the verge of death, Yi Yuan did not have much sympathy. Martial Tao world, slaughter originally had no cause for much criticism. But Han Qingzi's approach was overly beneath contempt. Most importantly, he was the chief instigator who killed Zhao Xingqian. Just based on this, Yi Yuan had to kill him. Yi Yuan came before Han Qingzi slowly and said indifferently, "You and I are also considered to have some friendship. If not because you killed Zhao Xingqian, I could have let you off. Now, do you have any last words?" Ha. Cough, cough, cough. Han Qingzi suddenly started laughing. But due to his injuries being too severe, it brought up violent coughing. "Ji Qingyan, you're indeed a genius. However, you obtained absolute heaven's legacy. The fiend race won't let you off." See cough, cough. Yi Yuan shook his head and let out a sigh as he said, "Are these your last words?" Chapter 1149, Forbidden Zone. Multiple bolts of heavenly tribulation landed. Yi Yuan's figure slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Everyone stared at him dumbfoundedly, unable to use words to describe their emotions at all. My God, what did I see? Is there, transcending tribulation like that? Freak. Master Yi is simply a freak. Heavenly tribulation actually automatically dissipated when it reached 20 feet above his head. What on earth did he do? Master Yi came out. Then, is it possible that he killed the Heavenspan Island Master? There were still some bold stall owners quietly observing the development of the situation the whole time. When they saw the scene of heavenly tribulation crashing down on top of Yi Yuan's head, yet he was slowly walking out, this scene was deeply imprinted in their minds, never to forget for all their lives. Zhao Qian saw Yi Yuan appear and was extremely agitated as she said to Kuang Tianming, "Young Master Yi is all right. Fantastic, it's really wonderful." Just earlier, sensing that powerful divine king domain, Zhao Qian's heart was almost about to jump out. Only all the way until she saw Yi Yuan at this time did she finally set her mind at ease. When Kuang Tianming saw Yi Yuan, he also let out a sigh of relief. However, then he was even more shocked. He sensed that Yi Yuan seemed to be somewhat different. Prior to this, Yi Yuan's entire person was just like an unsheathed sharp sword, revealing his keen edge. But now, Yi Yuan's every movement and action seemed to encompass the lingering charm, the great Tao. The lingering charm of the great Tao of sword. That was the great Tao that he, Kuang Tianming, pursued his entire life. Finally, the last bolt of heavenly tribulation landed but was still unable to make Yi Yuan's countenance change in the slightest. 20 feet away from his body, it immediately scattered and disappeared. When He Meng saw this scene, his eyeballs became wide circles. Right now, he only had one thought remaining, that was to run. He Meng shook off Ao Qian with a palm and urged his movement technique to the limits, attempting to flee the 9 Phoenix Island. However, how could Yi Yuan possibly give him the chance? Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes and already lost sight of Yi Yuan, as if he had disappeared into thin air. The next instant, Yi Yuan already showed up, blocking He Meng's retreat route, 20,000 feet. Following Yi Yuan breaking through to 7th level Divine Tao, plus Divine Tao Law's comprehension deepening, the distance of his art of greater teleportation directly doubled. Seeing this scene, He Meng's face revealed a look of despair. Are you doing it yourself or having me do it? Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly. You really killed Big Brother. Up till now, He Meng still did not dare to believe that a 6th level Tao Profound was capable of killing his elder brother. Looks like you didn't come to understand it. Yi Yuan did not answer him. He just nonchalantly said a sentence and was about to make a move. Hang on, see, could it be that there's no other path to take? I surrender, I'll be the same as him, be your servant. He Meng pointed at Ao Qian and said. At this time, Duan Lingfeng was already restrained by Chu Yucho's and Shark One's combined force. Hearing these words, he said furiously, "Hey Meng. You dare to betray Big Brother." But Hey Meng barked angrily, "You shut your mouth for me. Big Brother is already dead. A fine bird chooses a tree to perch on." Duan Lingfeng said angrily, "You traitor. Death is just death for a real man. What's there to be scared of? Pooh, want to die, you go and die, don't drag me to be a scapegoat." The two people were currently bickering incessantly, but Yi Yuan said indifferently, "All right, a subordinate like you, I feel it beneath my dignity to take in. Make a move, I'll give you an opportunity to attack." He Meng's expression changed, and he revealed a ferocious expression. Suddenly, his divine king domain opened up and crushed over towards Yi Yuan. Ao Qian's expression changed, and he shouted, "My lord, be careful." Yi Yuan just stood there, completely without the intention of avoiding. The next instant, a scene that made everyone stare speechlessly with their mouths agape happened. He Meng's divine king domain directly sieved through 20 feet in front of Yi Yuan. At this time, Yi Yuan took a step forward. He Meng's divine king domain actually seemed to voluntarily open up a path. What kind of martial technique is this? It's too powerful. It looks like a divine king domain. But it seems to be somewhat different too. Previously, when Master Yi was transcending tribulation, even heavenly tribulation was unable to breach 20 feet in front of him too. Now, it's like this too. Could it be that the area 20 feet in front of him is a forbidden zone? Everyone was incomparably shocked, because this scene before their eyes completely subverted their understanding. The battle between divine king domains was absolutely not this sort of situation. They could not even sense that Yi Yuan used essence energy. It was as if the area 20 feet in front of him was a forbidden zone. Nobody was able to breach it. Seeing this scene, He Meng's pupils constricted. Yi Yuan strolled over leisurely, akin to a large mountain crushing towards him, making him unable to catch his breath at all. Even when facing an opponent like Ao Qian, He Meng also did not feel such pressure before. Flee. At this time, He Meng's entire mind was only left with this one thought. Even if he knew that he could not escape anymore. Divine King domain withdrawing, He Meng turned around and fled. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure vanished once more. The next instant, something that made everyone's scalps tingle occurred. When Yi Yuan's figure appeared once more, he was already 20 feet in front of He Meng. Everyone only heard a series of miserable cries. He Meng was directly ground into pieces by countless sword energy. Even if his sea-race fleshy body was very powerful, he fell silent in the end too. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Toward Yi Yuan's might, they had a clear understanding. Even Ao Qian could not resist shrinking his neck back a bit too. How did my lord become so powerful in a blink of an eye? He fought with He Meng for a long time and was deeply aware of He Meng's might. But did not expect that he was finished off by His Excellency so effortlessly. It seemed like in front of His Excellency, divine king domains completely became ornaments. Just what kind of cultivation method was this? But he also perceived that what Yi Yuan used was a martial technique similar to domains. It was just that, Yi Yuan's domain was many times stronger than theirs. When the people knew about the few island masters' actions, each and every one of them felt anger, but then it changed to lingering fear. If this trade fair kept on continuing, who knew when they would be disposed of? Of course, each and every one of them was overflowing with gratitude toward Yi Yuan. If not for Yi Yuan, they would still be treated like fools by people all along, becoming tools to transport treasures. Zhao Qian was already informed of the news of father being killed, completely crying her eyes out. She searched bitterly for father's traces these few years, hanging onto a trace of hope all along. But now, the hope was finally still extinguished. Toward Zhao Qian, Yi Yuan had an additional portion of regret in his heart. "What plans do you have currently?" Yi Yuan found Zhao Qian and asked. Zhao Qian shook her head and said, "I don't know. Young Master Yi, thank you for helping my father take revenge. But my father is dead. I'm feeling completely messed up right now." Zhao Qian had already washed her face with tears these few days. Now, talking about her father, her eyes became red again. Chapter 1150. Welcoming with a solemn ceremony. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh, but he still did not know how he should console Zhao Qian. Regarding Zhao Xingqian's death, Yi Yuan was still rather guilty in his heart. He did not kill Zhao Xingqian, but Zhao Xingqian died because of him. Back then, he requested Zhao Xingqian to search for spirit medicines. He did not think that Zhao Xingqian actually put forth that much effort either, resulting in braving risks himself, and losing his life. Why, young Master Yi, can you lend me your shoulder to lean on? Zhao Qian said with tears in her eyes. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and reached his hand out and lightly pulled Zhao Qian into his embrace and said, if you wish to continue running the Meteor Trading Company, after this matter is over, I'll go and exterminate the Pola Trading Company. In the future, this divine realm only has the Meteor Trading Company, a single firm, running a monopoly. The lovely body of the Zhao Qian in his embrace shuddered when she heard that. A bout of warmth flowed into the pit of her heart. One sentence, it made Zhao Qian's sky that fell down be mended again. This man before her eyes was the heavens. She did not doubt in the slightest that Yi Yuan had this strength. Even the Heavenspan Island Master, that kind of existence, died under Yi Yuan's sword. Yi Yuan's present strength felt like it already surpassed the 8 great super holy lands' holy lords. The 9 great trading companies in the past, the strongest Pola Trading Company was also merely a quasi-super holy land. Even if the Pola Trading Company was being controlled by the fiend race presently, for Yi Yuan to want to exterminate it, it was as easy as flipping over his hand. For the Meteor Trading Company to want to replace the Pola Trading Company was also merely a matter of a word from Yi Yuan. She believed that even the 8 great super holy lands' holy lords did not dare to come forward to say anything either. Thank you, young Master Yi, Zhao Qian said softly. Far from thanking, Brother Zhao and I were on great terms. You provided considerable assistance to me as well. Right now, the Meteor Trading Company encountering distress, it's proper and reasonable that I can't sit idly by and remain indifferent, Yi Yuan said. He did not say the matter of Zhao Xingqiang hunting the Silvermoon Heavenly Tea on his behalf. The old friend was already gone, why was there a need to let a crack arise between him and Zhao Qian? Yi Yuan already made up his mind. In the future, Zhao Qian's matters were his, Yi Yuan's, matters. Who knew that Zhao Qian let out a sigh and said, Zhao Qian indeed likes running operations a lot. It's just that these days, the fiend race is restless and eager for action. In the midst of turbulent times, how can the Meteor Trading Company pay attention to one's own moral uplift without thought of others? After today, I'll arrange for all of the Meteor Trading Company's affairs to cease all activities, hiding our edge. After young Master Yi quells the fiend race, the Meteor Trading Company will make a comeback. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, may as well. On this matter, Zhao Qian clearly thought more thoroughly than him. My lord, the clan has already sent news. The Patriarch agreed to your terms and approves of using 1,000,000-year-old pearl have tears to exchange for the purple void vitality spirit pill. On this day, Shark One came to see Yi Yuan, finally bringing the news of the Merman clan. Toward this, Yi Yuan was not surprised. He already exhibited his alchemy skills. As long as Shark One was not an idiot, he should know that the people capable of refining the purple void vitality spirit pill in this world, nobody else was worthy except him. This way, Pearl Have Tears was also considered to have landed in his pocket. Counting in Pearl Have Tears, Yi Yuan already collected 6 of the 9 core medicines at present. There was only left with the final 3. He also did not think that the progress of the Tao-defying pill would be so smooth sailing. Yi Yuan slew Han Qingzi, put away his storage ring, and indeed discovered quite a few good things. And that stock of Silvermoon Heavenly Tea was currently lying inside the storage ring quietly, completely intact. Over 1,000 years ago, Han Qingzi obtained Su Wo's inheritance. And in his inheritance, there was an ancient mystic grade pill formula that could have the effect of filling one with wisdom and enlightenment, helping him to comprehend the power of divine Tao laws. Han Qingzi's comprehension of divine Tao laws already reached the middle of a bottleneck. As long as he took one more stop, he would be able to truly transcend the realm of void mystic and reach the level of competing with the 10 great divine kings. It was just a shame that he was still missing one last spirit medicine, the purple lingzi. In the end, it still fell short of success at the last stage. The refining difficulty of this ancient pill formula was exceedingly high, but Han Qingzi himself was a peak alchemy emperor. He had the strength to refine it. Except, this pill formula was somewhat of little value to Yi Yuan. With his comprehension ability, he did not require whatever filling with wisdom at all. For Han Qingzi to be able to comprehend divine Tao laws and become a peak alchemy emperor, his comprehension ability in itself was already extraordinarily high. It was just that compared to Yi Yuan, it was still far too lacking. With Yi Yuan comprehending the domain of sword, the evil extermination sword formula already officially attained a higher level of mastery, reaching the extent of the first level's great circle of perfection. According to what Skedistant said, the evil extermination sword formula was divided into 3 levels. When Yi Yuan cultivated these 3 levels to the great circle of perfection realm, he would be able to activate the vast heaven sword art that absolute heaven left behind inside the vast heaven steel. The evil extermination sword formula was actually the elementary part of the vast heaven sword art. This vast heaven sword art was completely different from other cultivation methods. Inclusive of the heaven stabilizing divine king, they all directly comprehended divine Tao cultivation methods. But Yi Yuan did not even enter the gates of the vast heaven sword art currently. However, even if he did not cross the threshold, Yi Yuan's current strength was also already sufficiently powerful. Perhaps he was still a bit inferior compared to the 10 great divine kings. But, facing void mystic powerhouses, he could easily kill them. As for the Xia divine sword as well as Su Wo's divine Tao cultivation method, Yi Yuan was not stingy, passing them to the extreme sword divine king, Kuang Tianming. Kuang Tianming's lifelong goal was the extremities of sword Tao. Yet, Yi Yuan, who came late, surpassed those who were in front. Yi Yuan already thoroughly surpassed him. But, on this point, Kuang Tianming already had a clear estimation of himself in the previous life, acknowledging that he was inferior to Yi Yuan. However, this did not hinder his heart of pursuing sword Tao. Obtaining Su Wo's inheritance, it was as if he obtained a priceless treasure. He entered the vast heaven pagoda to go into closed seclusion and cultivate. With this set of cultivation methods, it might not be an impossibility for Kuang Tianming to be ranked amongst the 10 great divine kings in the future. Yi Yuan believed that this set of cultivation methods in Kuang Tianming's hands would absolutely be much more valuable compared to in Han Qingzi's hands. Kuang Tianming never would have dreamed that he would one day be able to obtain a divine sword and a set of divine Tao sword art. The relationship between him and Yi Yuan already did not need excessive words. He secretly resolved his heart to definitely assist Yi Yuan in this lifetime and exterminate the fiend race. If Su Wo knew that his successor became absolute heaven's successor's right-hand man a million years later, who knew what he would think? The group of people entered the Merman clan's territory through an impressive array. The Garnersky Sea region's underwater world had always been the human race's restricted area. Any and all humans who came down, basically all would die. The might of the sea race was actually by no means inferior to the human race. It was just that fighting on land, less than 70% of their strength could be unleashed. They were naturally unwilling to go ashore. However, underwater, their strength was incomparably terrifying. In contrast, once human martial artists enter below water, their strength would be greatly discounted. Unless, what they cultivated just happened to be a water attribute cultivation method. What Yi Yuan cultivated was not a water attribute cultivation method. But now that he comprehended the domain of sword, places that he passed through, the water would automatically retreat a distance of 20 feet, making it not too different from a shore. Seeing this scene, Shark One was also extremely shocked in his heart. Ahead, a group of sea folks came to welcome them. A merman at the front wore a crown on his head. His aura was extremely powerful. His Majesty heard of your Excellency's alchemy Tao's strength, and he decided to personally come forward to receive you. Shark One explained by the side. Chapter 1151, Bad Terms on Meeting. Along the way, through Shark One's introduction, Yi Yuan got to know that the Merman clan's king was called Tong. His strength was fearsome. Upon meeting today, it indeed lived up to the reputation. Yi Yuan has seen your Majesty. Yi Yuan cupped his fists, considered to have paid his respects. His way of doing things made the group of powerhouses behind His Majesty change countenance agitatedly. Audacious human, to actually dare be so impertinent towards His Majesty. Insolence. Seen His Majesty and still not bowing. Your Majesty, this boy is haughty and rude. He definitely doesn't have much capability. Perhaps, he's here to swindle the pearl have tears. Tong had yet to say anything when those Merman clan powerhouses behind him already erupted. Yi Yuan's attitude made them very displeased. In their view, humans were lowly. Seeing His Majesty, they should give a solemn bow. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, that was all Shark One saying it when he returned. They all had not witnessed with their own eyes. Now, when they saw that Yi Yuan was only 7th level Tao profound, all of them could not help looking down on him, thinking that Yuan was deliberately deceiving them. Alchemists capable of refining the purple void vitality spirit pill also had to reach Divine King realm no matter what, right? Not just them, even when Tong saw Yuan, he had a disappointed look too. Shark 1 praised how very powerful Yuan was previously, but he did not mention Yuan's martial Dao cultivation. Him coming out to welcome in high spirits could be said to be very sincere already. But seeing that Yuan was only 7th level Dao profound, he was naturally greatly disappointed. Yuan swept a glance over everyone, and his expression turned intent as he said, "His Majesty hasn't even spoken yet, and each and every one of you jumped out. Do you have any respect for His Majesty at all? Could it be that the Merman clan's officials are all so insolent?" With just one sentence, it made those merfolks who were jumping around instantly become mute. "Why, Your Majesty, we didn't mean that." Tong waved his hand, indicating for them to shut up. He then said to Yuan, "Young man, you really have confidence in refining the purple void vitality spirit pill. I'll say the nasty things first. If you let this king discover that you're making a fool out of our Merman clan, this king definitely won't spare you." Only when those Merman powerhouses saw that His Majesty did not have the intention of pursuing it did they let out a sigh in relief. Yuan said with a smile, "Your Majesty, I haven't even entered the front door yet, and you're threatening me. Could it be that this is your Merman clan's hospitality? Also, doesn't Your Majesty know that alchemists can't be offended? Your attitude, this young master don't dare to guarantee what the hell I'll refine out." Yuan originally did not want to be overbearing. Who knew that this bunch of fellows went from bad to worse? He originally saw Tong receive personally and was even a little bit moved. He did not think that Tong was also a stuck-up fellow. If not for the pearl have tears, he would have just left without saying goodbye. Alchemists naturally could not be offended, because it was seriously too easy for them to want to do a little underhanded trick in the medicinal pill. At that time, they would not even know how they died. Tong had underestimated Yuan too. Otherwise, he would not say such words either. Yuan's words made everyone's faces change. This was a blatant threat. In this underwater world, there was actually someone who dared to threaten the Merman clan's king. Truly had no idea of death or danger. "You dare to threaten this king?" Tong's eyes glared. A terrifying aura pressed over towards Yuan. However, when this aura arrived in front of Yuan, it actually directly dissipated into nothing, as if it had never appeared before. Seeing this scene, Tong's two eyes could not help turning intent, and he put away the belittling intent. This young man did not seem to be as simple as on the surface. By the side, Shark 1 saw that the situation seemed to be getting rather out of control and hurriedly stepped forward to resolve the awkwardness by saying, "Haha, everybody, calm down, calm down. Your Majesty, Master Yi is absolutely the most formidable alchemist that this official has seen, not one of. Don't humans have a phrase called seeing is believing? Not personally seeing his strength, how can one easily deny it?" Tong gave him a glance and said coolly, "All right then. Whatever there is, go back to the clan first before talking." Shark 1 hurriedly came before Yuan and apologized vigorously. The clansman did not know Yuan's terror, but he was deeply aware of Yuan's terrifying aspects. How Yuan killed the Heavenspan Island master, he did not see it. But the spectacle of Yuan killing He Meng was still vivid in his mind. Too astonishing. It was just that saying this sort of words, nobody would believe at all. A 7th level Dao profound martial artist actually finished off a peak void mystic powerhouse so effortlessly. Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, "This minor thing, I naturally won't take it to heart. But, I don't wish for people to come and provoke me." The moment Shark 1 heard, he hurriedly nodded his head and voiced his assent, "Your Excellency, rest assured. When Shark 1 returns to the clan, I'll explain to His Majesty." Bad terms on the first meeting. Actually, Yuan was very understanding of the Merman clan's thoughts too. He was seriously too young. It was very easy to give people the impression that young people could not be trusted with important tasks. In reality, it was also not once or twice that he encountered such a thing. As long as these people did not act blind and provoke him, everything could be discussed. After all, he really needed a 1,000,000-year-old pearl have tears too. "Shark 1, look what you've done. You sent Shark 3 back, saying that you found a very formidable alchemist. But what kind of person did you bring back?" Upon returning to the clan, Shark One first arranged residences for Yi Yuan's party, then hurriedly came to find Tong to explain. Of course, what greeted him was Tong's raving bellows. Exactly, Shark One, His Majesty saw that you're normally sharp, that's why he let you go to the Nine Phoenix Island to handle affairs. But you brought back such a brat whose hair isn't even fully grown. What can he do? Shark One, don't think that we don't know if we don't go ashore. The human race's apex alchemists, how can they be of this age? Aren't you messing around here? Not just Tong, the Merfolk clan's clansmen also started to reprove Shark One. It was seriously that the feeling Yi Yuan gave him was too unreliable. Originally, they heard Shark One boast until flowers cascaded from the skies. Now, upon seeing Yi Yuan, this contrast was too great. Shark One did not defend himself either, just quietly waiting for these guys to finish reproving before laughing coldly and said, Nine Phoenix Island. That has already become the past. Shark One, what's the meaning of your words? Tong's gaze turned intent, and he asked. No idea why, he had a feeling that the meaning in Shark One's words seemed like this matter had some connections with Yi Yuan. Shark One gave a bow toward Tong, then told the events that happened on the Nine Phoenix Island exactly as it was. Impossible. That He Meng is the blood brother of the Black Shark clan's king. His cultivation was only slightly inferior to the Black Shark clan's king. How can a mere 7th level Dao profound human possibly kill him? Shark One, your ability of cooking up wild tales is getting more and more impressive. That brat looks to be around 30 years old. Even though his strength is decent, to say killing He Meng, isn't it preposterous? Shark One met with the clansman questioning the moment he finished telling. Telling this sort of words, nobody would believe it either. However, Tong became lost in thought. Chapter 1152, The High Priest Knows. You're saying that the 20 feet in front of him is a restricted area? Tong asked with furrowed brows. Shark One nodded his and said, ain't that right? When Master Yi was transcending tribulation, so many people were watching. The power of that heavenly tribulation absolutely rivals the all-out attack of a void mystic powerhouse. But that heavenly tribulation actually spontaneously dissipated when it reached 20 feet in front of him. Thinking of Yi Yuan's god-slaying like 20 feet restricted area back then, Shark One still had lingering fear in his heart until now. But Tong fell silent when he heard it. Him releasing pressure previously also carried the intention of probing. But just as Shark One said, when his aura arrived 20 feet in front of Yi Yuan, it was no longer able to advance an inch further. With his strength, going to pressure a 7th level Dao profound, such a bizarre situation had never occurred before. Shark One, then how confident do you feel this Yi Yuan refining the purple void vitality spirit pill is? You're also aware of the importance of the purple void vitality spirit pill to Xuan, Tong inquired. When Shark One heard, he said with a bitter smile, Your Majesty, pill refinement this sort of thing, who can guarantee? Even our sea race's alchemists, likely no one dares to say this sort of words to Your Majesty either, right? However, I witnessed Master Yi's alchemy skills with my own eyes. It absolutely reached the acme of perfection. This point, Shark Two can bear witness. Shark Two immediately said when he heard, Your Majesty, Shark Two can bear witness, Master Yi's alchemy Dao is absolutely seldom seen in my lifetime. High Priest Li, talking up to here, Shark Two suddenly felt like he spoke too much and hurriedly shut up. However, everyone understood his meaning. High Priest Li was far inferior to Master Yi Yuan. High Priest Li was the most formidable alchemist of the Merfolk clan. His alchemy Dao's strength was also among the very best in the entire sea race. It was just that, his temper was very explosive. The matter of finding Yi Yuan to come and refine pills, Tong deliberately hid from him. He was afraid of him jumping out and causing trouble. When Tong heard that, he let out a sigh and said, although that's the case, the purple void vitality spirit pill is Xuan last hope. Tong also knew that the purple void vitality spirit pill was not easy to refine. But he lost himself in his concern and somewhat lost his composure for a moment. Mystic-grade medicinal pills, how many alchemists dared to guarantee that they could 100% refine it? The purple void vitality spirit pill was not an ordinary medicinal pill. Even Yi Yuan also just saw it in records. The difficulty of refining could be imagined. Forget about 100%, the sea race's alchemists did not have even 5% assurance. Listening to what Shark One saw and heard on the Nine Phoenix Island, those merfolk powerhouses all felt like they were listening to a fairy tale. They were still half doubtful, half believing. Could a 7th level Dao profound human martial artist have such terrifying martial Dao strength and alchemy Dao strength? This sounded like a fairy tale no matter what. But they were not worried either. Alchemy, this sort of thing, ultimately needed one to showcase their true abilities. If they discovered that Yuan was only here to swindle the Pearl Have Tears, his outcome would definitely be very tragic. This large group of people was discussing official matters when all of a sudden, there was a subordinate who came to report flusteredly. Your Majesty, not good. Things are not good. Tong's expression turned sullen, and he reproached, kicking up a big fuss for what? Don't you see that we're discussing official business? That subordinate said, High Priest Li, he went to challenge that human alchemist. That subordinate's words made everyone's expression change. Tong's face turned black, and he said, didn't I say that nobody is allowed to let him know? What's the matter with you all? Who let it slip out of their mouths? Beat them to death for me. Wait a minute, Your Majesty. Since High Priest Li wants to go and challenge him, then why don't we push the boat along the current and witness his alchemy Dao's strength a bit? At this time, an elder stopped Tong. Tong's eyes lit up, thinking that this idea was good. But the expression of Shark One by the side changed. But when he saw His Majesty's highly spirited appearance, he sensibly shut his mouth. He knew that if he did not let them take a look at Master Yi's strength, they would not give up. After reaching the residence, Yuan studied the Black Tortoise Treasure Body Divine Art. This cultivation method was indeed incomparably powerful. If he could cultivate the human path chapter to the realm of Tier 9 Great Circle of Perfection, it was virtually impervious to blades and swords. Unless it was the 10 Great Divine Kings, that kind of powerhouses who grasped divine Dao laws, even if he stood there and did not move, ordinary martial artists probably could not even breach his defenses. The Black Tortoise clan's defensive prowess was indeed powerful until it made people despair. It was just that this cultivation method was not easy to cultivate. Even if Yuan's horizons were exceedingly broad and his foundation was exceptionally good, he could only cultivate to the 5th level too. There was still a very great distance away from the 9th level. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a series of knocking sounds interrupted Yuan's thoughts. Yuan's brows knitted together. Clearly, he was very displeased towards this sort of interruption. Opening the door to take a look, it was a merfolk clan's little girl. Different from the merfolk clan's men's hideousness, this clan's women were all beautiful like celestials. They were even more beautiful than the vast majority of human girls. This young lady in front of him was precisely the girl that Shark One arranged to be in charge of his daily life and accommodations, called Lian Chu. Toward this little girl, Yuan was still very satisfied. She was beautiful, obedient, and very sensible. He instructed her not to come and disturb. Could it be that something happened? Yuan had yet to figure out what was happening and was dragged out by Lian Chu. As she ran, she explained, Your Excellency, quickly go. High Priest Li heard that His Majesty invited a human alchemist over and is greatly enraged, and is already rushing over here. High Priest Li's martial Dao's cultivation is extremely formidable. Furthermore, his temper is very bad. I'm afraid that he will hurt you. Hurry up and leave from the back door. The moment Yuan heard, he was tickled. He did not expect that this little servant girl was actually still so concerned about him. Yuan's figure stopped. How could Lian Chu be Yuan's match? With a bounce, she actually bumped into Yuan's embrace. A masculine figure hit her head on, making Lian Chu involuntarily flush bright red. Yuan asked with a smile, I'm just a human, so why do you want to help me? Lian Chu used pure eyes to look at Yuan and said in puzzlement, Lord Shark One made me take care of you. I naturally can't let anything happen to you. Talking up to here, she suddenly came back to her senses, dragging Yuan's hand and was about to go, saying anxiously, Oh no, Your Excellency, there's no time, quickly leave. High Priest Li is going to reach soon. But Yuan was unwilling to go and said with a faint smile, Hoo, if I can't even best your clan's high priest, do you think that Shark One will invite me back? Relax. On account of your face, I won't fuss over trifles with him. The moment Lian Chu heard, she was dumbstruck. Not fuss over trifles with the high priest. In her eyes, the high priest was a paramount existence, second only to His Majesty. But this young man before her eyes looked to be merely 30+ years of age no matter how one looked. What right did he have to say such raving words? But Lian Chu also felt that what Yi Yuan said was very reasonable. If Lord Shark One felt that Yi Yuan was inferior to the high priest, why would he invite him back? Just as Lian Chu was wavering hesitantly, High Priest Li rushed over in great haste. Chapter 1153. On the spot teaching. Where's the human alchemist? Where's the human alchemist? Quickly get out here for this seat. A boorish, loud voice shook until the building was about to collapse. Stop shouting, I'm here. Yi Yuan's figure slowly walked out, while Lian Chu followed behind him carefully, her eyes filled with worry. When Li saw Yi Yuan, his gaze was filled with disdain. Did Shark One that brat lose his head? Finding a brat like you over, is this making fun of our merfolk clan? This seat already came to an agreement with His Majesty and was going to help Xuan refine the purple void vitality spirit pill. Is Shark One this punk finding trouble? Li's voice was like a resounding bell, shocking until people's eardrums hurt. This appearance did not look like a person who did pill refinement, this kind of meticulous work. Yi Yuan said coolly, you say making fun, that works too. It's just that, I wonder if you have enough strength or not to amuse me. With Yi Yuan's perception, he had long detected that there were quite a few people currently spying upon here. He knew that if he did not bring out a bit of ability, he would really be looked down upon by this bunch of fellows. Might as well, Yi Yuan would simply teach this old man a good lesson and let the merfolk clan's people know the terror of his, Yi Yuan's, alchemy Dao's strength. You, age isn't big, but your tone isn't small. A brat like you hasn't even fully grown your hair, and you dare to speak this sort of big talk. Originally, I even thought that Shark One that punk invited some experts. Seeing you, I can't be bothered to even take action. Brat, take the chance when this seat is in a good mood today, hurry up and scram out of the merfolk clan. Otherwise, you can forget about ever leaving. Li said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, what? You, as the merfolk clan's high priest, could it be that you're still scared of me, this junior? Li's fish eyes glared, and he shouted at the top of his voice, scared? You brat, I think you're tired of living. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and said coolly, not scared, so then let's have wager. How's that, betting with this seat? Brat, this seat wagers your life, do you dare or not? Li said with a cold smile. What's to not dare? If I lose, take away this life. If you lose, kneel down and give this young master 3 kowtows, and acknowledge me as your master. How's that? Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance of cornering him, how could Li still endure it? He barked, compete then, would this seat be scared of you, this brat? As he said, his fish eyes swiveled, and he said with a cold smile, boy, you set up a trap for this seat. Don't tell me that we're competing in refining human medicinal pills. This seat won't. It was already pretty good for the sea race's alchemists to be able to refine demonic pills well. Having them refine human medicinal pills, that was impossible. Yi Yuan said indifferently, compete in demonic pills then. As for the pill formula, you pick it. Li's face turned black. Yi Yuan's attitude was looking down on him from the start. As the high priest, how could he endure such triggering? Ha ha ha, what an arrogant boy. Letting this seat choose the pill formula, don't you regret it? Li was thoroughly infuriated by Yi Yuan's attitude. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, there is no regret, this word, in this young master's dictionary. Just pick the one that you're best at. To this young master, there's no difference. Good, arrogant enough, since you have no idea of life or death, compete in the demon world pill then. Don't blame this seat for bullying you. If you don't know the pill formula, this old man can give you 3 days' time to deduce the pill formula, Li said. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was tickled. This old man's temper was a little explosive, but he seemed to be identical as Shark One, his thoughts were very pure. He actually even wanted to give him 3 days' time to deduce the pill formula. However, this demon world pill was just a very ordinary tier 9 demonic pill. It did not count as much. Yi Yuan naturally knew the pill formula. At once, Yi Yuan said coolly, no need, begin right now. Yi Yuan directly brought out the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron and started refining. The Demon World pill was just an ordinary demonic pill. The spirit medicines it required, Yi Yuan did not lack any inside his storage ring. He scoured the entire immemorial medicine garden. The spirit medicines in his storage ring were too numerous to count. As long as it was not overly valuable spirit medicines, he really did not lack. However, when Li saw this scene, his eyeballs popped out. Before refining pills, didn't one need to take a bath and burn incense, meditating to concentrate? What kind of pill refinement was this? Furthermore, when he came out, he did not bring along the demon world pill spirit medicines on him. At this time, he could stand at one side blankly, and watch Yuan refine pills. Hee, you all look. This human alchemist is displaying meager skills before an expert in front of the high priest. High priest is one of the very best alchemists in the entire sea race. This human is merely 7th level Dao profound. Compared to high priest, he's far too lacking, right? Isn't that so? Heard that this is the human alchemist that Lord Shark One invited back, saying to refine the purple void vitality spirit pill for young patriarch. Isn't this messing around? At this time, quite a few servants also crowded over. However, they were clearly not optimistic about Yuan. They were all not alchemists, but more or less still knew a little about alchemy. They had never seen before which alchemist would refine pills, unprofessionally, like this in front of everyone. Ha ha ha, ignorant child, refining pills like this, how is there the logic of forming the pill? Wasted a bunch of tier 9 spirit medicines in vain. Li laughed loudly and was full of disdain. Yuan did not care about him and started refining on his own. His actions were completed from the beginning to the end without stopping. Soon enough, Li could not laugh anymore. Yuan's set of alchemy technique was simply too pleasing to the eyes and mind. Not just the high priest, those servants surrounding and watching could not laugh anymore either. They were completely brought into a daze with this pill refinement by Yuan. Yuan forcefully turned the dreary pill refinement into a grand banquet of art. Those who knew the profession, they gleaned considerable benefits. Those who did not know, they had a feast for their eyes. Li had long tossed the matter of the competition beyond the 9th heavens already. He was already completely absorbed by Yuan's alchemy skills. The refinement of demonic pills was not exactly the same as the human race, but all roads led to Rome. In Yuan's eyes, there were originally no distinction of whatever human race, demon race. When researching medicinal pills in his previous life, he had always broken down the medicinal pills to the most primitive makeup to research. This solid foundation skill was not done in vain. Alchemy Dao would not be divided into human and demon. Grasping the true great Dao, many things were drawing parallels from inferences. Previous life, Yuan's researching into demonic pills similarly reached the degree of the acme of perfection. Turns out that when refining the demon world pill, I need to reduce the flame's intensity at this time. So that's how it is. Using the complete extinguishing method here to quench the medicinal pill, why didn't I think of it? Li was just like a curious baby at this time, contributing emoticons by the side non-stop. How was there still that fierce and awe-inspiring appearance earlier? Yuan's alchemy skills brought him into another world. Condense. Following Yuan's light cry, only then did Li came back to his senses from inside the world of pill refinement. Seeing the transcendent grade demon world pill in Yuan's hand, Li involuntarily shuddered. Only at this time did he remember the bet. Chapter 1154, completely convinced. High Priest, it's your turn. Yuan looked at Li and said with a smile that was not a smile. Li's face turned red, and he stammered, this doesn't count. The demon world pill is merely the simplest tier 9 demonic pill. Want to compete? Let's compete in high-grade tier 9 medicinal pills. This Li actually acted scoundrelly. High Priest, the demon world pill was suggested personally by yourself. How can you go back on your words? Lian Chu said this sentence at the behest of supernatural powers. This sentence made Li even more embarrassed. His face turned back, and he glared with his fish eyes as he said fiercely, "Little lass, you dare to say such words to this seat." Lian Chu was frightened by him and instinctively hid behind Yuan. Yuan scoffed, "What? Is it very impressive to put on airs in front of a little girl?" Li's expressions alternated between green and purple. Actually, he already admitted defeat in his heart. It was just due to a matter of face that he did not wish to kowtow and acknowledge Yuan as his master in front of so many people. Letting him refine a transcendent grade demon world pill, if he had pure dumb luck, he could still refine it. But it was absolutely impossible to be so relaxed and cheerily like Yuan. Right at this time, Yuan suddenly said, "Don't want kowtow and acknowledge as your master, also can. But you have to agree to a condition of mine." The moment Li heard this, it was like he was granted amnesty, and he hurriedly said, Okay. As long as you don't let this seat kowtow, any conditions will do. Yi Yuan pushed Lian Chu in front of the high priest and said, take her in as a disciple. Li was stunned, somewhat perplexed by Yi Yuan's action. He even thought that Yi Yuan would state some harsh conditions. He did not think it was actually to have him take a servant girl as disciple. This was a huge favor. He did not expect that Yi Yuan used it up so easily. It was just that to Lian Chu, it was undoubtedly a bolt out of the blue. She turned around and looked at Yi Yuan strangely as she muttered, why, Your Excellency, I. Yi Yuan smiled and said, what? You're not willing. Lian Chu's head started knotted like a chicken pecking for rice. Of course she was willing. In this place, she was merely a servant, she had no resources, no background, fading away into the masses. But, if she became the high priest's disciple, that was really the carp leaping over the dragon gate one. Good that you're willing. What are you still standing there for? Why haven't you hurry up and acknowledge as your master? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Lian Chu turned around again and looked towards Li timidly, fearful that he would not agree. Li's face turned back, and he said, what are you still standing there blankly for? Kowtow and acknowledge me as your master. From this day forth, you're my, Li's, final disciple. What's your name called? Lian Chu was overjoyed and knocked her head to the ground and said, Lian Chu pays respect to master. Lian Chu never would have dreamed that she could actually have such a day. The sea race's social stratum was stringent. A little servant girl like her absolutely did not have the chance to see daylight. But now, Lord Yi Yuan gave her this opportunity, changing her life. Haha, good disciple. All of you listen up for me, from today onwards, Lian Chu is my last disciple. If any one of you were to dare bully her, that's setting yourselves against this seat. Now, all get lost for this seat. Li's expression changed, saying to everyone. These people were all aware of the high priest's prowess. How could they still dare to stay? They immediately dispersed in an uproar. However, those clansmen who had once bullied Lian Chu before, each and every one of them was alarmed and on tenterhooks at this time, fearful that Lian Chu would come and find trouble with them. Lian Chu was only a little servant girl. There was, naturally, no lack of people bullying normally. It was just that they never thought that this little servant would have a 180-degree transformation, becoming the high priest's disciple. The high priest's disciple, in the clan, even some elders could not compare. Seeing everyone disperse, Li actually changed to a smiling face and said to Ling Chu, haha, good disciple, you go out first. Tomorrow, come and report to master. Right now, I still have matters to discuss with Master Yi. Lian Chu looked at the high priest with a look of surprise, as if feeling like she did not recognize him. When did the high priest become so amiable and friendly? However, Lian Chu still used soliciting eyes to look toward Yi Yuan. To her, Yi Yuan was her greatest benefactor. This point, she was deeply aware of it. Yi Yuan naturally knew what ideas Li had. At once, he smiled and said to Lian Chu, you go out first then. Lian Chu, no. Lord Lian Chu, the things in the past, it was all me who was blind and didn't have eyes. Why, Your Excellency, just treat me as a fart and let me go. The moment Lian Chu came out, a merman came up to greet, kneeling down with a thud, slapping his own face desperately. But it gave her a fright. This merman, Lian Chu, was naturally familiar. It was her direct superior who had no lack of bullying her normally. But now, he was kneeling in front of her like a dead dog. This sort of change made Lian Chu have a feeling like she was dreaming. Lian Chu suddenly realized that the current her actually already had the power to control the life and death of the people who bullied her originally. However, Lian Chu was still that kind-hearted little girl. She attempted to pull a long face and said, the past matters, forget about it. But, if you let me discover that you bully my sisters, I definitely won't let you off. It was like that merman was granted amnesty, and he hurriedly said, yes. Lord Lian Chu, rest assured. I won't dare any more in the future, Those waiting for Lian Chu were not just that one. When the others saw Lian Chu spare that merman, they all scurried out all at once. There were those who fawned on her, those who begged for forgiveness, those who relied on connections to request for help, so on and so forth. Lian Chu did not refuse the arrivals, handling them one by one. But she deeply sensed that she really seemed to be different already. And all of this was bestowed upon by that man. Lian Chu thanked Yi Yuan from the bottom of her heart. After Lian Chu left, High Priest Li followed Yi Yuan into the room subserviently. Seeing Yi Yuan sit down, High Priest Li did his utmost to please and actually took the initiative to pour tea for Yi Yuan. If this scene were to be seen by other people, their eyeballs would probably fall out. The fiery-tempered High Priest actually served tea for someone. Yi Yuan received the tea that Li passed over and said coolly, "Whatever you don't understand, ask away. If your appearance was seen by your clansmen, wouldn't they exterminate this young man?" Li glared and said angrily, "They dare." Immediately after, he changed to another expression and asked carefully, "That demon world pill, how can it be refined like that still?" Yi Yuan smiled and countered with a question, "Why can't it be refined like that? However, with your alchemy Tao's standard, better don't think any more for the time being." Yi Yuan's pinnacle refinement was established on his extremely solid foundational skills. This level of refinement was not what anybody could achieve. Disregarding other things, for Li to want to refine a demon world pill, it needed at the very least 3 days in. Above 2, but Yi Yuan only used 2 hours plus and was done. It was also precisely because of the refinement this time that Li knew how great the disparity between him and Yi Yuan was. Although he did not wish to acknowledge Yi Yuan as his master due to face, if he was able to obtain Yi Yuan's guidance, it could let him glean considerable benefits. Chapter 1155, Deducing Pill Formula. Shark 1, this matter, you did very well. Letting you go to the 9 Phoenix Island was truly a wise decision. This Master Yi, this king is satisfied to the extreme. Witnessing Yi Yuan's strength, Tong's tightly knitted brows finally eased up. He had heard that the high priest had been hanging around Master Yi constantly these 2 days like a little attendant, just missing calling master, this word. Shark 1 smiled simple and honestly when he heard that and said, "Your Majesty is too kind. The purple void vitality spirit pill hasn't been refined yet." Shark 1 doesn't dare to claim the credit. Towards Shark 1, Tong was extremely satisfied. Seeing that Shark 1 was actually so modest, he felt even more pleasing to the eyes no matter how one looked. If Xuan is able to recover this time, I'll reward you to enter the ancestral land and comprehend divine inscriptions. Tong said in great delight. The moment Shark 1 heard, his heart involuntarily raced wildly. A powerful tribe like the Merfolk clan, their ancestors had deity realm powerhouses too. Their legacies were preserved very holy. But this inheritance could not be exhausted without moderation. The quotas for entering the ancestral land each time were extremely limited too. With Shark 1's present strength, it was not sufficient to enter the ancestral land at all. But because he found Yi Yuan this time and obtained Tong's approval, he actually obtained the reward of entering the ancestral grounds. How could this not make him beside himself with joy? Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Shark 1 said agitatedly. The clansmen all looked at Shark 1 with extreme envy, thinking inwardly that this guy really got lucky. Tong waved his hand and said, "Sent the pill formula to Master Yi yet?" Shark 1 said, "Already sent over. He said that starting tomorrow, he's going to deduce the pill formula and go into seclusion for 10 days' time. In these 10 days, nobody is allowed to disturb him." Tong nodded and said, "Okay. Tomorrow, you bring him to the Emerald Tranquil Pavilion for closed seclusion, then personally guard there. Within 10 days, nobody is allowed to disturb him." "Yes, Your Majesty." Shark 1 received the order and left. To Yi Yuan, refining a medicinal pill that he had never refined before was similarly a challenge. The purple void vitality spirit pill was not an ordinary mystic grade medicinal pill. The difficulty of refining was rather great. This point, he was perfectly clear. Li was also considered to have barely managed to touch the threshold of peak alchemy emperor. But with his strength, he did not even have 5% assurance. If not for so, Tong would not have been to the point of being so hopeless too. With inner core being broken, it was equivalent to a human martial artist's dantian being broken. One was basically equivalent to a cripple already. However, not only was this purple void vitality spirit pill able to repair the inner core, it could even recover 50% of the demon's strength. The other 50%, as long as one spent 100 years, they could still cultivate it back. Of course, this was only the medicinal effect of a high-grade purple void vitality spirit pill. As for superior grade, even transcendent grade, the Merfolk clan did not dare to hope at all. After all, this kind of obscure to the extreme, as well as extremely high refining difficulty medicinal pill, barely anyone could refine it in the world too. High grade was already the most ideal circumstance. The alchemist who created the purple void vitality spirit pill was truly a rare talent. The medicinal pills that this medicinal pill requires are not very heaven-defying, but it can unleash such a heaven-defying effect. This pill formula let me glean considerable benefits. To be able to utilize mystic-grade medicinal pills to such a transcendent degree, it has to be none other than a deity realm powerhouse. Looks like the alchemy path is boundless. Researching the pill formula, Yuan praised the purple void vitality spirit pill to no end as well. This ingenuity of this pill formula's design, even Yuan could only see the dust of the rider ahead too. In this world, a pill formula that even he was unable to keep pace with, it absolutely originated from the hands of a deity realm powerhouse. Hey, if not for comprehending the medicine god's soul canon, wanting to refine this medicinal pill would probably really be not too easy. One can only say that shark Xuan had good fortune. Yuan started laughing to himself. After marveling for a while, Yuan started to officially deduce the pill formula. To refine a mystic-grade medicinal pill, the spirit medicines required were not cabbages. Even if Yuan scoured the entire immemorial medicine garden, he only had one set of medicinal herbs on his hands too. Looking according to the medicinal herb quantities on the pill formula, it was barely enough to use to refine twice. However, even if it was 2 refinements, to an alchemist, it was still a tremendous endeavor. Yuan's soul force slowly spread out. His sea of consciousness was revolving at high speed, deducing each detail of the medicinal pill's refinement. At this time, Yuan was enveloped in a ball of golden light. This was the profound and mysterious power of divine Tao laws. For the first time refinement of a pill formula, deduction was a very important thing. The success rate of the refinement had the most direct relations with whether or not the deducing succeeded. However, this was not a simple task. Mystic-grade medicinal pills could be said to have myriad changes in an instant during the process of refinement. Wanting to deduce the pill formula fully, the calculations that one needed to go through, that was an astronomical magnitude. For ordinary alchemists, just this magnitude of calculations was sufficient to make them break down. There were even some top-tier alchemists who became mentally handicapped because of forcefully deducing pill formulas. Such examples were not unavailable. This purple void vitality spirit pill could be said to be one of the pinnacle most mystic-grade medicinal pills. The calculation load required in it was simply immeasurable. Following the deduction getting deeper and deeper, Yuan's brows also gradually knitted together tightly. The pill formula created by a deity realm powerhouse was indeed not that easy to work out. If not for Yuan comprehending the medicine god's soul canon, wanting to deduce this pill formula was probably not that easy of a matter. Time slowly trickled by. Yuan was already completely immersed in contemplating the pill formula, having no stray thoughts in his mind. While outside the door, Shark One was like an ant on a hot pan. Whether or not Yuan's refinement succeed concerned whether he could have the chance to comprehend divine inscriptions. This opportunity was too important to him. I say, can you stop pacing around anymore or not? Moving to and fro, you're swaying until my eyes are dizzy. Li said, crossly. Shark One had an awkward look, and he said with an obsequious smile, High Priest, aren't I nervous here? It's already the 10th day, Master Yi, he hasn't come out yet. Li shot him a glare and said, do you think deducing pill formulas is the same as cultivating cultivation skills? Let me tell you, if it were me going all out to deduce this purple void vitality spirit pill, I'll definitely vomit blood and die. Shark One was startled when he heard that. He really did not know that deducing a pill formula actually had such severe consequences. And no way, right? It's just deducing a pill formula, there are such serious consequences. High Priest, didn't you deduce this pill formula before too? Shark One said in shock. Li coughed dryly twice and said, deducing and deducing are different. My kind of deduction is only a crude deduction. I can't even accomplish 1/10,000th of a true deduction. But, wanting to use one set of medicinal herbs to refine successfully, even if one doesn't carry out a 100% deduction, they need to deduce 90% too. That degree of deduction is sufficient to make a high-level alchemy emperor vomit blood and die. I only deduced 1/10,000th and was already about to vomit blood. This version, it was still Shark One's first time hearing. His face turned as pale as paper straight away. He really did not know that deducing a pill formula was actually this perilous. Chapter 1156, Refinement Failed. High Priest, Then, to what degree do you think Master Yi will deduce the formula to? Something wouldn't have happened to him, right? Shark One said worriedly. How is that possible? When alchemists are deducing pill formulas, they will naturally do their best. Those who truly pushed themselves to death were either fools or had no other options. How much Yi Yuan's limit is, I really can't say for sure. But I reckon that he has hopes of working it out to the extent of 30%, right? Li thought about it and said, feeling rather uncertain. The moment Shark One heard, he couldn't help saying somewhat disappointedly, only 30%. Then, the purple void vitality spirit pill most likely isn't that easy to refine. The moment Li heard this, he suddenly burst into anger and said, "You fool. The purple void vitality spirit pill is a pill formula left behind by a deity realm powerhouse. Being able to deduce 30% is already a heaven-defying existence." Shark One did not dare to rebut and mumbled, Aren't I worried that Master Yi can't refine the medicinal pill here? Young Patriarch is waiting for the medicinal pill to save his life. Li calmed down too and heaved a sigh as he said, whether or not he can refine it out will depend on Xuan'er's luck. In my view, if even Yi Yuan can't refine the purple void vitality spirit pill, probably no one can refine it in this world too. These few days, he followed behind Yi Yuan while fussing around and indeed learned quite a bit of stuff. The extensiveness of Yi Yuan's knowledge in alchemy made Li ashamed of his inferiority. Although Li was hailed as one of the sea race's strongest alchemists, compared to Yi Yuan, it was simply comparing a firefly to the full moon. Just as the two people were sighing, the Emerald Tranquil Pavilion's front door behind them opened with a creak. Yi Yuan walked out in a calm manner. "Apologies, I made you guys wait a long time. The mental strength expended from deducing the purple void vitality spirit pill was too great. I slept for 3 days and nights in one go," Yi Yuan said with a guilty look. In truth, he already finished deducing 3 days ago. Just as Li said, deducing pill formulas exhausted mental strength too much. Hence, he dozed off for 3 days and nights. Li had an expression like he had seen a ghost and said in surprise, "You're done resting in 3 days. I previously deduced 1/10,000th and rested for a full 10 days before recovering." Honestly speaking, although Yi Yuan said closed seclusion for 10 days, Li actually did not have much faith for Yi Yuan to come out in just 10 days. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Pretty much recovered." Li scooted over and asked, "Then, how much did you deduce in 7 days? "How much? Of course it's deduced fully. Deducing all of it can't even guarantee refining a finished medicinal pill." "Not deducing fully, is there still any meaning?" Yi Yuan retorted with a question. Li opened his mouth wide, wanting to say something, but did not know what he should say. What was the meaning of fully? 100%. Was this really something that humans could do? This guy must be bragging. Yes, definitely bragging. Yi Yuan's alchemy skills, he was absolutely convinced. But to say that Yi Yuan fully deduced the pill formula in 7 days, he did not believe even if he was beaten to death. Of course, he was totally unaware that not only did Yi Yuan's heart realm reach the great circle of perfection, his calculation ability far surpassing normal people, his alchemy Dao even comprehended divine Dao laws. Although the deduction was hard, it still could not stump Yi Yuan. "Alright, begin refining the pill then. Hey, haven't felt my blood boil like this for a long time. This purple void vitality spirit pill has enough of a kick," Yi Yuan said rather excitedly. To him, ordinary mystic-grade medicinal pills were already unable to enter his arcane sights. With his current alchemy strength, refining mystic-grade medicinal pills would not be too troublesome. But the purple void vitality spirit pill was different. This medicinal pill successfully stirred up Yi Yuan's wild fervor from the depths of his heart. The Emerald Tranquil Pavilion was originally the pill refinement venue prepared for Yi Yuan. At this time, inside the hall of the Emerald Tranquil Pavilion, it was already packed with the merfolk clan's powerhouses. There was even a young merman lying horizontally in the great hall. It was precisely young Patriarch Xuan. Toward these people surrounding and watching, Yi Yuan did not have much objection. To him, once he entered the pill refinement state, he would concentrate 100% and do not need to be like others, chasing everyone away before they could maintain a peaceful state of mind. Regarding Shark One finding Yi Yuan, Tong was still very gratified. But when it really came down to the pill refinement, he became somewhat hesitant again. Regarding Yi Yuan's strength, he already did not doubt in the slightest. But as the king, He was deeply aware of this purple void vitality spirit pill's terror. Ever since Yuan was injured, he was still unconscious until now. His injuries already could not endure the time to find another set of spirit medicine. If Yi Yuan's refinement failed, then what awaited Yuan was only death. High Priest, in your view, how much is Master Yi's success rate? Tong could not resist asking. Li mused for a moment, but he finally still shook his head and said, Your Majesty, it's not that I'm speaking up for Yi Yuan, but wanting to refine the purple void vitality spirit pill in 2 refinements is truly making it too hard on him. Although he said that he fully deduced the pill formula, deduction and refinement are 2 separate matters. Even if he really fully deduced the pill formula, wanting to succeed in 2 refinements, that's virtually impossible. Hearing Li's words, Tong's heart involuntarily sunk. Could it be that Xuan Er's fate is meant to be like so? If Xuan Er meets with any mishap, this kind will make the Black Shark clan pay the price even if I have to risk this old life. Tong gnashed his teeth in hatred as he talked. Li gave him a glance and said, Your Majesty doesn't need to despair either. Xuan Er might not be without hope. Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao's strength, this seat is wholeheartedly convinced. If there are people capable of refining the purple void vitality spirit pill in this world, nobody is worthy except for him. Although there are only 2 chances, with his strength, there should be hopes of refining out a defect purple void vitality spirit pill. If his luck is good, low grade might not be impossible too. Tong's eyes lit up and he said, seriously. Li nodded and said, If it were me, I absolutely can't refine it. But he absolutely have hope. It's just that, if it's a defective product, for Xuan Er to want to recover his strength, it will likely have to expend a great deal of effort. Talking to the back, Li also let out a sigh. While talking, Yi Yuan already started refining. Yi Yuan directly used the 9 stars Imperial Heaven art. The 9 stars formation diagram opened up fully, covering the clouds and obscuring the sun. Seeing this scene, everyone revealed a deep look of astonishment. Especially Li, he even had an excited look. The 9 stars Imperial Heaven art was the human race's alchemy skill. But reaching this level, alchemy skills were already different roads leading to the same destination. Previous life, Yi Yuan had once researched the demon race's alchemy skills before and improved the 9 stars Imperial Heaven art. It was similarly able to refine demonic pills. Following the progression of the refinement, the 9 stars on the 9 stars formation diagram were lit up in proper order. In a twinkle, a day's time passed. The 9 stars formation diagram already had 5 lit up. Everyone was beside themselves with excitement. The refinement seemed to progress very smoothly. But right at this time, the dragon sovereign cauldron emitted intense vibrations. Everyone's faces changed. Among them, included Yi Yuan. The 9 stars formation diagram in the sky dissipated with a loud bang. The medicinal cauldron also gradually cooled down. Everyone's expression was incomparably ugly. They knew that this first refinement was considered a catastrophic failure. Chapter 1157. Great enemy forces bearing down upon the border. It failed. What a pity. It clearly already lit up 5 stars. If the 9 stars were all lit up, it should be able to succeed, right? What's to pity? Just 5 stars, it's still far away. This would ever Master Yi boasted to the skies previously. Looking at it now, he's also merely thus. Sigh, could it be that young Patriarch Xuan really can't tide over this hurdle? The Patriarch, he's clearly so nice. I'm really unreconciled to it. The 9 stars formation diagram collapsed, making everyone's faces reveal a look of disappointment. While on Tong's face, a look of hopelessness revealed even more. One failure was equivalent to Xuan's life cutting in half. If Yi Yuan condensed the 9 stars to 7 stars, or even the extent of 8 stars, he would not be so hopeless either. After all, that was already very close to success. However, Yi Yuan merely condensed 5 stars. The 9 stars formation diagram, even a fool could tell that 9 needed to be lit up before on could form the pill. 5 stars only barely managed to go over half. Seeing this sort of outcome, Tong seriously could not sit still anymore. He was just about to go up but was held back by Li. Li shook his head at Tong, and then he said to the others solemnly, "All shut your mouths for this seat." With his yell, everyone understood that this was to keep them from disturbing Yi Yuan. At this time, Yi Yuan was currently sitting with his legs crossed, propping up on his knees, his head in his hands. He actually went into a daze. But everyone knew that he obviously did not really go into a daze here. High Priest, Tong said in puzzlement softly. Li shook his head and said, I don't understand either. But at this time, we'd best not disturb him. Looks like he wants to carry on refining. Carry on refining. Tong could not resist raising his voice for a bit, drawing numerous gazes. But he realized the inappropriateness very quickly and lowered his voice and said, at this time, shouldn't he sum up the experience of failure, and refine again after a few days? Li said, logically speaking, it's like that. But, I really can't figure this Yuan out. But no matter what, our only hope lies on him. The two people were currently discussing at length when the corner of Yuan's mouth suddenly curled up. Yuan immediately leapt up. With this, everyone burst into an uproar. What's Master Yi doing here? How long has it been only? Could it be that he's going to continue refining? He wouldn't be abandoning himself to despair, right? Yeah, this is also too reckless. At this time, how can one carry on refining? However, Yuan treated them as air, completely living in his own world. Other people's discussion, he did not take in a word from start to end. Without the slightest hesitation, Yuan directly started purifying the remaining half of the medicinal embryo, then threw it into the dragon sovereign cauldron. The 9 stars formation diagram activated once more. It happened as if it was simply natural. It was smooth and spellbinding. It was just that everyone's confidence in him became even more lacking. Tong said in a solemn voice, this guy is also acting too recklessly. If he wastes this final chance because of his arrogance, this king definitely won't spare him. Li gave Tong a glance and showed a bitter smile. Honestly speaking, he was also very perplexed by Yuan's action. To be able to light up 5 stars already made Li greatly astonished. Li felt that as long as he accumulated and deduced the pill formula one more time, perhaps he would really have hopes of refining it. But Yuan just thought for 15 minutes with his head in his hands, and he immediately started refining. What could 15 minutes of time do? Except, Yuan refined like nobody else was around just like that. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars. Gradually, 1 star after another was being lit up. When it reached the 5th star being lit up, everyone held their breaths, eyes glued onto the 9 stars formation diagram. The refinement earlier, Yuan toppled here. This time, would it still be here or not? Time slowly trickled by. The merfolk powerhouses did not dare to breathe loudly. They felt that this was simply tortuous. Finally, a beam of light shot straight for the 9 stars formation diagram from inside the dragon sovereign cauldron. The 6th star was lit up. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a light sigh in relief without prior agreement. This refinement was seriously too exciting. But Li had a black face and lowered his voice and said, what are you all agitated for? Starting now, it is the most difficult time. At any moment, he has the possibility of failing. All of you shut your mouths for this seat. If the refinement failed because of you all, I'll annihilate you guys. When everyone heard that, each and every one of them sensibly shut their mouths, and did not dare to make a tiny bit of noise anymore. But the subsequent refinement following that was unexpectedly smooth. 7 stars, 8 stars, 9 stars. 9 stars formation diagram, withdraw. Following Yuan's light cry, the 9 stars formation diagram was directly taken into the dragon sovereign cauldron. Light faded away. Everyone crowded over. Tong had an appearance of being concerned about personal gains and losses as he asked Yuan, Master Yi, how is it? Can it reach low grade or not? Low grade. Yuan's brows raised up, as he said rather surprisedly. Seeing Yuan's expression, Tong said with a disappointed look, could it be that it's only a defective product? Although he did not take the purple void vitality spirit pills grade to heart too much, low grade and defective product still had a difference in the end. If it was a defective product, it was basically equivalent to Yuan being crippled. If it was low grade, Yuan still had hope to recover to his peak state in his remaining years. But a hint of a light smile flashed across the corners of Yuan's mouth as he said, you all are also looking down on this Yi too much. See for yourselves. Done talking, Yuan opened the furnace. Beckoning with one hand, a medicinal pill shot out and landed on the jade tray. They gathered in front of the table, all shocked until their mouths could not close. Only after a long time did Li come back to his senses and said stammeringly, TT transcendent grade. This, how is this possible? He was seriously unable to understand. Yuan already failed the first time. Based on what, could he refine out a transcendent grade purple void vitality spirit pill on the second try? This was the purple void vitality spirit pill. A medicinal pill refined for the first time, even a mystic-grade medicinal pill, he actually refined out transcendent grade. Was this possible? Yuan smiled and retorted with a question, whether impossible or not, didn't you already see it? Li opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but did not know what he should say. Everything before his eyes gave him an extremely unreal feeling. The best expectation he gave Yuan was also merely just low grade. Between low grade to transcendent grade, the jump was too great. How could there possibly be an alchemist who could accomplish to this extent? However, Yuan did it. Don't be staring blankly anymore. Since the medicinal pill is already refined, quickly let him consume it then, Yuan urged. Right. Stop looking. Quickly let Xuan consume the medicinal pill. Li shouted at the top of his voice and changed all of the clansmen away. A group of people was bustling about, all waiting upon Xuan for him to swallow the medicinal pill. But, right at this time, somebody suddenly came to report. The person exclaimed, "Your Majesty, not good. The Black Shark clan is bearing down upon the borders in great forces, and already enclosed us in." Chapter 1158, Bright Moon's Crisis. At this time, in the faraway Great Shang region, inside Bright Moon City, killing sounds shook the heavens. Violent essence energy suffused everywhere. Some powerhouses of unknown identities were slaughtering without restraint in the city. Apart from these people, there was still another group of people. These people were shockingly the Vastsen city's martial artists. Zhou Jia, you actually broke our two clans' agreement and allied with other forces to overthrow my Bright Moon City. You'll die a horrible death. Yu Jiancho said fiercely. The person opposite him was precisely Vastsen City's city lord, Zhou Jia. This morning, Zhou Jia got Bright Moon City's gates to open through hoodwinking, leading a group of black-clothed people with unknown identities on a wanton massacre in Bright Moon City. The entire Bright Moon City already fell into an abyss of suffering. Yu Jiancho, don't think that I don't know. The Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil is already not in the Vastsen Bright Moon realm anymore. Since there's no more Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil, then why is there a need for our two families to be tied together anymore? At present, your Yu family's ancestor is already dead, while my Zhou family is akin to the noonday sun. This Great Shang region naturally has to belong to my Zhou family," said Zhou Jia, who was incomparably pleased in his heart. Yu Jiancho's face turned cold, and he said, "Fine, today, you and I will determine a victor. I want to take a look at just how much capability you have." Finished talking, Yu Jiancho wielded his sword and stepped forward, peak Divine King strength erupting with full power. Right on time, ha. Zhou Jia was not alarmed but rejoiced instead. Laughing wildly, his Divine King domain instantly opened up. Seeing this scene, Yu Jiancho's expression changed drastically, his figure abruptly stopping. Divine King domain, you broke through to the realm of Void Mystic. Yu Jiancho said in shock. Hoo, now, do you know the gap between you and me? Surrender without resistance. Zhou Jia laughed savagely, advancing forward. Yu Jiancho turned pale with fright. But behind him were all the Yu family's dependents, not allowing him to shrink back in the slightest. Yu Jiancho gritted his teeth and urged his essence energy to the limits, toughening his scalp and receiving it. Right at this time, an enormous palm charged out from diagonally, heading straight for Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia was just about to crush Yu Jiancho when his expression changed drastically. A palm smacked out and actually directly sent Zhou Jia flying. Everyone was stunned. They looked at the enormous figure behind Yu Mengli, incredibly shocked. Her battle soul already virtually condensed into a corporeal body. Li, your strength is actually already comparable to Void Mystic powerhouses, Yu Jiancho said in surprise. But Yu Mengli's brows furrowed slightly, and she said to Yu Jiancho, "Father, you bring the clansmen away first. I'll bring up the rear with Wu Luo. After exiting the city, escape in the direction of the demon region. Wu Luo and I will rush over soon after." Yu Jiancho was stupefied. He did not quite understand. His daughter already clearly had the strength of a Void Mystic powerhouse. Why would they still have to run? This Bright Moon City was the Yu family's several 100,000 years of foundation. How could they give up so easily? Yu Mengli could not help saying furiously when she saw that father did not have any movements, no time to explain. "If you don't go, you won't be able to leave. This matter is absolutely not that simple. Quickly go." Yu Mengli was a good-natured and gentle daughter. Yu Jiancho had never seen such an enraged side of her before. He realized that the matter seemed to really not be that simple. Okay, I'll bring them away right now. Yu Jancho nodded and said, "Hey, leaving, no need, today, none of you can leave." A black-robed man blocked everyone's path of retreat, his aura astonishing, involuntarily making Yu Jancho's expression change greatly. You're Sun Man, Medicine King Hall, Sun Man," Yu Jancho said panic-strickenly. This black-robed powerhouse was shockingly the Sun Man who escaped from the immemorial Medicine Garden by chance on that day. The Medicine King Hall party that went to rescue Holy Mother Devil Flower at that time were virtually all killed by the evil extermination sword. Fortunately, the evil extermination sword's primary objective was Holy Mother Devil Flower. Sun Man still escaped by chance while severely wounded. At this time, Yu Jancho finally understood. Turns out that the vast Sun City actually colluded together with the Medicine King Hall. "Go," Yu Mengli said frostily. This Sun Man gave her immense pressure. Sun Man, is a middle-stage void mystic powerhouse. "Go." Yu Mengli's voice practically fell to freezing point. Yu Jancho gritted his teeth and said, "You family members listen up, follow me." "Heha, want to go? How can it be that easy?" Sun Man said with a cold smile. At this time, a large group of Divine King powerhouses showed up, blocking their retreating route. Yu Jancho said in a cold voice, "Kill." The Yu family's Divine King powerhouses clashed together with those Divine Kings. Yu Mengli was just about to move when Sun Man already charged over. "Hey, indeed, a first-rate beauty. No wonder Ji Qingyan that brat would be moved. Little lass, surrender obediently without resistance," Sun Man said with a cold laugh. "Dream on, faceless divine palm." Garnersky Sea Region, Underwater World. The Black Shark clan joined forces with the seabed's 5 great royal clans, encircling and suppressing the Merfolk clan. Tong's expression darkened, and he instructed, "Looks like the Black Shark clan is planning on fighting it out to the bitter end. But, is my Merfolk clan really that easy to annihilate?" At this time, Shuan slowly opened both eyes, with a look of absent-mindedness on his face. Seeing Shuan wake up, Tong's face revealed a look of surprise. I actually didn't die, Yi. My demonic essence is actually recovering rapidly. How is this possible? Shuan suddenly discovered the changes within his body and was incomparably shocked. He remembered crystal clear that he had his inner core shattered by a Black Shark clan's powerhouse. But now, his strength was actually in the midst of rapid recovery. Tong smiled and said, "It was Master Yi who saved you. He refined a transcendent-grade purple void vitality spirit pill, restoring your inner core completely. Why haven't you quickly thanked him?" Purple void vitality spirit pill. Transcendent grade. Shuan drew a cold breath. He naturally knew what the purple void vitality spirit pill was. This shock was by no means insignificant. There was actually really someone who refined the purple void vitality spirit pill. He hurriedly prostrated toward Yi Yuan and said, "Many thanks for Master Yi's grace of rebirth." Yi Yuan helped him up and said smilingly, "Get up, it's not worth thanking. I didn't gift you the medicinal pill for free either. It's considered a transaction between His Majesty and me." Shuan was extremely surprised when he heard something that could rival the purple void vitality spirit pill. The clan most likely paid a considerable price. Tong smiled by the side and said, "As long as I can bring you back, what does a drop of 1,000,000-year-old pearl have tears count for?" In fact, it was us who took advantage of Master Yi. A transcendent-grade purple void vitality spirit pill is much more valuable than a drop of pearl have tears. Shark 1, order people to go inside the Spirit Stone Cave and retrieve a drop of 1,000,000-years-old pearl have tear. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "All right, you all are confronted by a formidable enemy, better go and deal with it quickly." Just as he was talking, Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed drastically, his expression becoming incomparably ugly. Thud, thud, his heart started pounding fiercely, his entire person sweating profusely. In just a blink of an eye, he was already soaked in sweat from head to toe. "Master Yi, are you all right?" Shuan asked, concernedly. Yi Yuan's complexion was deathly pale, but he did not hear Shuan's words at all. The foreboding feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. Chapter 1159, Noisy. Sudden impulse. This was definitely sudden impulse. But could there be an existence that could threaten him here? Right now, apart from the 10 great divine kings, those kind of existences, there should not be anyone capable of threatening him, right? Even if he could not beat them, at least preserving his life was still not an issue. Tong's strength was at the very most on the same level as Han Qingzi. He could not threaten him at all. But, why would he have a feeling like he was almost suffocating? Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. The more he thought, the more likely it felt. Could it be that something really happened to Yi Yuan's heart suddenly raced. Master Yi, are you alright? Xuan shook Yi Yuan and asked worriedly. Yi Yuan abruptly startled awake and said weakly, I'm fine. Help me to the bed and lie down for a while will do. Tong gave an apology and said, Master Yi, a great enemy lies ahead. I'll have Xuan take care of you first. This king will go and meet the enemy first. Yi Yuan's heart was burning with anxiety. But at this time, he had strength but could not muster it up. He could only nod and said, Your Majesty, go ahead. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Refining the purple void vitality spirit pill already made Yi Yuan somewhat drained. Sudden impulse this rush, heaped on one disaster after another, making him virtually unable to move already. Hearing that Yi Yuan was not well, Qian and the rest hurried over when they heard the news. All of them turned pale with fright. Seeing Yi Yuan's ashen pale complexion, they were even more stricken with worry. I'm fine, I'll recover for a bit first. You guys go outside the door and guard. Go and take the pearl have tears. We're leaving here right away. Resting for a while, Yi Yuan gradually recovered some strength and started consuming medicinal pills, restoring essence energy. Yi Yuan was racked with anxiety currently, but he knew that the more anxious he was, the calmer he had to be. Great enemy forces were bearing down upon the border outside. If he did not even recover his strength, then that was no different from courting death. A day later, Yi Yuan finally recovered completely. Going out, Qian already guarded outside for a day and night. But Xuan was already gone. Most likely, he was worried about the war outside and already went to rendezvous with his clansmen. My lord, what in the world happened? Qian asked with a concerned look. Yi Yuan frowned and said, something might have happened to Li. We must hurry back to Bright Moon City as soon as possible. An unexpected change will occur if late. The expressions of Qian and the rest changed drastically. They knew that Yi Yuan had the ability of sudden impulse. These words were likely not baseless. Putting away the pearl have tears, Yi Yuan directly led Qian and the rest and left the merfolk clan. Ha ha ha, Tong, you didn't expect it, right? The Garnersky Sea region's 5 great royal clans already all pledged allegiance to this king. Now, there's just your merfolk clan left. Today, I, He Wu, shall rule the Garnersky Sea region. Those who bow to me will prosper, and those who resist will perish. The Black Shark clan plus 5 great royal clans, a massive group formed by 6 major ethnic groups, blocked the entire stretch of sea region until not even water could flow through. In front of the array, the Black Shark clan's king, He Wu, was in high and vigorous spirits, laughing wildly to no end. On the opposite side, Tong already sustained heavy injuries. This Garnersky Sea region, the strongest was the Black Shark clan and the Merfolk clan, while the 8 great royal clans took second place. In this period of time, Tong's attention was all on the purple void vitality spirit pill, resulting in overlooking the Black Shark clan's moving direction. He did not think that He Wu actually took the opportunity to subdue 5 great royal clans among the 8 great royal clans. Moreover, surrounding the Merfolk clan with a sneak attack approach. After a bout of bloody battle, Tong and the Merfolk clan's powerhouses all suffered heavy injuries. The Black Shark clan was very powerful in the first place. Adding in 5 great royal clans, the powerhouses were even more numerous beyond counting. How could the Merfolk clan resist such an offensive? Under Tong's command, the Merfolk clan's warriors each unleashed moves individually, condensing a powerful array formation, sheltering everyone inside. When He Wu saw the situation, he could not help laughing hard as he said, already at this point, do you still want to put up a last-ditch struggle? Even if I don't breach your array formation, how long can your demonic essence sustain? Tong said solemnly, He Wu, you despicable person. Previously, you ambushed my son. Now, you made the Octopus clan submit with devious schemes. Even if I die today, this king will also drag you down. Before coming out, Tong also did not expect that the war this time would actually be so grim. He Wu could be said to have put in painstaking efforts for the sake of today. First was sneak attacking Xuan, diverting the Merfolk clan's attention. Then, plotted to capture the Octopus clan's young patriarch, causing the octopus clan to be cautious in taking action, and could only join their camp. Finally, Heiwu avoided the other 3 royal clans with heaven-deceiving means, slaughtering straight to the merfolk clan's main camp. All these schemes were intricately woven together. By the time Tong reacted to it, it was already too late. Haha, don't humans have a phrase, called all's fair in war? When this king rules the Garnersky Sea region, who dares to call this king despicable? Tong, do you wish to get into formation and wait for the other 3 clans to come over to assist? Haha, do you think that this king will give you this chance? Heiwu said with a wild laugh. Tong's expression changed when he heard that. Did not think that he was actually seen through by Heiwu. What he was planning was precisely this. At this time, the other 3 great royal clans should have already gotten the news and were currently rushing over here. As long as they rushed over, the crisis this time might be able to weather through. Ha ha ha, all attack for me, break their grand array. I want to see how long they can last. Heiwu ordered. The densely packed crowd of sea people all pressed over towards the merfolk clan. This commotion was truly earth-shaking. But, just as they advanced, a figure slowly passed through from inside the merfolk clan's grand array. When Heiwu saw this scene, he could not help saying with mild surprise, "Human. Hey, brat, if you don't want to die, get lost for this seat." Seeing that figure, Tong and the rest could not help being startled, similarly saying in surprise, Master Yi. Xuan had just recovered. Seeing Yi Yuan, he could not help being greatly alarmed and shouted, "Master Yi, it's dangerous. Quickly return into the grand array." It was as if Yi Yuan was deaf, turning a deaf ear to Xuan's shout, and still walked towards Heiwu neither too fast nor too slowly. "Father, Master Yi is this child's savior. We can't look on with folded arms," Xuan said anxiously. At first, Tong's face indeed had a look of bewilderment. Very quickly, he thought of the words that Shark One had once said, and he could not help revealing a look of pleasant surprise. He said to Xuan with an excited look, "Xuan, Master Yi, might be our merfolk clan's last hope. All merfolks listen up, kill. Today, fight to the death with the Black Shark clan." Tong did not hesitate anymore, directly giving up on the array formation, and charged towards the Black Shark clan. Seeing this scene, Heiwu could not help being stunned. Was Tong's brain damaged? But at this time, Yi Yuan already arrived in front of him and said coolly, "Get lost." Heiwu was stupefied again. Then he grinned hideously and said, "A mere human 7th level Tao Profound also dares to speak to this king like this. Truly tired of living. Forget it, this king will kill you first, then exterminate the merfolk clan. After today, the Garnersky Sea region will be my world." Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he lightly spat out a word, "Noisy." Chapter 1160, Flicking one's sleeves and leaving after it's done. Conceited and ignorant human, go to hell. Heiwu was utterly enraged by Yi Yuan's attitude. Instantly expanding his divine king domain, he was going to exterminate Yi Yuan. In his view, exterminating a 7th level Tao Profound human was too effortless. Shark's roar. The divine king domain that carried divine Tao laws instantly enveloped Yi Yuan inside. He saw that Yi Yuan actually did not try to avoid it, standing there without making a move. A hint of a hideous grin involuntarily flashed past the corners of his mouth. However, his smile froze on his face very quickly. What's going on? When Heiwu's shark's roar arrived 10+ feet in front of Yi Yuan, it was actually unable to advance an inch further anymore. One had to know that his divine king domain carried the power of divine Tao laws. Forget about a measly little 7th level Tao Profound. Even divine king domains of void mystic powerhouses, he could instantly shred it too. But facing Yi Yuan, the all-conquering divine king domain actually failed. However, because of the influence of the power of his divine Tao laws, it still compressed Yi Yuan's domain of sword a little bit. It was just that this bit of distance did not affect Yi Yuan much at all. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, and he thought of a possibility. His face revealed panic as he said, "I am possible. Could it be a pure divine Tao domain? Just this bit of strength? Then you can go and die already." Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out beside his ear. Heiwu's expression changed drastically, only coming back to his senses now, and instinctively wanted to run away. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. Heiwu's eyes became wide circles, and he said in alarm, "Greater teleportation." Heiwu knew that he really encountered a monster today. A terrifying monster. These were all abilities that were impossible to come into existence in the present divine realm. But they appeared before his eyes over and over again. Except, he already did not have time to regret it. Yi Yuan broke through and came in front of him effortlessly with his domain of swords firepower releasing fully. He Wu was dead. Just one exchange and a great king of the Garnersky Sea region fell at Yi Yuan's hands just like that. When the Black Shark clans and the 5 great royal clans, powerhouses saw this scene, their eyes became wide saucers. What happened? What in the world did that human youth do? Lord He Wu, he was finished off just like that. Lord He Wu is dead. Lord He Wu is dead. Q quickly run. Those sea folks all finally reacted to it. Each and every one scattered in all directions desperately. Capture the ringleader first in order to round up the bandits. He Wu already died. This 6 great royal clans alliance instantly collapsed and dissipated. For a moment, the underwater world fell into chaos. Kill, kill. The originally low morale merfolk clan immediately roused in spirits greatly when they saw He Wu being killed, battle cries shaking the heavens. Tong's gaze never left Yi Yuan's body all along. At this time, he stared at that tall and straight figure of Yi Yuan's, incomparably astounded in his heart. What did he do before? Threaten Yi Yuan? Tong felt a chill run down his spine, hit by waves of lingering fear. If he really fell out with Yi Yuan back then, the one dead right now would probably not be He Wu, but him, the merfolk clan's king. This young man's strength was truly too frightening. Not only condensing a divine Tao domain, even cultivating hard realm to the great circle of perfection realm, comprehending greater teleportation. Such talent was simply unheard of. He previously still had some doubts about Shark One's words, but only now did he know that Shark One's description was not exaggerated at all. It was even somewhat lacking, because Shark One did not see the scene of Yi Yuan cutting down Han Qingzi at all. In the midst of chaos, Yi Yuan's figure vanished once more. Tong's pupils constricted and actually could not sense Yi Yuan's moving direction. In the midst of the disorderly army, a shrill and miserable cry was suddenly heard. The crimson silk starfish's king was directly blotted out. Tong was dumbfounded. He had never seen before that killing a peak void mystic powerhouse would be so easy. The 8 great royal clans, kings were all peak void mystic powerhouses. It was just that they did not comprehend divine Tao laws. That was why their strength was a notch weaker. But these 8 great royal clans, kings, their strength could virtually already catch up to Cloudsky and Nangong Zifeng, that kind of degree. However, he was easily ridden off by Yi Yuan just like that. Yi Yuan's figure disappeared once more. In a blink of an eye, another king was killed. Merely 15 minutes of work from start to end, the 5 great royal clans, kings all died. Yi Yuan was simply a killing machine. His figure moved. Yi Yuan appeared not far from Tong. Your Majesty, this Yi still has urgent matters on hand and will take my leave first. This is considered gifting your merfolk clan a present then. In the future, Lian Chu is my younger sister. You all have to treat her well. Otherwise, I'll come back and settle scores. Yi Yuan called out in a clear voice. Lian Chu is Li's disciple. She was also at the rear of the merfolk clan at this time. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, her entire body involuntarily shuddered. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed just now was simply akin to a deity up in heaven to her. Lian Chu also did not imagine that just a few simple words of reminder from her would actually obtain such care from Yi Yuan. But Lian Chu was not dumb either. She knew that her life in the future would have an upheaval change. Master Yi, thank you. Lian Chu's face actually left behind tears. Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly penetrated the crowd and looked over in Lian Chu's direction, giving her a smile. Tong's heart went cold, and he hurriedly nodded his head and said, Lord Yi, rest assured. Lian Chu will be my merfolk clan's most honorable princess in the future. Absolutely no one will dare to be disrespectful towards her. Unknowingly, Tong's term of address toward Yi Yuan underwent a change. Yi Yuan nodded his head, figure flashing, and disappeared. Tong did not think that Yi Yuan actually left so urgently, and also did not think that he actually paid special care to Lian Chu before leaving. Looking at Yi Yuan's fading back view, Tong let out a long sigh. Shark 1, you've performed exceptionally meritorious services this time. I truly didn't expect Master Yi that you brought back was actually so monstrous. Tong said to the Shark 1 beside. Shark 1 smiled good-naturedly. He also did not think that accidentally stumbling upon this time, it actually brought such a change to the merfolk clan. With He Wu's death, the Garnersky Sea region's situation would undergo an upheaval change. The merfolk clan had never liked to lord over everyone, but now, due to Yi Yuan's appearance, they already become the Garnersky Sea region's irreplaceable overlord. A human youth actually changed the underwater world's situation in a blink of an eye. This was something that everyone did not expect from start to end. Want to blame, people could only blame He Wu himself for courting death. Lian Chu, Tong suddenly yelled out, "This lowly servant is present." The moment Tong heard, he could not help laughing in spite of himself. This last still did not change yet, regarding herself as the identity of a maidservant. Hu, from today onwards, you mustn't call yourself lowly servant anymore. Now, this king will acknowledge you as my goddaughter. In the future, you're my merfolk clan's princess. Tong called out in a clear voice. Chapter 1161. What's the point even if I showed disdain on all life under the heavens? You, come over, dispel ownership of the storage ring, then get lost. Bright Moon City is under martial law, nobody is to enter. Outside Bright Moon City, a Dao Profound Realm martial artist had just come out of the transmission array and was threatened like that. The moment that martial artist heard, he could not help flying into a great rage and said, "You all are not Bright Moon City's people. Who the hell are you guys? You're simply committing highway robbery here." That Sauter sneered coldly and said, "So what if committing highway robbery? Bright Moon City is already finished. The Great Shang region will only have Vastsen City from now on, no Bright Moon City. See the corpses over there. Anyone who doesn't hand over their storage rings, they will be put to death without exception." Looking over in the direction that soldier pointed, that martial artist's expression changed. Outside, dead bodies were sprawled all over the ground messily. Clearly, there were already quite a number of people who were killed off because of refusing to hand over their storage rings. Looking at the soldiers guarding the transmission array, they were actually all Dao Profound Realm powerhouses without exception. Not far away, two black-clothed men were even sitting, drinking tea very leisurely, as if they paid no attention to this. This Dao Profound Realm martial artist was helpless and could only hand over his storage ring. The news of Bright Moon City being sealed already spread out. The people coming to Bright Moon City now are already getting lesser and lesser. Sigh, the brothers' side allowances also reduced significantly all at once. Enough, be contented. In this half a month, we've already reaped no idea how much resources. Although what remained in our hands are very few, we also got quite a bit. True, the higher-ups are still pretty good to us. With these resources, we won't have to worry for the next 5 years. It's just that, we don't know when that Ji Qingyan will show up. Show up? Bullshit. Clearly aware that this place is a huge trap, could he still dare to come and deliver himself to death? That might not be so. I heard that Ji Qingyan is a besotted soul. He'll definitely come for the sake of the person he loves. Then it's perfect. We have a big feast waiting for him here. The two soldiers exchanged a glance and smiled, but their gazes flitted towards those two black-clothed men without prior consultation. Just what background these black-clothed men had, they were not clear either. They only knew that these two people were both some holy sovereigns. But without a doubt, these two people were characters whose strengths were formidable to the extreme. There's a dish delivering to the door again. Go take a look. At this time, light flashed, and a figure walked out from inside the transmission array. Several dozen streaks of sword energy immediately sprayed out, killing all of the surrounding Dao Profound Realm soldiers. At this time, the two black-clothed men casually waved their hands and directly extinguished the sword energies. The two drank another mouthful of tea. One of them said, "Brother, business has come knocking. Finish it off quickly." After done talking, the two actually slowly stretched lazily and stood up sluggishly, showing an appearance of not putting the arrival in their sights at all. This arrival was naturally none other than precisely the Yi Yuan, who ran at full speed all the way. Along the way, he forcefully hijacked several dozens transmission arrays, crossing several dozen major regions, before reaching Bright Moon City within half a month. But on the way, Yi Yuan already heard of the news about Bright Moon City being destroyed. His heart sank to the rock bottom. At this time, the berserk killing intent on Yi Yuan could not be concealed no matter what. "Heh, you're Ji Qingyan. Truly an infatuated soul. Looks like Lord Holy Sun guessed correctly. You indeed came. I didn't think that not seeing you for a couple of days, this punk already broke through to the 7th level Dao Profound. Fortunately, Lord Holy Sun sent the two of us over. If he were to send a Holy King over, it might really be incapable of suppressing him. Ha ha ha, brat, are you surrendering without resistance, or do you want the two of us brothers to take action? Whoa, killing intent isn't small. Brat, stop racking your brain in vain. You aren't our match. We, holy sovereign powerhouses, our existence is comparable to peak void mystic. The two people had disdainful looks, not taking Yi Yuan seriously at all. The current Yi Yuan, his disposition was poles apart from in the past, giving people a bone-piercing cold feeling. On the way, he heard quite a bit of news concerning Bright Moon City being destroyed. He could not differentiate whether they were rumors or truth either. But without a doubt, Li was in a very dangerous situation right now. Yi Yuan did not dare to carry on thinking. He was really very scared that the situation of losing his beloved would happen to him once more. I'm only asking you a sentence, where is Li right now? Yi Yuan asked coldly. Toward the two people's attitudes, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart at all. He only wanted to know Li situation right, whether she was alive or dead, or escaped, or captured. Li hoo, you're talking about that chick from the Yu family. Dead, haha, don't you worry, before long, you'll go down and reunite together with her. The two people chortled with laughter, but it made Yi Yuan's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. A cold and sharp killing intent virtually materialized, blanketing over towards these two holy sovereign powerhouses. Haha, decent killing intent. But, it's no use, said one of them as he laughed without a care. The two people were currently laughing when all of a sudden, their expressions became rather surprised. Such terrifying talent. Killing intent soared continuously and actually directly broke through the bottleneck, said the other person in amazement. Do it, don't waste time anymore. This brat is indeed rather peculiar. Since that's the case, the both of you go to hell then. Yi Yuan's icy cold voice sounded out, his figure abruptly disappearing. Greater teleportation. The expressions of the two mighty holy sovereigns changed. Only now did they know that the current Yi Yuan was already not the Yi Yuan they knew. This 1 to 2 years' time, Yi Yuan's improvement speed could simply be described using terrifying. That whatever Holy Sun still misjudged Yi Yuan's strength in the end. Two clouds of black chi erupted. The auras of the two great holy sovereigns instantly skyrocketed. But to Yi Yuan, it was of no use at all. Swish, swish, a cold light flashed, heads and torsos ended up in separate places. Evil extermination sword energy directly ground the fiendish energy into shreds. Fiend race again. Yi Yuan's killing intent billowed to the skies. The slaughter concept actually gradually advanced towards the great circle of perfection realm. Although Yi Yuan shattered his divine king domain, it did not mean that his supreme true intents were gone. The slaughter supreme true intent and scorching supreme true intent, Yi Yuan was still in the midst of steady progression. But just now, when Yi Yuan heard the news of Yu Mengli's demise, his killing intent could not be held back anymore. I truly didn't expect that my slaughter concept actually attained perfection under such circumstances. Sigh, such a perfection, I'd rather not want it. Li where on earth are you? Slaughter concept reached the great circle of perfection, but Yi Yuan's life became bleak. At this time, he became despondent, his entire person like he lost his soul, becoming a walking corpse. The blow of Yu Mengli's death to him was too great. Yi Yuan raised his head to the sky and gave a long howl, roaring loudly, "This villainous heaven! Do you really want to toy with me to death? If I don't have Li what's the point even if I showed disdain on all life under the heavens?" Chapter 1162, Bedevilment. Monstrous killing intent surged to the sky. Yi Yuan's eyes actually became a blood-red color. This killing intent, even inside Bright Moon City, it could be felt clearly. A dense crowd of martial artists flew out from inside Bright Moon City. Very clearly, they were all startled by Yi Yuan's killing intent. Yi Yuan's eyes were scarlet. Sensing those experts who flew over, his figure vanished from sight in an instant. When he reappeared, there were already several figures who dropped down from the sky. The current Yi Yuan was like a killing machine. Places that he passed through, not a blade of grass survived. Regardless whether was it the Vastson City's powerhouses or that mysterious divine martial hall's martial artists, not one survived. Yi Yuan's killing intent virtually materialized. His formidable strength practically made everyone despair. Whatever Dao Profound Realm martial artists or Divine King powerhouses, even void mystic powerhouses could not last past 1 second under Yi Yuan's hands. Seeing such an astonishing spectacle, how could those people still dare to remain? Arriving with a fierce and imposing momentum, fleeing in a wretched plight. Don't kill me, quickly run. Ji Qingyan went mad. Devil, this is a devil, quickly run. For some time, miserable cries lingered on the ears. The entire sky became a field of carnage. No matter how fast they ran, how could they be faster than Yi Yuan's sword? The more he killed, the redder Yi Yuan's eyes got. Gradually, he actually already lost his original heart. Two figures soared to the sky and actually acted in contravention, welcoming Yi Yuan. One of them had fiendish energy billowing into the sky. His strength was very formidable at one glance. Lord Bloodrain, looks like this Yi Yuan seems to have entered bedevilment. The one talking was precisely Zhou Jia. When he saw Yi Yuan's appearance of crazed slaughtering, he felt the delight of rejoicing over other people's misfortune instead. The Sun-Moon heavenly pupil was acquired by Yi Yuan. How could Zhou Jia not hate him? Bloodrain smiled lightly and said, looks like Lord Holy Sun's scheme is very effective. This Ji Qingyan indeed fell into madness when he heard news of the Yu family's lass's demise. Zhou Jia hurriedly fawned as he said, haha, Lord Holy Sun truly took every conceivable possibility into account. No matter how strong Ji Qingyan is, he's a cripple after entering bedevilment too. Ha ha ha, kill away. The more you kill, the deeper you'll lose yourself. We prepared sufficient baits for you. When you kill finish, you'll become a walking corpse that only knows slaughter. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Bloodrain's mouth, looking towards Yi Yuan rather interestedly. A streak of bloodlight flashed past. The first person to escape back was directly killed by Bloodrain. Deserters in the battlefield, die. Bloodrain's cold voice sounded out, making everyone's heart turn cold. He's only one person. Everybody attack, kill him. This is your only way out. Bloodrain said coldly. Everyone's heart turned cold. Front and back, both were death. Lord Bloodrain's strength, they were very clear. While over there, it was just Yi Yuan alone. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned red. Countless figures charged over towards Yi Yuan. However, all of the struggles were futile. Under Yi Yuan's hands, they did not have the least bit of strength to retaliate. Zhou Jia was still watching Yi Yuan kill people with a broad grin. But to the back, the expression on his face became increasingly solemn. Yi Yuan was too strong. Just how long has it been? How can his strength be terrifying to such a degree? Zhou Jia's complexion was white as a sheet as he said in shock. Bloodrain swept a glance over him and said with a cold smile, what? Scared? Zhou Jia was startled inwardly, his expression ugly as he said, how can that be possible? Just as they were talking, a streak of terrifying sword energy whistled past, directly slaughtering a large swath. Force wind swept past, scaring Zhou Jia until he shuddered. Zhou Jia looked at Yi Yuan with incomparable terror and alarm. He seriously could not figure out how that youth could grow to such an extent. Relax. With me around, he can't hurt you. Bloodrain said fully confident. Actually, he looked down on Zhou Jia from the bottom of his heart. It was just that he still had some use right now. That was why he did not kill him. Only when he heard Bloodrain's words did Zhou Jia loosen up considerably. Inside the vast heaven pagoda, it was long in utter disarray already. Milord entered bedevilment. At this rate, Milord will thoroughly lose himself. Ao Qian said incredibly worriedly. What to do here? Without Milord's permission, we can't go out at all. Zhang Taking also had a panicked look. Lu Er did not speak by the side, but the worried expression on her face betrayed her. Oh, right, Elder Tang. Elder Tang is the vast heaven pagoda's artifact spirit. He must have a way. Ao Qian suddenly thought of something and shouted. Right at this time, Long Tang's figure materialized. The moment he came out, everyone crowded over. Elder Tang, quickly think of a way. Yeah, Elder Tang, hurry and think of a way. At this rate, His Excellency will be a goner. Everyone clamored to speak, all burning with anxiety. Long Tang waved his hand and said, you guys can't go out now. He'll kill you guys together. Moreover, even if you all go out, it's useless too. Then what should we do? Zhang Taking said anxiously. Long Tang's gaze turned towards Lu Er. Then, everyone's gazes looked towards her. Lu Er, that's right, apart from her, nobody can save Yi Yuan here. Only she can stir up the soft spot in the deepest part of Yi Yuan's soul. However, there's a possibility of failure too. And the price of failure is death. At that time, not only will Lu you, die, Yi Yuan will utterly enter bedevilment too, never to awaken again. Lu are you willing to give it a try? Long Teng said with a serious expression. Clearly, he was also not very confident. But, the matters between Yi Yuan and Lu he was still aware. Yi Yuan walking from the endless world until now, if talking about who was the person he was closest to, it had to be Lu Only the person that he was closest to could rouse Yi Yuan, who currently entered bedevilment. The moment Lu heard, she said without hesitation, "Grandpa Long Teng, let me out then. Even if I die under young master's sword, I'll have no regrets too." Long Teng let out a sigh and said with a nod, "All right, but right now, isn't the time yet." The Yi Yuan with two bloodshot eyes finally detected Zhou Jia this existence. The moment his two eyes turned back, Zhou Jia's entire person almost shrunk, as if there was a feeling of being stared at by the god of death. When Bloodrain saw this scene, he could not help sneering coldly. Yi Yuan's figure instantly vanished from sight. Greater teleportation. However, Bloodrain captured Yi Yuan's trail. An intense collision. It actually directly blasted Yi Yuan back. However, Yi Yuan was not discouraged. Instead, he seemed to become even more berserk. His target was Zhou Jia. Because in his subconscious, Zhou Jia should know Li Er's whereabouts. Regardless of whether alive or dead, even though Yi Yuan entered bedevilment, his combat instincts were still there. Bloodrain's strength was indeed formidable. It was even a notch above Han Qingzi. But this time, Yi Yuan's domain of sword opened up. A rain of blood scattered everywhere. The insufferably arrogant Bloodrain was actually killed in one exchange. Chapter 1163. Only oneself to blame. Blood splattered, splashing all over Zhou Jia's face. The scalding hot blood made his entire person tremble, abruptly startling awake. His eyes became round circles. Up until now, he still did not dare to believe everything that he saw in front of him. Someone as powerful as Bloodrain was finished off in one exchange. They were clearly still gloating over others' misfortune earlier. Bloodrain even said that there was no problem with him around. But, what kind of situation was this right now? Li where's Li Yi Yuan's icy cold voice bored into his ears, making Zhou Jia shudder once again. It was not long before, he thought that he could finally let Vastsen city lord over a region when he broke through to Void Mystic. Currently, in front of Yi Yuan, he was still weak like a toddler learning how to walk. Zhou Jia only hesitated slightly, and Yi Yuan suddenly disappeared. He had yet to react to what was happening when fresh blood sprayed everywhere on Bright Moon City's walls. A miserable cry sounded over. With Bloodrain's death, everyone scattered and fled in all directions. When Zhou Jia came back to his senses, all the hairs on his body stood on its end. Yan Zhou Jia felt like his entire body was sapped dry as he shouted at the top of his voice. That person observing the situation far away over at this side on the city wall, was precisely his son, Zhou Yan. He was a divine realm heaven's pride who had once tramped Yi Yuan underfoot. But now, he finally died under Yi Yuan's sword. Zhou Yan thought that he hid very well. But under Yi Yuan's perception, everything in the surrounding was laid completely bare. And Yi Yuan was just a killing machine right now. He completely only relied on instinct when doing things. His final trace of reason told him that Zhou Jia was the instigator of this war and should know Li Er's whereabouts. Maybe, Li Er was not dead yet. But these were all thoughts in his subconscious. Hence, he instinctively killed Zhou Yan. He thought that this way, it could make Zhou Jia feel afraid and tell the truth, but he completely did not know Zhou Yan and Zhou Jia's relationship. In the eyes of the current Yi Yuan, Zhou Yan was just an ant. An ant that was casually trampled to death. Back then, when Zhou Yan descended upon the endless world, he kept on saying that Yi Yuan was just an ant. At that time, he definitely did not imagine that he would be trampled to death like an ant by Yi Yuan today. As casually as that, of course, Yi Yuan was completely clueless. His figure moved, returning in front of Zhou Jia again. "Tell me, where's Li Er?" Yi Yuan asked icily again. "Li Er, you say Li Er, ha 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 ha, that slut didn't know how to appreciate favors and is already deader than dead." Yan Er was deeply in love with her, but she actually remained completely unmoved. Before dying, she was even. Zhou Jia's voice abruptly cut off. He was no longer able to talk. With Zhou Yan's death, Zhou Jia did not want to live on anymore. He fell completely into madness. Since Yi Yuan already fallen into depravity, then let him thoroughly enter bedevilment. Zhou Jia knew that the words out of his mouth would be the final straw that crushed Yi Yuan. From henceforth, that genius Ji Qingyun would be utterly reduced to a killing machine. In fact, he wanted to be even more bloody and bloodthirsty than the fiend race. On his deathbed, a hint of a cold sneer flashed across the corners of Zhou Jia's mouth. That was the smile of a treacherous scheme prevailing. Berserk killing intent practically condensed into a physical entity. It was akin to an enormous storm, billowing into the sky. Yi Yuan was currently thoroughly sinking into becoming a devil. At this time, a green silhouette appeared. Young master. Lu Er's voice exuded thick concern. Yi Yuan abruptly turned his head back, his eyes filled with icy cold killing intent. Those scarlet red eyes, Lu Er was too unfamiliar. Was this still that gentle and caring young master? Young master, wake up, young master, Lu Er said with tears in her eyes. Facing Lu Er, Yi Yuan actually had a rare moment of not directly exterminating. He was currently on the critical point of bedevilment. He was still hanging onto that last trace of reason in the depths of his heart. Lu Er was the kin that Yi Yuan cared the most for all along. Protecting her was virtually Yi Yuan's instinct. Hence, he did not make a move. But the virtually materialized killing intent made Lu Er practically unable to breathe. Yi Yuan's figure disappeared, but the next instant, the evil extermination sword stopped at Lu Er's neck. A drop of fresh blood flowed out of Lu Er's fair skin, flowing down along the evil extermination sword. On Yi Yuan's savage face, a look of struggle actually surfaced. Very clearly, his instinct was currently battling with his mental demon. If the evil extermination sword went another inch forward, Lu Er would die. Time slowly trickled by, as if it had frozen. But Lu Er's face did not show a hint of a change in countenance. From start to end, her gaze never left Yi Yuan's face. She trusted Yi Yuan. She believed that Yi Yuan would not kill her, even if Yi Yuan fell into deprivation. Young master, I'm Lu Er. Young master, did you forget that you taught Lu Er the heaven illusionary ice soul? Young master, have you forgotten that back then, in order to save Lu Er, you killed Lin Tiancheng and challenged the Nine Heavens Road? Yi Yuan reminisced the past in detail, looking into it to call back reason. The dainty neck and the evil extermination sword rubbed non-stop. More and more blood flowed out. But she was seemingly oblivious. Young master, why are you so foolish? Ambushing the Bright Moon City, their target is definitely you. If they really caught Big Sister Li Er, how can they possibly not make use of her to deal with you? You didn't see Big Sister Li Er with your own eyes, so how can you determine that she died? If she's fine, but you fell into depravity, wouldn't she be heartbroken? Young master, the people who care about you isn't just Big Sister Li Er either. Me, Grandpa Long Teng, Ao Qian, Zhang Taking, each one of us cares for you very much. You can't let yourself to fall into depravity unchecked. One sentence after another, they impacted Yi Yuan's heart. The instinct of slaughter in his consciousness was undergoing an intense struggle. Gradually, that surging killing intent finally lessened gradually, while Yi Yuan's scarlet-red two eyes also gradually faded away. Lu Er, Yi Yuan called out dryly. When Lu Er saw that young master finally regained his senses, tears flooded out. Why, young master, you finally woke up. What happened to me just now? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that his sword was actually pressed against Lu Er's throat. Lu Er's throat was already stabbed by his sword until fresh blood flowed steadily. His entire body trembled, finally thoroughly regaining consciousness. Young master, just now, Lu Er's words had yet to finish saying when her eyes rolled back, her entire person toppling over weakly. Yi Yuan was alarmed and hurriedly supported Lu Er. Lu Er's distance from Yi Yuan was merely the distance of a sword. Yi Yuan's great circle of perfection slaughter concept, Lu Er practically withstood it completely. This degree of slaughter concept, even if divine king powerhouses were situated inside, they might not be able to withstand it either. Sensing the piercingly cold killing intent from such a close distance, how could Lu Er be able to withstand it? Up until now, she relied on a strand of willpower to forcefully hold on. If not for young master, she would have long crumbled. Chapter 1164, No Regrets. This was all done by me. Yi Yuan looked at the dead bodies all over the ground outside the city, his eyes filled with disbelief. All the martial artists in the city were actually massacred clean by him alone. The current Bright Moon City was already a ghost city, without even a soul, looking incomparably spooky. When you heard from those two people about the news regarding Li Er, your heart suffered an impact all at once. You suddenly went insane. By the time we came to our senses, it was already too late to stop it, Ao Qian said with lingering fear in his heart. Yeah, milord, you were like a killing god before. The other party had a major power who was finished off by you in one exchange. You really don't know how harrowing you were. Recalling the scene of finishing Bloodrain off, Zhang Taking was similarly incredibly alarmed. His Excellency, who almost fell into depravity, was simply too terrifying. He even suspected that once they showed face back then, they would most likely be instantly one-shotted. Lightly stroking Lu Er's long hair, Yi Yuan was filled with self-blame in his heart. Sigh, looks like my heart realm is still not perfected. If I really took action against Lu Er today, I'd really find it hard to absolve myself from the blame. Yi Yuan was endlessly remorseful in his heart. Long Teng looked at Yi Yuan and had a look of tenderness too as he sighed and said, I can't blame you for this matter either. You had once experienced the pain of losing your loved ones. I didn't expect that such an accident would happen again now. Suddenly hearing about the grievous news, nobody is able to withstand this kind of psychological impact too. Yi Yuan fell silent. After a long time, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, Senior, do you think Li Er Shi, even if he already recovered now, Yi Yuan still did not dare to go and think about this matter. He lost himself in concern. Because he cared too much about Li Er, his heart was weighed down with worry along the way. Suddenly hearing Li Er's grievous news, Yi Yuan's heart suffered a tremendous impact. That was why he lost control for a moment and almost fell into depravity. This scheme of the Holy Sons was insidious and viscous. Even someone as strong as Yi Yuan nearly succumbed too. But Li Er's death became an unresolved case presently. This group of people's strength was very powerful. That Bloodrain's strength was even a little stronger than Han Qingzi. Whether or not Li Er was still alive, Yi Yuan was really rather uncertain. When Long Teng heard that, he said, I know what you're thinking about. But it hasn't reached the point where all hope is lost yet. As long as there's a spark of hope, we can't give up, isn't it so? At least this time, we didn't see Li Er. This is perhaps good news. You're also aware, Li Er's innate battle soul physique is extremely powerful. Perhaps she really had the chance to escape with her life. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh when he heard that and said, right now, I can only think like this. It's just that, Vastsen City actually dared to do such a resolute thing. From henceforth, they have no need to continue existing anymore either. Talking to the back, Yi Yuan's tone seethed with killing intent. Killing the Zhou father and son, not only did Yi Yuan not regret it in the slightest, he was actually invigorated instead. Even though Vastsen City was not the main culprit for Bright Moon's unexpected turn of events this time, they helped the wicked by perpetuating wicked deeds. Yi Yuan naturally would not let them off. Especially Zhou Jia, the words that he said previously on his deathbed, the motive was even more apparent. This bunch of fellows was clearly baiting him into depravity. Why, young master, are you alright? At this time, the Lu Er in Yi Yuan's embrace slowly woke up. But who she was concerned about right away was Yi Yuan. In her eyes, her young master's life was much more important compared to hers. Yi Yuan was full of tender care as he said, of course I'm fine. All thanks to my Lu Er. Otherwise, this young master would have sunk into deprivation for all of eternity. The moment Lu Er heard, she could not help weeping from extreme joy and said sobbingly, That's great. Young master, you really frightened Lu Er badly today. Lu Er's display of true feelings made Yi Yuan blame himself even more. He sighed and said, silly girl. Do you know that I nearly killed you today? But Lu Er cried while smiling as she said, I know. That young master dotes on Lu Er the most. Even if you really fell into depravity, you definitely won't kill Lu Er too. Even if you really killed Lu Er have no regrets too. This life of Lu Er's was given by young master. Hearing Lu Er's words, Yi Yuan was visibly moved. Between him and Lu Er, there was already no need to use any words to prove anything. Their relationship was even closer than family. Silly girl. Yi Yuan pulled her a little tighter into his embrace. In the Beiling region, situated in the northwest direction of the Great Shang region. At this time, in a desolate plain of the Beiling region, over 10 figures surrounded a beautiful woman. Haha, you family's lass, with this, you can't run anymore, right? Surrender obediently without putting up resistance. The one talking was precisely Sun Man, and the beautiful woman surrounded by them in the center was naturally Yu Mengli. Speaking of the Bright Moon City great battle back then, it was also Yu Mengli who acted fast when the opportunity arose, bringing the Yu family's members to break out of the encirclement. At that time, Sun Man thought that he had cornered Yu Mengli. Who knew that Yu Mengli's strength was unexpectedly powerful, and she actually tangled up in a struggle with him. Especially that battle soul behind her. It was incredibly troublesome. Ever since awakening the innate battle soul physique, Yu Mengli's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Not long ago, she broke through to the Divine King realm. And at this time, the might of her battle soul finally erupted. She who had just entered the Divine King realm actually fought to a draw with Sun Man. Yu Mengli protected the Yu family members, fighting as they retreated, withdrawing from Bright Moon City. Of course, during this process, it was naturally unavoidable for the Yu family to suffer heavy casualties. Fortunately, there was a void mystic realm Wu Luo. That was how they barely managed to ensure the Yu family members' safety. Speaking of which, it was also thanks to the Medicine King Hall that misjudged Yu Mengli's strength, thinking that by sending only Sun Man over, he could take her down completely. They completely did not expect that Yu Mengli's strength was actually so great. When Bloodrain rushed to the Bright Moon City, he had to hold down the fort and await Yi Yuan's arrival as well. As a result, that was how Yu Mengli could run until now. On the way, Yu Mengli discovered that their target was actually her. Hence, she had Wu Luo escort everyone to flee in the direction of the demon region, while she lured away Sun Man, this expert. Sun Man's strength, after experiencing the Holy Mother Devil Flower's devilfication, already increased substantially. And these people that he brought over, were all void mystic powerhouses without any exceptions. In his eyes, Yu Mengli was already a turtle in a jar. In order to take care of the Yu family's members, Yu Mengli was already covered in wounds. It seemed like at this moment, she indeed did not have any strength to retaliate already. Yu Mengli gave Sun Man a glance and retorted with a question, "You all scheme so laboriously, it's in order to deal with Big Brother Yuan, right? Hey, that is, of course. You are that Ji Qingyun's life. Grasping you in our hands, it will naturally break his destiny. The child of Destiny 1 will also no longer exist. However, perhaps he has already thoroughly entered bedevilment at this time." Ha ha ha. Talking about what he was pleased with, Sun Man could not help letting out a roaring laugh. Yu Mengli's brows knitted. She sucked in a deep breath and said, "All right, since that's the case, I can send you all on the way." "Already?" Sun Man froze, then immediately burst into laughter and said, "Send us on our way." Ha ha ha. Yu Mengli's battle soul suddenly condensed and formed, but it made Sun Man's expression change greatly. This battle soul's aura was actually several times more powerful compared to when they exchanged blows previously. Chapter 1165, Charging up to the Medicine King Hall alone. Above the sky of Vastsen City, Yi Yuan stood in the air. Looking at the city below, the Zhou family was already utterly annihilated. This time, the Zhou family's actions and conduct touched Yi Yuan's reverse scale. Therefore, the Zhou family naturally had no reason to exist anymore. "Young master, for the next step, what do you plan on doing?" Behind Yi Yuan, Lu'er seemed rather worried. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said loftily, "It's been over 20 years. It's time that I settle all the scores." Yi Yuan's words made everyone alarmed in their hearts. The long-awaited day finally had come. "Ao Qian, your subordinate is present, I'll entrust everyone here to you. Bring them all back, go the Dragon Clan, and await my news." Yi Yuan's words made everyone's faces change drastically. Lu'er said anxiously, "Young master, I want to go together with you." Ao Qian said, "My you aren't planning on going to the Medicine King Hall alone, right? This is also too reckless." "Yeah, my that Medicine King Hall might be the fiend race's lair. It's too dangerous for you to go alone," Zhang Taking said. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "No matter how many people they have, it's meaningless to me too. If you all go, I'd need to divert attention to take care of you all instead." Yi Yuan's words, they made everyone's faces incomparably ugly. Messing around for half a day, Yi Yuan was actually complaining about them being a hindrance. Especially Ao Qian, he, a former Dragon Clan's strongest expert, could not poke his nose into this matter either. This result made him very embarrassed. But thinking about it, Numbers indeed already did not have too great of a significance to the current Yuan. His domain of sword did not even need him to trigger it, and nobody could approach within a 20 feet radius of him. Alright, young master, then you need to be careful. Luer said worriedly. Relax, after I kill Ji Kanglin, I'll go to the Dragon Clan and rendezvous with you all, Yuan said. Watching everyone vanish in the transmission array, killing intent gradually thickened on Yuan's face. Old grudge yet to be resolved, new enmity was added again. Ji Kanglin was truly unscrupulous and stopped at nothing. Bright Moon City's sudden turn of events made the monstrous killing intent Yuan had toward Ji Kanglin unable to be contained anymore. Several days later, at Bright Moon City, a pretty figure appeared. It was precisely Yu Mengli. Looking at the Bright Moon City as utter dilapidation as well as the corpses sprawled all over the ground, Yu Mengli's brows knitted together. Looks like Big Brother Yuan already came by. She was very certain that this was done by Yuan. It was just that such a ghastly sight made Yu Mengli alarmed and on tenterhooks. Yu Mengli's figure moved, vanishing from where she was. The present Medicine King Hall exuded a strange atmosphere everywhere. In a hidden pavilion, covered densely in array formations, a large vat was placed in the middle. Diagrams all around, extremely complex array formations were set up. Looking closely, the large vat was actually filled to the brim with blood, looking sanguinary and horrifying. At this time, a black-robed man actually spoke to the blood vat. Bright Moon Cities. Matters are already settled. Even though there was some minor interlude, Ji Qingyan finally still fell into depravity. Said the black-robed man. At this time, a voice actually came out from inside the blood vat. This matter, you did very well. With the Son of Heaven's mandate falling into depravity, nobody is capable of stopping my fiend race anymore. The voice inside the blood vat was clearly very happy and even had a feeling of being fired up with boundless enthusiasm. The black-robed man said, "It's just that I didn't think that even Bloodrain died at his hands. The Son of Heaven's mandate indeed lives up to the reputation. His improvement speed is too astonishing. That is, of course. This seat has fought with several generations of Sons of Heaven's mandate. Which one isn't a character that startled the heavens and shook the earth? This seat has such means and even tumbled with a big fall. I still haven't recovered all the way until today. It's just, Sun Man's side hasn't sent over any news yet. I'm a little worried. With the Son of Heaven's mandate falling into depravity, the overall situation is decided. Just a little lass, there's no big deal. How are the preparations for the Bloodsoul beads?" The black-robed man said, already fully prepared. There are a total of 58,000 beads. I already sent Bloodevil to bring people to the Divine Martial Hall. He'll be reaching within the next few days. Bloodsoul bead was precisely the thing that was refined in the Endless World back then. The Endless World and Fierce Gale World, two worlds martial artists had casualties numbering in the hundreds of millions before condensing just one. For over 58,000 beads, one truly no idea how many were plunged into misery and suffering. You did very well. This seat's painstaking efforts to groom you back then were not in vain, said the Divine Master. The black-robed man bowed and said, Divine Master is too kind. You're a paramount existence. Serving you is part of Mo Lan's duty. Haha, this seat sealed your divine soul inside the soul of a human with the soul extraction method. Only then did it was hidden from the eyes and ears of the human race's powerhouses. It's just that my only concern was that your consciousness would be corroded by the human soul. Looking at it now, this seat's worries was unnecessary, Divine Master said with a laugh. Turned out that Ji Kanglin's original name was actually called Mo Lan. And the Divine Master's magical ability was truly so mysterious that even gods and spirits could not predict it. It was just that this sort of approach was truly too cruel. Ji Kanglin said respectfully, Lord Divine Master is too kind. Mo Lan is forever your most loyal subject. You're not a subject. You're the holy son that this seat decided on. Beneath one person, and above millions. As long as you put your heart and soul into working for this seat, in the future, this divine realm will definitely fall on you. Divine Master said, Yes, Lord Divine Master. The lofty and unyielding Ji Kanglin was actually incomparably respectful at this time. Ji Kang Lan. Right at this time, a thunderous voice permeated throughout the entire Medicine King Hall. Ji Kanglin was startled inwardly. This voice, he was really familiar with it. Ji Qingyan. But didn't Ji Qingyan already fall into depravity? It's the aura of the Son of Heaven's mandate. Mo Lan, shouldn't you, Give me an explanation. Divine Master clearly already recognized this arrival's aura and suddenly became extremely enraged. That vat of blood actually started boiling. It was as if it was currently displaying Divine Master's fury. Ji Kanglin's expression changed, and he said, This is impossible. The people who fled back from Bright Moon City said that Ji Qingyan clearly already fell into depravity. How can he possibly find this place? In order to determine the truth, I even specially did a soul search. Could it be that he relied on his slaughter instincts and found this place? Yes, it must be like this. Humph. Regardless of what kind of situation it is, settle this matter yourself. This seat has already arrived at the final juncture of breaking through and have no time to divert attention. This mess, you settle it yourself. Divine Master's voice became icy cold. Yes, Lord Divine Master. For the sake of dealing with the Son of Heaven's mandate, Mo Lan prepared many contingency plans. This time, Mo Lan will definitely resolve this hidden danger thoroughly. Ji Kanglin said deferentially. Humph. Go. Divine Master's stern voice sounded out. The color of that vat of blood gradually faded away and actually became a vat of clear water. After Divine Master's voice disappeared, Ji Kanglin said coldly, Ji Qingyan, you're really an unkillable cockroach. I want to see if you're really unkillable. Chapter 1166, Tenacious Life. Who's this person, to actually dare be so arrogant at our Medicine King Hall? Don't recognize. This person is so unfamiliar. Merely 7th level Dao Profound Realm, he actually dared to drop in and shout the Hall Master's name. Isn't this courting death? Fool, that's Ji Qingyan. He came back. Ji Qingyan, he's that Ji Qingyan who seized possession and revived. Heh, this idiot actually dares to come to the Medicine King Hall alone. Truly seeking death. Yi Yuan's yell made the entire Medicine King Hall seethe with excitement. Too arrogant, too overbearing, too stupid. A 7th level Dao Profound martial artist actually dared to come to the Medicine King Hall to act wildly. Seizing possession and reviving, his head also spoiled, right? Sweeping a glance over, Yi Yuan's eyes revealed a complicated expression too. Different things in different people. The present Medicine King Hall no longer had its former glory. Looking at a glance, there were scenes of desolation everywhere. It was akin to two different places from its prime. Many people's faces seemed to be familiar, but they were already not them. The terror of the fiend race lied in their devilification abilities. Once devilified, they would become the Fiend Master's loyal lackeys, no longer able to betray the Fiend Master, all the way until death. Some special attributes of the fiend race, Yi Yuan got to know quite a bit out of Skeedistan's mouth. The fiend race was a terrifying race. One could say, not even a prairie fire could burn out the grass, growing again when the spring breeze blew. As long as they did not die, they would assimilate the other races without any scruples. But to the human race, exterminating Fiend Emperor could be easily accomplished. But once the fiend race reached the deity realm, they virtually possessed undying bodies. Wanting to kill then was extremely difficult. Taoist Absolute Heaven's strength was exceedingly great and was still unable to thoroughly eradicate the two great heavenly fiend gods, and could only suppress them. One could say that once the fiend race metamorphosed to the deity realm, they were practically undying existences. These former Medicine King Hall disciples in front of him already became fiend slaves now. Fiend slaves had their own individual consciousness and were able to cultivate themselves. But they were submissive towards their masters from the bottom of their hearts. Putting it bluntly, it was slave nature. Yi Yuan's perception was exceedingly powerful. Inside the current Medicine King Hall, there were quite a few extremely powerful existences. Except, to the current Yi Yuan, he did not place them in his sights. Ha, Ji Qingyan, you came right on time. Since you came, stay behind then. A peak Divine King powerhouse soared to the sky and welcomed Yi Yuan. But this peak Divine King powerhouse, Yi Yuan knew him. He was formerly the Medicine King Hall's guest elder, Ma Yudao. It was just that now, this Ma Yudao was clearly already devilified. Previous life, Yi Yuan's relationship with this Ma Yudao was still pretty good. Ma Yudao's talent was ordinary. Being able to break through to peak Divine King was actually due to Yi Yuan. Ma Yudao watched Yi Yuan grow up since young and doted on him like his own family's junior. But sadly, back down, Ma Yudao, I'm not killing you. This young master is here today only to kill Ji Kanglin. Looking at Ma Yudao, Yi Yuan had complicated feelings. Although Yi Yuan could be said to kill people without batting an eyelid, towards people who were kind to him, he could not quite deal the blow. Even though he knew that this person was already long defeated. Yi Yuan's strength, only the Medicine King Hall's upper echelons knew. Mao Yudao had always stayed in the Medicine King Hall, so he did not understand at all. What he had in mind right now was capturing Yi Yuan and taking credit for it from his master. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was merely a 7th-level Dao profound little rookie. Haha, kill me, did you guys hear that? This boy is just 7th-level Dao profound, and he actually said that he wants to kill me. Mao Yudao's words made everyone snicker with laughter. Ha ha ha, this brat wasn't so funny back then. A 7th-level Dao profound dealing with a peak divine king. Is he joking? Maybe he's still immersed in the environment of the past life's young master, and think that we'll pull our punches against him. Ma Yudao, stop talking nonsense with this brat. This contribution, you can have it. Quickly take him down. Ma Yudao said delightedly, Ji Qingyan, I didn't expect that after you seized possession and revived, you actually became so rampant and conceited. I, Ma Yudao, want to take a look today at how you're going to kill me. Mao Yudao let out a loud laugh and suddenly released a palm toward Yi Yuan. The palm with a huge ruckus directly dissipated into nothing 20 feet in front of Yi Yuan. Ma Yudao's expression changed. Everyone's faces changed drastically. What kind of situation was this? Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, fine then, it was me who was flattering myself. Ma Yudao was dazed and still had not understood what was going on when he felt it go black before his eyes, directly fainting away. Yi Yuan's palm shoved lightly, sending Ma Yudao onto a terrace on the mountainside, but did not kill him. Yi Yuan could not deal the blow. What on earth happened just now? Ma Yudao's palm actually extinguished bafflingly. Yeah, didn't see Ji Qingyan make a move at all. There isn't even the slightest hint of essence energy undulation. Could it be that Ma Yudao himself tripped and stumbled? But this isn't possible, right? It's not right, this Ji Qingyan seems to be a bit odd. Yi Yuan had just taken care of Ma Yudao when over 10 figures soared into the air again. Sweeping a glance over, these people were all once Yi Yuan's elders. Although their strength and status were far inferior compared to Yi Yuan, without exception, they all watched Yi Yuan grow up. Furthermore, their relationship with Yi Yuan was even really not bad. Seeing this scene, how could Yi Yuan still not understand what was happening? This Ji Qingyan was truly shameless to the extreme. He actually thought of using this kind of trick to make him wary in taking action. But would it be that simple? Yi Yuan's soul force gushed out, directly attacking these dozen-over figures sea of consciousness. Divine Soul Attack. With Yi Yuan's present Divine Soul realm, carrying out Divine Soul attacks against these people, they did not have strength left over to resist at all. Ji Qingyan, stop scheming in vain. It's no use. I'll give you one last chance, come out and accept the challenge. Yi Yuan called out in a clear voice. A black silhouette slowly walked out of the Medicine King Hall. Looking at Yi Yuan, he frowned and said, you actually didn't fall into depravity. Those people who fled back from Bright Moon City clearly all said that they saw you fall into depravity. The probing earlier made him finally realize that Yi Yuan did not fall into depravity. Yi Yuan said coolly, you seem to be very disappointed. For my sake, you really went through great pains. One had to admit that Yi Yuan really almost succumbed to it by a narrow margin. If without Lu Yi Yuan would have long fallen into depravity at this time already. The Son of Heaven's mandate is indeed troublesome. Now, I finally somewhat understand why Lord Divine Master wanted to employ any means possible to eliminate you. Ji Qingyan also sighed slightly and said. Several hundred years of lying low, Ji Qingyan was naturally filled with vicissitude of emotions. He, Mo Lan, could be said to be born for Yi Yuan's sake. However, he lurked for several hundred years and was still unable to kill Yi Yuan. For Yi Yuan's sake, he truly cudgeled his brain, but he just could not kill him. Yi Yuan's life was seriously too tenacious. Chapter 1167, 9 Consummate God-Killing Sword Formation. Seeing Ji Qingyan, Yi Yuan's killing intent could not be concealed anymore. He looked at Ji Qingyan and said coldly, I'm only asking you, just how is Li right now? Ji Qingyan smiled and said, how else can she be? Don't you already know? Do you think that I'd let her off? Hoo, the Son of Heaven's mandate is destined to be lonely. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. Killing intent surged to the skies. Ji Kanglin smiled faintly when he saw the situation and said, "Looks like you hate me very much. But your opponent isn't me. Since you came, I, your senior brother, naturally have to arrange a big feast for you." Before Yi Yuan's eyes, 100 figures suddenly appeared. Each and every one of these people all surged with fiendish energy. Even Ma Yudao and those people knocked unconscious by him previously, all of them woke up too, surrounding Yi Yuan in the middle. 9 consummate god-killing sword formation, you know it, Ji Kanglin said with a faint smile. Yi Yuan's face darkened, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "You deserve death." This 9 consummate god-killing sword formation was precisely a divine rank sword formation that Ji Zhengyang obtained at Godfall's mountain range. Back then, Ji Zhengyang paid a tremendous price and invited Lu Linfang to take action. It was a grand array specially forged for the Medicine King Hall. Lu Linfang was naturally unable to bring out this divine Dao array formation. But he comprehended this set of array formation and modified this set of array formation to become a quasi-divine rank grand array. This set of sword formation, as long as the people who took part in the sword formation were sufficiently strong, they could virtually contend with the 10 great divine kings class of powerhouses. Wanting to utilize this set of 9 consummate god-killing sword formation to the limits required 3 peak void mystic powerhouses, 9 middle stage void mystic powerhouses, 18 initial stage void mystic powerhouses, as well as 81 peak divine king powerhouses. Even though Lu Linfang helped the Medicine King Hall to simplify this set of array formation, with the Medicine King Hall's strength, they could not form this set of sword formation at all. Previous life, the Medicine King Hall did not have so many powerhouses at all. They could only simplify it once more. But now, these powerhouses in front of Yi Yuan pooled this set of sword formation together. Hu, in order to deal with you, I forcefully used secret arts to increase the cultivation realms of your former old friends. Now, the 9 consummate god-killing sword formation is already gathered, only waiting for you to come and enjoy it, Ji Kanglin said with a big laugh. Most importantly, these powerhouses in front of Yi Yuan were all the Medicine King Hall's backbone in the past. These people, Yi Yuan had gotten along with them for several hundred years and was all too familiar. My good junior brother, I know that you're especially soft-hearted towards friends, so as the senior brother, I carefully prepared this set of sword formation for you. In a while, you have got to show some leniency when you attack. Don't hurt them, ha ha ha. Ji Kanglin laughed very smugly. He had lived with Yi Yuan for several hundred years and was all too clear about Yi Yuan's temperament and weaknesses. Including Bright Moon City's sudden turn of events, Ji Kanglin also made use of Yi Yuan's this sort of weakness. Ji Kanglin could be said to be taken every conceivable possibility into account, predicting that Yi Yuan would fall into depravity. But did not expect this variable to appear. The moment the array formation opened up, sharp sword intent roamed around inside the grand array. Yi Yuan's expression could not help becoming solemn. This array formation was indeed extraordinary. Any one of them was far from being Yi Yuan's match. But combined together, they actually had a feeling of invincibility. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended the domain of sword, he actually had a feeling of danger too. This Lu Linfang is truly damnable. Just simply modify it a bit will do, so serious for what? Our Medicine King Hall clearly didn't have that many powerhouses. Did you specifically alter the array formation for Ji Kanglin? Yi Yuan had long already cussed Lu Linfang several hundred times in his heart. Streaks of sword light slashed past, charging straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed. The evil extermination sword suddenly moved out. Yi Yuan attacked like lightning, weaving the evil extermination sword densely until airtight. Only then did it barely withstood the power of the sword formation. Even so, he felt his blood and chi in turmoil too. Ever since comprehending the domain of sword, it was still Yi Yuan's first time encountering such a powerful foe. Just now, when those sword lights came over, they looked plain and ordinary, but Yi Yuan suddenly sensed an immense threat. He felt like his domain of sword most likely could not resist the might of those sword lights. Sure enough, the moment it started, Yi Yuan's pressure soared. Yi Yuan had no time to praise this array formation's marvelousness. In virtually an instant, he was quashed to the extreme. These sword lights, through the 9 consummate god-killing sword formation's enhancement, the power was tremendous. Even if Yi Yuan's fleshy body was powerful, he was blasted until the webbing between his thumb and index finger went numb too. Before long, Yi Yuan's webbing between his thumb and index finger seeped out blackish-red bloodstains. Haha, how satisfying. I really didn't think that this sword formation actually had such great power. This brat comprehended the extremely powerful domain of sword among divine Tao domains and actually can't withstand it either. A black-robed man came beside Ji Kanglin and said with a loud laugh. This black-robed man was called Bloodsoul, one of the 6 great protectors under Ji Kanglin. Ji Kanglin smiled and said, divine Tao domains need to have deity realm cultivation to support it. Him, a 7th level Tao profound, comprehending the domain of sword, it's impossible to be invincible too. Bloodsoul sighed in wonder and said, I was really unaware that you actually reserved such an impressive backup move. Ji Kanglin said, this sword formation was deduced according to divine Tao array formations by the Grand Yan Divine King among the present divine realm's 10 great divine kings. The power can virtually rival the 10 great divine kings. Back then, Ji Zhengyang, that old thing, expended a tremendous price before managing to get him to take action. I didn't expect that the present human race actually still had such a level of existence. Looks like he isn't easy to provoke. Bloodsoul said with an emotional sigh. So what? As long as Divine Master comes into being, the 10 great divine kings are merely ant-like existences. The 10 great divine kings are also just Tao profound realm in the end. But Divine Master is a genuine deity realm existence. Ji Kanglin said. Bloodsoul was very much in approval and said with an excited look, indeed. Right now, everything is ready. There's only lacking the east wind. Before long, our fiend race will rule over the divine realm. At that time, all of the humans will be our slaves. Ha ha ha. Ji Kanglin smiled slightly but did not say much. At this time, Yi Yuan was already suppressed to the extreme. In front of these sword lights, he actually did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. He also tried to cast greater teleportation earlier, attempting to teleport out. But inside such an abstruse and profound array formation, he was actually unable to cast greater teleportation. At this instant, Yi Yuan seemed to be confined firmly inside the sword formation. Under the attack of the sword lights, Yi Yuan was already gradually teetering on his feet. Quite a number of sword lights even brushed by him, he had a narrow escape each time. Seeing this scene, Bloodsoul laughed loudly and said, haha, this brat can't hold on anymore. If I had long known, I'd have sent this sword formation to go and finish him off. Coming up with so many tricks, the effects were actually inferior to this sword formation. Ji Kanglin's face turned black. A burst of killing intent locked onto Bloodsoul. Nobody will take you for a mute even if you don't speak. Bloodsoul smiled awkwardly and said, haha, I was just saying. Even though Ji Kanglin expressed his displeasure, in the depth of his heart, he actually thought so too. Chapter 1168, God-corrupting blood beads. Yi Yuan, these people are already devilfied and won't have the slightest bit of feelings towards you at all. If you continue to be sympathetic, the one who dies in the end will be you. Long Teng's voice sounded beside Yi Yuan's ear. Senior, could it be that there's really no way of saving them? None. Once devilfied, their outcome is only death. Even if you don't kill them now, when you kill their master, they still have to die. Long Teng said with the decisiveness that could chop metal. Yi Yuan let out a slight sigh and said, fine then, I got it. Wisps of divine essence quietly entered the evil extermination sword. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's sword energy skyrocketed. Those sword lights emitted by the sword formation were actually directly crushed by Yi Yuan's sword energy. Streaks of invisible sword energy were emitted from the evil extermination sword, causing Yi Yuan's defensive circle to grow larger and larger. Seeing this scene, Ji Kanglin and Bloodsoul's expression both changed greatly. Not good. This brat actually held back strength. Looks like he only couldn't bear to kill his former fellow disciples just now, and that's why he was suppressed by the sword formation, Bloodsoul said with an ugly expression. Ji Kanglin's gaze stared at the Yi Yuan inside the sword formation with a glimmer as he gritted his teeth and said, he already cultivated the evil extermination sword formula to the first level's great circle of perfection realm. The evil extermination divine sword's might is already capable of unleashing 10% of its power. Such terrifying comprehension abilities. He obtained the evil extermination sword formula for at most 1 year plus ago, right? In just over 1 year, he comprehended divine Tao laws to such an extent. Bloodsoul said in shock, the Son of Heaven's mandate is indeed extraordinary. This group of trash couldn't come in handy as expected. Bloodsoul, time for you all to strike. Ji Kanglin said in a solemn voice. Yes, Lord Holy Sun. Bloodsoul voiced his assent and left. Ji Kanglin looked at the Yi Yuan inside the battle ring, gaze glinting. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. At this time, Yi Yuan turned the sword hilt. A spiral-shaped sword energy spouted out, akin to boring into rocks, directly penetrating the sword lights that came from the sword formation. The sword energy coming off the evil extermination divine sword passed through a peak void mystic's chest without the least bit of hindrance. This person was the Medicine King Hall's former reclusive Grand Elder. His strength was even a notch greater than Sun Man. Even though Yi Yuan did not have much contact with him, he also knew that he was a kindly senior. The previous life's Yi Yuan, even though he focused on alchemy Dao, toward his fellow disciples, he had never put on the airs of a young patriarch before. Therefore, among these fellow disciples, Yi Yuan's popularity was still rather high. Yi Yuan's relationship with these people before his eyes was also very harmonious. But now, he had to personally end these people's lives. Yi Yuan was still very uncomfortable in his heart. It only stood to reason that he hated Ji Kanglin even deeper to the core. This guy completely had no bottom line when doing things. Following this Grand Elder's death, the 9 consummate god-killing sword formation's power naturally became greatly discounted. Those sword lights were completely unable to break through the 20 feet area in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan sighed lightly and said, "Sorry, everyone. Qingyan is useless and is powerless to save the situation. Qingyan will send you all on your way here. This grudge, Qingyan will definitely help you all to avenge." Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure instantly vanished. Then, one figure after another fell down from the sky. 100 powerhouses were slaughtered clean by Yi Yuan very quickly. Looking at the corpses all over the floor, Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "I'm an alchemy emperor in vain and couldn't save my fellow disciples. Ji Kanglin, our grudge is getting bigger and bigger." Yi Yuan knew that if he did not kill these people, they would come and deal with him to no end. Seeing this sight, Ji Kanglin's eyes also turned slightly intent as he murmured, "This Brad matured quite a bit these few years. I even thought that some old familiar faces are able to cause some hindrance to him. I didn't think that." He didn't even bat an eyelid. "Ji Kanglin, you've lost all of your conscience and will die. A horrible death." Yi Yuan looked at Ji Kanglin and said in a cold voice. Ji Kanglin smiled and said, "Lost all my conscience. I'm of the fiend race. Don't you think that it's laughable to say this kind of words to a fiend? As long as we occupy this divine realm, we are the heavens. Rather, you personally killed these seniors of the same sect who had once groomed you before. Don't you have any shame at all? Even if they became fiend slaves, they are at least still alive. But now, even their qualifications to carry on living was personally ended by you." Yi Yuan's expression changed. Clearly, he wavered due to Ji Kanglin's sentence. Toward enemies, Yi Yuan had always been decisive in going for the kill. He would not even bat an eyelid. But towards the people around him, Yi Yuan had always felt tied down. Even if these people became fiend slaves. But right at this time, warning bells suddenly sounded in Yi Yuan's mind. Countless blood beads came out from within the void and actually already thoroughly surrounded him unknowingly. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have fallen into the encirclement of countless landmines. It was as if there was already nowhere to hide. Those blood beads all exploded in an instant. In an instantly, blood rain sprayed everywhere. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he instinctively executed greater teleportation. However, it was still too late. Some blood beads tainted his evil extermination divine sword. There were even some that splashed on him. Yi Yuan's clothes and skin could not cause the slightest hindrance to these blood beads. Once they landed on Yi Yuan's body, it actually encroached within Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's alarm was by no means insignificant. He hurriedly investigated the change within his body, and his expression could not help changing drastically. After these blood beads entered the body, they turned into a tuft of blood-red color mist, enveloping Yi Yuan's essence energy sea. Yi Yuan revolved essence energy and actually had an intermittent feeling of sluggishness. Looking at the evil extermination sword again, those blood beads disappeared too. Clearly, it had also corroded to the insides of the evil extermination sword. Yi Yuan discovered that the power of the evil extermination sword seemed to be greatly reduced. What the hell was those blood beads? Looking at this scene, Ji Kanglin burst into laughter and said, "My good junior brother, you're too careless." After those blood beads exploded, the entire stretch of the sky seemed to be smeared a scarlet red color, looking exceedingly horrifying. 4 figures walked out from within the void, their face having a mocking look. Ji Qingyan, the taste of these god-corrupting blood beads is still pretty good, right? Stop struggling. These god-corrupting blood beads can defile myriad life under the heavens. As long as stained by a tiny bit, your essence energy will be defiled, unable to be used at all. Also, under this stretch of sky, the 4 of our combat power will increase 1/5. While you will weaken by 1/5. Ji Qingyan, you're indeed powerful, too bad that you're too foolish. Those good-for-nothings were completely useless. If they died, then they died. You actually even had compassion for them. But speaking of which, for them to be able to confuse your mind, it's also considered putting materials to good use. Now that you're going to die too, do you think they will be moved or not? Ha ha ha. These 4 people were precisely 4 out of the 6 great protectors under Ji Qingyan. Chapter 1169, Blood-Condensing Holy Physique. The 6 great protectors under Ji Qingyan were Blood Evil, Blood Soul, Blood Curdle, Blood Extinction, Blood Grudge, and Blood Rain. Blood Rain, who was finished off by Yi Yuan under his bedeviled state, was one of them. Blood Evil transported the Blood Soul beads to the Divine Martial Hall. Currently, at this place, there were only 4 great protectors remaining. But these 4 great protectors were clearly not some simple people. The moment they made a move, they already overpowered Yi Yuan. Currently, Yi Yuan's essence energy was sluggish and was completely unable to muster up an effective attack. Furthermore, this kind of essence energy having corruption effect, it seemed to be spreading. In the end, Yi Yuan's understanding toward the fiend race was still too little. He did not think that Ji Qingyan actually still had such means. But the 4 great protectors' words made Yi Yuan extremely enraged. Hoo, are you very infuriated? You humans just love this sort of useless anger. Your rage is so scary. Use your wrath to come and kill me. Ha ha ha, tisk tisk, truly a pretty good expression. I just love seeing this kind of outraged but helpless expression of humans. The 4 people chimed in one after another, taunting Yi Yuan. Unable to circulate essence energy, Yi Yuan was already a lamb awaiting slaughter now. Ji Qingyan's brows furrowed, and he said, "Stop talking crap. Kill him, in case the night is long, and dreams are fretful." Roger. The 4 people received the order, raising their blades in unison and charged over towards Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a sudden turn of events occurred. A dragon roar that reverberated through the clouds surged to the sky. But this time, Yi Yuan did not transform into a massive dragon. Even so, the dragon pressure on his body was not the slightest bit weaker compared to turning into a dragon. To Yi Yuan, fighting in human form was still more carefree. Caught off guard, the terrifying dragon pressure actually directly sent the 4 people flying out. Since I'm unable to use essence energy, then I'll just use the power of the fleshy body. Yi Yuan said very indifferently. Despite being sent flying by the air billow, Blood Soul, the 4 of them did not get any injuries. Seeing this scene, Blood Soul could not help smiling as he said, "Your fleshly body's strength doesn't even reach peak tier 9. Dealing with the 4 of us, it's still death." The power of sanguinary, Yi Yuan had once seen on quite a few people before. But those people compared to these 4 people before his eyes, the disparity was too great. A bloody light shot to the skies. The 4 people carried a strange blade momentum and charged over towards Yi Yuan. As expected, just as they said, under this stretch of blood-colored space, the 4 of their strength skyrocketed. Yi Yuan could distinctly sense that these 4 people's strength indeed surpassed ordinary void mystic powerhouses significantly. The 4 people superimposing together, the momentum was even more impressively shocking. Yi Yuan pulled out the fire rod and clashed together with the 4 people, and actually did not fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest. Yi Yuan's dragon wave was long cultivated to late-stage spirit rank. The increase to his strength was not just a tiny bit. Even if not utilizing essence energy, Yi Yuan could similarly battle with powerhouses that surpassed peak void mystic by relying on the dragon race's martial techniques. How is that possible? You're actually not affected by the god-corrupting blood heaven. Blood Soul said in astonishment. As Yi Yuan fought, he said disdainfully, "A true dragon fleshy body is an extreme young and indomitable physique of the world. With just the likes of your despicable means, how can it have constraining effects on me? Damn it, this brat's tricks really emerge in an endless stream. Bloodcurdle said angrily. Following the increase in cultivation realm, Yi Yuan's true dragon bloodline had long reached sacred rank already. The dragon race's bloodline was one of the noblest bloodlines in the world. How could it be suppressed by this godbane blood heaven? The proud dragon race would never lower their heads to anybody, not even the fiend race. Seeing this scene, Ji Kanglin's gaze flickered incessantly. Clearly, he was quite surprised. The Son of Heaven's mandate. The Son of Heaven's mandate. Not seeing him for just a short 20 years or so, just how many trump cards does he have? However, it already reached this point. His trump cards should be used up, right? Thinking to the back, the corners of Ji Kanglin's mouth unconsciously revealed a hint of a smile. He naturally knew that the Son of Heaven's mandate was difficult to deal with. The reason why he set up so many contingency plans was in order to exhaust Yi Yuan's trump cards. The few of you, stop playing. Quickly finish him, Ji Kanglin said rather annoyedly. Hearing Ji Kanglin's voice, the four figures retreated explosively, instantly pulling apart the distance from Yi Yuan. Sigh, how boring, hard to come across such an interesting fellow, can't even play a while more, Bloodsoul said helplessly. Forget it, Lord Holy Sun is already unhappy. If we still don't take it seriously, he'll probably directly erase us, Bloodcurdle said. But this brat is really strong. Under the circumstances of not employing essence energy, he actually fought to a draw with the four of us. No wonder he's the Son of Heaven's mandate. This strength is truly terrifying. Blood Extinction said, no matter how great his strength is, it's only this and nothing more as well. Come on, Bloodsoul said coolly. Finished talking, the four people actually turned into a cloud of blood mist with a bang. Four long sabers actually combined into one. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, revealing a stunned look. This move seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. The six of them are of the blood-condensing holy physique. The terrifying aspect of this kind of physique is that they can each battle individually, and they can also merge into one body. You're very lucky that Bloodrain was killed by you and that Blooddevil isn't at the Medicine King Hall either. But dealing with you, the four of them should be adequate. Ji Kanglin explained by the side very coolly. Clearly, he was very confident in the four of their combined attack. The six great protectors' combined bodies attack, it was rather demanding for even him to deal with it as well. These six great protectors were created by the Divine Master expending a tremendous price. Divine Master spent several thousand years before creating 24 blood-condensing holy physiques. Once these 24 blood-condensing holy physiques combined into one, even if the heaven-stabilizing Divine King, Zhuge Qingshan was here, it would be more than he could chew off too. The activities that the fiend race carried out in secret these few years were mostly completed by these 24 blood-condensing holy physiques. Under the circumstances where the Divine Master was unable to emerge, these 24 blood-condensing holy physiques could be said to be his representatives. The Divine Master sent 6 great protectors to come and assist Ji Kanglin in one go. The importance he attached on Ji Kanglin could be seen. Of course, Ji Kanglin did not disappoint him either. Ever since the Medicine King Hall's change, Ji Kanglin did a lot of things openly and covertly. Just the speed of collecting bloodsoul beads was several dozens of times faster than in the past. This colossal project, Ji Kanglin also thoroughly completed it not long ago. All along, the Divine Master was very satisfied with Ji Kanglin's performance. The sole exception was Yi Yuan. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp. Those 4 exploded clouds of blood mist suddenly gathered together, becoming a person. But this person's aura was completely different from those 4 people previously. Just judging from the aura, this person's strength was very terrifying. Hoo-hoo, savor it well, this final hour, Ji Kanglin said with mockery. Hearing that, Yi Yuan beamed broadly and said, since you know that I'm the Son of Heaven's mandate, then you should be prepared for a reckoning. This level of tricks and you want to kill the Son of Heaven's mandate? Yi Yuan's mocking laugh made Ji Kanglin's expression changed. Chapter 1170. 50,000 years later, Divine Rank Dragon Wave reappears. Ji Kanglin's gaze turned sharp. He saw that Yi Yuan actually slowly withdrew the sacred dragon token. Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes. All the muscles in his entire body were trembling rhythmically. Sigh, is this freak finally going to use it? Over 50,000 years later, finally seeing it once again. Inside the vast heaven pagoda, Long Teng had been paying attention to the battle situation all along. When he saw Yi Yuan keep the sacred dragon token, he knew that this little freak was going to unleash a big move. Yi Yuan had long cultivated the dragon wave to spirit rank perfection realm. As for divine rank dragon wave, that was just something of the legends. However, in 100,000 years, one person who truly cultivated dragon wave to divine rank, it was Long Tang. What the dragon clan's divine inscriptions recorded was precisely how to train dragon wave to divine rank. With Long Tang's overwhelming talent, he comprehended the divine inscriptions and attained divine rank dragon wave. That was how he became the dragon clan's strongest in these 100,000 years. But Long Tang spent close to 500 years comprehending divine rank dragon wave back then. But Yi Yuan merely just spent a day. From spirit rank dragon wave to divine rank dragon wave, same as all comprehensions of divine inscriptions, the hardest was crossing the threshold. But this crossing of the threshold was too easy to Yi Yuan. Even if Long Tang had long been prepared in his heart, he was also dumbstruck with amazement by Yi Yuan's comprehension speed. Truly worthy of being the atavism dragon soul, this kind of comprehension ability can simply be rated as heaven-defying. A physique that is hard to encounter once every million years, truly inconceivable. This boy is full of secrets everywhere on him. Just how did this atavism dragon soul of his come about? Long Tang shook his head and said with a sigh. He also could not understand till now. Yi Yuan was clearly a human martial artist. Why would he possess a dragon race's physique that was hard to come across once every million years? The blood-condensing holy physique wielded a long blade in his hand, his aura astonishing. Along the way, Yi Yuan had encountered martial artists who used the sanguine power several times. But compared to this blood-condensing holy physique, it was simply a small apprentice meeting a great sorcerer. Go to hell. Blood dyeing the sky, a bold and uninhibited blade carrying an unreasonable crushing force shot straight towards Yi Yuan's face. Looking from the sides, that sharp blade light virtually split the blood-colored sky into two halves. At the same time, a virtually materialized golden dragon claw similarly tore apart the sky and welcomed that blood-colored blade light. Blade light versus dragon claw, it made people's necks shrink back. Everyone all thought that this dragon claw would absolutely be split by the blade. Under everyone's stares, two terrifying waves of energy collided together, kicking up a brilliant energy undulation. Soundless energy instantly spread throughout the entire Medicine King Hall. Many fiend race martial artists did not even let out a miserable cry and were utterly obliterated by this surge of energy. The two streams of energy actually entered a deadlock in midair. This blade that was sufficient to split apart everything was actually forcefully caught by the golden dragon claw. The two surges of energy started vibrating fiercely. Suddenly, Ji Canglin's expression changed. That indifferent look from before was long replaced by shock already. This is the dragon race's divine rank martial technique. This guy, he comprehended divine rank dragon wave. Ji Canglin said, shock written all over his face. Ji Canglin had been on undercover among the human race for a long time, but he was still very clear about some of the divine realm's secrets. The dragon race's martial technique was completely established on the basis of dragon wave. And the hallmark of dragon wave breaking through to divine rank was golden color. That seemingly corporeal golden dragon claw clearly showed that Yi Yuan comprehended divine rank dragon wave. A huge bang came over, startling the Ji Canglin, who was ruminating in his thoughts. After stalemating for a short while, the golden dragon claw actually crushed that unparalleled blade light. This was not over yet. The golden dragon claw directly smacked down towards the blood-condensing holy physique. Amidst miserable cries, the blood-condensing holy physique was directly smacked into a cloud of blood mist. 4 clouds of black mist escaped from under the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Those blood mists actually condensed 4 figures once more with the black gas as the center. Who could it be if not Bloodsoul, the 4 of them? The divine rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm actually did not strike them dead in one palm. Bloodsoul had a look of lingering fear in his heart. The color on his face also faded away a lot, appearing very pale. Clearly, even though this palm did not smack him dead, it also greatly reduced his strength. Haha, what's the use even if this palm was any more powerful? The few of us are of undying bodies. You can't kill us. Haha. Bloodsoul let out a crazed laugh, while Yi Yuan, who had no movements all along, suddenly opened his eyes. Ji Canglin had been paying attention to Yi Yuan's direction all along. Ever since after executing the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, Yi Yuan shut his eyes all the way. It was also uncertain what he was doing. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open his 2 eyes. Rays of brilliant light shot out of his eyes. Ji Canglin cussed in his heart. Be careful, Ji Canglin yelled out. Blood Soul was startled and hurriedly cast movement technique, wanting to escape. Of the 4 people, 3 people got away. But there was a figure who was directly hacked into blood mist by Yi Yuan once again. It was just that this time, Yi Yuan did not give him the chance to revive. Inside the domain of sword, Yi Yuan directly ground everything up, including that cloud of black gas. Blood extinction, dead. Blood Soul. The 3 of them revealed thunderstruck expressions, looked at Yi Yuan, and said with an expression like they had seen a ghost, You resolved the god-corrupting blood bead. How did you do it? That scene earlier, Yi Yuan did not have the slightest feeling of sluggishness when casting martial technique. Evil extermination sword's power recovered to its peak condition again. Very clearly, Yi Yuan already completely resolved god-corrupting blood bead. It was just that, Blood Soul did not dare to believe at all how Yi Yuan did it. A hint of a cold sneer flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth as he said coolly, a mere corrupting object, what's hard about removing it? To think that you all still treated this lousy thing as a treasure. The moment Blood Soul heard, his face could not turning stiff. Lousy thing, the god-corrupting blood bead was an existence that could even corrupt divine artifacts. When it reached Yi Yuan's mouth, it actually became a lousy thing. The god-corrupting blood bead was naturally not a lousy thing. But they did not know that Yi Yuan had a cleansing sandal sacred flame on him and could purify myriad objects under the heavens. These god-corrupting blood beads were merely man-made. However, a peak tier 9 cleansing sandal sacred flame was the purest, most unadulterated power of fire essence in the world. As long as Yi Yuan was given some time, purifying tainted blood was naturally accomplished with ease. After the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, Yi Yuan was already silently revolving fiery, eliminating the corrupted blood inside his essence energy sea and inside the evil extermination sword clean. This sudden attack caught the 4 people off guard, resulting in blood extinction being instantly eradicated. No, I don't believe it. The god-corrupting blood bead is our lifeblood sanguine power. How can you possibly resolve it? Blood Soul had a savage look, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yi Yuan said coolly, it doesn't matter whether you believe or not. Either way, freaks like you all won't be existing anymore right away. Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished. Blood Soul's gaze turned intent, but Yi Yuan already quietly arrived by his side. Chapter 1171. Who won, who lost? The sound of metal clashing. Yi Yuan's eyes blurred. A certain kill sword was actually blocked by Ji Canglin. After a time interval of 20 years, it was the first time the apprentice brothers, the 2 people, were so close. However, Yi Yuan's expression changed. The sword in Ji Canglin's hand was actually a divine artifact too. Hoo, you seem very surprised that I have a divine artifact in my hands. Ji Canglin said with a smile that was not a smile. The 2 people's essence energy swept out, separating from each other. Blood Soul Trio heaved a long sigh in relief, feeling lucky to survive a disaster. Many thanks to Lord Holy Sun for the rescue. This subordinate is incapable and disappointed Lord Holy Sun. Blood Soul's sweat poured profusely as he cupped his fists and said. Ji Canglin snorted coldly and said, if not for that you guys still have a bit of use, you think that this seat will save you all. A bunch of good for nothing, can't even cause him a bit of harm. Ji Canglin had prepared many contingencies and even thought that he was able to seriously wound Yi Yuan. Who knew that apart from making Yi Yuan display some trump cards, he did not cause much damage to Yi Yuan at all. Blood Soul and the rest did not dare to refute, hurriedly retreating. With Holy Sun taking action, there was naturally no need for them anymore. Moreover, Blood Soul discerned in shock that they could not poke their noses into this battle at all. It was too easy for Yi Yuan to want to eradicate them. The undying body was simply a joke in front of Yi Yuan. Ji Canglin toyed with the divine sword in his hand and said with a look of amusement, back then, the deity realm powerhouses that died in divine masters' hands were too many to enumerate. Just a divine sword, no need to make such a big fuss. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he opened his mouth and said, the divine master that you speak of, could it be one of the heavenly fiend gods, Kanuo? Ji Canglin smiled and said, looks like you know quite a bit. It's just that Holy Mother Devil Flower has already come into being. Even though she was seriously injured by the divine sword, as long as she recovers and joins hands with Lord Divine Master, do you think that you still have hope? Yi Yuan gave him a very meaningful glance and said, "Are you roping me in?" Ji Canglin did not have the intention of denying, saying, "Junior brother, you're a smart man and should know the logic of a fine bird choosing a tree to perch on. A war without any hopes of victory, why do you need to take up a difficult job beyond your reach? With your understanding of me, don't you think that saying these words is somewhat wasting your breath? Do you think that I would agree?" Yi Yuan said with a mocking laugh mockingly. Ji Canglin said, "Times have changed. Since you personally saw Holy Mother Devil Flower come into being, I believe you should know that you absolutely have no chances of victory. Absolute Heaven had Zhang Chen, this origin deity realm powerhouse, aiding him. But beside you, who else is there? Without a deity realm existence, Divine Master Kanuo and Holy Mother Devil Flower are even more undefeatable." Yi Yuan's brows involuntarily knitted together when he heard that. When Ji Canglin saw, he continued, "Actually, those days together with you and Master, I was very happy too. But I had no command over myself. The survival order of the fiend race is like the mortals, king to his subjects, a thought to live, a thought to die. Talking about it, you might not believe it. Divine Master sealed my divine soul in the divine soul of a human. Hence, that's why you all were unable to detect it. But for so many years, I've already been corroded by the human soul. One can say that I'm a half-fiend, half-human freak right now. Regarding Master's incident, I can only say, very sorry. You have to know, the Son of Heaven's mandate's final fate is death. Absolute Heaven was like that, Fang Tian 50,000 years was similarly like so. In terms of meritorious exploits and great achievements, who can compete with the Sons of Heaven's mandate in the human race's history? But you take a look, among the Sons of Heaven's mandate you know of, who else is there?" Ji Canglin's words could be said to touch the chords of one's heart. He was talking about it until Yi Yuan actually hesitated for a moment. He did not say things like whatever dominating the divine realm, only he alone reigned supreme, so on and so forth. Because he knew that Yi Yuan was not interested at all. Moving with feelings, understanding with reason, was the best way to rope Yi Yuan in. However, Long Teng inside the vast heaven pagoda somewhat freaked out when he saw Yi Yuan's wavering appearance. "Yi Yuan, the fiend race mustn't be trusted. This Ji Canglin is diabolic and wildly ambitious, you mustn't fall for his tricks." Long Teng said anxiously, "Junior brother, we were fellow disciples for 500 years. These 500 years to me, this half-human, half-fiend freak, it indeed warmed my heart. But Kanuo, on the day I was born, I was sealed up by him, becoming this grotesque appearance. I can tell you a secret. Now that the divine realm's heaven Tao is missing, Kanuo already lost interest in it. After conquering it, he still wants to think of a way to return to the place he came from. At that time, we'll re-establish order in the divine realm and maintain the present state. Isn't that good?" Ji Canglin strung along skillfully. With this, Long Teng panicked even more and said, "Yi Yuan, don't listen to his lies. You shut your mouth for this young master." Yi Yuan suddenly shouted. Ji Canglin froze when he heard that, but then he saw Yi Yuan took out the vast heaven pagoda and casually fired out several spells. Long Teng's voice could not longer transmit out. When the Long Teng inside saw the situation, he was even more flustered like an ant in a hot pan. But Yi Yuan had already completely controlled the vast heaven pagoda now. He, the artifact spirit, was completely helpless. When Ji Canglin saw the situation, he could not help rejoicing in his heart. Looked like his persuasion took effect. "You said just now, he'll think of a way to return to his original place. What does this mean?" Yi Yuan asked in a solemn voice. Ji Canglin said, "The fiend race isn't a race of the divine realm at all. As for how in the world they came, very sorry, I don't know either." Yi Yuan furrowed his brows and started musing. This news was indeed an earth-shattering news to him. "But, I heard Kanuo said before, they..." A light flashed. Ji Canglin suddenly shot forth. He was waiting for a chance where Yi Yuan became inattentive by talking until now. He did not hope at all for Yi Yuan pledge allegiance to the fiend race. But he knew that Yi Yuan would definitely be interested in the fiend race's history. Hence, he dug a pit step by step, waiting for Yi Yuan's momentary absent-mindedness. When experts exchanged blows, an instant was sufficient. Deliberate in counsel, prompt in action. Ji Canglin's sword was quick to the extreme. Compared to Yi Yuan's greater teleportation, it did not lose out to it either. It was just that Ji Candlin did not think that at virtually the same time, Yi Yuan moved too. Two long swords intersected and passed, separating upon contact. Far away, Blood Soul and the rest could not refrain from swallowing their saliva. That scene just now was seriously too exciting. Even they were taken in by Ji Candlin too and even thought that Lord Holy Sun was really recruiting Yi Yuan. But who knew that in an instant, the situation suddenly changed. Bloodgrudge, who won? Blood Soul could not resist asking the Bloodgrudge beside. Bloodgrudge shook his head and had a nervous look too. Fresh blood suddenly sprayed out of Yi Yuan's chest, and he unconsciously kneeled but stopped halfway. Ha ha ha, Lord Holy Sun is indeed formidable. Seeing this scene, Blood Soul the three people could not help being overjoyed. Chapter 1172, Bloodshed Flying Sword. The vast heaven pagoda's restriction also automatically removed at this time. Long Teng rushed straight out of the vast heaven pagoda and looked Yi Yuan concernedly. Yi Yuan's complexion was deathly pale, the blood on his chest gushing out like a fountain, looking exceedingly frightening. Wounds carved out on the physical body by a divine sword were not that easy to heal. Yi Yuan revolved the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art crazily, but the wounds healed rather slowly. I'm fine. Yi Yuan's complexion was white as a sheet as he said strenuously. Kill him, arg. Ji Candlin's mouth emitted a howl. As if exhausting all the strength in his body. After this sound was made, Ji Candlin's body actually cut off at the waist. Seeing this scene, Blood Soul Trio's expressions changed drastically. They never would have thought that this round, it was actually Yi Yuan who won. Yi Yuan only had his chest injured, while Ji Candlin was cut in half at the waist. Similarly, using a divine artifact, the wound was likewise unable to heal. But without a doubt, Yi Yuan's situation right now became even more dangerous. Blood Soul three people's reactions could not be said to not be fast. They dashed out, charging toward Yi Yuan. Long Teng's expression changed greatly and was just about to take action, but was stopped by Yi Yuan. Let me. Finished talking, Yi Yuan muttered words under his breath. A mysterious and hard-to-fathom divine Tao law slowly emerged. The vast heaven stone steel suddenly turned big from small, smashing towards the three people. Blood Soul Trio did not think that Yi Yuan still had such a fallback. Caught unprepared, they were immediately suppressed by the vast heaven stone steel. The vast heaven stone steel that carried divine Tao laws directly crushed the three people into smithereens. Even the black gas that condensed into them were also directly annihilated by the vast heaven stone steel. The vast heaven stone steel and evil extermination sword were originally the fiend race's jinx. Yi Yuan could already draw out a portion of the vast heaven stone steel's power presently. How could it be what Blood Soul Trio was capable of withstanding? Of course, this was primarily still due to Yi Yuan severely injuring them previously with the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Their current strength was already greatly discounted as well. Finished suppressing Blood Soul Trio, Yi Yuan also vomited a large mouthful of blood. Utilizing divine essence and the power of divine Tao laws, especially under the circumstances of being severely injured, it increased the burden on his body even more. Yi Yuan. Long Teng hurriedly went to support him. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, I'm fine. Senior, you go back inside the vast heaven pagoda first. This battle isn't over yet. Long Teng's expression flickered incessantly, but finally still nodded his head and returned inside the vast heaven pagoda unwillingly. Presently, this level of battle was already not what he was able to take part in. At this time, a bloody light shot up into the sky from Ji Candlin's body. The place where he was severed at the waist actually rejoined together, looking very harrowing. Very clearly, he was making the best use of time to recover his strength. This sword of Yi Yuan did not cut his vital parts. Even ordinary martial artists could not be killed, let alone a fiend like Ji Candlin. Yi Yuan's Tyrant Dragon regeneration art also revolved to the limits, recovering his wound. At the same time, he even swallowed a Tier 9 medicinal pill. How devious, junior brother. At this time, Ji Candlin, who was inside the blood light, spoke up. His tone was icy cold. Clearly, he took Yi Yuan's blow earlier greatly to heart. He was baiting Yi Yuan step by step but did not expect that Yi Yuan was just meeting one ruse with another, and even deliberately sealed the vast heaven pagoda for him to see. In the end, he fell into Yi Yuan's scheme. This round, it was still him who lost by a notch. You were conniving too. Saving them just now is probably in order to be a scapegoat for you, right? He had no reservations earlier in letting Bloodsoul and the rest to deliver themselves up for Yi Yuan to kill, in order to aggravate Yi Yuan's injuries. This way, he had even more time to recover from his wounds. Ji Canglin knew that Yi Yuan still had the strength to spare. If Yi Yuan did not shrink back from getting severely injured and directly came over to kill him, he practically did not have strength left over to retaliate. Merely a bunch of trash. Dying for me is their glory, Ji Canglin said without a care. You truly deserve death. Haha, my little junior brother, already reached this point today, do you still not understand me? Hence, I came to kill you. You can't kill me. This battle, the one who dies is you. Is that so? Then let's go another round, how about it? While talking, Yi Yuan slowly stood up. Ji Canglin in the blood light was taken aback with shock and said in horror, You. How can you possibly recover so quickly? Yi Yuan said coolly, since you know that I obtained the medicine god's soul cannon, can't you guess it? Arcane insight rank, Ji Canglin said in horror. Arcane insight rank medicinal pills contained divine Tao laws. Healing medicinal pills were naturally able to dispel the power of laws that divine artifacts left behind on the wounds. So, can you go and die already? Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out. A sword slashed towards the Ji Canglin inside the bloody light. But in the next second, Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically. All the hairs on his body stood on its end. Yi Yuan's alarm bells sounded off, and he chose to greater teleport at the first moment. Bloodshed flying sword, a bizarre voice suddenly came out from inside the bloody light, vastly different from Ji Canglin normally. However, when countless blood-colored flying swords were magnified limitlessly in Yi Yuan's pupils, Yi Yuan felt tremendous pressure. Without holding back in the slightest, Yi Yuan mustered up essence energy, activating the evil extermination divine sword to the limits. A dense sword web welcomed the approaching blood-colored flying swords. These flying swords were not real swords, but one after another of dense sword energy. Sword energy and blood energy fused together. Very soon, Yi Yuan's sword web and the blood swords collided together. The first strike, Yi Yuan almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. This was a clash of divine Tao laws. However, it seemed like Ji Canglin was a level higher. Yi Yuan revolved the black tortoise treasure body divine art and tyrant dragon regeneration art, and forcefully suppressed his rolling blood energy. At the same time, the evil extermination sword in his hand did not stop for a second, dancing until it was impenetrable. For a moment, Yi Yuan seemingly had his chest struck by countless heavy hammers. The wounds from before did not heal right away. Under the attacks of these countless blood swords, his wounds split apart once more. Finally, this wave of blood swords was withstood by Yi Yuan. But the injuries on his body worsened several times. On Yi Yuan's white long robes, it was already stained full of blackish-red bloodstains. Ji Canglin was indeed not so easy to deal with. In the blood light, Ji Canglin slowly walked out. His severed body actually pieced together completely once more at this time. Little junior brother, this move is still passable, right? You're also too careless. The fiend race's recovery ability is rated as perverse. Even you recovered, would I not recover? Ji Canglin said to Yi Yuan with a wide grin. The blood within Yi Yuan's body was in turmoil. At this time, he could not even speak. Those blood swords looked very sloppy and ordinary, but the power was unbelievably terrifying. The evil extermination divine sword that he deployed with divine essence was actually unable to ward off the impact that the power of laws brought to him. Chapter 1173, Fury Sword Fire Lotus. Hey, talking about geniuses, it's not just you alone in this world. These few years, your senior brother, I, wasn't idling. This bloodshed flying sword amalgamated the fiend race's transcendent blood Tao and the human race's sword Tao. In terms of power, it's already not weaker compared to the 10 great divine kings, that kind of powerhouses, Ji Canglin said with a faint smile. Yi Yuan sensed that these blood swords were just like cannonballs. Even if he used all of his strength, he was still beaten to severe injuries. With Yi Yuan's defensive power, this was simply unthinkable. Hoo-hoo, stop racking your brain in vain. Do you think that I'd give you a chance to catch your breath? Now, senior brother will send you to go reunite with that damn old man of yours. Ji Canglin suddenly became resolute. He suddenly slashed the divine sword at his own palm. Fresh blood immediately sprayed all over the divine sword. Bloodshed flying sword, go for me. Once more, countless blood swords tore through the air and arrived, and actually carried whistling sounds. This attack, Yi Yuan already had nowhere to hide. But in the next instant, the expression on Ji Kanglin's face became extremely fascinating. A human-sized tortoise shell appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Mystic art holy tortoise shell. The originally incomparably swift and fierce blood swords collided onto the tortoise shell and actually could not even stir up a single wave. Ji Kanglin's eyes stared like wide circles, but he refused to believe everything that he saw before his eyes. Another round of bloodshed flying sword. However, it still did not stir up any waves. After the mystic art holy tortoise shell, Yi Yuan was currently making use of all of the time to recover essence energy. Yi Yuan's tyrant dragon regeneration art, following the increase in fleshly body power, already cultivated to late stage 9th level. Right now, the recovery power was very astonishing. Plus, the medicinal effects of the arcane insight medicinal pill before had yet to fade. The mystic art holy tortoise shell was sufficient to resist until he recovered some strength. Ji Kanglin suddenly thought of something and said in astonishment, Could this be the lost supreme treasure of the Black Tortoise clan, the mystic art holy tortoise shell? Damn it, this brat's lucky chances are truly heaven-defying. Thinking about it, Ji Kanglin's face turned cold, and he said, no way. Absolutely can't let him recover strength. Otherwise, the consequences are too ghastly to imagine. Instinctively, Ji Kanglin sensed a hint of a threat. Suddenly, Ji Kanglin's whole body was shrouded in black gas. Berserk fiendish energy gave people a nerve-wracking feeling. Ji Kanglin slit his own palm once more, then smeared his own blood on the divine sword. The divine sword emitted intense vibrations, appearing extremely unwilling. Ji Kanglin said with a hideous grin, being a wedding gown for this seat, that's your honor. Devil flames surging to the sky, suppress for me. A cloud of black gas instantly wrapped the divine sword up. The divine sword's unwillingness was actually really quashed down. Ji Kanglin's fiendish energy was countless times purer compared to the average fiend. Even compared to that fiend god Jia Lan, it was not at all inferior to. Ji Kanglin gave a roar, his entire person's aura suddenly skyrocketed. The explosive muscles utterly shredded his clothes. His facial features also became abnormally savage. His entire person was just like a rampaging wild beast. Ji Qingyan, I want to see how long this tortoise shell of yours can last. Bloodshed fiend sword. Ji Kanglin's figure suddenly vanished, like it disappeared into thin air. The next instant, only to hear a series of loud booms transmit over. On the mystic art holy tortoise shell, fierce exploding sounds came over. Waves of terrifying energy undulation spread out layer by layer, blasting the entire Medicine King Hall's houses and mountain body into a pile of dust. This degree of impact was practically already the limits of what Divine King powerhouses could attain. Ji Kanglin knew that this mystic art holy tortoise shell was definitely not deployed by Yi Yuan. It was definitely a one-time treasure. As long as he attacked continuously, it could hasten the mystic art holy tortoise shell's expenditure, and reduce Yi Yuan's recovery time from there. The two people were racing against time. After the mystic art holy tortoise shell, Yi Yuan did not move a muscle. It was as if everything in the outside world had not the least bit of relation with him. A moment ago, on a piece of empty land in the vast heaven pagoda, stood 1,000 identical fieries in ranks. Looking closely, these fieries' forms were different. Some were sitting cross-legged, some were playing with flames in their palms, while some were in a ruminating state. There were even some that were fighting in pairs. On the platform, Fiery's main body's eyes were slightly closed, sitting cross-legged, as if he was comprehending something. Suddenly, a voice transmitted into the vast heaven pagoda. Fiery, I need your help. It was precisely Yi Yuan's voice. Fiery snapped open his eyes and responded, okay, big brother, I'm coming right away. Finished talking, his entire body trembled. Those 1,000 fiery clones turned into streams of flowing light, pouring straight into his body. Fiery shut his eyes once more. He was digesting these 1,000 fiery's comprehension. After 100 breaths, Fiery slowly opened his eyes. Rays of brilliant light appeared in his eyes. By the side, Long Teng opened his mouth and said, how is it? Fiery said with a light smile, the first level, I already learned the rudiments. Long Teng's entire body trembled, and he said in astonishment, so fast. Fiery nodded and said, I'm originally an innate fire spirit physique. Comprehending the power of fire source can be said to yield twice the results with half the effort. Although divine Tao laws are hard, to the current me, it's not something beyond my reach. More importantly, This method that Big Brother came up with is simply too ingenious. But Long Teng let out a sigh and said, yeah, really don't know how this boy's head grew, to actually even think of this kind of cultivation method. Using clones to cultivate the cultivation method, then gathering onto the main body. This is equivalent to having 1,000 fieries cultivating at the same time. Even though the effects are inferior to the main body cultivating by yourself, once these clones come together, the effects are 10 times, even 100 times of the main body's cultivation speed. After Yi Yuan obtained the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art from Teng Yun there, he suddenly came up with a whimsical idea and imparted this cultivation method to Fiery. Essence fires were born from heaven and earth to begin with, and the cleansing sandal flame lotus was also a heaven and earth spiritual plant. With Fiery's present cultivation realm, comprehending the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art was truly advancing at a tremendous pace. While at this time, Fiery already learned the rudiments of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art's divine Tao chapter's first level. In terms of strength, he was already much stronger compared to ordinary peak void mystic. Big Brother is really a prodigious talent. Senior, I'm going out to help Big Brother, Fiery said to Long Teng. Ji Kanglin was just like an unceasing war machine, using incomparably powerful offensive power to bombard the mystic art Holy Tortoise Shell. Under his untiring efforts, the mystic art Holy Tortoise Shell's tremors became stronger and stronger. Finally, with a bang, the mystic art Holy Tortoise Shell was no longer able to withstand his tremendous force and was blasted flying. Ka, Ji Qingyan, your hour of doom has arrived. Ji Kanglin shouted excitedly, seeing this scene. But right at this time, there was suddenly an additional figure beside Yi Yuan. The two figures seemed to have consulted in advance, their movements were virtually synchronized. Two surges of terrifying divine Tao power of laws gushed out akin to twin dragons spitting pearls. Fury Sword Fire Lotus, Chapter 1174, Avenging the Great Enmity. Two mighty divine Tao law powers intertwined together, but it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Fiery was born from the Cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus, while the Cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus was Yi Yuan's clone. Between Fiery and Yi Yuan could be said to be connected in mind and soul. The synchronization of the two people casting arts was in complete unison. Two kinds of divine Tao laws superimposing together, mutually augmenting each other, the power was far from what an independent divine Tao law could compare to. This sword was unimaginable strong. Ji Kanglin's pupils constricted, wanting to escape, but it was already too late to change moves. With a clank, Ji Kanglin's long sword was directly smacked flying out of his hand. The evil extermination divine sword stabbed viciously into Ji Kanglin's body, destroying his life force. The evil extermination divine sword originally countered evil things the most. Fiery's law of fire similarly could purify myriad things under the heavens. This sword was virtually fatal to Ji Kanglin. Right at that instant evil extermination sword stabbed into Ji Kanglin's body, a mass of black gas suddenly flew out from the top of his head, fleeing away. The black gas speed was exceptionally swift. But in front of Yi Yuan, who knew the art of greater teleportation, it was futile even if it was any quicker. Want to leave? Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. Greater teleportation was instantly displayed. How could the Ji Kanglin without a physical body compare to Yi Yuan's speed? One teleportation and it was a distance of 20,000 feet. The black gas did not escape very far yet and was already blocked from the front by Yi Yuan, 20 feet. Domain of Sword. Yi Yuan already firmly locked onto the Ji Kanglin in the middle of escaping. At this time, a layer of pale white flames suffused at the borders of the domain of sword. Looking from far away, it was like a fireball. Enmity of killing one's father, the hatred of losing one's wife. Do you think that I'd let you escape? Yi Yuan's voice seemingly came from the underworld, bone-piercingly cold. The enmity of over 20 years all erupted at this instant. This short 20 years plus, the thing that Yi Yuan thought about day and night was to take revenge. For the sake of this goal, Yi Yuan could be said to have had narrow escapes. From a carefree young master who pursued Tao wholeheartedly, he became someone who was resolved to excel, a powerful martial artist who specialized in the martial Tao. The transformation experienced in between this could not be said to not be great. Now, it was finally within sight. Qingyan, you and I were apprentice brothers at any rate. Furthermore, I didn't kill sister-in-law, she isn't dead yet. Actually, Ji Kanglin also did not know whether Yu Mengli was dead or not. But right now, in order to live, he naturally stuck to his guns that she was not dead. Only this way, could he have a chance to live on? Sure enough, when Yi Yuan heard these words, his expression could not help changing, and he said, "Where's Li Er? You let me go first. Otherwise, you'll never see her again." Ji Canglin threatened. Yi Yuan smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "Do you think you have the qualifications to bargain with me?" "Why won't I have the qualifications? My good junior brother, I understand you too well. I know that you'll definitely let me leave, isn't that right? You couldn't even deal a blow to those devilized former fellow disciples, could it be that you'll kill me for the sake of your beloved?" Ji Canglin had an unflinching look. He understood Yi Yuan too well. For Yi Yuan to be able to acknowledge Yu Mengli, his fiancé, it showed that he loved Yu Mengli deeply. With Yi Yuan's personality of valuing loyalty in relationships greatly, he absolutely would not dare to deal a killing blow to him. This was his final counterweight and also the heaviest counterweight. Because Yi Yuan would give in obediently. "Do you think that I'll believe your words? If you have Li Er in your hands, would you wait until now?" But Yi Yuan was not easy to hoodwink, as he said with a cold sneer. But Ji Canglin was not flustered nor rattled and similarly said with a cold sneer, "Do you think that if I caught the Yu family's little lass, I'd hide her here? To me, she isn't just a death exemption gold token, that simple. You're the child of destiny, want to break your destiny, the Yu family's lass is the crux. Previously, when I deliberately spread the news of her demise, it was in order to make you fall into depravity. I didn't think that you actually pulled through. But now, she's my death exemption gold token. If you don't believe me, just make a move. You'll become the culprit who causes her death indirectly." Yi Yuan hesitated. Even if he did not believe Ji Canglin's words at all, he did not dare take this risk either. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 possibility, Yi Yuan could not use Yu Mengli's life to make a gamble either. This kind of thing, Yi Yuan, could not do it. If Yu Mengli died because of him, even if he avenged his great enmity, what was the use? When Ji Canglin saw Yi Yuan's expression, he could not help being thrilled in his heart. Striking while the iron was hot, he said, "You don't need to doubt either. With that lass's strength, do you think that she's able to escape my encirclement and suppression? Bloodrain's strength, you've witnessed before. Do you feel that the Yu family's lass can escape from his hands?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. This time, he really wavered. According to his estimations, even if Li Er progressed at breakneck speed, it was also impossible to be Bloodrain's match. This way, the likelihood of what Ji Canglin said increased greatly. "I can let you go, but I want to see Li Er," Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Ji Canglin said coolly, "The Yu family's lass is already being escorted to the Divine Martial Hall. The Divine Martial Hall definitely already knows that my fleshy body is already destroyed. If I don't hurry back within 3 days, the Yu family's lass will be dead for sure. You don't have a choice." Ji Canglin said whatever came to his mind, but said it with assertive eloquence. He was originally incomparably cunning. Even for Yi Yuan, it was hard to see through any flaws too. Finally, Yi Yuan slowly opened up the domain of sword. That soul-stirring pale white flames also gradually extinguished. Seeing this scene, Ji Canglin was wildly elated in his heart. But he did not have the slightest ripple. "Ha ha ha, my good junior brother, we'll meet again." Ji Canglin laughed smugly. That cloud of black gas turned into a streak of flowing light and headed for the horizon. But right at this time, a beautiful figure gradually appeared in Yi Yuan's line of sight from another direction. "Big brother Yuan, are you all right?" This beautiful figure was none other than precisely Yu Mengli, who rushed over looking travel-worn. The person who understood you the most in this world would be your enemy and your beloved. Seeing Bright Moon City's and Vast Sun City's miserable states, Yu Mengli knew right away that Yi Yuan definitely came to find Ji Canglin to take revenge. Under this kind of circumstance, it was practically impossible for Yi Yuan to have a second choice. Therefore, Yu Mengli rushed over without stopping. At virtually the same time, Yi Yuan and Ji Canglin both discovered Yu Mengli. Ji Canglin had his 7 earthly souls scared out of him, urging fiendish energy to the limits, wanting to get away from Yi Yuan's range. Yi Yuan's entire body shuddered too. Virtually without thinking, the Fury Sword Fire Lotus suddenly attacked. A lotus flower-shaped pale white sword energy tore across the sky, flying straight for Ji Canglin. Even if Ji Canglin was any quicker, how could he be as fast at this streak of sword energy that tore across the sky and arrived? "Ah, Ji Qingyan, you won't have a good end." A shrill, Miserable cry spread throughout the sky and gradually turned into nothing. The evil extermination sword's awe-inspiring sword energy and the cleansing sandal sacred flame purifying power directly incinerated that cloud of black gas into nothing. The haughty and domineering Ji Canglin finally died under Yi Yuan's sword. Chapter 1175, Uneasiness. At this instant, Yi Yuan felt like all the pores on his body opened up, incomparably light-footed. The large rock pressing on his heart for over 20 years was finally shattered. Killing Ji Canglin was giving an account to himself, and even more giving an account to his father who used his life to protect him. But this road was covered densely with thistles and thorns. Fortunately, he finally completed it. But just as Ji Zhengyang said, Ji Canglin was merely a chess piece that was pushed to the front stage. The real person pulling the strings was heavenly fiend god Kanuo. This trip to the Medicine King Hall also let Yi Yuan understand some news concerning fiend god Kanuo. Even though it was just an iota. But what Yi Yuan was most mindful of was where in the world the Divine Martial Hall, this mysterious sect, was at. Very clearly, fiend god Kanuo was already about to come into being. If he could not find Kanuo before this and severely injure, even finish him off, the outcome was too ghastly to imagine. Thus far, the methods that Kanuo exhibited were simply mind-boggling. This opponent was 100 times more terrifying than Ji Canglin. After all, this was an existence comparable to Taoist absolute heaven, that kind of origin deity realm. Unless he could break through to deity realm. But this was an even more impossible task. Big brother Yuan, Yu Mengli already sprinted in front of Yi Yuan with a look of agitation. Seeing Yu Mengli, Yi Yuan was similarly over the moon. Li it's great that you're alright. Yi Yuan immediately pulled Li into his embrace and said with his true feelings. To Yi Yuan, it was very rare for him to have this kind of outburst of true sentiments. Li was indeed a special existence to him. Even Mu Lingshe never enjoyed this kind of treatment from Yi Yuan before too. Yu Mengli was held in the arm by Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan's true sentiments flowing, she was truly unable to contain her joy, her heart pounding. Following Yi Yuan for so long, Yu Mengli was deeply aware of the pressure on Yi Yuan's shoulders. To Yi Yuan, who had reincarnated, the Medicine King Hall was a colossal giant. Growing from a lower realm's youth without any foundation to the present divine realm's big shot, the hardships paid in between this, only Yu Mengli was the clearest. If it was just talking about Yi Yuan this identity, she could be said to have watched Yi Yuan grow up. Now, Yi Yuan personally killed Ji Canglin, finally putting down that heavy burden. In addition, seeing that she was fine, under the brutal hopelessness of love, that was why he would be like this. Big brother Yuan, congratulations on avenging your great enmity. It's been hard on you these few years. I believe that Lord Zhengyang's spirit in heaven should be able to obtain comfort, Yu Mengli said in a gentle voice, being in Yi Yuan's embrace. Hugging Yu Mengli, hearing her words, Yi Yuan was filled with emotions, but tears gushed out. Ji Canglin's betrayal had once made Yi Yuan furious and perplexed. Now the truth came to light, Ji Canglin was actually a fiend race spy. But even so, he and this member of the fiend race had been 500 years of apprentice brothers too. Yi Yuan's current emotion could not be said to not be complicated. Only after a long time did Yi Yuan walk out from surge of emotions. At this time, he changed back to that calm and collected Yi Yuan again. It was just that his concern towards Yu Mengli did not lessen in the slightest. Li I thought. Mentioning this, Yu Mengli's expression dimmed too. After all, the Yu family suffered grievous losses in this unexpected turn of events and was even almost completely wiped out. Yu Mengli recounted the matters of Bright Moon's change on that day as well as afterward, making Yi Yuan secretly heave a sigh of relief at getting lucky too. He also did not think that the innate battle soul physique was actually so powerful. They said that you fell onto the demonic path. Along the way, it worried Li to death, said Yu Mengli, who had some lingering fear as she explained it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, what they said was right. Just one more step, and I might not even be able to recognize you anymore. Yu Mengli was alarmed in her heart. Only then did she know that Sun Man's words were not exaggerating things to raise the alarm. Did not expect that Bright Moon's change actually brought such peril to Yi Yuan. Seeing Yu Mengli's upset look, Yi Yuan said with a smile, you lass, what's with this expression? Could it be that I'd be foolish enough to blame this matter on you? Between Ji Canglin and me, we both understand the other too well. Hence, That's why he would use this kind of despicable means to trigger me to fall into depravity. While talking, Yi Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed. When Yu Mengli noticed Yi Yuan's abnormality, she even thought that it was in the sequela left behind in battle earlier and hurriedly asked Yi Yuan, "What's wrong with you? Are you alright?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Nothing. It's just, since you're already fine, why is my heart still shrouded in a layer of shadow? Would it be because of the matter with the fiend race?" Li said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You don't know. I comprehended sudden impulse. Even though the matter of the fiend race is serious, it's not to the point of triggering sudden impulse. The reason why I could rush to Bright Moon City is because of setting off sudden impulse. But now, Ji Canglin was dead, Li was safe and sound. Logically speaking, sudden impulse should be allayed. But the shadow in Yi Yuan's heart was still unable to disperse away. Not good, let's hurry back to take a look," Yi Yuan said anxiously. Half a month later, when Ao Qian and the rest saw Yi Yuan, a large stone in their hearts finally landed. "Young master, you finally came back." When Lu saw Yi Yuan, under her agitated feelings, she leapt right into Yi Yuan's embrace. Li was aware of Yi Yuan and Lu's relationship. From a certain degree, it was even more intimate compared to her. Furthermore, Li's temperament was indifferent and naturally would not have superfluous thoughts. On the contrary, Yu Mengli was more grateful towards Lu. If without Lu, Yi Yuan would probably have long fallen into depravity. "Already now, milord, it's great that you're fine. These few days, we were worried to death." Ao Qian stepped forward and greeted. Including the sparse survivors of the Yu family, they also returned to the Dragon Clan under Wu Luo's command. Letting go of Lu, Yi Yuan swept a glance over everyone, but his brows knitted together. The people that he was familiar with and cared about were not missing a single one. All of them were here. Even the Yu family and the Yu Zhanshou, Yu Lingyu, who were close to him, were completely unscathed. If so, where in the world was his sudden impulse pointing at? "Nothing happened here, right?" Yi Yuan uttered a sentence that made everyone baffled. Ao Qian was stupefied and said, "Nothing. We listened to your order and stayed at the Dragon Clan the whole time." After that, Wu Luo also brought the Bright Moon City's city lord over. It was calm and peaceful all the way after that. Hearing Ao Qian's words, Yi Yuan was hit by a wave of inexplicable vexation, but could not find the source of the irritation. He only felt like his chest was about to explode. Yu Mengli stepped forward and lightly held Yi Yuan's hands, and she calmed him down, saying, "Since everybody is safe and sound, perhaps there are other reasons. Since we're here, stay and make the best use of it to calm your heart down to think about it these past 2 days. Maybe there will be some gains." Hearing Yu Mengli's words, only then did Yi Yuan's heart calm down slightly. He said with a sigh, "I can only do this as well." Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.